1. The first appearance of the house. This is a desolate and uninhabited area. This is a dangerous valley full of hidden dangers. This is a pristine land roamed by wild animals. This is the core of the IGA Mercenary Corps, the only home recognized by the members of the Mercenary Corps whose victory record has never been broken. Eaton ate his meal as usual and walked to his laboratory. Today's task is to study how to install detectors in animals to ensure that any animal can become our scout. This is a difficult task, although Eaton does not think so at all. The base was empty. The mercenary group had set out again yesterday, leaving only Eaton, the research madman, who was still following the routine. This time he didn't have to let those teammates who didn't know the benefits of staying at home to poison his ears. Therefore Eaton, whose mood had never changed for a long time, still felt a little happy in his heart. After entering the laboratory, Eaton immediately regained the seriousness that a nerdy researcher should have, so much so that the small animals that came into contact with his eyes shrank their bodies, trying to prevent this obviously malicious human from discovering their traces, even though it was in vain. Today is going to be a nice day, Eaton thought. However, things did not go as planned. When Eaton picked up the small scalpel and prepared to start the day's work, a deafening explosion sounded. Eaton paused calmly, put down the scalpel, walked to the window with a smile, and looked into the distance through the window that could no longer be opened. Not surprisingly, he found that his teammates were running towards here with all their might. "Ah, goodbye," Eaton waved at them and instantly lost consciousness. A group of strong men watched the base blow up and their closest and most important people die, but they were powerless to do anything. Their eyes couldn't stop the tears from flowing and their palms couldn't stop the damage from their nails. But they hated themselves more for not being able to protect Eaton. They must pay back this hatred 1,000 times. This is the oath in each of their hearts, an oath built up from hatred. However, Eaton had no way of knowing all this because he had passed away. This place is still a wilderness with no human habitation. This is also a battlefield with debris everywhere. Ugh! Between two dead people, a child crawled out with difficulty, covered in blood and in great pain. "This, ahem, where is this?" The child's voice was hoarse, as if he had been seriously injured. He trembled and reached out to wipe the coagulated blood on his eyelids, and then he was able to open his eyes and look around. "My body was blown up, how can I still be alive?" This thought flashed through Eaton's mind and then died out. After staring at his hand for half a minute, Eaton accepted this inexplicable fact. However, this phenomenon really deserves careful study. If possible, perhaps a person's soul can be attached to any animal so that all animals can become scouts. How persistent are you in your experiment? Half a minute later, Eaton stood up with some difficulty by leaning on his legs. Although it was not very obedient, it did have some effect. There were corpses all around. Eaton paused and looked at the place where he had just crawled out. There was a man and a woman wearing, well, something like robes? It was hard to tell. After all, they were dirty and wrinkled. After shaking his limbs and feeling his body, he found that his body was not injured at all. So where did the blood come from? Eaton took a look at the man and woman. Needless to say, they were definitely a couple. He sighed and walked over slowly. Well, he couldn't walk faster even if he wanted to. He squatted carefully, hesitated for a moment, and reached out to hold the man's hand. After a while, he stood up and looked around. He didn't have the strength to lift the couple. After thinking about it, he realized there was a dark pit nearby which looked like something was burnt. Eaton struggled to find a branch, and using the principle of leverage, he pushed the couple into the pit. Then he found a corpse, took off its clothes, filled it with soil, and buried it in the pit until the pit was filled. He was so tired that he had to lie down and rest. This small body really needs exercise. Although he is a homebody and a hardcore homebody, he still goes to the gym to exercise even when he is at the base. This is a difficult situation. Eaton curled his lips. At this moment he suddenly missed Tien. Although he was nagging, he was definitely a very competent butler. What else can he do? Well, he can only rob it himself. This time no one can let him stay at home in peace, and he doesn't have to take the lead in anything. Spinner's End is a dangerous place full of human beings and mermaids, and the crime rate is definitely the highest in the whole of Britain. No normal person would be willing to go there. Therefore, no matter how many people died in this alley, no police would take the initiative to take care of the matter. Of course, if someone called the police, they would have to come. Severus Snape was thrown into a deep alley in Spinner's End at this time. The 3-year-old boy had obvious marks of being beaten. He was not unconscious yet, but his black pupils showed extreme despair. He was abandoned by his father. Even though beatings had become commonplace, he never thought that he would be thrown away like garbage. If that was the case, then what was he still alive for? Maybe when he died he could leave this nightmare place. Thinking of this, little Severus curled his lips for a rare moment, and then he knew nothing. Who is the easiest to subdue? Of course, it's the gangsters. It's normal to bully the weak and fear the strong. Eaton is still young. Although he has the ability to kill people, after all, he taught the mercenary group all the killing techniques, but he still doesn't like killing people. It's too tiring. It's best to find someone to do it for him. This is why he chose Spider's Tail Alley for a sightseeing tour after robbing the house. These people are so easy to control. Eaton thought it's rare to have such weak willpower. But it's much more convenient for him. Eaton strolled in Spider's Tail Alley with satisfaction. Since someone else was doing the work, he didn't have to do anything. Of course, this was not a long-term solution. He should find a more reliable companion. Not long after strolling, Eaton heard sounds of beating and scolding, which was very common in Spider's Tail Alley. Calling someone a devil or devils was not common. Thinking of himself, Eaton paused for a moment and still walked into the alley. A staggering drunk came towards him. The drunk glanced at Eaton and still staggered away. Eaton had no interest in the drunkard, after all he was just a small ant. However, he was very interested in the little baby lying on the ground because he looked good. He looked 50% similar to Eaton now. Seeing that the child was already unconscious, Eaton reached out and picked him up. He was very light, but he could still hold him. Fortunately, the child was still breathing, otherwise his rare kindness would have been in vain, right? Thinking of this, Eaton left Spider's Tail Alley in a happy mood. 2. First sight of the house. The house that Eaton robbed was on Manston Street, which is a wealthy area. The original owner of the house has disappeared, and the house is currently taken over by the nephew of the owner of the house. This is a situation that all the neighbors know about. However, how a 5-year-old kid lives is not something that these busy people can care about. When Severus woke up, his mind was in a mess. He didn't know if he was dead or not. After all, he always thought that a devil like him must go to hell, but here. Severus struggled to get up. He was in so much pain that he struggled for a long time before he sat up. He noticed that he was lying on a big bed. Severus patted the mattress with his hand in a daze. He had never seen such a soft bed. He looked around. There was a big room, a delicate chandelier, a carpet made of some kind of fur, a sofa that looked very luxurious, and all kinds of decorations that he had never seen before. Is this heaven? When Eaton came in with a tray, he saw the little guy sitting on the bed with his head down. His overly long hair covered his eyes, preventing Eaton from seeing his emotions. Well, even if he couldn't see, he could still feel it. The little guy's emotions were a little too obvious. Awake? Eaton put the tray in his hand on the bedside table. Then eat something. If you don't eat, you will really die. When Severus heard the voice, he thought he was hallucinating. After confirming that the voice was right next to him, he suddenly raised his head and stared at Eaton. His dark eyes showed confusion, vigilance, and fear. Eaton noticed this and felt a little uncomfortable, but he had been paralyzed for a long time, so he couldn't show it on the surface. Why are you looking at me? Do you think I can be full? Don't expect me to serve you or bring you back. You've already exercised too much today. Eaton was telling the truth. What can a 5-year-old kid do? The fact that he had to walk for a while and rest for a while made Eaton feel embarrassed. Who are you? Severus asked with some doubt. At this moment his hands were tightly grasping the quilt because he was really scared. His father had once thrown him to a place where he was said to be well fed and warm. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes how cruelly some children there were treated and caused a magic riot, his mother would not have saved him. So what about this time? Did his father sell him again? Me? Oh, I'm your cousin. Eaton thought about it and answered him. He didn't lie. He was indeed the cousin of this kid. Cousin? Severus was bewildered. When did he have a cousin? You're lying. I don't have a cousin. Severus searched his memory seriously. After all, he had hoped countless times that someone would come to save him. Who said there isn't one? Eaton retorted, I am. Eaton wanted to say that he could prove their relationship through a kinship identification test, but now he didn't have any equipment, so he could only refute like a child, which made him very upset. At this time, no one could remind him that he was actually only 5 years old. You are not. Severus pursed his lips stubbornly and stared. He absolutely did not believe that there was anyone in this world who cared about him. Even his parents did not want him anymore. Who else could save him? All the expectations he had in the past had now formed the despair deep in his heart, and no one could break it. Okay, if you say it's not, then it's not. Eaton raised his hands in surrender. There was no need for him to argue with a little brat. He might as well use that time to think of ways to make money to buy equipment. It seemed that the so-called magic power in his body could be put to use. After all, he was quite interested in potions. Severus didn't say anything this time, but his eyes showed the word as expected, which made Eaton feel distressed suddenly because he thought of some scenes from his childhood and his originally cold heart warmed a little. You may not believe it, but the fact is the fact, and you will know it one day. Eaton thought for a moment and added this sentence. He didn't know how to comfort the child, just like he never looked back on his childhood because it was a closed heart that could not be touched by anyone. Now eat your food obediently. Well, you have to live with me now. There are only you and me in this house. Severus was stunned for a moment, subconsciously glanced at Eaton's expression, and then looked at the 2 small bowls of porridge and several side dishes on the bedside table. Those were things he had never eaten before. He didn't recognize them either, but he didn't dare to ask, so he didn't move. What's wrong? Don't want to eat? Eaton frowned. He really had no experience interacting with children. Who could tell him how to eat? Would he really die if he didn't eat? You will die if you don't eat it. Eaton never beats around the bush. Severus remained silent. Hey, I'm telling you. Eaton felt like he might get angry for once. Only our lives belong to us. We don't care. We are fearless. We just want to live. Eaton spoke out the belief of their mercenary group because he really didn't know what to say. If the little guy didn't eat, he might just throw him out because he didn't want the place where he stayed to be stained with the smell of dead people. Sighing, Eaton felt that he had done his best. Next, it all depended on the little guy's own choice. He really wouldn't force others to live, even though this person could be the founder of helping him complete his otaku career. After saying this, Eaton felt that he had completed his task, so he picked up the small bowl and ate his portion. He had been busy for a long time and was hungry. Severus didn't actually understand Eaton's words, but he understood one sentence: that his only life is yours. He originally thought that he had nothing and death could free him, but if life was his own, why should he give up his things? He didn't even want to give up the stale bread he once had, so how could he give up himself? Severus was still young and didn't understand much, but he knew that he would never give up what he had already obtained. Seeing that Eaton had already finished the bowl of unknown substance, Severus lowered his head, grabbed another bowl, and took a big gulp. Cough, cough, cough. I say go slower, no one is competing with you. Eaton stood up helplessly and walked to Severus, patting him on the back and complaining in his heart. He found that his emotions seemed to fluctuate a lot in such a short period of time. Severus did choke, but he was reluctant to spit out the food in his mouth and forced himself to swallow it, which made him choke even more. His chest hurt from coughing. He had experienced more painful things than this, so he didn't feel anything. But when a hand gently patted him, he suddenly seemed to remember a vague memory in which there was also such a gentle hand gently patting his back and coaxing him softly. He didn't know who it was, but he would always remember that warmth. I say, why are you crying? Eaton paused and looked at Severus with a somewhat amused look as he stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the front of his clothes and cried bitterly. 3. Dawn of the House. Are all children nowadays so difficult to deal with? Eaton complained expressionlessly, but he still moved his hands gently. After all, they are a family and Eaton can still tell the difference clearly. Severus ignored Eaton and continued to cry. He hadn't cried for a long time because if he cried the beating would be more cruel, so over time he subconsciously didn't dare to cry anymore. Now if you ask him why he cried so miserably, he couldn't tell you. He always felt that he had too many grievances in his heart and wanted to cry. After an unknown amount of time a gurgling sound came which made Severus' sobbing pause and Eaton's padding also froze. I say, you still have the strength to cry? Eaton then remembered the weak body of little Sever. At this moment he also felt very magical. He felt the extent to which his front was pulled and was surprised that this little guy was actually quite strong. Sure enough, we can study it. This little guy must have special genes, right? Severus felt very embarrassed and wanted to push away Eaton's embrace, but he felt reluctant to give up the warmth around him. Have you cried enough? Eaton couldn't bear it anymore. Your meal is gone. Just a moment ago Severus was holding the bowl tightly in his hand, but he forgot about it when he started crying. As a result, he finally found the rice porridge and announced that he would feed it to the bed sheet. Severus secretly glanced at the bed sheet and pursed his lips. He felt worried again. Would this person abandon him? Even if he had no other intentions, seeing that he was so clumsy and didn't know how to do anything, he wouldn't want him. Thinking of this, Severus let go of Eaton's clothes and lowered his head again. He really didn't mean it, but he couldn't explain it. Okay, since you look so aggrieved, here you go. Eaton stuffed his bowl to Severus, then turned and walked out. He had to find something to eat. Rice was too hard to find at this time. It was rare. There was nothing in this shabby place. Oh, he really didn't like eating half-cooked food, nor did he like chewing bread, and he didn't like those cream cheeses or anything like that. How could he live like this? Then what do you want to eat? After hesitating for a long time, when Eaton was about to leave the room, Severus's voice finally rang out. Just when Eaton stuffed his bowl into his hands, Severus made up his mind that even if Eaton had intentions towards him, he would stay. I'll go find something to eat. Eaton paused and turned around. After dinner, take down your flyers and dishes and wash them in the bathroom on the first floor. Then go to the bathroom on the second floor to take a shower and change clothes. You have to do your own things in the future. You can walk around the house and get familiar with it. This will be our home from now on. After saying that, Eaton went out without caring about Severus' reaction, leaving Severus alone to think about what Eaton had just said. Home. Severus muttered to himself, his grip on the bowl tightening. Will I still have a home? Eaton walked into the kitchen. Except for an extra chair, the rest of the kitchen was no different from a normal kitchen. There was nothing he could do about it. Both Eaton and Severus were small in stature and couldn't reach it. Eaton looked up at the kitchen counter, secretly complained for a moment, but finally climbed up, picked up the pan skillfully, and started to fry eggs. Prince manner in the magical world. What did you say? Walton Prince felt as if his heart had stopped beating and his chest began to ache. Puff. Master, are you okay? Seeing Wharton suddenly vomiting blood, Jack panicked. The young master and his family of 3 were already gone. If the master had any problems again, then Prince Manor would really decline and even their affiliated families would be destroyed. This was what they least wanted to see. My son. Wharton collapsed in the chair, his face gloomy and tears streaming down his face. Just a week ago, Wharton, on behalf of the Prince family, rejected the invitation of the Dark Lord and refused to join the Death Eaters because they were worried that the crazy and excessive Voldemort would kill them. 3 days ago, when the situation was becoming increasingly tense, Wharton thought about sending his son and his family of 3 to seek refuge abroad, and also gave them 2 of the most precious and life-saving potions, the invisibility potion and the silver potion. The invisibility potion could even deceive the tapestry that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Prince family, not to mention that the silver potion could withstand at least 3 killing curses. He originally thought that everything was foolproof, but he never expected that 3 days later Jack, who was in charge of the pickup, came to tell him that his son and his family of 3 had all been killed. How could this be possible? What's going on? Explain it to me. Wharton stood up trembling with excitement and grabbed Jack tightly. Jack felt the pain in his arm but dared not complain. I failed to meet the young master, so I searched along the route he would take. In a wasteland, all the people who escorted the young master died and the young master's family was nowhere to be found. I was holding out hope, so I secretly contacted Millie. Millie said that the Dark Lord somehow knew about the young master and intercepted them halfway. I don't know what method he used. Because of this incident, the Death Eaters even celebrated it, so she got a lot of information. Millie. Wharton's eyes flashed. Millie took the initiative to propose to join the Death Eaters as a spy for the Prince family. She was just an illegitimate daughter of an affiliated family. Originally, Wharton didn't care. The Prince family had never been defeated. If an unappreciated person wanted to do it, then it was up to him. If he succeeded, he could take advantage of it. If he failed, he would just suffer. But now, you have a good relationship with her? Wharton temporarily suppressed the sadness in his heart and let the hatred and anger occupy his brain, which made him calm down. Have you mentioned this to her? Jack was stunned for a moment. No, but she contacted me a week ago and told me some trivial things about the Death Eaters. Oh? I remember you were at the French manor at that time. Wharton narrowed his eyes, let go of Jack's hand, took out his handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from his face. Yes, I was decorating the manor at that time. The owner suspected it was Millie? Jack was stunned. If this was true, then he could not escape the responsibility. It was his stupidity that led to all this. Really? Wharton stroked his handkerchief with his fingers and lowered his eyes to hide the murderous intent and coldness in them. Jack fell to his knees, sweating all over, tears streaming down his face. If it was really Millie. If it was really. Master, please punish me. For expectations of the home. Wharton suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up and he pulled out a palm-sized laughing potion box from the potion cabinet behind him and pulled Jack up. Quick, take me to the scene. Jack didn't react for a moment, but when he realized what the patriarch said, he immediately reached out and casually wiped the tears from his face and immediately followed the patriarch to the fireplace. The Prince family had a magic circle that prohibited apparitions, so if they wanted to leave quickly, they could only go through the fireplace to Diagon Alley and then apparate. When Jack and the head of the family hurriedly arrived at the scene of the incident, Wharton immediately ordered Jack to look around and find out all the surrounding situations. He poured the potion on the ground and then carefully observed the traces of the spell on the ground. Master, the soil here is very new, as if someone filled it in later. Jack shouted from a distance. He actually didn't understand what the master asked him to observe, so he looked around. This place was actually quite far away from the corpses, so when he came to investigate before, he was too flustered and panicked to take a closer look. But now he knew it at a glance. After all, the color of the soil was quite different. After hearing this, Wharton's heart seemed to pause for some reason and then suddenly sank. He originally thought that there were no bodies of his son's family here, and perhaps Voldemort valued his son's potion talent and did not kill him but took him away and imprisoned him to make potions for him. If so, he still had a way to rescue his son. So he came to explore all the spells that had been cast on the ground here to determine whether there were imperious curses or softer spells. However, the location Jack mentioned, Wharton didn't have time to think about it at the moment. He could only suppress his worries and quickly walk to the place Jack said to see what was going on. Seeing the soft soil, Wharton stopped. He seemed to sense his son's breath. He felt very sad. The distressed feeling made him lose his motivation. Don't use the spell, Jack. Just dig it up with your hands. Yes, master. Jack, who had already taken out his wand to clean up, immediately put away his wand after hearing the master's words, squatted down and started his work. Wharton also squatted down and slowly picked up handfuls of soil and piled them to the side. Eaton's cottage, Manston Street. Severus was holding his bedsheet and walking towards the first floor with some difficulty using his short legs. From time to time the bedsheet would drag on the ground and he had to stop to tidy it up before continuing walking. He did not show any impatience in such repetitive actions because he was preparing to carry the dishes later. After all, the thing could not be dropped casually. Just now when he was eating, Eaton did not come to the room again. Severus looked at the door countless times hoping that Eaton would come in, but he did not. This made Severus very worried that Eaton would throw him away because of his stupidity and incompetence. He had to prove that he was capable. So after eating, he ignored the pain in his body, dragged the quilt to the ground, and then carefully pulled down the sheet. This took him a lot of effort. After all, he really didn't have much strength to use now. Half an hour had passed after folding it. Thinking about the tasks that Eaton had given him just now, washing dishes, washing sheets, taking a bath, changing clothes, well, he had seen his mother do these, although every time she would be smashed, torn and beaten by his father before she could finish it for long. Well, there were no clothes to change in their family. Anyway, little Severus still had some common sense, so when his common sense attempt to pick up both the dishes and the sheets failed completely, he chose the sheets first. Finally reaching downstairs, Severus breathed a sigh of relief, looked around. The place was a bit big, he didn't know where the bathroom was. He stood there thinking for a moment, then remembered that Eaton asked him to walk around to familiarize himself, so he took this as the first step to familiarize himself, and they could complete it all at once. With this in mind, he took a step forward, chose the left side, and planned to look at every room. So what is Eaton doing at this time? It was very simple. He was watching Severus's actions. Although he could not say that he had any feelings for Severus now, he was the one he planned to train to be the housekeeper of the otaku after all. They were relatives and he had been abused very badly. Such people were very closed-minded, but if they were well infiltrated they would definitely be loyal. Who in their mercenary group did not have an extremely dark past? This was also the reason why he chose Severus. Since he was a backup, he could not let Severus have any accidents. After all, the child was only 3 years old. So Eaton was very happy hiding in the corner of the stairs and peeping. Seeing Severus stop from time to time to tidy up the sheets, Eaton was quite satisfied. The child was quite patient and very careful. After Severus had started searching every room, Eaton returned to his room with peace of mind. This child didn't need his concern for the time being. Severus was in the third room, saw a faucet and realized that this was the bathroom, but he raised his head and looked carefully at the height of the platform, then looked down at his small body, frowned slightly, pursed his thin lips and tightened his hands holding the sheets. He couldn't reach it. The bathroom was also carpeted dark gray and very nice. Severus thought for a moment and carefully placed the sheets on the floor. He looked around and found that there was nothing he could reach. What should I do? Severus was a little embarrassed. He had to work hard to find a solution. He wanted to stay. He couldn't be so useless. The wilderness incident. Wharton's tears flowed without restraint this time because his hope had been shattered. Jack couldn't help crying out loud. The young master and his wife looked so miserable, and they didn't know how much torture they had gone through before they became like this, but you can imagine how painful it was. Walton carefully carried his son out and slowly wiped the blood and dust off his son's face with his handkerchief. This was his only son or his only child. Irene had been driven out of the house by him and was no longer a member of the Prince family. Now his only hope was gone. The Prince family would be completely ruined in the future. He had never thought that the Prince family, which had been passed down from the time of Merlin, would be destroyed in his hands. He still remembered how proud he was when he saw his son's unique talent for potions. 5. Residential awareness. Master, please accept my condolences. Although Jack was also in tears, he felt bad when he saw the desperate look on the elderly master's face. He was worried that Wharton would be unable to get over it, so he hurried forward, but in the end he didn't dare to say anything more. Wharton seemed not to have heard Jack's words and was still hugging his son carefully even though he was no longer breathing. At this moment it was most appropriate to describe him as heartbroken. In the entire Prince family he was the only old guy left and he had nothing left. At this point he could not care about anything. The Prince family was destined to perish in his generation and he was destined to have no descendants to accompany him. Master, Miss Irene is still alive and your child is still alive. Jack knew about Irene Prince's affairs, or should be said to know her very well. After all, he was the one who ran back and forth to handle Miss Irene's affairs, so he had a very bad impression of Irene Prince because a mudblood who was obviously a coward at first glance betrayed her father and family who had given birth to her and raised her for many years and even cut off her way back without hesitation. But now the head of the family is only Miss Irene left. Wharton paused for a moment and said, "Don't mention her. She is no longer a member of the Prince family." Wharton finally spoke. His voice was indifferent but still trembling. "Head of the family." Jack wanted to persuade him again. Now that the young master is gone, could it be that the head of the family really couldn't get over it? "Stop talking. Go and clean this place up. I want to take my daughter-in-law and grandson home." Walton interrupted Jack harshly. He really didn't want to hear about Irene anymore. He had hoped that Irene would change her mind. After all, she was his daughter. Didn't he feel bad for her? Didn't he care about her? But what did Irene give him back? Disgust, anger, and hatred. He had already given up on such a daughter and would never forgive her again. Yes, patriarch. Jack had to give up after hearing that. He was a little discouraged now. No matter what, even if the patriarch didn't give up, to put it bluntly, the patriarch was old and there was a Dark Lord eyeing the Prince family. In addition, the patriarch might want to die with the Dark Lord, right? So what should they do? But no matter what. "Millie, if it's really you, then I will definitely make you live a life worse than death." Thinking of this, Jack's eyes were filled with rare hatred. If it was really Millie, then he was the sinner of the Prince family. In this case, he would definitely drag her to hell with him. After cleaning his son's face, Walton carefully laid him flat on the ground, then stood up tremblingly and walked towards the pit where his family was buried. No matter what, he had to take them home. This was not the place for the Prince family. Jack suppressed the hatred in his heart, took 2 quick steps forward, and supported Wharton. Wharton did not refuse. He was no longer the head of the family who had the final say. He was just an ordinary old man who had just lost his beloved son and grandson. "Master?" Jack squatted down first and continued to move the soil. Not long after, he realized that something was wrong. The young lady's body had been exposed, but there was no child around. It was as if he had a flash of inspiration, so he shouted at Wharton, "There seems to be no young master here." After seeing his son, Wharton never thought that there were still survivors. He subconsciously believed that his son and his family of 3 were buried here. When he heard Jack's words, his heart suddenly skipped a beat and his hands seemed to have strength and his movements of digging the soil became much faster. Jack felt a little happy in his heart, so he simply knelt on the ground and kept digging. Dividing line. Little Cyber didn't hesitate for long. He jumped hard, but it was obvious that the distance between the platform and the ground exceeded his jumping limit. He felt a little frustrated for a moment. "I can't give up," little Cyber said to himself. He finally found a warm place, and he couldn't give up just because of a table. Thinking of this, perhaps a flash of inspiration came to him and he saw the basin in the corner. He was very familiar with the basin, after all it was the weapon his father often picked up to beat his mother and himself. Little Cyber ran over, dragged a relatively large basin over and placed it under the table, then dragged a relatively small basin up, and only when he felt it was possible did he try to climb up carefully. But who would have thought that before he could climb up and stretched his legs tightly, the basin fell down with a crash and little Cyber also fell to the ground. The carpet was very thick, so it wouldn't hurt much even if he fell, but Severus had too many injuries on his body, so his fall increased the pain in his body a lot, but this only deepened his frown, and after a slight pause he climbed up again with great effort. This method didn't work. Sifu thought about it and decided to go upstairs and take the bowl down first. He couldn't stay here for too long. With this in mind, little Cyber dragged the basins back to the corner, leaving the one that looked bigger, and stuffed the sheets into it. Then he pushed the basins under the table with great effort. What was Eaton doing at this moment? He was in a daze. Eaton is worrying about his future life now. He has no equipment, no technology, and no conditions to meet the needs of a stay-at-home life. He is very distressed. Moreover, the most important thing is that he still has to run around? Okay, although he now has a house and income and even a housekeeper backup, but how to deal with the mess in this body? Eaton doesn't believe that the family of this body will ignore such a fact. How should he deal with it then? Eaton hasn't thought about it yet. Logically speaking, since he has now replaced this soul and lived in this body, he should also bear the relevant responsibilities and obligations, but the key to the problem is that Eaton really doesn't know how to treat the so-called relatives. He doesn't have the feelings of this body. Oh. Eaton sighed, resting his chin on his hand. Unfortunately, his face was still paralyzed and he could not show any emotion at all. Even his eyes did not move. Let it go. Anyway, he has brought Sifu here. If things don't work out, he can let Sifu take over. He doesn't believe that Sifu's experience won't attract the attention of that family. Besides, this little guy Sifu has potential at first glance and can definitely attract people's attention. Well, it's decided. So when little Sever was climbing the stairs breathlessly to clean up the dishes, Eaton had already determined Sever's little future, that is, if there is anything, Sever will do it. 6. Decision of residence. Little Sever had no idea what Eaton was thinking. He finally carried the dishes downstairs carefully. He originally wanted to take them to the bathroom, but little Sever hesitated. In his memory, his mother washed dishes and washed clothes in different places, but Eaton said that they should both be put in the bathroom. What should he do? After thinking about it, little Sever decided to go to the bathroom and listen to Eaton. With this in mind, he staggered towards the bathroom with the tray. The dishes were indeed not big, but for his small body it was indeed a bit difficult. After thinking about these messy things in his room, Eaton finally thought of the main topic. What should the Dark Lord do? The guy had such a great power to find the Prince family of 3 and even killed them in such a cruel way, which showed that he hated this family deeply. If it was discovered that his body was still alive, the consequences would be disastrous. Hey, why do you always come to me for all the troubles? Eaton's hand that was supporting his chin slid to the table and his chin followed suit. However, his expression remained calm and there was no sign that he was worried about these troubles in his heart or mouth. At this point, Eaton couldn't help but feel thankful for his own abilities. If he didn't know anything about this body, he would probably not survive the next magical riot. And who knew if he would be so unlucky as to be seen by those Death Eaters? As for what ability Eaton has, everyone must have guessed it right. That's right, he can get all the memories of the dead by touching their bodies. This ability is actually a bit useless, at least Eaton doesn't like it very much, especially after he touched his grandmother's body when he was a child and said something he shouldn't have said and was abandoned by his parents. Maybe he should be grateful that his parents didn't really kill him, although he could see that the couple did have this idea just because he was a devil. Forget it, Eaton shook his head and threw away the few memories that suddenly came to his mind. As for the past events, he had actually closed them off after meeting his teammates. Although he couldn't throw away that memory, it was impossible for him to share it with others. He reached out and pulled out a piece of paper and a pen from the drawer. Eaton thought for a moment and wrote down some current situations, including the threat from the Dark Lord, the Prince families, searched some current situations in the Muggle world, the current situation of each country, and the possibility of which party would find him first. Of course, most of the information came from the memory of his father in this body, and I believe it should be true. After all, the Prince family is one of the families with the longest history, with a very deep foundation and a network of people that this father may not fully understand. No one knows this better than Eaton, who has been in the bloody world for a long time. In comparison, the Dark Lord's foundation is quite shallow, but he unexpectedly received support from so many families with a relatively long history. I really don't know if these people's brains were kicked by a donkey, squeezed by a door, and then bleached with hydrogen peroxide. Looking at the messy forms on the paper, Eaton frowned slightly, then stretched out his brows, drew a heavy line under a country, threw the pen on the table, jumped off the chair, and walked out of the room. The paper left on the table was not put away, and the 2 words heavily marked on it were particularly obvious: Germany. Little Sever had not yet resolved the problem of the height difference. His thin lips were pursed tightly and some despair was revealed in his black eyes. However, this did not last long. Although he thought of Eaton's height. Although there was indeed a gap between the two of them, little Sever looked at the height of the platform. Eaton was definitely not that tall. Thinking this way, little Sever thought that if he looked around a little more, he would definitely find out how Eaton solved this problem. With this idea in mind, Sever left the bathroom and began to walk from room to room. Every time he arrived at a room, he would observe it carefully, hoping to get some enlightenment or something, purely a joke. Dividing line wasteland in the suburbs. Jack couldn't hide his joy at this time. He hoped that the master of the family could cheer up. He didn't care whether the young master was dead or alive, but the master of the family must not give up. This was the key. He had just helped the master of the family to tidy up the bodies of the young master and the young lady, but the young master's trace was still nowhere to be found. This meant that the young master was at least not confirmed dead and everything could still turn around. Although it might be cruel to say so, Jack still hoped that even if the young master died, his body would not be found. A glimmer of hope ignited in Walton's heart, and then he felt a little annoyed. Maybe he shouldn't have given them the invisibility potion. Now in less than 3 months he couldn't find his grandson through blood magic. However, he did have clues. With the nature of the Dark Lord, he would never let anyone go, especially the people of their prince family. Even if there was an accident, someone must have said something more beneficial to the Dark Lord. Considering Millie's matter, this person should be Millie. Although Walton didn't fully understand Millie's betrayal, there must be jealousy and hatred in it. If it was jealousy, then the intention to keep his grandson was too obvious and his grandson might be suffering. When he thought of this, Wharton became anxious and didn't even bother to find someone to clean up the body of the servant. Jack, contact Millie. Don't let her feel that we are suspicious of her. Do everything you can to find out the whereabouts of my grandson. If you can't do it. When he said this, even though Wharton was anxious, he still restored the posture and tone of the head of the family. He couldn't be in a mess now because he still had a grandson waiting for him to save. Therefore his words became slow but extremely sharp. Master, please rest assured and leave it to me. Even if Millie did all this, I will make her suffer a fate worse than death after I find the young master. Jack knelt on one knee and lowered his head. His eyes were full of cruelty and hatred. The Prince family has never been an advocate of pacifism. If the world of potions was only simple, it would have been ruined long ago. For the sake of potion research, they have done murder, arson, hunting and torturing, skinning alive and cold drawing blood. What haven't they done? Very good, go back and call a few people to clean up. Jack, you are my right-hand man, and I, an old man, am not afraid to tell you the truth. Millie's betrayal made me begin to doubt everyone around me, so don't betray my trust. Wharton's voice was a little vague, but it revealed an unpleasant meaning. My grandson must be found whether he is alive or dead, so don't play tricks in front of me. You have been by my side for many years and know a lot about me. I believe that the consequences are not what you want to see, right? Jack felt a little panicked. He felt that the master must have seen through his mind, so he said that. But he was also moved by the master's frankness. He had been with the master for quite a while and the master had never made things difficult for him. With that in mind, he let go of his little thoughts. If the Prince family didn't have the master, it would be destroyed sooner or later. What difference would it make if it was sooner or later? Please rest assured, master. Jack will never betray me. Go ahead, Wharton ordered. Jack looked up and wanted to send the master back first. After all, it was really worrying to leave him alone outside. But after seeing the sternness and deep hidden sadness in Wharton's eyes, he paused and finally operated silently. When Walton saw Jack leave, he squatted down, carefully picked up his son's body and called softly, "Leech." "Pa." A little elf responded and lowered his big head. "Master. Take the young lady back to Prince Manor." After saying this, he operated away first. It's not that Prince Manor cannot apparate, it's just that only direct descendants can do it, and it's also announced to the outside world that apparate is not allowed, so non-direct descendants don't know. This is also a means for family members to escape. 7. Sensitivity of the homebody. When Eaton came downstairs, he looked for Severus everywhere and finally saw him in the kitchen. Before he could say anything, he saw Severus struggling to pull a chair. Eaton's thoughts seemed to pause for a moment, and then he suddenly realized something. He stretched out his hand to push his glasses awkwardly and then found that he was not nearsighted and did not need glasses. Then he scratched his cheek unnaturally and pulled the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be probably, maybe almost. I forgot Severus' age. Can a 3-year-old kid wash the sheets? Can he carry a basin? Can he pull a chair? Well, it seems that he was not thrown out of the house when he was 3 years old. Seeing that Sifu was still pulling the kitchen chair without giving up, as if he would not give up until he pulled it, Eaton could not tell what he felt in his heart, a little uncomfortable in his heart. Maybe he was a little soft-hearted, Eaton thought, and planned to step forward to help. But before he took a step, he found that the situation seemed to be bad. Seeing that the chair had no intention of moving, Severus became more and more anxious. Instead of retreating, his despair grew stronger. He thought that he was so useless that he couldn't even pull a chair. How could he still need him? He was really a burden, wasn't he? His parents didn't want him, and finally someone was willing to accept him. If he found out that he was so useless and a burden, he would throw him away, right? Thinking of this, Severus' heart became darker and darker, and the aura around him became more and more chaotic. It looked like a sign of a magic riot. Eaton knew something was wrong, so he stepped forward and grabbed Severus' hand, calling his name, but found that he had no reaction. His black pupils were empty, with no light at all. This made Eaton feel guilty, so he quickly reached out to hug him, slowly stroking his back with one hand and comforting him softly. If Severus' magic power erupted now, they would have no way to deal with it. Eaton only had the memory of his cheap father, but not the skill, and Severus would definitely die. Severus? Don't be afraid, I'm here. Eaton really couldn't find the words to say. He hadn't dealt with anyone other than the mercenary group for a long time. Well, if other people were here, maybe there would be more good people. There was no shortage of people in their mercenary group who could speak sweet words and bring the dead back to life. Severus? Can you hear me? Look at me and calm down. Eaton was busy comforting him with one hand while he moved away a little to look into Severus' eyes. The eyes are the windows to a person's soul. If there is darkness there, it means that there is no light in this person's heart. Severus was still immersed in the world he created. Fortunately, he easily heard Eaton's voice calling him and felt the warmth and tenderness of the hands around him. Severus didn't know what state he was in, but he didn't want the warmth around him to go away. So when Eaton wanted to move away, he immediately reached out and grabbed Eaton's front. It seemed that the front was about to be torn by little Severus. Eaton paused for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Severus was still conscious and awake, it would be easy to deal with. Fortunately, he came down early, otherwise he would really have to collect the body of little Severus. Although he was not unfamiliar with corpses, if he faced Severus's body he would probably still feel guilty for a while. Well, it's my fault. I didn't think it through. You don't have to wash the sheets, and don't worry about the dishes. I'll find someone to do it. Severus, go take a shower, change your clothes, and have a good rest. How about that? Eaton let Severus hold the front of his clothes to prevent him from pushing him away. The hand that was originally patting his back also rose to Severus' hair and combed it slowly. Severus' hair was very nice, with a thick black color and a delicate touch. If it weren't so dirty, it would have been very beautiful. Eaton still had the mind to think about some messy things. Severus was silent for a long time, never saying a word, but his hands holding his collar tightened and tightened. Am I useless? Severus was never able to ask the question he wanted to ask the most. Will you leave me? After a long time he finally asked this question awkwardly. Eaton thought that the self-esteem of children was really strong. A 3-year-old kid really considered a lot. However, he was still somewhat touched by Severus's delicacy and sensitivity. But this did not mean that he would lie. Since Eaton was born, he could guarantee that he had never told any lies, whether they were well-intentioned or malicious, and this time would certainly be no exception. Well, a little bit, but Severus is still young, so he can understand it for the time being. What is this nonsense? Severus felt even more depressed and buried his head in Eaton's arms. He was silent and depressed for a long time. In the end, his self-esteem prevailed and he pushed Eaton away, then walked out with his head down. Hey! Where are you going, Severus? Eaton was stunned. Why is this kid always so sudden? Severus paused, still with his head down. Aren't you going to abandon me? Don't bother, I can walk by myself. After saying that, he didn't care what Eaton's answer was and started running outside as fast as he could. He had seen the gate before and knew where it was. Hello? Eaton shouted but failed to stop. He put his hand on his forehead in frustration. He really couldn't understand kids. He still doubted whether his decision to bring Severus back was right or wrong. It was simply inexplicable. But feelings are one thing, and Eaton really couldn't convince himself to ignore Severus, so he finally took a step and started chasing him. However, he was not in a hurry because his door was very heavy and locked, and Severus, a little brat, couldn't open it. When they reached the door, sure enough, Severus was still trying to push it with his small body, but the door didn't give him any support and didn't move at all. Seeing Eaton coming over, Severus paused, pushed harder, and turned his body away as if he didn't want to see Eaton. Eaton sighed, stretched out his hand, and pulled Severus to continue hugging him. He was used to this action, wasn't he? Who said I was going to throw you away? Children should act like children. Why are you making random guesses? At the end, he felt a little frustrated. Severus's struggling body stopped, and after a long while his voice finally rang out, "You won't abandon me," with some cautious and trembling voice. Why should I throw you away? If I wanted to throw you away, why would I have nothing better to do than to bring you back from so far away? I'm not doing this out of boredom, Eaton complained. He had no intention of avoiding the topic with words towards a sensitive child like Severus. The main reason was that Severus was completely unaware of the impact his words would have on others. If he knew, he would probably tell some white lies or something, at least to his teammates. Why? Don't you think I'm useless? Severus hesitated for a long time. Why do you think so much, kid? Didn't I tell you that I'm your cousin? Didn't I also tell you that you're still young? If you don't want to be useless, study hard and exercise well from today on. If you are still so useless when you grow up, I will throw you out without you having to leave, Eaton said unhappily. After seeing this little brat, his emotions were like a roller coaster. Why is this kid so difficult to deal with? Are you really my cousin? Severus struggled to raise his head and looked at Eaton's face seriously. He couldn't remember what he looked like, so he couldn't see the similarities between the two of them. Is it fake? Why would I play your cousin? You are so useless now, what good will it do me to lie to you? Eaton was even more angry, muttering to himself that he was so unlucky. But he didn't know how much harm his words would cause to the people who heard him. However, Severus was not an ordinary person. He would easily believe words that ordinary people would feel truly hurtful, because he also felt that he was useless and there was no benefit at all for Eaton to lie to him, and Eaton was also a child. 8. Homework. In Sif's unique way of thinking, Sif felt that Eaton was completely right. He was so useless that lying to himself was useless. With this in mind, Sif really began to consider the fact that Eaton was his cousin. But I will definitely be useful. Little Sever cared a lot about this. He would definitely be useful. Okay, you'll be very useful. Eaton was almost annoyed and answered perfunctorily. I will really be useful. Seeing that Eaton didn't believe it, Sever was a little suffocated. He would not give this person a chance to throw away himself. So little Sever began to be determined to embark on a useful path. You are really my cousin, right? Little Sever hesitated for a long time, not knowing whether it was out of worry or the desire to convince himself. He asked hesitantly. Oh, my God. Eaton let go of Severus's hand and patted his forehead. He felt a very frustrated flame running wildly in his heart. His expression finally broke away from the expressionless face and became a little depressed. He really was not a patient person. But when he considered the boy's sensitive psychology and then considered his own urgent need for warmth when he was a child, he finally let his anger slowly subside. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Eaton Prince. I think you should know that your mother's name is Irene Prince. I hope you have the ability to judge. Severus didn't really know his mother's last name before she got married. Others called her Mrs. Snape, but he called her Mom, and his father called her Bug Devil and Jinx. However, seeing that Eaton explained to him seriously, Severus subconsciously decided to believe him. Cousin. Severus was actually not used to it, but he was very happy that he had a relative. And a relative who treated him very well. In foreign countries, people don't call cousin directly, they usually call by name, but please forgive the author's bad taste. I really want the professor to call out the word cousin. This name made Eaton's anger disappear completely and his expression returned to expressionlessness. "Isn't it, B? Ahem, like I said before, from today on this is your home and children should act like children. But remember, if you continue to be so useless I will still throw you away." He never raised anyone who had no value even if they were blood relatives. "I will not be useless." Severus insisted on this point. "That's good. Okay, let's go upstairs to take a shower, change clothes and then go to bed. Do you know what time it is now? Oh, by the way, that was your room just now. Can you find it?" Eaton yawned a little. He seemed to be very sleepy recently. This was not normal. Oh, he obviously forgot the fact that he was now a 5-year-old kid. "I can find it," Severus answered obediently. He was still not completely relieved and was still afraid that he would be thrown out by his cousin one day. However, he was so useless now and could not find any reason that would make his cousin value him, so he had to be obedient. Eaton looked at Severus in surprise and he could see what Severus was thinking at a glance. He didn't even want to sigh this time. It seemed that what he said just now was in vain, right? It seemed that what he said just now was all nonsense, right? Whatever, he didn't care. Thinking of this, Eaton nodded to Severus and then went upstairs to rest. Severus stood there and watched Eaton's figure disappear at the stairs. He didn't move for a long time. Finally he moved and stretched out his hand to pinch his face hard. He found that it was really painful. Then there was a trace of joy in his eyes. Then he lowered his head and thought for a while, went back to the bathroom, moved all the dishes to the kitchen, climbed onto the stool, put them on the table and finally washed the dishes with water bit by bit. Then he used the same method to wash the dirty parts of the bed sheet. Unfortunately, he was only 3 years old and couldn't wash it clean at all. He just washed it once and carefully put it in the basin. He breathed a sigh of relief and even smiled slightly. Then he trotted upstairs to find a place to take a shower. The bed sheet was thrown into the basin alone and wet. Esente, I don't know how Eaton will react when he sees this scene tomorrow morning. Change scene, dividing line. Voldemort has been feeling very refreshed recently. Why? Of course it was because he had eliminated his biggest worry. Since he hid his life experience and tricked those nobles with deep roots into working for him, he has always been very proud. Although he despised the idiotic thinking of these nobles, saying that Slytherin focused on scheming was all nonsense and was simply gullible, this just happened to be convenient for him. However, he did not expect that he would fall into trouble with the oldest prince family. People simply ignored him, which made the arrogant Voldemort furious. The prince family was the family he had been trying to win over. According to legend, the first head of the prince family had a very special relationship with Merlin, and therefore the collection and veins within the prince family were far beyond the reach of other nobles. The prince family's collection of books alone was already coveted by Voldemort, and therefore after Voldemort's power rose, he began to send people to frequently contact the head of the prince family. But what Voldemort didn't expect was that the current head of the family, Wharton Prince, was an extremely shrewd wizard. Of course, in Voldemort's eyes he was just an old man. After the first contact between the two parties, Wharton did not immediately accept or reject it, but soon after he sternly rejected the envoy sent by Voldemort again. Voldemort originally thought that Dumbledore had interfered, but in the end he found out that Dumbledore was also completely rejected by the prince family and did not care about the strength of both parties. This stirred up a hornet's nest for Voldemort, and then there was the scene where the person who claimed to be Millie flattered and tried to climb into his bed. Voldemort didn't take it seriously at first. There were many people who wanted to climb into his bed, and many of them actually did, but unfortunately he didn't remember any of their faces. However, this Millie was indeed different. She actually confessed to him the next day that she was an undercover agent for the Death Eaters, and even said that she wanted to use him to take revenge on the Prince family. Oh? Aren't you from the Prince family? Why do you want revenge? Voldemort remembered asking this question with interest. Lord, the Prince family doesn't take us seriously at all. They show off a lot every day thinking they are so great. They even rejected Lord's invitation. Millie is very angry. Lord is the most wise master in the world. Prince must be punished for his ignorance and lack of insight. Millie's answer was righteous and powerful without any hesitation. No one could have imagined that the so-called showing off meant burying oneself in the sea of books and the magic potion library to study and refine magic potions day and night. Millie, who wanted to borrow the most precious magic potion book but was rejected, has been holding a grudge ever since. 9. The Silent House. Lord was somewhat touched by Millie's words. To refuse his invitation was to be his enemy, not to mention that he had refused them repeatedly. As for whether the Prince family was showing off, he no longer cared. Potions were indeed what the Death Eaters needed. Although the Prince family had the highest level of potions in the world, there were also many potion masters such as his teacher Professor Slughorn. So since the Prince family didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he couldn't blame him. So do you have any suggestions? Voldemort asked in a rather nonchalant tone. He was very suspicious. Since Millie was able to betray the Prince family, she might betray him at any time. Although Voldemort could use this kind of villain when she was temporarily useful, she was ultimately a cannon fodder who could be executed at any time. Lord Millie guessed that the young master of the Prince family and his family would sneak away to the French manor in the next 2 days. Millie knelt down excitedly and took a few steps forward, her expression very excited. Millie knows a lot about the Prince family's potions. The old guy must have given them a potion called the invisibility potion. It is one of the oldest potion formulas. There are very few in the world now, and it is extremely precious. After all, Millie began to look a little dazed, and her spirits were somewhat lifted as she praised the various benefits of the invisibility potion. Her words showed that she wanted to get it very much, and she even forgot that the Lord was still in front of her. Voldemort was indeed very interested in this potion, but as he listened he realized that this potion had no effect on him. After all, he never needed to be invisible and no one in the world could defeat him? And it felt like a useless effect. Invisibility only concealed the source of magic, making it impossible for the magic to be tracked, but a living person would still see it, which was even more useless. Voldemort, who already felt that this potion was useless, was too impatient to continue listening to Millie's dazed expression. Perhaps you can tell me something more interesting instead of wasting my time here? Voldemort narrowed his eyes slightly with a faint red glow. Millie came back to her senses almost immediately after she sensed the danger and broke out in a cold sweat. Although she admired Voldemort, she also knew how terrifying he was. That was why she used the Prince family to exchange for his love for her. She couldn't mess it up. Lord, although the invisibility potion makes all magic ineffective, Millie's ancestors once developed a potion that temporarily suppresses the invisibility potion, which the Prince family didn't know at all. Taking this potion can use magic on the person who took the invisibility potion for a short period of time. Millie wants to give you the revelation potion, Lord. Very good. A glimmer flashed in Voldemort's eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up, making his already handsome face even more handsome. Of course, please ignore the smooth surface on his forehead that was obviously different from the skin color of his face. What do you want? Millie doesn't ask for anything. She only asks that the Lord be nice to her. Millie raised her head slightly, revealing deep affection from the corners of her peeking eyes, and then she lowered her head shyly. For a moment Voldemort wanted to draw his wand and curse the woman in front of him because she made him feel sick to his stomach. But in the end he held back, and a potion of revealing himself was enough to suppress his anger. Very good. Voldemort was silent for a while, then uttered 2 words. As for Millie's request? Who heard it? Millie was extremely excited. These 2 words made her realize that Voldemort had agreed to her request. With trembling fingers she took out a small potion box from the pocket of her robe and then carefully opened it and took out a small bottle of potion. Lord, this is the revealing potion. It is a treasure passed down from generation to generation in Millie's family. There is only this one bottle. Millie has tried to brew it again, but even though she followed the prescription completely, it still didn't work. He carefully stood up and handed the potion to Voldemort personally, then stood beside Voldemort with his head down, his face slightly red. Voldemort didn't notice Millie's abnormality. He just took the potion and looked at it. Since you can't develop it, why not let other potion masters study it together? He began to think about the prescription. Millie's body trembled noticeably, a little in disbelief. She wanted to raise her head but she didn't dare. Yes, Lord. That was a prescription passed down from generation to generation in her family, an heirloom. Now. But it didn't matter, she would soon become the mistress of the Death Eaters anyway. After all, the results of the research on this prescription were hers and she still lacked something in her own research. Sure enough, Lord was more thoughtful. With this in mind, Millie no longer hesitated and directly handed the prescription to Voldemort. Things became easier after that. On the second day after Voldemort got the potion, he stopped Prince and his family. Although there were some troubles at the beginning, they were finally captured. After playing a game with his men, Voldemort asked Millie to end the lives of these 3 people. After all, they were heroes and he had to show his gratitude. This was what his master needed most. Millie insulted the 3 people for a long time without hesitation, and then she followed the example of her predecessors and tortured the 3 people with evil curses until all 3 were tortured to death without giving them a quick death. This time the Death Eaters witnessed Millie's cruelty. Of course they all despised Millie. This woman climbed into the Lord's bed in a betrayal way, and when facing them she acted like she was about to become the Lord's wife. They laughed at her secretly and hated her even more. She couldn't see the situation clearly, couldn't understand his expression, was self-righteous and cut off her own retreat. Such a person was actually from Slytherin. It was a shame. Millie is now in high spirits, but she is still a little cautious when facing Voldemort. Voldemort has not seen her since the Prince incident, which makes her a little worried. Although the Death Eaters still respect her, she thinks so, maybe this is Voldemort's intention? In any case, Millie still wants to continue to make contributions. This contribution. Millie's eyes fell on the Prince family collection. Scene dividing line. When Eaton got up early in the morning, he first went to the door to receive Richard, who was responsible for his financial management. This person was a 100% muggle, and a muggle who was very concerned about his reputation. After robbing the property, Eaton was going to find a stable person to manage it for him. Of course, he had to be easy to control. Here we need to understand the additional abilities of Eaton's supernatural power. To be honest, the useless ability to read the memory of the dead troubled Eaton for a long time, but then he found that he could easily control people's thinking by touching their skin, provided that the person's willpower must be extremely low. This is a good way to find cannon fodder, and it is also the real reason why their mercenary group has had 0 casualties for a long time. Of course, the property was also robbed by Eaton in this way. Back to the point, when Eaton occasionally went out to look for gangsters to control, he accidentally saved Richard's life from the gangsters. At that time, Richard was being attacked by this group of bad guys. Richard certainly didn't know that he had to repay his life with his body, but he was stubborn and insisted on following Eaton to repay him. Eaton didn't mind it. Since someone came to him, it didn't matter if he controlled him. As a result, after getting to know him, he found that Richard's willpower was unprecedentedly high. In any case, after Richard's unreasonable demands, Eaton asked someone to investigate Richard carefully, and then he handed over the property to him with confidence, and then just came to deliver the money from time to time. After taking the plane ticket and some cash that Richard had purchased over the phone last night, he slammed the door shut while Richard was mumbling about going with him. What a broken door, it's so heavy. Eaton frowned, ignoring the people outside who were still shouting that it was not safe for a child like him to go out alone. He turned around and went upstairs to throw the things upstairs, then came down to prepare breakfast. But when he got to the kitchen, Eaton was stunned. 10. Before leaving the house. Eaton, who never thought he could handle much mental pressure, felt even more stressed at this moment. The kitchen was now a mess, with dishes placed on the counter in a mess, water spilled everywhere, not to mention the indescribably wrinkled, dirty-looking sheets in the basin on the floor, and the overflowing water stains on the stool, the counter, and even the pot that was placed on the counter and didn't get in the way was affected. How did that little guy do it? Even if he was placed on the counter, he couldn't reach it, right? Headache. Eaton reached down and pressed his forehead hard, otherwise he really felt that his brain was going to jump out. Is it right or wrong to bring this kid here? If he keeps going like this, he won't live long enough to see this guy become the housekeeper and will be pissed off to death, right? Otherwise, just throw him back. Although he thought so in the end, when Eaton thought about the scene when he first met Severus, he still couldn't bear to be cruel. It's not that he was kind, but the little guy really looked like his past that he could no longer find. It's better to find someone to teach him so that he doesn't get in my way anymore. Eaton muttered as he cleaned up the mess. If he continued like this, his stay-at-home life would be ruined before it even began, and he wasn't a babysitter. Eaton threw the poor bedsheet directly into the trash can, and the dishes and other things were thrown aside. Anyway, he had asked Richard to find someone to clean up the house. In short, he just cleaned up the mess. Then he carefully took out a little rice from the rice bag and started to cook porridge. The two little kids didn't need much food, so it would be better for him to carry the remaining rice with him, Eaton thought to himself as he stirred the rice with a spoon with a frown on his face. Is Severus up by now? The answer is half awake, because he was awake mentally, but he didn't dare to open his eyes, for he was particularly worried that his previous experience was a dream, and when he woke up he would still be in that home full of violence and insults, so he closed his eyes tightly, thinking that he would rather not face reality and stay in the dream forever. In a word, this guy's thinking has become pessimistic again, so he started to get stuck in a rut and decided to stay in his shell and not come out. But as he stayed there, he began to feel that something was wrong. If he was at home at this time, there would definitely be shouting and scolding. If the sound was close, he would be beaten and thrown into a corner. But here it was very quiet without any sound. After a while, Severus carefully opened his eyes a little, letting the light into his eyes, and secretly turned his head to look around, and then he found that this was the same as his dream. His eyes widened instantly, and the joy in his eyes was instantly overflowing. He really was not dreaming, he really had a home again. Severus pursed his lips and stole a moment, then thought about it and tried to get up from the bed, but he fell back before he could really get up. Hiss. Severus felt pain in many parts of his body. It was the first time he felt such pain. Maybe he didn't pay attention to it before, or maybe he didn't care at all before, but now that he noticed and cared, it became more painful. But no matter how painful it was, Severus still climbed out of bed little by little. He had just promised yesterday to be a useful person. How could he be useful if he was so afraid of pain? Severus was very angry about the pain he felt, but he couldn't control his feelings. He could only control his body and let it move normally so as not to let Eaton see that he was in pain. In the kitchen, Eaton was skillfully frying eggs. There were plenty of eggs here, so he didn't need to be frugal. He might as well steam some egg cakes later. They were easy to digest and quite suitable for him and the little kid. Why is Eaton so good at cooking? It's simple. They never dare to let anyone else cook for them. Even within the mercenary group, everyone cooks for themselves. This is a habit formed in danger, and no one dares to guarantee that they will not betray. Of course, if someone wants to eat the food you cook, it doesn't matter. Anyway, only people who trust each other enough can naturally eat the food cooked by others without worrying about their own lives. So as a geek in a mercenary group, he naturally has to practice catering skills, otherwise he will let his stomach down. Cousin? Severus stood cautiously at the kitchen door, looking at Eaton eagerly. Eaton flipped the egg several times and threw it on the plate. Then he lowered his head while looked down at the little kid. He looked him up and down. His clothes were well dressed, at least neatly, without his top on his lower body. That was good. You have really high standards, cousin. He then looked at his messy hair and was immediately disappointed. Well, it was still dirty. He couldn't expect a 3-year-old kid to wash his hair. Go up, wash your hands, wash your face, comb your hair, and then come down again. Eaton retracted his gaze and gave the order. After hearing this, Severus immediately turned around and trotted upstairs. Looking at Severus's shaking little butt, Eaton felt that the child was quite obedient and decided to let him stay for the time being. Plot dividing line. Jack returned to the French manor and immediately ordered several people to go there and bury several people from the Prince family. Of course, all of these people were forced by Jack to take an unbreakable oath. No matter what, their family had already received the news, and the news that the young master might not be dead must not be leaked out. Any little spark must be extinguished. Those people had been followers of the Prince family for many years and had a good personal relationship with Jack. When they saw this situation, they knew something was wrong, but they did not dare to refute it at the moment. After all, they could still distinguish between public and private. They honestly signed an unbreakable oath with Jack and immediately set out to clean up the mess after completing it. After a few people left, Jack locked himself in the study. He calmed down and thought carefully about his recent interactions with Millie. He recalled and analyzed every sentence and every scene one by one. When he found that he was not very clear, he extracted his memory and put it in the meditation basin. He recalled and observed it over and over again, looking at Millie's face, eyes, and demeanor on the other side of the two-way mirror. Finally, after all the analysis, Jack's face was gloomy and the anger and self-blame in his heart were about to drown him. He was too careless, thinking that he knew Millie because he grew up with her, but what happened? Because of his carelessness and mistakes, he killed the young master and his wife, and even the young master and the entire Prince family. Thinking of Millie's slightly smug look at the end, Jack was 100% sure that Millie was the one who betrayed the Prince family. But how did she find the young master's route? And how did she break the invisibility potion on the young master? This is the key, and it is also one of the reasons why he made the biggest mistake. "Pete," cried Jack. A little elf with big watery eyes responded, "Sir." "Come here, I have something to tell you." Jack suppressed his anger and pulled out a piece of parchment from the drawer. "Find the person on this in the near future, no matter what method you use. Also check the whereabouts of all the members of the Prince family's affiliated families in the past month. Who have they talked to? Who have they contacted? All of them. No one can be left out." "Yes, sir." The elf took the parchment solemnly with his slender hands. "Pete will definitely do it." Then he disappeared with a bang. 11. House jokes. After the elf left, Jack thought about the whole process carefully again and suddenly realized that his previous ideas seemed to be wrong, because since the bodies of the young master's family were clearly placed at the scene of the war and had not been moved at all, although the bodies of the young master and the young mistress had been buried, it was still unknown who did so. Among the Death Eaters, except for Millie, who was an obvious spy, Jack didn't know how many others were in there. Now he could only think that it was that person who did it. Even so, the guards didn't even have the idea of covering up the bodies, which showed that the other party clearly wanted them to know about this and was looking forward to a series of reactions that would follow. Jack's anger burned even more fiercely, but he couldn't act rashly. He had to wait for Millie to come to him on her own initiative. He probably didn't even need to throw the bait to lure the snake out of its hole. Based on his understanding of Millie, she was more greedy than just this. Special line for scene change. When Severus came running down, Eaton had just prepared the egg custard and put it in the steamer. The side dishes were just the so-called Western cabbage pickled with salt. All kinds of seasonings were scarce here, especially in this undeveloped era, so they just had to make do with what they had. Seeing that Severus began to stare at him again, Eaton picked up the small plate of pickles and wanted to hand it to Severus to take to the dining table outside, but he found out he was looking down at a 120-degree angle. "Severus, forget it." Eaton squatted down. After all, he was on a stool and was much taller than Severus. "Bring it to the table outside and prepare to eat." Little Cyver took it carefully, no longer staring at Eaton but instead focusing all his attention on the small plate for fear of dropping or spilling it. Seeing Severus leave, Eaton scratched his head in annoyance. He was really unsure of what attitude to take towards this child. The two of them were getting along too awkwardly, which made Eaton a little upset. He couldn't use extreme indifference and training to deal with Severus. Eaton still wanted to treat this smaller self well, but unfortunately he didn't know how to treat a person well. When I go to Germany, I should try to kidnap a wizard to teach him, Eaton thought. By the time Eaton brought the egg custard to the table, Severus had already placed 2 bowls of porridge and knives, forks and spoons that he had brought from somewhere on the table. Although it was quite messy, at least it was there. Eaton divided the egg custard into 2 bowls, then handed Severus 2 wooden sticks. No, they were more special chopsticks. Severus stared at the chopsticks in his hand in a daze. He really had no idea what they were used for. Eaton had no intention of explaining. After tasting a mouthful of egg custard with a spoon, he sighed that his cooking skills were not lost. Then he buried his head in eating the porridge, and from time to time he used what Severus called 2 wooden sticks to pick up some side dishes to eat with the porridge. Severus carefully observed Eaton's movements, then clumsily followed his example. Unfortunately, the side dish never made it into his mouth but instead spread all over the table. Realizing that Eaton was not unhappy about this, Severus carefully put aside his worries and unknown fears, finished the porridge and egg custard in one breath, and then continued to work hard to pick up the side dishes with a stick. Severus. Eaton suddenly spoke when Severus had finally picked up a piece of pickle and was about to put it in his mouth. Then he leisurely watched the poor pickle follow the footsteps of his predecessors and fly away in the direction of gravity. He suddenly felt very happy and all the depression just now flew away. Severus, I will leave England soon. Do you want to go with me or go back to your parents' home? This selective question made Severus's original grievance for not having the side dish disappear in an instant. He turned his head abruptly to look at Eaton with grievance in his eyes about to overflow. You just said yesterday that you would not abandon me. Severus' voice was very fragile and weak. He didn't want to. He was still happy when he got up early. He still remembered the feeling yesterday. Does that mean you're going abroad with me? Eaton ignored Severus' emotions. This little guy couldn't learn to trust in a short period of time and he didn't want to get angry because of this, so he could only ignore it. Then get ready. We are going very far away. You may never see your parents again. But since you have chosen to go with me, you cannot regret it. What is hell in the last second and heaven in the next second? This is it. At least for Severus it is absolutely true. In his mind it has always been his parents who abandoned him. He has never abandoned his parents. He is not old enough to understand what it will be like without his parents. Of course, with Eaton around it is impossible. Now that he knows that Eaton wants to take him away, Severus's heart is at ease. I won't regret it. His voice returned to normal. That's good. Eaton paused and no one could tell what emotion flashed in his eyes. But since they gave birth to you as a final farewell, it's better for you to go back and take a look. I'll ask Richard to take you to Spinner's End Alley this afternoon. Whether you want to take a look secretly or face to face with them is up to you. Come back in the evening and we'll set off then. Severus didn't know who Richard was and he was instinctively nervous and afraid of a stranger taking him away, but he didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Okay, clear the table. It's better for you to clean up your dishes yourself. Eaton glanced around Severus's bowl. It was a horrible sight. Although he would not abuse Severus, it was necessary for him to learn to be independent. No one in this world could not survive without anyone else. He did not want the people around him to have any tendency to be dependent. Mental dependence was fine as long as it was not obvious, but dependence in life was absolutely not allowed. Okay. Severus looked at Eaton in a daze as he placed the empty dishes on the tray gracefully and quickly, then turned and went to the kitchen and then began to clean up his own things. No one knew how Severus felt about seeing his parents again. Having just experienced the baptism of war, many countries are in ruins. It is still feasible for Eaton to find a way to get rich at this time, but after all, today's society is not stable enough. Any business needs the help of gangsters. This is why Eaton went to Spider's Tail Alley. Now he has indeed gathered a group of such idle people, but Eaton sat in the study tapping his fingers on the table unconsciously. It was true that these people were easy to control, but the people who controlled them would not lose their nature, so this group of people would inevitably suffer a lot of casualties in the following period of time. In this era, the death of the ruffians was equivalent to death in vain and no one would care. If he went to Germany, he must find a way to maintain this order before the situation eased. So what should we do? 12. The Rage of the House. Eaton was thinking about countermeasures in the study while Severus washed the dishes in the same way as last night and also washed the dishes that Eaton did not wash. Of course, Severus was just trying to take these dishes seriously, but the discomfort in his heart did not diminish at all. Little Sever actually didn't know why he was feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because Eaton didn't take him to Spider's Inn in person that made little Sever feel that he might be abandoned, or perhaps it was because he was about to see his parents again and he no longer expected his parents to worry about his safety. Once upon a time he hid in a dark corner hoping that his parents would act more anxious like other families he had seen looking for their children with anxious faces. Unfortunately, the result did not satisfy him because during the whole day he was hiding there, his parents didn't notice any signs that he was missing. Those who should drink still drank, those who should be scolded still scolded, and even when they were eating the black bread that they didn't know where to get, they didn't realize that their child was not around, as if this person didn't exist in the world at all. Little Sif piled the dishes on the table and climbed down the chair, but he did not leave. Instead, he sat down on the chair legs, holding his knees tightly with his hands. His thin lips were pursed tightly by his owner and his dark pupils once again shone with stubbornness. He wanted to leave that environment, but even though he didn't know what the scene would be like when he could no longer see his parents, he still felt panicked and no one could help him. Scene dividing line. On this day, Jack finally got a call from Millie, who was obviously impatient. Before that, Jack had always kept the double-sided glasses with him. He believed that with Millie's intelligence it was impossible for her to think that they had discovered her betrayal. It was this idiotic character, forgive him for describing it this way, that made him think that Millie was devoted and would not betray him. However, the fact slapped him hard in the face and he could never raise his head again. This time he would definitely let that woman know that not everyone in this world can be offended and not everyone can be used, and that death will always be the happiest gift she can get. "Jack, are you okay?" Millie looked a little worried, her brows slightly furrowed, and she looked pitiful, not knowing that it was really disgusting to make such a difficult expression with a face that was not even a little bit pretty. These days the Death Eaters are checking too strictly here. It's really difficult to contact you secretly. Is the head of the family okay? Jack's expression looked very pale to Millie, and it was filled with a trace of pain and despair, which made Millie very happy. In short, she was happy as long as she could make the Prince family unhappy. Of course, she had long since selectively forgotten Jack's care and help for her. The thought that she had successfully killed those high-ranking people and that she would immediately become the top person made her ecstatic, and this emotion could not help but emanate from her eyes. Fortunately, she still remembered what she was going to do, so she did not curl her lips. "I'm fine." The Master. "Millie, how did the Death Eaters find out about the young Master's family?" Jack hesitated, then he looked at Millie seriously and asked anxiously. Millie's proud eyes flashed and then she became sad. "I don't know either. I can't get access to such core secrets. But don't worry, Jack, I will try my best to get the news. Once I have the news, I will contact you immediately. This time I'm not looking for you for this matter. Something terrible is going to happen and you must stop it." Jack's originally disappointed and depressed expression immediately became serious. "What happened? Millie? What made you so panicked?" Millie pursed her lips and lowered her eyes. I overheard it and I'm a little worried. I heard that Voldemort wants to completely control the Prince family. This is absolutely not possible. Jack, the Prince family's inheritance from generation to generation is in Prince Manor. We must move them away quickly. Once Voldemort controls the Prince family, enters Prince Manor and obtains those treasures, it will definitely be the biggest disaster in the world. Jack, you have to help the Prince family." Jack was stunned and a cold light flashed in his eyes, which was caught by Millie, but Millie naturally thought that it was hatred for the Death Eaters and Lord. Not only did he kill the heir of the Prince family, but he also wanted to control the Prince family. What a delusion! I don't believe it. Even with the overall strength of the Prince family against Voldemort, he will not get any good results. Millie's heart stopped beating for a moment. She had never thought of this possibility. If the head of the Prince family decided to completely oppose Voldemort and the Death Eaters and fight against the Death Eaters at all costs, this was absolutely possible. The Prince family had many potion masters from generation to generation, and there were countless top-level potions in the family. Moreover, many potions that had long been lost were not known to anyone except the head of the Prince family. And the potion master was best at doing things in secret. It was common for him to kill thousands of people quietly and easily. What should I do? This must not happen. She hadn't married Voldemort yet and hadn't enjoyed the treatment of a mistress. How could she let the Death Eaters die just like that? While Millie was desperately trying to get Jack to persuade the Master not to do this, Jack had already obtained the information he wanted. If Millie knew that the young Master might not be dead, she would definitely reveal it at this juncture to prevent them from completely becoming enemies with the Death Eaters. However, Millie was so obviously entangled but still did not mention it, which proved that Millie must have thought that they had received the news that the young Master's family was all dead. Since Millie thought so, it meant that the young Master's disappearance was not a problem of the Death Eaters. After all, Millie was a traitor and Voldemort's personality would definitely take her with him to intercept, and it was very likely that she would take action. Thinking of the traces of torture on the young master and his wife, Jack unconsciously clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress his murderous intent and anger in his heart. In any case, the young master was no longer in the hands of the Death Eaters, and it was very likely that he was rescued by someone. Now finding the young master was the key. What to do? What to do? Millie's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this is the way to go. Jack, don't be impulsive. There are too many nobles among the Death Eaters. You know the magic world has long been controlled by the nobles. If they do something, the magic world will definitely be disrupted. And if those nobles cause trouble, the Prince family will be even more in danger. She's really good at making excuses. Jack snorted in his heart, but he really didn't have that much time to waste with Millie. The Prince family has lost its heir, and sooner or later there will be problems. But you are right, there are too many secrets in Prince Manor that cannot be exposed. I will ask the head of the family about this matter. Once there is news, I will inform you the next time I contact you. Okay, please give my regards to the head of the family. Millie failed to pass on the message in time, which led to this terrible thing. I feel guilty. Next, Millie will actively join the Death Eaters Center to obtain more important information. Millie could hardly hide the joy in her eyes, but she still said this. In order to show her seriousness, she even shed a few tears involuntarily. I'll tell you. We've been talking for too long and it's easy to be exposed. I'm hanging up. Jack was almost unable to hold back the urge to tear this woman's body into pieces to see what her heart was made of. Without the care of the Prince family, how could their affiliated families live such a comfortable life? He didn't expect that there would be such people who repay kindness with enmity. After he died, Jack's angry and messy magic shook the entire study into a garbage dump before he gave up. The elf Pete also chose such a good time to appear. Scene dividing line. Before noon, Richard hurried to the home of Eaton and little Sever. It was naturally Richard who opened the door. Although he didn't dare to come in without Eaton's consent, that didn't mean he didn't have the key. Oh, are you little Sever? So cute. Richard looked at the little kid in front of him with a smile. He wanted to reach out and touch his messy black hair, but unfortunately Sever dodged him with a cold face. Richard withdrew his hand without any embarrassment. Severus pursed his lips and looked at Richard coldly as if he wanted to see his true thoughts, but that guy's laughter was too profound, so Severus couldn't see anything. But it didn't matter, it didn't affect his continued staring. It was not until Sever's eyes were about to pop out and Richard began to feel a little stiff that Eaton finally arrived and walked out of the study slowly. 13. The method of staying at home. Ah, it seems like you two are enjoying each other. Eaton was a little irritated because he couldn't find a way to have the best of both worlds. It's not that he is powerless, but after all, both Germany and Britain are not peaceful enough right now, and it is not so easy to achieve the goal. Richard had already stretched his stiff body. Little Severus is very cute. He shrugged and said this while Severus glared at him fiercely. Okay, take Severus to Spinner's End Alley, protect his safety, and then bring him back. Your mission is accomplished. Eaton calmed down a little. If it really didn't work, the worst that could happen was that all these things in the UK would be thrown away. The old would go away and the new would not come. It has been arranged long ago. Don't worry, it will be foolproof. Richard became more serious. This was a serious matter, and he was not someone who could not understand the situation. That's good, Severus, come here. Eaton went down the last step and saw the child coming over as fast as he could. His mood became brighter, especially when he met Severus' bright dark eyes. After you go there, don't think too much. You don't have to meet them face to face. Just say goodbye where they can't see you. If you want to come back, let Richard take you back. Eaton said a few words. Well. Severus' eyes brightened again and then hesitated. Cousin is not going? Call me Eaton. Eaton paused suspiciously. He couldn't stand Severus calling him cousin in a childish voice. It felt a bit like taking advantage of him, and it was very weird. I won't go. I have some things to deal with in the afternoon. Besides, I have never met your mother. I believe she doesn't want to see me. What Eaton said was true. Judging from the identity of this body, he really disliked this nominal aunt. Since he was a child, his parents had often mentioned to him this disappointing, cowardly, ungrateful, stupid aunt who was even worse than a troll. Oh, then I won't go either. Severus' eyes darkened and he muttered. Richard wisely said nothing. He didn't dare to speak to Eaton as recklessly as Severus did. You really don't want to go? Eaton frowned. You are different from me, Severus. They are your parents, maybe you. It's hard to understand now, but you need to say goodbye to them. I understand. Severus lowered his head and thought for a while, then agreed in a low voice. It wasn't that he really didn't want to go, he just didn't want to leave Eaton. Richard, take good care of him. Seeing that Severus agreed, Eaton stopped talking about it. He sincerely hoped that Severus would not be like him in the past. I don't want Severus to be missing a hair when I come back. Understood. Richard's expression became serious and he agreed seriously. Okay, now that you know it, let's go. Don't waste time. Eaton hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand and rubbed Severus' hair. Go, I'll be back soon. Severus nodded obediently, then followed Richard to the door. When he reached the door, he paused and looked back at Eaton. Seeing him smile at him, he pursed his lips and turned around and walked out the door. When he got outside, Severus realized where he was. The lawns, trees, and neat streets outside looked like the pretty little houses he had seen in comic books. He had never seen such a beautiful place. Looking back at the house where he had stayed for the night, he felt that it was the most beautiful place he had ever seen. This place was directly imprinted in his heart. Eaton was not idle in the house either. He returned to the study and looked at the messy drawings on the table. Those plans were actually of little use in the current environment, but it didn't matter. He just needed Richard to take care of it regularly. He could deal with the rest of the things after he got to Germany. As for his prince family, Eaton was confident that those people would not be able to tell that the owner of this body had changed. After all, he was just a 5-year-old child. However, the prince family was a potion family passed down since the time of Merlin. He was very worried that there would be some kind of potion that could distinguish the soul. Once such a thing happened, his life would be in danger, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Scene dividing line. Wharton was sitting in the study at this time. The desk was not as tidy as usual, but rather a little messy. There were many heavy books piled up on the table. Wharton was slowly turning the book in his hand with trembling, wrinkled, and old hands. He would chuckle from time to time, but tears would well up in his eyes as he laughed. It was a photo album, a magic photo album. Every member of the Prince family would record their entire growth process from birth. What Wharton was flipping through now were all the photos of his son from childhood to adulthood. There his son was lively and active, sometimes naughty, sometimes well-behaved. From time to time he would add some of his favorite potion ingredients to the crucible that was brewing potions while he was not paying attention, which resulted in the crucible exploding, but he looked at him innocently. At that time he was so angry that his teeth itched, but he still couldn't help laughing out loud. That was his son, his treasure from childhood to adulthood, with a unique talent for potions. But now everything has become a memory. Perhaps when the invisibility potion loses its effect completely and his son appears in the magic photo album, he will be able to talk to his son, who no longer has a life, face to face again. Head of the family. Head of the family. Jack's voice rang out from the banging on the door with a hint of excitement, a hint of eagerness, and a hint of high pitch. He added that since the incident, Jack could come to Prince Manor through the fireplace by himself. Wharton raised his head, glanced at the study door, gently stroked his son's cute smiling face in the photo with his fingers, then gently closed the door and solemnly placed it in the drawer on the left where he only kept the most important documents. Come in. Wharton used his magic wand to wipe away the tears on his face, put all the albums on the table back in place, and then spoke calmly. Jack hurriedly opened the door and came in. Without even closing it, he rushed to the desk. Master, there is a way to find the young master. What? Wharton's eyes lit up and his fingers trembled again, but he immediately covered it up with his clenched fists. What's the solution? Tell me now. I found the illegitimate son of Millie's father and learned from him the secret of how Millie found the young master's family. Jack had no time to hide his current embarrassed appearance. That is a kind of magic potion. It was developed by the head of the collateral family to deal with the invisibility potion. The user can use magic on the person who takes the invisibility potion. Millie's father gave a copy of the prescription to the illegitimate son without telling Millie. I have taken it back. Jack pulled out the parchment and spread it on the table. Walton picked up the parchment with trembling hands and glanced at it. He had no time to think about anything else. All he could think about now was finding his grandson. Hurry, Mimi, prepare the above ingredients immediately and get the potion room ready. Yes, master. With a bang, the house elf Mimi arrived, took over the pharmacy and disappeared again with a bang. Jack, go and gather all the members of the Prince family. I will need them in 3 hours. Of course, anyone who has ever done anything abnormal must be arrested and thrown into the dungeon. After I find my grandson, I will settle the score one by one. Wharton said the last 4 words with deep hatred. He did not believe that there were no accomplices of Millie inside Prince. It was impossible for Millie to get the news that he was going to send his son and his family away so quickly and to contact Jack, the main person in charge. Yes, master. Jack understood the urgency of the situation and immediately turned around and left Prince Manor. Now there was no one else in Prince Manor except Walton and the master. All the magic circles were activated. It can be said that Prince Manor is the safest now. However, there are too many dangers in the outside world. No one knows who took the young master away and where he was taken. The power must be concentrated. Wharton was not vague either. He immediately apparat to the potion room and began to brew the potion. Potions of this level were not difficult for him. Just scanning it once was enough for him to understand the entire brewing process. 14. Mother's love at home. Richard took Severus to the entrance of Spinner's End in a very arrogant manner. Of course, Richard didn't dare to drive the car in without authorization, although he wanted to. After receiving Eaton's call last night, he investigated the Snape family overnight. The investigation data made him very angry. He didn't expect that there were families in the world who treated their children like this. The person who had been spoiled since childhood was immediately angry, and he also had a lot of good feelings and sympathy for Severus in his heart. What is the best way to retaliate? Of course, you don't want me to be good, but I am especially good to you and I can make you angry to death. This is why Richard brought the most arrogant team in the company. Unfortunately, because Eaton just told Severus to take a look secretly, Richard's preparations were in vain. Little Sever were here. Richard turned to little Sever, who was sitting next to him with a serious look on his face with a vigilant gleam in his eyes from time to time. If this child grew up in such an environment and was not vigilant, he would be an idiot, so Richard was not surprised at all by Severus's behavior. Call me Snape. Severus didn't like Richard's tone and address, so he frowned and stared at Richard to emphasize his words. Of course, his little face didn't show any seriousness at all, only his thinness and sallow color and a little cuteness. Well, my little Mr. Snape, we have arrived at Spinner's End. Richard suppressed his smile and pretended to be serious. Severus then withdrew his gaze, feeling a little timid. He scanned the alley that seemed a little dark to him, twisted his body uneasily, and immediately lowered his head. He encouraged himself in his heart, seriously speaking, he was doing psychological preparation. After all, there was still a little flame of expectation burning in his heart. Even after so many disappointments, it still hadn't gone out. Even though he didn't admit this fact at all. Richard saw it but did not rush them. Anyway, there was still some time before the plane took off. In Germany, he still had a house to provide for Eaton and little Severus. At least they would have food and clothing, and they did not need to prepare any gifts. To be precise, Severus did not need to prepare anything, and there was nothing for him to prepare. After a while, Severus stretched out his hand to push the door open. Obviously, he didn't know how to open the car door. In the end, Richard saw his action and immediately signaled the people outside to help open the door. He got out of the car. He had to go to ensure Severus' safety. He carried the gun with him. If there was a problem, he didn't care about the insignificant lives of those hooligans who had given him nightmares. Okay, Severus, let's go over there. Your parents are in the house at this time. The people Richard sent out came back to report to him the situation. This excellent couple didn't realize that their son was not there. Of course, the villain father was obviously very happy that there was no little burden around him, and the timid woman seemed to have no idea that she still had a son. Richard had some dark thoughts in his mind, but of course he couldn't tell Eaton and Severus. Richard didn't intend to spare the lives of this couple. He hadn't had time to avenge what happened in Spinner's End before, and those who brought him dark memories were taken in by Eaton. Seeing their usefulness, he kept them alive for the time being, but he was definitely not a good person. Spinner's End, he wanted to destroy this place. But he couldn't. This was the British Empire, and it was okay for 1 or 2 people to die, but it would be a big deal if an alley had problems. But revenge had always been on Richard's mind, and he refused to leave on his own. Now this couple happened to fall into his hands, so don't blame him for using them as a scapegoat. Severus pursed his lips and said nothing but followed Richard towards his home. From time to time, some guys who were obviously not good people showed up on the road with malicious eyes, but before they could take any action, they were blocked by someone behind them and dragged into a deeper and darker alley, and there was no sound. But Severus didn't notice it at all because he focused his attention on the shabby and messy house that was getting closer and closer to him. The house still stood there quietly, with a hole in the roof, broken glass, a tattered fence, a weedy lawn, and bottles of wine everywhere. Surprisingly, the original sounds of shouting, fighting, and throwing things disappeared. Severus stood in a daze a few hundred meters away from the house, his feet still moving involuntarily, until the door of the house was suddenly pushed open and a staggering man walked out. Before Severus could follow his instinct and hide his head, Richard had already picked him up and buried his head in his arms. Severus was now dressed elegantly, and people in Spinner's End would not recognize him if they didn't see his face unless they loved him. As expected, the man walked to the lawn and picked up bottles. He shook each one and threw it away. Obviously, he was looking for wine. During this time, he once looked at Richard, who was holding Severus, and jealousy and resentment flashed in his eyes. Then he glared at the house with hatred, and I don't know what he thought of. In the end, he didn't move and continued to look for his wine. Soon a trembling woman came out of the room holding a bottle in her hand. "Honey, I found your bottle of wine." Her voice was full of flattery. Hearing this, Tobias stood up, and instead of swaying, he trotted over and snatched the bottle from the woman's hand. He then glanced at the woman and said, "Didn't I tell you to get out? Why aren't you getting out yet? I beat your son to death. I wonder if that dog ate him." Richard clearly felt that Severus' body trembled when he said this. He sighed, reached out, and patted Severus on the back. Richard began to stand blatantly at the roots of the tree opposite the house, watching the performance of this excellent couple. Please don't let him down. It's a rare opportunity to have free time to enjoy a play. The woman also trembled, raised her head, and looked at Tobias humbly. "My dear, I will not leave you, I love you." She did not mention her son at all. Maybe she did not believe what Tobias said, or maybe she did not care about her son, who knows. Damn woman. Tobias hit Irene's head hard with a bottle, and drops of blood immediately appeared on her head. "Get out. If it weren't for you, a devil and a jinx, would I become like this? You are a bitch." Tobias kicked Irene to the ground with great hatred and kicked her hard until he was out of breath. During this time, Irene didn't make a sound, just covered her face and allowed Tobias to abuse her. Severus's grip on Richard's collar became tighter and tighter. This happened every day, and he was used to it, but he didn't know it because Tobias was in a surprisingly good mood after losing him. If he hadn't seen Richard and his gorgeous clothes just now, he still wouldn't have thought of beating Irene. As for Tobias, who had been insulting and beating Irene and Severus but had never secretly left the house, who could tell whether it was because he wanted to vent his anger on them or because he had been frustrated so much that he had forgotten his original feelings? Tobias finally finished the fight, spitted fiercely at Irene, and then slowly walked into the house while drinking. It took Irene a long time to react before she got up and followed him into the house with injuries and pain all over her body. The couple didn't care about the onlookers at all. Irene also saw Richard and Severus, but she still didn't say anything. "Let's go." Severus spoke softly after a long while. "Put me down. Richard looked at the thin child in his arms with some pity, but seeing the other's stubborn eyes, he did not reach out his hand to rub his hair. Putting Severus down, Richard took one last look at the house and then left Spinner's End Alley with Severus. No one knew that in that shabby house, through a shabby window, a woman covered in scars and blood on her face was watching the little figure going away with her loving eyes, little by little, until the figure could no longer be seen. She couldn't bear to leave the window, and in her hand she was tightly holding a muggle photo of a baby who was just born. 15. The despair of staying at home. Richard walked out of Spinner's End with Severus and looked down at him. The couple was so cold and indifferent. This was their son. He was still so young and weak. "Young Mr. Snape, shall we get in the car?" Richard opened the car door with a big smile on his face without showing any sympathy. He believed that with the sensitivity of this young gentleman he would not want to see such an expression on his face. Severus got into the car in silence, sat down and stared blankly outside. Although he was very short, he could only look out of the car at eye level. Coincidentally, a couple walked past the car with their lively daughter in their arms, smiling. Severus' eyes fell on the happy smiling face of the little girl. He was very familiar with these three people. He had peeked at them getting along with each other more than once. He knew that the girl's name was Lily and that the family's surname was Evans. What a happy family they were! He had hoped that his parents would treat him like the Evans couple, but his wish was unreal. He was not in heaven but in hell. Scene dividing line. Wharton was extremely anxious, but the brewing of the potion could not afford any negligence, so he could only be patient and brew it slowly. This period of time was exactly the interval period, and the slow process required half an hour. Wharton did not dare to leave for a moment in front of the crucible for fear that something might go wrong. After all, if something went wrong, it would mean having to brew it all over again, and then his grandson would be in danger for a few more hours, which was absolutely not acceptable. "Master!" The elf Pippi called carefully, his voice soft and low for fear of scaring the master. "What's the matter?" Wharton asked without turning his head. Duo just brought news that Miss Irene's son was taken away, and Miss Irene did not stop it." Pippi still lowered his voice as if he was worried that if he spoke loudly the pot of potion would be ruined. Walton looked at the crucible in a daze, and then he was silent for a long time. Although what he said was very heartless, he was still worried about his daughter. He asked the house elf who had been watching Irene since she was a child to monitor the Snape family, but he could only monitor. As long as it did not endanger lives, he was not allowed to report back and was not allowed to contact the family. This was the first time that the elf sent back news. In fact, he knew the lives of Irene and her son, but Irene had left the family and was no longer a member of their prince family. She also needed to be responsible for her own decisions, so he didn't care. Now his grandson was still missing and his life or death was uncertain, so he had no intention of caring about this unfilial daughter. Let Duo come back. There is no need to continue. Come back and do things according to the French manner. After saying that, he continued to look at the crucible, throwing away the only bit of love he had for his daughter in his heart, and even didn't care about his son being taken away. Irene's heart had been lost long ago, and he didn't have to worry about a heartless person. As for that kid, it all depends on his own luck, and it has nothing to do with the Prince family. Yes, master. Pippi agreed and tiptoed out of the potion room far away. After making sure that no one inside could hear her, she apparat to carry out the order. Of course, Walton didn't know that because of his momentary cruelty to his little grandson, he would not be able to see his grandson for a short time. If he knew, would he regret it? Scene dividing line. Eaton spent a long time organizing the various instruments and tools he had used in his research. The information was extremely detailed. This could certainly be a career. After all, no one had such sophisticated instruments yet. He didn't care how much money he would make, but he really wanted to get a copy. He missed his home life very much. Research, eat, sleep, research, what a wonderful life. After sorting, he planned to leave part of it to Richard and take the rest to Germany. There is no research institution at present. When he arrives in Germany, he plans to rob a research institute or something to serve him. Well, he was a robber and a mercenary at first, and now he is a mercenary and a robber. It can be regarded as a return to nature. Eaton comforted himself in his heart that in order to be able to stay at home peacefully, all means can be used and all people can be used. Don't be careless. Spoof. Looking at the time, more than 3 hours had passed. Eaton frowned. According to the current speed of the car plus the distance between Spinner's End and Manston Street, Severus had spent a little too much time in Spinner's End. Sure enough, this child was too worried. The airport is still a certain distance away from where they are. Little Syver, you still need to pay attention to the time, okay? After thinking about it in his heart with an expressionless face, Eaton stood up and stuffed the materials he was going to take to Germany into the box that had been packed long ago. Then he took the materials he was going to leave in the UK and went downstairs to prepare some food while waiting for the little brat to come back and fill his stomach. Richard looked at Severus's tightly pursed lips and his eyes that occasionally flashed with sadness and stubbornness, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Only now did he understand what Eaton meant by asking Severus to say goodbye to his parents. If Severus always had expectations, then he was destined to keep it in his heart forever. Severus was still too young. As long as he still felt there was hope, he would one day return to that place and find his parents. At that time, if Severus faced a situation similar to today, he would be hit even harder or even collapse, because his expectations would expand little by little as time passed, and when the memory became blurred little by little, what Severus would remember would be the expectation that was expanding more and more. Once it was broken, the consequences would be really disastrous. Severus was really desperate this time. From now on, he had no parents. He would always remember the sadness of today, which was a pain he would never forget in his life. The car drove smoothly all the way to the Eaton family's residence on Manston Street. Severus sat in the car and still had no intention of getting off. "Mr. Snape, Eaton is still waiting for you in the house." Richard spoke carefully, fearing that it would hurt the child psychologically. Severus' body shook violently for some reason, and then he raised his head and looked at the beautiful house that seemed like a dream to him. His eyes finally turned from dim to bright and his tightly pursed lips relaxed a little. Then he remembered to get off the car. Severus ran to the door as fast as he could, staring at the tall door in a daze. As the door opened little by little, Richard helped push it. Severus forgot everything that had just happened, forgot about his parents, and just looked at Eaton's expressionless face, who was standing in front to greet them. He suddenly had an urge to cry. 16. Leaving the house. Eaton saw the grievance in Severus' eyes and guessed his experience in Spinner's End. He sighed and opened his arms. "Come here." Severus ran over and rushed into Eaton's arms like a little bullet, but he never cried. He didn't want to cry anymore. Eaton reached out and patted Severus on the back, then winked at Richard. The meaning was very clear: "Your mission is completed, wait outside." Well, Richard shrugged innocently. He felt like he was just going to throw it away after using it. But he finally turned around and closed the door gently, waiting in the car. As for hunger? Well, just assume that he has no instinct of hunger. Woohoo, what smells so good in the room? Okay, go wash your face and get ready for dinner. Eaton had no intention of comforting Severus. The pain in a person's heart cannot be soothed by the comfort of others. Instead of being sensitively regarded as pity and hurt, it is better to let it go. Severus nodded without looking up, then lowered his head and tried to climb the stairs. A trace of worry flashed in Eaton's eyes. Hey, don't even think about climbing 2 stairs at once with your weak arms and legs, okay? Aren't you afraid of falling? No matter what, Severus finally went upstairs safely, and Eaton finally had time to leave the house and find Richard to find out what had happened. Scene dividing line. Wharton carefully extinguished the fire under the crucible. This potion still needs a certain period of cooling. What kind of potion formula is this? What a waste of time. Wharton thought bitterly in his heart. Mimi. Walton turned around and was facing the elf, who appeared just as the conversation ended. Go inform Jack that the action will begin in half an hour. Send people to attract the attention of Voldemort and Dumbledore respectively. Don't show your true colors. Go get all the energy potions, healing potions, and recovery potions from home and distribute them to them. The rest of you should get ready and follow me in half an hour. Yes, master. Mimi was a little excited. Her voice was very sharp and then disappeared into the air. Wharton continued to stare at the crucible as if he wanted to cool down the temperature of the crucible with the cold air around him. Jack had completed the task assigned by the head of the family. All those who had suspicious deeds in the past were locked up in the dungeon. No matter if they betrayed or not, it was better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Of course, Jack was not completely at ease with the remaining people. "Jack, what did you call us here for? Why aren't you talking?" A young man who looked very familiar with Jack said this in a teasing tone. He had actually sensed the tense atmosphere. Although he was not very clear about the young master's affairs, he had heard about it a little. "Seller, I believe you know this," Jack said. "Know what?" Jack stopped playing dumb. "I'm confused." Seeing that Jack finally spoke, Seller felt relieved. It wasn't a bad thing or something that would bring harm to them. Jack glanced at the 20 or so young people in front of him. He was looking for the young forces of each affiliated family and blocked all other information. "You all know about the accident of young Master Prince, right?" Sailor and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had all heard the news to some extent. After all, this was a big deal. As for where they heard it from, "Is this matter confidential?" Sailor asked carefully, looking a little nervous. "Not exactly, but no one should know except the Death Eaters, the Prince family and me," Jack said. Now the remaining people began to panic. Everyone looked at each other, not daring to speak. Jack carefully observed everyone's expressions and found that they were all simply panicked. No one looked abnormal, so he was relieved. "Who told you that?" The head of the family already knew about it. "Don't worry. The mission I'm asking you to come here for is very important. You need to swear a loyalty spell. Of course, if anyone doesn't want to participate, you can raise the issue now. I won't stop you." After hearing what Jack said, everyone felt relieved. They had never thought of betraying the Prince family, even if they might decline because of this incident. It was a belief in the potion world, just like Merlin was a belief in magic. "Come on, I'm willing." Everyone expressed their opinions one after another and urged Jack to cast the spell without being told. Jack was really relieved this time. He was scared by Millie, and now he didn't dare to trust his judgment at all. The spell was more real. When Nini arrived, Jack had already explained everything very clearly. Everyone was either sad, angry, or anxious, and they were determined to help find the little master, even if it meant their sacrifice. After hearing the instructions from the head of the family, Jack immediately divided the people into 3 groups. The Dark Lord was easy to deal with, as assassination was what the potion master was best at, and disrupting the line of sight was quite effective. However, Dumbledore was more difficult to deal with, as they had no grudge against him, so there was naturally no need to assassinate him. Sailor thought about it, and then he was assigned to Dumbledore's disruption group. "Jack, can we tell Dumbledore about the young master's affairs? If this is the case, Dumbledore will definitely not consider the actions of the Prince family. As long as we reveal Voldemort's little tricks, Dumbledore will be in a state of panic." Jack thought about it and decided that this was indeed a good idea. With Millie around, the young master's affairs would definitely be known to everyone, so he might as well take advantage of it. "Nini, help us," asked the head of the family. "Yes." Nini clenched her fist. She liked the young master's family very much, and she also wanted to avenge the young master. In less than a minute, Nini appeared and said that the head of the family agreed to the proposal. Voldemort's disruption group and Dumbledore's disruption group set out at the same time. The remaining 6 people also waited for their head of the family 25 minutes later. For a moment their eyes were a little red. This incident was too much of a blow to the head of the family. Everyone thought about it while looking at Wharton's hair, which had obviously turned a lot whiter. "We are going to the Muggle world." This was the first thing Walton said. As soon as he drank the potion, he realized how terrible it was. And the effect was really weak. Although magic could be used, the time was pitifully short, and there were even side effects, not to mention the fact that this potion could not be taken twice in a month, otherwise the magic core would definitely not be able to withstand it. Fortunately, it was enough for him to find his grandson. "My grandson is there." Jack and the others were shocked. They never expected that he was not in the magic world. Of course, they were also shocked by the powerful magic power of the master. He could locate the Muggle world, which is so big. It's good that the young master is alive. Wharton didn't waste any more time and led everyone quickly through the fireplace to Diagon Alley, then Apparat. At this time, Eaton and Severus were already in the car rushing to the airport. 17. Arrival at the house. Wharton followed the line of blood magic to Manston Street. Blood magic is an extremely complex and mana-consuming magic. It will show the location of people who have a high concentration of blood relationship with him. However, due to the limitations of magic, it is impossible to update it all the time. The previous location may not represent the current location. 2 people were on guard around and set up a protective barrier while the rest followed Walton and Jack into the house to search. They had no intention of visiting the luxury here, so they violently opened the door and nervously held their wands to check each room one by one. Unfortunately, there was no one in the house. As time went by, the effect of the potion in Wharton's body began to weaken and the bloodline became blurred. Wharton's brows began to frown tightly. Bloodline magic can't be wrong. His grandson must be here. All the houses were searched, but no one was found. And Wharton's bloodline changed direction just when it was almost blurred? Everyone was stunned. What on earth is going on? Master. Jack spoke faster. Walton was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Who took my grandson away? Chase him. Barely maintaining the output of magic power, he was already a little overwhelmed. Of course, the weakening of the potion made time become unusually tight. What is Eaton doing now? He was telling Richard to prepare the materials in his hands. These are medical devices that can be used. They are extremely valuable. Do you think you can make use of their value? Richard's eyes lit up. Of course, he knew these were valuable. Hospitals have always been places where money can be made. He had no medical experience before and couldn't get involved. Now that he had the conditions, how could he let it go? Don't worry, you will definitely earn enough to buy the largest manor in Germany. Eaton doesn't care about these things. He just wants to live his home life. The place where he lives is not so important. Remember to leave the first batch of products to me after the technology is mature. Richard was surprised for a moment and secretly glanced at Eaton's small body. A hint of doubt flashed across his mind, but he nodded solemnly on the surface. Okay, the plane is about to take off. I'll get off. I've arranged for someone in Germany to pick you up and there's a place to stay. Don't worry about anything else. I'll send someone to deliver money every month. Eaton nodded, thinking that Richard would be a good butler, but unfortunately their beliefs were different. Richard stood there and watched the plane take off. He actually knew that Eaton had never trusted him. After all, he still wanted to use Eaton, so he didn't blame Eaton at all. Looking at the materials in his hand, Richard smiled carefully, put them in his briefcase, and then turned and left the airport. Richard sat in the car thinking about the future. Occasionally he glanced out the window and saw a few guys wearing strange robes. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. He rubbed his eyes in confusion and looked back. There was nothing. Sure enough, he was so tired of dealing with documents recently that he finally had hallucinations. The effect of the potion wore off and Wharton and his group followed the direction they had just come from and came to an open space. There's nothing here, Master, Jack said breathlessly. Walton frowned and looked ahead. Keep going forward. There is movement ahead. They walked forward to the airport. Wizards were not allowed to show themselves in front of others, so they carefully hid themselves and observed their surroundings. They looked at those big guys in confusion. Iron shells? Iron birds? What on earth were they? Wharton grabbed a uniformed staff member, drank a bottle of potion, and asked what he wanted to know. Jack and others looked at Wharton's livid face carefully and did not dare to speak. Go back. After giving the order, Wharton immediately used his last bit of magic to apparate back to the Prince family. The others followed suit and apparate towards Diagon Alley. They were no longer in the mood to think about the turmoil that had occurred in the wizarding world in just 1 hour. Not finding their little master had already made them depressed enough. Of course, knowing that their little master was not dead was a comfort. Not to mention the chaos in the wizarding world, the Prince family sent a large number of people to leave Britain and go abroad. Together with Wharton, they closed Prince Manor and studied the potion in an effort to improve it and find their grandson as soon as possible. On this side, Eaton and Severus had already started their lives again. After arriving in Germany, they saw that all the people who came to pick up Richard were already waiting there. They were serious young men wearing black windbreakers and with their hair combed meticulously. Eaton said nothing and took Severus with him to the location of Richard's property. It wasn't a mansion or a villa, just an ordinary house, not as comfortable as the one in Manston Street, but it was pretty good for the two little ones. Not to mention the house was clean and there were plenty of food ingredients. "Mr. Prince, this is my phone number. I've written it down on a piece of paper. Mr. Prince can read, right?" The visitor obviously doubted the two little kids' ability to survive. Although Richard said that as long as they were told to do it, they could do it and not worry about anything else, this was too worrying, wasn't it? If they didn't care, wouldn't they be starved to death when they came back in a few days? Eaton looked around the room and then shifted his gaze back. "Put it down, it's okay and you can go." He still held Severus' hand tightly, worried that the little brat would run around. The situation here was a bit chaotic now, and even this house might not be safe. Eaton tried to control this person's mind, but unfortunately this person's willpower was not weak. Although this person did not look like a vicious person, you should know that the most evil person in the world is likely to be the most gentle and considerate one. Eaton's perspective on people is not fixed. He knows that he can use some people and trample on others, but what Eaton hates most is people who can't see their inner heart. Unfortunately, the person in front of him is such a person. Seeing that Eaton didn't seem willing to continue chatting, the visitor looked at the two children holding hands with some concern, then put the paper with the number on the table, thought for a while, and picked up a pen to write his address and name on it. "If you need anything, you can contact me using the phone over there, or you can just ask anyone to come to this place to find me." After saying that, he stood up and left the room. Severus watched the door being gently closed, then turned his gaze back to look at Eaton with a sparkling look. The previous journey made little Severus feel very magical. Although he was a little scared, it was a wonderful journey, so much so that until now little Severus still has not come back to his senses. Seeing the man leave, Eaton felt relieved. He didn't know whether the man was dangerous or not, but he knew that the man, at least for now, would not have any dangerous thoughts about them, and of course he would never contact him. "What's wrong?" After the people left, Eaton was in the mood to care about Severus. He pulled Severus to his side and took a closer look at Severus's still sallow face. He had been malnourished for a long time, so he couldn't ask too much of him. But he could eat more in the future, Eaton thought. Just now, what was that? It could fly? Severus still held Eaton tightly in his hand, pursed his lips for a long time and said, "Well, that's an airplane, a muggle's means of transportation." Eaton pulled Severus towards the bedroom. After working so hard for so long, it would be better to get some sleep first. "What are muggles?" Severus didn't understand. He didn't even know he was a wizard. Eaton paused, his mouth twitched, and he realized that he was confused by the memory of his short-lived father and even mentioned muggles. He really wanted to cover his face. It turned out that it was necessary to invite a wizard to teach Severus. After discussing for a long time, Eaton maintained a blank expression, still dragged Severus and stuffed him into a bedroom. "Go to sleep and talk after you wake up." Severus was really anxious this time, watching Eaton walk to the adjacent room without hesitation and slam the door shut. After a while, he slowly pushed himself into the bed and fell asleep. Well, he was really too tired. Eaton did not sleep but held his breath and tried to quietly approach the window with the skills he had when he became a mercenary. Although he had not undergone the same rigorous and arduous training as before, and his body was still not light enough, his small body could just make up for this shortcoming. He peeked at the scene outside through the gap in the curtains. There was a black car parked there, which happened to be the one that brought them here before. 18. Observation of the house. Eaton narrowed his eyes slightly and vaguely saw that the man was looking at this place with an indescribable expression which seemed to be filled with scrutiny, suspicion, vigilance, and a little worry. Eaton knew a little about Richard. He was a fairly successful businessman. Of course his vision of people needed to be improved, but it was undeniable that Richard had a pair of capable parents. If it weren't for his parents, Richard wouldn't be where he is today. Eaton believed that Richard had no intention of hurting him, but that didn't mean that the man in front of him didn't have any intention of hurting him. He didn't know whether Richard had told the man in front of him about what happened between them. If so, then it would be really troublesome. When he saved Richard, Eaton did not let anyone notice that he was abnormal. On the surface he just used some cleverness, but as a 5-year-old child he seemed to have shown too much wisdom. Eaton slightly regretted saving Richard, but now history is not the point. The point is that he must protect himself and Severus. At least he is not alone now. After observing for a while and seeing that the man was just in deep thought and not moving, Eaton thought about it and decided to take a look at the paper left by the man to observe the handwriting and some information that could be revealed. But just as he was about to leave, the man made an inadvertent movement, causing the things in his sleeves to slip out. Eaton's heart suddenly tightened. It was a magic wand. He was sure that he had seen many such things in his father's memory, all kinds of them, and the man's magic wand, which was obviously inlaid with mithril and emerald, happened to appear in his father's memory. At this time Eaton gave up the idea of continuing to observe, turned around and left the bedroom, lightly walking towards the table with papers in the living room. At the end of the paper it was written, Ludwig Wolfgang von Heisenberg. Ludwig sat in the car and looked at the house he had just left. His expression was no longer one of worry for the children but suspicion. Yes, the two children were clearly two little wizards. It was easy to tell. After all, the magic power of the younger one was a little disordered, and although the magic power of the slightly older one was not exposed, his appearance was indeed obvious. Ludwig's suspicion was not directed at the two children but at the Prince family. He had no friendship with the Prince family, at least not as close as the Malfoy family. Of course, there was no hostility either. He had only met the family once when he was a representative of the German investment community at the International Potion Association. Of course, that guy who only had potions in his eyes didn't pay any attention to him. So he still had some understanding of that family. That family was the most protective of their children. It was impossible for them to allow a child to bring another younger child to Germany alone, not to mention that they were introduced by muggles or came by plane. Of course, he didn't know what happened to the Prince family at the moment. If he knew the development of things, he would naturally understand to some extent why the two children came to Germany. Unfortunately, since he came to the Muggle world a few days ago to discuss important matters and negotiate contracts, he had not had time to find his subordinates to understand what was happening in the wizarding world these days. Of course, his subordinates might not think this matter was that important, otherwise they would have come to report it long ago. It seems that he needs to go back to the magic world. Ludwig thought that he needed to report this matter to the higher-ups. After all, the Prince family's affairs were not trivial and involved too many people. Oh, it was really a bit troublesome. Ludwig raised his hand and rubbed his temple. Of course, he didn't know that it was this action that exposed the wand hidden in his sleeve and also exposed his identity. Ask someone to look after this family and help them if they need anything. Don't let the mess around disturb them. Ludwig instructed the man acting as the driver in front. Yes, sir. The man replied respectfully. Okay, let's drive back to the company. Ludwig put down his hands and hid all the emotions in his eyes. Eaton was frowning at the information on the paper. He knew that this person was the second son of the Heisenberg family and was good at business. The status of the Heisenberg family in the German magic world was very similar to that of the Malfoy family in the British magic world. They were both number one in business and had accumulated enough wealth to support the entire magic world. This was the only impression his father had of this person. After all, he was the heir, so why didn't he know more about some people and things? He only knew the surface. His father's work was too bad. Could he support the family just by working in the laboratory? Okay, Eaton had no right to say anything about others in this regard, but Eaton was not alone. He had others to help him deal with things so he could stay at home with peace of mind. But his father in this body could only study potions. Now it seems that the wealth of the German wizarding world is no longer enough to attract the Heisenbergs' attention. They have already begun to extend their reach into the Muggle world, which is much more advanced than the Malfoys. Judging from the current situation, Mr. Heisenberg seemed to have doubts about the appearance of him and Severus. Through his suspicious eyes, Eaton guessed that he already knew their identities, at least his identity and Severus's wizard identity. From his point of view, there should be no reason to doubt the two children's self-willed actions, and he should be more suspicious of the Prince family or the British wizarding world. The only hope now is that Heisenberg doesn't seem to be close to Prince, and he probably won't immediately inform the Prince family of their location. Sure enough, I shouldn't have saved Richard in the first place. Saving him would cause a lot of trouble. Eaton complains silently in his heart. After concluding that the man would not make much moves recently and would not pose any danger to him and Severus, Eaton threw down the paper, turned around and went upstairs to his bedroom to rest. Of course, he could not reveal his decision for the time being. Scene dividing line. Millie has been very proud recently. She has reported to Lord that she was able to get the Prince family for him. Of course, Lord was very appreciative and praised her a lot and promised that if she succeeded he would give her what she wanted most. What she wanted most was, of course, the status of Lord and Queen. So she knew that she would succeed soon. She had already felt that the people around her began to treat her with respect. They never dared to look up at her or say much. They were cautious in speaking and flattering her. This made Millie feel extremely excited, and she became more concerned and anxious about swallowing up the Prince family. Seeing that Jack hadn't contacted her yet, she became a little anxious. That day she finally couldn't help but pick up the two-way mirror to contact Jack again, even though the time interval between her last contact seemed too short. Jack. Millie was anxious. What did the head of the family say? The Death Eaters seem to have sped up their actions a lot. I'm very worried. Jack frowned, looking somewhat dull and depressed. I am still trying to persuade the master that the manor in France is safe, but we have not yet found a place that can hide so many treasures. You know how huge the Prince family's potion storehouse is. I want to build a secret potion storehouse in the manor in France, but I don't know how to design and implement it. I am still anxious. Millie was delighted. It was really easy to get. Don't worry, Jack. You know I'm very interested in these. If you don't mind, I'll help you. Jack was stunned for a moment, then looked at Millie sternly. Millie, do you know your current identity? If you are discovered by the Death Eaters, you will be killed without a complete body. No, you can't take the risk. Oh, Jack, don't worry, I will find a perfect excuse. Millie was shocked when she heard that the other party disagreed. Now my status among the Death Eaters has improved, and have you forgotten that I came from the Prince family? A potion can solve the problem and we won't be discovered. Voldemort is currently confronting Dumbledore and won't care where I go. Jack sneered in his heart. This Millie was really inconsistent. She just said that she was busy dealing with the Prince family, and now she was busy dealing with Dumbledore. Could it be that the Prince family, the oldest family, was just a decoration? But this made him even more angry. Such an idiotic woman could actually successfully deceive him and even let him indirectly kill the young master. How could he not take revenge? Anyway, he had already regarded his life as gone. Even if he had to fight Voldemort face to face, he was not afraid. Is that so? Well then, find an opportunity and don't let the Death Eaters find out. Jack instructed, contact me when you arrive in France and I will arrange for you to enter the manor. Don't worry, Jack, we won't let anyone find out. Millie was so happy when she saw that it was done that a smile couldn't stop appearing at the corners of her mouth. Turning off the two-way mirror, Jack sneered at the mirror in his hand. Don't let anyone find out? Forget it, Millie. From this moment on, I swear on my soul that if I don't make you live a life worse than death, I will voluntarily return to Merlin's arms. 19. Boss of the house. Ludwig put aside his affairs in the Muggle world and rushed back to the wizarding world. When he arrived at Heisenberg Manor, he found many well-trained wizards hiding around him. He knew that the boss might be here. He was no longer in a hurry and walked towards the main house leisurely. The wizards in the dark did not stop him. They had known what kind of person Ludwig was and did not take him seriously. Noah Heisenberg, Ludwig's eldest brother, was in the study respectfully reporting to the boss about the affairs of the British wizarding world. Among them, of course, were a series of changes in the Prince family, and the most common was the messy confrontation between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix. The boss did not speak the whole time but just listened. After a while his eyes turned to the door of the study. Noah was depressed. Luther was really good at finding time. What if he made the boss angry? How was he going to plead with the boss later? Tell me, was it easy for him to be the eldest brother since he was a child? No one's younger brother was as worry-free as his younger brother. While he was still thinking, there was a knock on the study door accompanied by Ludwig's somewhat respectful greeting. "Come in." The boss finally opened his mouth and said 2 words. "King Ludwig greets you." Ludwig pushed the door open and bowed respectfully. The boss didn't say anything, just looked at Ludwig calmly. Here Noah quietly approached Ludwig, pulled his collar and signaled him to speak quickly if he had something to say. The boss didn't seem to be in a very good mood at the moment. "Today in the Muggle world, a financial partner asked me to pick up 2 people. Ludwig started off in a rather suspenseful manner. Noah twitched his mouth beside him. His younger brother would never reach the end directly and had to travel 3/4 of the earth before he could reach his destination. Apparently the boss himself was quite used to it, for he adjusted his posture and assumed a posture ready for a long talk without any impatience at all. Ludwig also realized this. He wanted to laugh secretly in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. It seems that his tantrums and long speeches when he was a child did have some effect. "Well, I met the kid from the Prince family, Eaton Prince. He also brought a little wizard with him. There were no other wizards around." The boss and Noah obviously didn't expect Ludwig to get straight to the point, especially Noah. After so many years of torture, he suddenly found out that the idiot he thought was not that stupid. It's really infuriating. But then he realized Eaton Prince? Wharton's grandson? This is the boss. Prince is in Germany? This is Noah. Ludwig was very satisfied with the 2 men's reactions. "Yes, I also rushed back because I suspected something was wrong, but don't worry, I have sent people to protect the safety of the 2 children. That Eaton Prince is very interesting. He doesn't look like a 5-year-old child at all." There was a gleam in the boss's eyes and he seemed somewhat interested. He had been bored for many years. Ludwig and Noah looked at each other and exchanged their thoughts through their eyes. "The Muggle world is quite interesting. Are you interested in going there?" "Yes, you haven't left the wizarding world for many years, and now the day has just passed. Why not take this opportunity to take a walk and relax?" The boss still didn't say anything. He just stood up and glanced at the slightly excited expressions of Noah and Ludwig. He was stunned for a moment under Ludwig's somewhat heated eyes and then left the study. After the boss left, Noah and Ludwig completely relaxed. Ludwig swung his legs and sat down in the seat before the boss, before Noah, rubbing his arms and face. Noah's mouth twitched again. "Are you tired of your mouth and arms? Brother, your brother is running around in the Muggle world and is so tired that he almost falls down. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Ludwig complained but put his hand down. Noah simply ignored his brother's complaints, walked to the desk and sorted out the documents that had just been looked through. "Feeling sorry for you? I might as well feel sorry for myself." Ludwig lay on the table looking at his brother, who had no brotherly love, with some resentment, pouting and not saying anything. Noah ignored him and packed his things. He knew what his brother wanted to ask, but unfortunately he couldn't say it. Dedicated line for scene change. Eaton. Severus woke up and wanted to go to Eaton's room to find him, but he was afraid to disturb him. However, when he was struggling, he smelled the fragrance of food. Eaton looked at Severus, who looked energetic after waking up, and waved expressionlessly. After Severus came forward, he rubbed his messy hair fiercely and said, "Go wash your hands and eat." "Oh." Severus turned around and wanted to leave, but then he remembered that he really didn't know which one was the bathroom, so he decided to look for it one by one as he did before. "Next to your room," Eaton added. Severus didn't have to bother with this, he still knew the area next to the room. Seeing Severus obediently wash up, Eaton was relieved and turned to face a corner. It was empty, but it felt a little dangerous. With the intuition of a mercenary, he felt that there was a person there when Severus ran over. Why was he sure it was a person? He knew the wizard's invisibility. Of course it was not called invisibility, but the meaning was almost the same. "Come out, I know you're there." Eaton thought for a moment and spoke in a child's suspicious tone. He couldn't pretend he didn't know. As a mercenary who was always alert, an unknown person appearing around him would make him feel uneasy. In the case of not knowing who was the enemy, he could only take a gamble. He knew that Heisenberg had left people to protect them, and he and Severus were just two young children. The magic world cherishes young children because there are few of them. Since he was not sure about the future, he could only take a gamble. Eaton felt a little regretful at this time. He underestimated magic mainly because he had underestimated the risks. He originally thought that hiding in the German Muggle community would be safe. In principle, this was indeed correct, but to everyone's surprise, the first person they met when they arrived in Germany was actually a wizard, and a wizard of obviously high status. There was no movement in the corner, and Eaton was still tense. He decided to leave here as soon as possible. The safety level here had obviously reached a historical low, and he had to find an arms supplier to purchase munitions. He just didn't know if the arms suppliers here had the same contact information as they did. But now was obviously not the time to think about this. Why don't you come out? You can't see anyone? Eaton held the fruit knife tightly in his sleeve. Who are you? Still no movement. Eaton's heart tightened. He and Severus were like ants. Anyone could step on them to death. He guessed that Heisenberg must have informed them to come here. Except for him, no wizard knew they were here. But now he couldn't feel the other party's consciousness, but he could feel the other party's breath. Whether this was the effect of magic was still unknown. But the problem was that he didn't know whether the other party's intentions were good or bad. Eaton, I'm done washing. Severus came over with his fluffy hair and wet little hands. Come and eat after you're done washing. Eaton glanced at the corner again and keenly discovered that the other person's presence had disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Severus. Could it be that the other person came for Severus? As far as his short-lived father knew, Severus had never come into contact with any wizards except Irene, and Irene herself had never shown that she was a wizard. If she was coming to Severus, wouldn't that be too unreasonable? Of course, Severus didn't notice Eaton's worry and ate happily. He never wasted food. Eaton, I also want to learn how to do housework. Severus suddenly raised his head from the bowl and said to Eaton seriously. Eaton was still absent-mindedly using his Corduo-like brain to think about a way out. He was stunned for a moment when he heard Severus' words. Okay. Severus bowed his head. He didn't want Eaton to support him. He would become the richest and most powerful man, and then he would take care of Eaton. Eaton, what is a muggle? 20 visitors to the house. Eaton paused as he held the spoon. How could this kid have such a good memory? Shouldn't he have forgotten it immediately? How come he still remembered it after waking up? It was a bit difficult for Eaton, a normal person who was a real, well, maybe a little different, to explain the word muggle. After all, muggle is actually the name given by the magic world to the majority of humans in the world, and it doesn't sound that respectful. If he hadn't said it, it would never have appeared in his mouth. Well, muggles are people. After thinking for a while, Eaton gave this answer. Severus's dark eyes sparkled with doubt. People are people. Why are they called muggles? But he didn't dare to ask for fear that Eaton would be angry. He was very sensitive to people's emotions, and Eaton was obviously reluctant to answer this question. It must be said that little Sever had not yet mastered the expressionless cold face in the future, and his skills were obviously insufficient. Eaton immediately noticed his timidity. But Eaton had no intention of saving him. The two of them ate in silence. Sif was the first to pack up, but before they could make a move, there was a knock on the door. Scene dividing line. Ludwig and Noah were still killing time in the study. Noah was reading some information while Ludwig was lying on the sofa at one side with a tendency to roll around, but Noah ignored it. Just now the house elf came to report that the boss's guards and the boss had left Heisenberg Manor. Ludwig was wondering whether the boss would go to see the descendants of the Prince family. After all. Noah, do you think Wang will go? Ludwig couldn't help himself and leaned forward with his chin supported by his hand, looking thoughtful. The king's affairs are not something you and I can discuss. Noah replied without even looking up. Haven't we talked enough? He doesn't mind at all. Ludwig curled his lips. After all, Wang is a relative of the Prince family. He can't just sit back and do nothing. If it was in the UK he might not care, but now that we're in Germany he can't just ignore it. Well, Wang will definitely take care of it. Ludwig was a little excited, but he also blamed himself in his heart. Why didn't he think of this method at the beginning? He was so stupid. But he also knew that if he took the initiative to disturb the peace of Prince's family, the king would never let them go. Noah raised his head and glared at Ludwig. Watch your mouth and be careful what you should and shouldn't say. He agreed with Ludwig's words in his heart, but he didn't want to be as reckless as Luther. Got it. Ludwig put down his hand and rested his chin on the sofa. The joy in his eyes was very real. This doesn't mean I'll reveal the address to Shushi. Noah frowned. You went to see her? Don't you know you shouldn't have any contact? Ludwig rolled his eyes and stopped talking. The two of them enjoyed the quiet atmosphere and minded their own business. They didn't know how long it had passed before the elf appeared and invited them to the restaurant for dinner. Noah looked at Ludwig, who stood up and ordered the elf to go down. Luther, you haven't given up yet? Noah hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to speak, but seeing that Luther's eyes seemed to be getting hotter and hotter, he had to ask. Ludwig straightened his clothes and said, how could that be? You're overthinking it. After saying that, he left without waiting for Noah. Noah had to frown behind Ludwig, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just sighed deeply, rubbed his forehead and followed him down. Back to Eaton and Severus' newest den. Eaton always felt uneasy at this moment. He couldn't tell why. Maybe he was really like a grain of sand in the sea. He was not used to being so small. Now thinking about it, he might really have become smaller and his thinking became childish. He came to Germany without being fully prepared. He was not afraid of death, he was used to it, and the comfortable home life for many years made him lose his cautiousness. Motioning Severus to come to his side, Eaton grabbed Severus' hand and watched the door being pushed open. He could already sense the presence of that person who was the one hiding in the corner just now. Severus seemed to feel Eaton's nervousness and held Eaton's hand tightly. He wanted to stand in front of Eaton to block him, but Eaton fixed him in a position next to him. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed man came in. He looked young, but he had a sense of vicissitudes and a strong sense of melancholy which made Eaton slightly stunned. Somehow he felt that this person was familiar. Not the person was familiar, but the feeling was familiar, but he couldn't remember it. The visitors seemed to be used to being stared at, even though they were two tiny kids, and the smaller one was trying hard to get closer to Eaton as if to protect him while staring at him with a vigilant and suspicious look. To his surprise, they didn't show any fear, timidity, or worry at all, which made him suddenly interested in this child. On the other hand, the older one just looked at him calmly as if he was thinking or exploring. This was more interesting. As expected, these two children did not disappoint him. Who are you? Eaton pulled Severus, who had squeezed in front of him, back to his side and patted his head with his other hand. As for the suspected feeling of being touched in his heart, he ignored it. The man turned around and closed the door, then raised an unexpectedly pretty eyebrow. I thought you would recognize me. I'm sorry, I don't know you well and have never met you before. Eaton remained calm and composed, maintaining a blank expression. If you are the nanny hired by Ludwig, please wash the dishes on the table and tidy up the room. Thank you. The man felt a sudden pain in his forehead, but he resisted it. He was more interested in this little face paralysis. Weren't you looking for me just now? Oh, I'm just calling the nanny. Since you are the one, that's great. Clean up as soon as possible. Sorry for the trouble. After Eaton said that, he actually nodded at him, then pulled Severus towards the bedroom. The man was speechless, thinking how many years it had been since he had nothing to say. Hey, since I'm the nanny, I have to supervise the first time I do something, right? Eaton paused and frowned when he heard the sound of dishes colliding. At this time, Severus had turned around and saw the dishes flying automatically towards the kitchen. There was also the sound of running water in the kitchen, but the man was still standing there leisurely without moving. Severus turned around and looked at Eaton's ugly face. Instead of asking any questions, he took the initiative to pull Eaton towards the bedroom. You can call me Uncle Eaton, Prince. Just as Eaton and the other man were about to go upstairs, the man's calm voice came from behind. 21. Protection of the house. The sun has risen slowly from the east. There is not much mist in the city of Berlin. The sky looks a little hazy. The temperature is neither high nor low and there is no wind. It is a rare good weather. Eaton sat by the window in his bedroom silently watching the blue sky gradually dissolving and kept reflecting in his heart, wondering why that guy who was thicker than the wall, stronger than him and had unprecedented willpower would stay in his house and not leave. In the past 2 days Eaton had been thinking about going out to rob a new house, but he couldn't do it. First, he was worried about leaving Severus next to a dangerous object. Second, the man who claimed to be his uncle seemed to be planning not to leave the house and didn't give him any chance. How did I end up in this situation? Eaton pondered, reviewing the time periods in his life when he was restricted and then thinking about all the conspiracies and tricks he had heard from his teammates and then using a rigorous research process to sort them out. It seems to be all because of saving that bastard Richard? Eaton. Severus pushed the door open with great effort and saw Eaton lying on the windowsill, not knowing what he was thinking. He looked a little overwhelmed. Eaton rolled his eyes and noticed the look in Severus' eyes that were like dark chocolate. Somehow his heavy heart felt lighter. Come over now. Severus' eyes lit up when he heard this and a shy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he trotted to Eaton's side. The small body and slightly long black hair had been made much cleaner and more obedient by the guy who claimed to have mysophobia with some unknown spell, and the still sallow face became particularly pleasing to the eye because of the joy. In short, a very cute little thing. What do you want from me? Eaton couldn't help but jump off the chair and reached out to pinch Severus's little face. Well, I always feel that after raising Severus he seems to have developed some incredible habits. Ah! Severus was startled by being pinched and stretched out his little hand to grab Eaton's hand. The feeling of being at a loss in his eyes increased a lot. He had never been treated like this before. Then he realized Eaton's question and thought about it seriously. While the nanny said that the meal is ready, let's go downstairs to eat. Eaton couldn't help but twitch his lips. Does he really think he's a nanny? And, Severus, do you really think he's a nanny? Eaton looked at Severus' serious expression and was speechless, feeling helpless. Oh, let's go. Eaton followed Severus' hand and pulled him downstairs. The uncle was standing by the window holding a glass of red wine, looking at the horizon like Eaton just now, with nostalgia and warmth, but unexpectedly looking more vicissitudes. The red wineglass was gently shaking in his slender and powerful hands, and the crystal liquid reflected an unusually beautiful color with the light. When the light swept across his already handsome face, his handsomeness was added with a hazy feeling. On the table was an authentic English breakfast with steaming scrambled eggs, sausages, bacon toast, and sweet milk. This was definitely not made by this guy. Eaton narrowed his eyes and made a conclusion in his mind. It has been 2 days since this uncle showed up. They were very quiet during these 2 days. Apart from this uncle, no one came. Even the people who were originally protecting or monitoring them had left. No matter how sarcastic Eaton was, this guy just sat back and ignored him. Besides that, he didn't even say anything else. He took on all the babysitting work. And the worst thing was, Severus was at the peak of his love for studying at this age. How could this be considered learning and acting in a similar way? A nanny should act like a nanny. Are those 2 telephone poles on your body? They won't move. Can you use your brain? Please do not doubt it. These are the words spoken by little Severus. Eaton had the urge to cover his face, but the advantage of a paralyzed face is that it doesn't show anything, so no one knows that there is really a little person in his heart pounding his brain on the ground. The slight shaking of the red wineglass stopped and the corners of the handsome man's mouth began to move irregularly. He glanced at Eaton's expressionless face with a bit of coldness, as if condemning Eaton for corrupting the child. Eaton and Severus turned a blind eye to this, climbed onto the chair and prepared to have breakfast. Severus still adhered to the habit of not wasting any food. When he was about to clean up the large amount of food, Eaton grabbed the spoon that was about to enter his mouth, causing Severus to turn around with puzzled eyes and look at Eaton, who seemed a little angry. At this time Severus was no longer as suspicious and worried as before, although he was still trembling a little bit. He put down the spoon, obediently hesitated for a long time, and looked at Eaton with slightly narrowed eyes at the nanny, who walked over and pulled out a chair to sit down. Eaton, what's wrong? At this time Eaton stopped looking at that person and rubbed Severus' hair with some comfort. This is not suitable for us to eat. I prefer authentic food, not random ingredients. Eaton looked down at the cereal in front of him. Since you are not qualified to be a babysitter, please turn left and go wherever you are supposed to go. We can't afford you. Thank you. The nanny was not upset by the word unqualified but was full of satisfaction. As expected, she is from the Prince family. Her potion level is always superior. As early as the man who claimed to be his uncle and stated his name, Eaton began to suspect that this person came for his talent in potions. After all, in his father's memory he did have a distant uncle. There was indeed an uncle who only knew the name and had never even met him. However, he had been detained for a long time and the possibility of him coming out was relatively low. So Eaton had been testing him, but this man was extremely cunning and never showed it. This was the only time he mentioned his talent in potions in the past 2 days. You, Severus, what are you doing? Before Eaton could say anything, Severus jumped off the chair and pulled him down hard until Eaton obediently got down from the chair. Then he pushed Eaton behind him while he stood in front and stared at the nanny fiercely. Eaton, is he bullying you? Severus didn't turn around, still staring at the guy, who even began to smile. Severus didn't know the inside story nor did he understand potions, but he always felt that it seemed very important. However, after seeing Eaton's ugly face, he was convinced that this person was bullying Eaton, which he could not tolerate. When he was a child, he once saw a mother and son who mistakenly walked into Spider's End Alley. The mother pushed the child behind her and confronted those evil people alone. Eaton suddenly felt warm all over and his eyes softened as he looked at the little guy who was not as tall as him but much thinner than him, standing in front of him without a trace of trembling, with a protective posture. Severus stood in front of him like this last time and it was the same this time. Eaton? Severus was suddenly hugged from behind and was a little stunned. His face began to turn red. 22, facing the house. Eaton? Severus' face was finally not just sallow but looked much better in a bright red. After leaning on Severus's shoulder for a while, Eaton noticed that Severus's face was almost as red as an apple and he couldn't help but curl his lips a little. Of course he couldn't let the person involved find out about his snickering, so Eaton raised his head expressionlessly and reached out to rub Severus' hair randomly. Who taught you that? Why are you blocking my way? Especially at your height. I glanced at the top of Severus' head and found that this little brat was really short. But the guy on the other side, who was watching the show leisurely, couldn't help but laugh, and got glares from both directions. Oh, you guys continue. Severus felt that Eaton's words were wrong and that he should be angry, but he still couldn't figure out what was wrong and what he should be angry about, so he could only remain silent. However, he still remembered when the guy opposite bullied Eaton, so he continued to stare at him with his unformed death glare and persisted. It's not a good habit to put potions into food casually. Eaton glanced at Severus, who was staring at him with a pair of thick black eyes, and somehow felt that he was particularly pleasing to the eye. He reached out and pulled him to his side, holding his hand, and then faced the unknown person again. It helps to relax occasionally. The nanny shrugged and replied, look, wasn't it just a bit of entertainment? Idiot, are we entertaining you? Is there something wrong with your brain? Or is your IQ not high enough? This is little Severus. Eaton kept his expressionless face and turned to look at Severus' serious expression. Finally he couldn't help but sigh and stretched out his hand to pinch Severus' face. You have to be civilized. It's really not easy to raise a child. Who knew he would be so good at studying, and his memory seems to be very good too. Little Cipher looked at Eaton with some confusion, not quite understanding the meaning of civilization, but nodded instinctively. His well-behaved appearance made the blond man next to him feel even more interested. After all, he was fully aware of the hostility of this 3-year-old kid towards him. In the past 2 days he had made many sarcastic remarks to him behind Eaton's back. It was obvious that he was very enthusiastic about learning in this area. What is your purpose? Just tell me directly. Do we 2 children have the ability to resist? Eaton was frightened by Severus' expression. He resisted the urge to pinch his face and turned to vent his anger on the adults. I don't think so. The blond man pulled a chair over and sat down. Your fighting ability is much stronger than I thought. Getteler Grindelwald? Eaton raised his eyebrows and uttered a name provocatively. Aren't you detained? Can you just run away like this? Rarely the man's face changed and his expression seemed to stiffen a lot. For a 5-year-old you seem to know a lot. No, there are just a few more than you think. After all, there are not many people who can call themselves my uncle. There is only one. Maybe you are interested in explaining it to us instead of face to face with my grandfather? Eaton was really unsure when he said it just now. He really only has one uncle, and that uncle's name is indeed Gettiler Grindelwald, but his father has never seen him, so he has no idea who this uncle is. He has never decided whether to use the name to test it because he always feels that a name that can make his father so secretive is definitely not that simple. However, judging from this person's reaction to the name, this person is very likely to be Gettiler Grindelwald. Will your father tell you my name? Gettiler, yes, it was him. He frowned slightly and looked at Eaton, feeling a little troubled. After all, the Prince family did not have a good impression of him. Wharton once severely criticized him and stopped him from continuing for those things he had done, but somehow he did not listen at all at that time and focused on his so-called career, and now, the result has shown very clearly that Wharton was right and he was wrong, but the Prince family refused to forgive themselves. Unfortunately, he actually told me and I unexpectedly remembered it. Eaton lied calmly and at the same time comforted Severus, who didn't understand anything, and motioned him to wait quietly. Gettiler looked like he really wanted to use legitimacy, but he, didn't dare. He was not afraid of anyone in this world, even Dumbledore. He was mostly humble. Unfortunately, there was one person that he was a little afraid of, that was Wharton Prince. He had been scolded by him since he was a child, and the scolding that accompanied his growth experience made him fully aware of Wharton's authority. When he grew up, he had grown up and this authority had been fixed and could not be changed. So you recognized me when I first came here? Gettiler raised his eyebrows. And kid, don't scare me with your grandfather. If I could meet your grandfather face to face, you wouldn't be here. It's better not to show off this little trick in front of him. With the Prince family's protective nature, it is 200% impossible for them to let a child go abroad by himself. Even if they can't follow him, they will send a dozen wizards to follow him. That won't happen. First, I haven't seen you. Second, if a stranger breaks into your house and claims to be your uncle, how will you react? Third, even if I have seen you, there is a potion called Polyjuice Potion. Eaton picked up Severus and put him on the chair. He wanted to laugh when he saw Severus's awkward look. But what he said was directed to Gettiler. Eaton had doubts and guesses about Gettiler's identity, but he was not afraid. He had already thought of a way out before he asked this question. Moreover, Severus was a descendant of the Prince family. Even if the fact that he occupied someone else's body was discovered in the future, Severus would have a place to go. After hearing the expected answer, Gettiler looked at Eaton and Severus with a very strange look, focusing on scanning Severus up and down several times. Severus Snape, the son of Irene Prince. The Prince family will never recognize him as long as Wharton is still alive. Hearing his name, Severus recovered from the awkward state of being carried to the chair. What does it have to do with you? Who I am is none of your business. Well, it doesn't matter now, but it will be soon. Gettiler didn't care. He confirmed his idea. Anyway, he was already like this in this life. He didn't want to be alone for the rest of his life. It would be nice to find a child to raise. He had selectively forgotten the men and women sent by his subordinates in the past. It can only be said that Severus's temper is very much to his liking. Maybe it's a masochistic tendency? Eaton frowned when he heard this. What does his raising have to do with this person? It's not up to you to admit it or not. Don't you want to face my grandfather? I'll help you, Mimi. Pop the elf. Mimi appeared in front of everyone with an excited look. Please choose to ignore the distance problem of the elf's apparition. 23. House conflict. Severus looked at the unknown thing in front of him with small arms, legs, a small body, and a big head with strange eyes. He was so excited that he shed tears and choked up, mumbling something like, "Finally found the little master. The old master must be very happy." He looked at Eaton helplessly and pulled Eaton's hand. "Eaton, what is this?" Eaton was also watching the elf's performance in silence. It must be said that the elf of the Prince family was very well behaved. No matter what they did, they would not make a loud noise, which was completely different from the Malfoy family. However, it was Eaton's first time to be speechless in front of an elf. Well, memory and real experience are naturally different. You have to understand. While Eaton kept persuading himself to understand, he heard Severus question, "This is our elf. As for what an elf is, go ask him." He pointed to Gettler, who was watching the show in silence and did not hesitate to divert the blame. This time it was Gettler's turn to be speechless. He knew exactly what kind of elf Mimi was or what kind of elves the Prince family was, so he said nothing. When Eaton called out the word Mimi, Gettler's heart skipped a beat. He was expectant and worried. He was expectant because he was expecting to see Walton again. After all, Walton was his only elder and a very close one. He was worried because he knew very well that Walton didn't want to see him. He had hurt Walton too badly. "Severus, come here and I will explain it to you." The melancholy in Gettler's eyes only lasted for a second and then disappeared. At this moment he was trying to attract Severus to him by using the posture of getting close to a small animal. Severus didn't even look at him, just said "oh" and continued to look at the elf, leaving Gettler's stiff hand still raised in the air. Is this ignoring him? No one has ever dared to ignore him in all these years. Eaton looked at Gettler, who seemed unable to accept this fact, and kindly comforted him. "Uncle, please don't mind. It's just that elves are more attractive to Severus." "Are you saying that he is not as good as a house elf?" This time Gettler's body was stiff. He was not without anger in his heart. After all, he was used to being in a high position. There were not many people who resisted him, and the few who did not end well. But since he voluntarily lost to Dumbledore and imprisoned himself, he has been much calmer both mentally and mentally. Occasionally he would miss his childhood ignorant and carefree life. Moreover, from a certain perspective, the people he is facing now are his closest people. What's more, he still has the idea of educating Severus. Isn't it the fighting and quarreling between father and son that makes them intimate? Thinking of this, Gettler's little spark of anger was extinguished. It's okay, Severus is still young and it's normal for him to be curious. Gettler shrugged, spread his hands and began to pretend to be magnanimous. Eaton felt even more strange after seeing Gettler's reaction. Why did he feel like Gettler was trying to snatch Severus from him? Once he had this thought, Eaton held Severus' hand even tighter and his eyes became alert. How could he let go of the butler he had finally found? Are you kidding me? If Severus was gone, where would he find such a suitable little guy? Gettler was very accustomed to Eaton's vigilant look. Vigilance, alertness, disgust, hatred, respect, and admiration were the looks he was most accustomed to. Just as Severus was staring at the house elf Mimi, Eaton was alertly standing in front of Severus to block Gettler's impudent eyes, and Gettler was joking on the surface but nervous inside. Mimi finally recovered from her sobs and had time to look around. Ah! How could the little master be with this bad guy? Mimi accidentally saw Gettler and immediately apparat in front of the two little guys without even running a short distance. Her big eyes were full of alertness and there was already green magic light on her fingertips, as if she was going to attack in the next second. Mimi knew that this big bad guy would do bad things to the Prince family after causing the old master to vomit blood. He must have kidnapped the little master. Mimi wants to avenge the little master. When Eaton was still thinking about the elf's overly intense reaction, he was stunned for a moment when he heard the words "spitting blood." He immediately looked at Gettler but saw that his expression was also full of surprise and confusion. He didn't even know how to dodge the magic that the elf had already cast. "Get out of the way!" Seeing that the magic light was about to hit Gettler, Eaton shouted without thinking. This was inconsistent with his words and deeds. If he was asked to think for a second, it was obvious that he would not do this. "Mimi, I order you to stop." Apparently Eaton underestimated Gettler's ability. Mimi's magic did not hurt him. Even though the magic light was hidden on Gettler's body, he was still unharmed. But his eyes were still a little stunned. "I made Walton vomit blood? How? How is it possible?" His voice was very low, more like a soliloquy. "You bully, why don't you admit it? Mimi won't let you bully the little master." Due to Eaton's order, Mimi could no longer continue to attack. Looking at her vicious eyes, she really looked like she wanted to eat Gettler alive. Severus was very confused about the situation at the moment. He just held Eaton's hand tightly. He didn't know what happened, but he recognized that light. No, he couldn't say he recognized it. This light had appeared in his memory, but he didn't know what it was. In any case, he knew he couldn't speak now, otherwise he would disturb Eaton. Severus pursed his lips tightly and carefully moved closer to Eaton, silently trying to comfort Eaton with his body temperature. "Nini, go aside, he didn't hurt me." Eaton felt Severus's actions, and although he didn't react on the surface, he felt a warm current in his heart. "Young Master Nini, yes, young master." Nini wanted to persuade Eaton, but when she turned around and saw Eaton's determined eyes, she finally obeyed the order. "Notify my grandfather and tell him I'm here." Eaton kept calculating in his mind how to maximize the effectiveness of the plan. He glanced at Severus and said, "If Grandpa is not in good health, don't let him come. Let him have a good rest. In addition, I don't want to go back to England in the short term. The danger to the Prince family is not over yet. Tell Grandpa to be careful of the woman who came to our house and asked to learn potions. I have Gettler to take care of me in Germany. I will be fine. I will go back after a while." In fact, Eaton's original plan was to use Wharton's name to prevent the man who claimed to be his uncle from having any intentions towards them, but he found out that this uncle was real, so he had to make a real move. However, he could not return to Prince Manor yet. He was not afraid of magic, especially legilimency. He understood people's soul consciousness much better than anyone else. After all, this was his natural ability. But he was not sure about potions, and he could not learn how a child who had lost his parents would react when he saw the portraits of his parents when he returned to the manor. Since Gettler was real, and if he guessed correctly, this person must be very powerful, at least their safety could be guaranteed, and Wharton would not insist on taking them back, and Severus could get a free wizard professor, and the two of them could have the Prince family as a backing. Of course, things may not go according to his plan. After all, it seems that the feud between Wharton and Gettler is more than he thought. Why doesn't his short-lived father know anything? Is he a member of the Prince family? Yes, little master. Nini glared at Gettler fiercely, and with a snap of her fingers she summoned another elf to come over and watch, and then she operated away. Little master? The elf who came was Leech, the house elf who served Eaton's father. Lech is so happy that the little master is still here. The master will be so happy to death if he knows. Of course, it did not forget the responsibilities assigned to it and was staring at Gettler dutifully. However, this did not prevent it from speaking happily in an excited tone. I know. Eaton didn't answer for a long time. Before this second, he never felt that way and always thought from his own perspective. But for some reason, Leech's words moved his heart. Maybe it was because he accepted his father's memory and saw the interaction between father and son when they were young, or maybe it was the father-son nature itself, or maybe he actually still had the desire for family affection hidden in his heart. Who knows? In short, Leech aroused Eaton's almost extinct sense of guilt. Leech, is it true that I made Wharton vomit blood? Leech had met Gettler many times with Wharton before Eaton's father was born. After all, Gettler's potions were all taught by Wharton. Nini was Wharton's exclusive potion elf and could not help him, so Wharton brought another elf to help Gettler, that was Leech. Therefore, Leech and Gettler had a good relationship. Leech will not tell you about the old master. You are a terrible devil. Compared with Nini, Leech obviously resented Gettler more. So this is true? Gettler murmured. Even though he was scolded by Wharton when he grew up, and even though he once resented Wharton's ruthlessness towards him, Wharton was still the person he respected the most and the only person who was stronger than him in his heart, no matter in which aspect. If Gettler's subordinates were there, they would certainly be shocked by their king's blank expression, because that was an expression that could appear on anyone, but it would never appear on the king. Unfortunately, the people present obviously did not know what a rare sight they were facing. Severus, when someone comes, remember to call Grandpa. Eaton suppressed the throbbing in his heart and turned around to tell Severus. He didn't want little Severus to be taken away from him, and little Severus carried his great expectations. If there is any problem, Severus will do it. It was definitely not an empty talk. Grandpa? Severus couldn't help but widen his eyes. And Grandpa? Of course he is your mother's father. He is your grandpa. He will love you very much. Eaton persuaded. Although he is very strict, he is a very good person. He is the closest person to us. Severus pursed his lips and a trace of grievance flashed in his eyes unexpectedly. He thought of his parents again. Since he was his mother's father, why didn't he come to save him? Why didn't he save his mother? Now he just had Eaton. Be obedient and remember to call me Grandpa. Eaton saw Severus' reluctance. The road of being a butler is long and arduous. 3 years old is indeed too young. Got it. Severus mumbled in reply, and just as he finished his words with the sound of apparition, an old man with grey hair, dark circles under his eyes and a tired look on his face appeared in the room with an excited expression. Wharton was constantly experimenting with his improved potion in the potion room. He hadn't rested for the past 2 days and had been thinking about potions. When he was tired he drank energy potions, and when he was sleepy he drank refreshing potions. Anyway, his family could lack anything but definitely not potions. And today, when he was adding the last drop of unicorn blood to the potion, the sound of Mimi's apparition made his already tired body tremble. He added too much at once and the crucible exploded instantly. If Mimi hadn't reacted quickly and pulled him away, he might have gone to Merlin with his son and daughter-in-law. Of course, the news that Mimi brought him afterwards immediately cheered him up. He no longer needed to rest or be angry. He immediately asked Mimi to take him to Germany. But before he could hold his grandson and cry, another child came forward with his head down and shouted, "Grandpa!" 24, grandfather of the house. Walton felt that he might have hallucinated because he had not rested for a long time and was too hurried and excited. When did the Prince family develop a new problem? He blinked and saw his grandson looking at him expressionlessly. He lowered his head again and saw that the child, who had been reluctant to look up, was rubbing his clothes with his hands. "Eaton, come here and let Grandpa see you." Walton felt that his brain was not enough, so he decided to check on his grandson first. "Are you injured? How do you feel?" Having said that, he walked past little Severus and strode directly to Eaton, embraced him, looked him up and down, and noticed that Eaton looked a little uncomfortable and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Wharton was so sad that he couldn't help hugging Eaton's little body and finally shed tears again, sobbing. In these days, even though Wharton had lived for so long and had all kinds of experiences that others could not imagine, he still collapsed. Fortunately, his grandson was still there, otherwise he really didn't know whether he would have the idea of destroying the entire wizarding world, which was not an unattainable goal for the Prince family. When Eaton was embraced by Wharton, his body was very stiff. In his memories, his grandfather Wharton was always very strict with Eaton and rarely showed any tenderness. Although Eaton knew that as the patriarch and father of such a family he could not be very gentle, it did not mean that he did not love this family, but on the contrary, he loved this family and his children too much. In any case, Wharton's behavior at this time made Eaton feel bitter instinctively. When he saw Severus standing stiffly in the distance with his back to him and his little hands clenched into fists, he felt even more uncomfortable. "Grandpa, Grandpa." Eaton thought about it and finally reached out to support the old man, opened his mouth and called out the old man's name hesitantly. To be honest, although Eaton spoke fluently to Gettler, he had never had a relative treated like this before, and his reaction was slow for a while. "Eaton, it's okay, Grandpa is here. Don't be afraid." Walton suppressed the pain in his heart and wiped away the evidence of his tears with wandless magic behind Eaton's back. He really didn't want his grandson to see him in such a miserable state. After all, Eaton was the one who went through the whole process. He faced the whole process of his parents being abused and dying, which must have been much more desperate. Therefore, Walton didn't want to blame Eaton for notifying him after so long. As for why Eaton appeared in Germany and why he didn't want to go back to the UK, it was not important. What was important was that his grandson was still alive. At this moment, his hope was that his grandson could live happily. If necessary, he would even choose to deprive his grandson of the memory of that stage and let him fight this hatred. "Grandpa, I'm not afraid. There has never been a coward in the Prince family, and neither am I." Eaton's eyes were still fixed on Severus's trembling shoulders. He was a little anxious, worried that the child would get stuck in a dead end again. Grandpa, why don't you pay attention to Severus? Severus? Wharton felt much more relaxed after hearing Eaton's childish and firm voice. He was now in a mood to think about the kid who called himself Grandpa. Could it be Severus Snape? Letting go of Eaton, Walton looked at Eaton's little face and eyes. He didn't see any panic, emptiness, fear, or other emotions in his eyes, which made Walton feel relieved. How did Eaton know about him? Eaton broke free from Wharton's hand on his shoulder and ran to Severus. Seeing the paleness on his little face and the grievance and anxiety in his eyes, he quickly held his hand. Was this little guy starting to worry about him leaving him again? Grandpa, Dad told me about him. He really is Severus. Gettler had been silent. Since Wharton came, he had ignored him without even looking at him. He stared at Wharton's graying hair and the wrinkles on his face. Seeing that Wharton didn't seem to have any feelings for Severus and didn't seem to have any intention of building a relationship with him, he spoke up. Wharton, he is indeed Severus Snape. Walton pretended not to hear what Gettler said. As for Severus Snape, Walton did not pay much attention to him because of Irene. But after all, Walton had the blood of the Prince family. The Prince family, who were famous for protecting their cubs, were born with a strong desire to protect their own children. At this time he recalled the news that Mimi had reported to Irene that Severus was taken away by default. In that case, Irene had given up the child and it was no longer under her control. It didn't matter who took over. The Prince family could take him in, and he could also be a playmate for Eaton. It seemed that his grandson valued the child very much, and he wouldn't be the only old man accompanying his grandson. With this in mind, Wharton stood up and walked in front of Severus, looking him down. However, the child, contrary to his previous attitude of never looking up, actually dared to look up and stare at him, his big eyes full of alertness and hostility. He didn't even see him as his grandpa. You are Irene's son? How did you follow Eaton? It was impossible not to be suspicious. His grandson appeared in Germany and brought a child with him who happened to be Severus, who was said to have been taken away. There must be something wrong, no matter how you think about it, right? Well, judging from the quality of the potion master, there were no other potions in the room except the inferior potions in the untouched breakfast on the plates on the table. As for that inferior potion, only someone in this room could use it. Severus didn't say anything, still staring, and only reluctantly gave up staring when Eaton pulled his hand. He had just seen how this man behaved towards Eaton and was really worried that he would take Eaton away and abandon him. Well, he had no intention of recognizing his grandfather at the moment, and if Eaton hadn't said so, he wouldn't have called anyone. I'm not telling you. Ouch. This answer made the two adults present raise their eyebrows involuntarily. This kid has quite a personality. As expected of the boy I picked. This is the narcissistic Gettler. He has some potential as a prince. This is Walton trying to find a step to accept. Although he reluctantly agreed to accept Severus into the Prince family for upbringing, Wharton was still unwilling to get close to him and did not intend to acknowledge the relationship between Severus and the Prince family. In his opinion, Irene's matter was not negotiable. Gettler saw this very accurately. Grandpa, I brought Severus here. Seeing that Severus refused to speak, Eaton had to go on stage himself. Can you please stop blaming Severus? Walton glanced at Eaton, then looked at the two people holding hands, nodded silently, and then waved at Eaton. Eaton, come here, talk to Grandpa, okay? Eaton took Severus' hand and walked to Gettler's side. Please take care of Severus for me. Grandpa and I will be back soon. When he saw Gettler nod, and then when Severus looked at him eagerly and nodded, he followed Wharton into the adjacent room and watched him cast a dozen spells. Grandpa, Mom, and Dad. Eaton hesitated. The parents in this body died tragically, but they remembered to protect him with their bodies until they died. If not, his body would not be so complete. Wharton was touched by his grandson's words. He bent down to pick up Eaton and walked to a chair nearby to sit down. This was a living room. Eaton, your father and mother, you will be able to see them in 2 months. Although it was in the portrait. Grandpa. I'm sorry. Eaton looked at the old man's sad expression and couldn't bear it. He reached out and hugged Walton's neck, resting his little head on his shoulder. Mom and Dad wanted to protect me. Don't be sad, kid. They should protect you. That's what they should do. Walton reached out and patted Eaton's back. Your parents will still be watching over you in the future. They definitely want Eaton to live a good life. Besides, you still have your grandfather. Grandpa will never let those people bully us. Grandpa, I will take revenge for my parents. Eaton was silent for a while and suddenly said this, which was something he had never thought of before. At this point it seemed that even he was infected by something unknown. Haha, you are ambitious, worthy of being Grandpa's grandson. Wharton laughed out loud. Grandpa will support you. Revenge is something the Prince family will definitely do. Since Eaton wants to do it, then he will leave it to Eaton. Of course the interest must be collected in advance. Eaton nodded and rubbed his chin against Walton's shoulder. Grandpa, you want to know why I didn't contact my family, right? Walton knew that his grandson was smart and had known since he was a child. He had a vague guess that he hadn't contacted his family this time, but what he didn't know was that he would never guess the truth. Is it because you're afraid of getting in trouble with Grandpa? Do you know how worried Grandpa is? Grandpa is almost going crazy. If I hadn't known that you were still alive, Grandpa would have almost gone to see Merlin with you. I am no longer the Eaton prince I once was, Grandpa. Eaton raised his head and looked directly at Wharton and said this. 25, House of Sifu. At this time Gettler was patiently explaining to Severus what elves were. Being ignored by Wharton was indeed a big blow to Gettler, but fortunately he was mentally prepared and had done mental construction in advance, so he was not so depressed as to squat in the corner. Especially when he saw little Severus looking at the house that was cast with many spells with some worry and nervousness and even a little expectation. Gettler felt that he was not alone, so he remembered the question about elves just now, and then regardless of Severus's wishes he pulled him over and began to explain to himself. Am I a wizard? Although Severus was reluctant and occasionally stole glances at the room where Eaton was, he still listened to a lot because he wanted to be with Eaton forever. When he heard that elves were contracted servants of traditional wizard families and that this was only an elf from Eaton's family, he cleverly grasped the key point. Gettler stopped his trend of becoming a chatterbox, looked at Severus with a strange look and then crossed his hands naturally in front of his chest. So do you think you are? Severus lowered his head and thought seriously for a while, then raised his head and stared at Gettler without any evasiveness. I am a wizard. Well, you still have some discernment. Gettler nodded secretly. That's right, you are. If you weren't, you wouldn't be alive now. As he spoke, Gettler lowered his head and looked directly at Severus. A dangerous light gradually appeared in his eyes, which made Severus instinctively tremble. But little Sever, you must know that if you want to survive in the Prince family, you must have enough strength. If you want to be with Eaton, your strength must be unprecedentedly strong. Do you understand? Severus felt very scared, even more scared than when he faced his father. This emotion was almost instantly revealed in his dark pupils, but he did not retreat in the end, even though his body was trembling because he had promised Eaton to be a useful person. How could he become useful if he couldn't even stand? Gettler's voice seemed to come from the horizon into Severus' ears and then reached his brain through a long journey, which made him feel less afraid. I will be a useful person. I will always be with Eaton. This kid is quite ambitious. A person's life is determined at the age of 3. Although I don't know who said it, Gettler never looks at a person's age but whether the other party is suitable for his eyes. Fortunately, little Sever is one of them. In this case, I will allow you to study with me. I will let you gain the most powerful power. What do you think? Severus didn't know what approval meant, but he knew that Gettler asked him to study with him. Can you keep me from leaving Eaton? Eaton's affairs have nothing to do with me. Gettler shrugged and spread his hands. That's your own business. Of course, if you want to learn from me and you haven't followed Eaton yet, then your value is not enough to satisfy me. Severus said he didn't understand, but he still wanted to learn. You are missing a thread in your brain. You don't use your brain at all. You are nothing and you always do things wrong. What can I learn from you? Plus Gettler couldn't help but almost burst his veins. As a 3-year-old boy, his intelligence is quite sound. His memory is really good. Gnashing his teeth. Whatever you want to learn, I can teach you, provided you can learn it. There is nothing in the entire wizarding world that I don't know. He seems to be very powerful, Severus thought. He is not afraid at all now, and he is still thinking about the problem calmly? You can't be a nanny. But I will learn from you. I want to learn everything. You are really ambitious, little guy. Don't be too greedy. Gettler reached out and rubbed Severus' hair fiercely. How dare you say he is a nanny? And he doesn't even know how to be a nanny? What kind of world is this? Is it because he hasn't been out for too long and is out of date? I'm not greedy. Severus frowned and stretched out his hand to pat down Gettler's hand that was pulling his hair. I can do it. As long as you can do it, I don't mind giving you my things. Gettler felt admiration for Severus at this time. He didn't intend to care about the saints anyway. If Severus could meet his standards, he didn't mind giving all the saints to Severus and let Severus be his heir. I don't want your stuff. Severus was dissatisfied, but before he could start to speak harshly, he saw the door opened. Eaton? Severus didn't care about Gettler anymore. He ran over and threw himself into the arms of Eaton, who opened his arms to welcome him. It's been a long time. Severus, are you acting like a spoiled child? Eaton's hands holding Severus stiffened for a moment, and then he felt a little funny. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that Severus was completely stiff, and he immediately broke free from his arms. His face flushed and he didn't dare to look at him. Don't be embarrassed to act like a spoiled child with me, Severus. Eaton solemnly hugged Severus again, not letting him go despite his struggles, and patted him twice in a soothing manner. Gettler noticed Wharton's strange expression and the strange way he looked at Severus and Eaton. Wharton, can I talk to you? In the room, Gettler actually had some guesses about what Eaton said to Wharton, but he was still not sure because both Eaton and Severus were irregular people who did not play by the rules at all. However, although Wharton's expression was strange, it contained relief and emotion, and there was no haze in it. Gettler did not care. What he needed to do now was to try his best to make up for and repair the gap between the two. Since entering the house, Wharton shifted his gaze to Gettler for the first time. His gaze was very calm, as if he was looking at a stranger, which made Gettler's heart skip a beat and his face turn pale. What can I talk about with His Majesty the Dark Lord? I am not a nobleman nor a radical party member. It seems that I have no intersection with His Majesty the Dark Lord. Forget about it. After saying that, his gaze shifted back to his grandson and that kid. Wharton refused to admit that the kid was his grandson. Wharton. Gettler was very angry about Wharton's performance. He couldn't help but raise his magic pressure. 26. Clarity of house. Things in the room began to tremble in an orderly manner, making rustling sounds from time to time. Wharton could be said to be the person in the world who was most familiar with Gettler's personality and various small movements. Almost as soon as his magic began to fluctuate, he immediately blocked Eaton and Severus, who was led by Eaton. He was very disappointed with Gettler, very disappointed. Many years ago, even though he had almost raised Gettler since he was a child, even though he cared about Gettler more than his own son, he later realized that blood ties were the real bond, and even if he cared about others, others might not care. My Lord Demon, are you planning to threaten me with force? Wharton felt the anger in his heart growing stronger and stronger. I may not be as good as you in spells, but don't forget, don't try to take advantage of a potion master. This is what he taught Gettler since he was a child. Gettler was startled by Wharton's words, and the demonic pressure dissipated immediately. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. He was too careless. He knew that Wharton never accepted threats. He could only blame him for being too accustomed to this kind of pressure. Now it seemed to be even worse. Wharton, I really want to talk to you. No matter what happened in the past, you know my personality. Even if you don't forgive me, you have to give me a chance to explain, right? Gettler was still upset about Wharton's vomiting blood. He couldn't imagine what he had done or said to make a master of potions vomit blood. Wharton looked at Gettler in silence with a gloomy face. Under normal circumstances, the person opposite would have bowed his head, admitted his mistake, or fled, but unfortunately he was now facing Gettler, a generation of devil whose thickness of skin was beyond his imagination. Grandpa. Eaton poked his head out from behind Wharton, and Severus' head next to him also poked his head out. He could see that there was a deep grudge between Wharton and the uncle opposite, but it seemed that the uncle suddenly came to his senses, but the grandfather refused to forgive him at this time. But don't forget, this uncle will be their backer for a period of time in the future. He has to provide food, drink, shelter, play, entertainment and education, and it would be best if they are willing to fight and be beaten. So Eaton decided to take decisive action for the sake of his future happy home life. You once said that all potion materials must be fully familiar and communicated in depth, otherwise the information obtained will be wrong and the potion made will not be able to exert its full effect. After saying that, he raised his head high and looked at Wharton expectantly, making Wharton seem to be dazzled by the light inside for a moment. When Wharton came back to his senses, he found that he had nodded involuntarily. Eaton remembers it very clearly. Grandpa did say that potions are like your family. Appearance, personality, spirit, thoughts and mood all need to be fully understood. Only when the potions obey you can you make the best potions. At this time Wharton had entered the mode of educating his descendants, and temporarily forgot about the huge light bulb next to him. If my uncle is a magic potion, shouldn't Grandpa also understand it clearly? Eaton's mouth twitched. He thought Wharton would understand what he meant immediately, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. It's better to be direct. Wharton was stunned for a moment, and the words he wanted to continue teaching were interrupted. Following Eaton's words, his mind couldn't help but think about what it would be like to slice Gettler into slices to make potions. I have to stop here and not think in a weird direction. Eaton is right, Wharton. Even if you treat me as a magic potion, you should at least understand my thoughts. You can't just put an accusation on me, right? Haven't I made many mistakes since I was a child? Didn't I correct my mistake that time? Gettler didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. Eaton was speaking in his favor, and his impression of Eaton immediately improved a lot. Wharton held his breath, but thinking that Eaton didn't know what happened between them, he couldn't bear to say anything to his grandson, so he could only ruffle Eaton's hair fiercely, looking at his puzzled eyes, and sighed, I have nothing to talk about with your uncle. He is not a magic potion, and the more he knows, the more familiar he may not be. Gettler thought that Wharton would definitely listen to Eaton, but he didn't expect Wharton to be so resolute. At that moment Gettler didn't care about anything else. He suddenly grabbed Wharton's arm and operated away before he could react, leaving only one sentence behind, right, take good care of your little master. Eaton and Severus, along with the two house elves, stared at the two men disappearing for a long time before they realized. The master has been kidnapped? This is Mimi. I won't listen to your orders? I can take care of my little master myself. This is right. Clear and decisive with great determination. This is Eaton, who was a little absent-minded. Finally left. This is Severus, who relaxed a bit. What should I do? The master has been kidnapped. Mimi is useless and can't find the master. Mimi ran around anxiously. There was no other way. Normally house elves can sense the location of their masters, which is why they can find their masters in a timely and quick manner. Of course, the premise is that the master allows it to sense it. Mimi, don't worry, Grandpa will be fine. Eaton had to speak out to stop it. If he didn't stop it, the elf might intend to abuse itself. This could be seen from the moment it started to lift the vase. Severus was very happy that the two had left. Although he would study with Gettler, he still didn't want him to disturb his and Eaton's lives. Eaton, you haven't eaten yet. As soon as the words fell, Mimi and Wright paused in their actions. 2 seconds later, the two elves began to have tears in their eyes, filled with guilt and worry, but they did not say a word. Those who should disappear disappeared, those who should pack up packed up and went to prepare breakfast. Eaton. Severus looked at Eaton, eagerly reached out and carefully pulled Eaton's hand. Will you go back with Grandpa? Of course not. Eaton shook his head and took Severus, who was obviously much happier, to the dining table. Looking at the table that was almost instantly clean, he had a deep understanding of the benefits of elves. We will stay in Germany for a while. What did Severus say to Gettler just now? He would not call him uncle when there was no one around. Although his soul age was not older than Gettler's, Gettler looked like he was only 30 years old. Well, I want to learn magic from him. I'm a wizard too. Severus looked a little uneasy and his remaining little hands involuntarily pulled the corner of his clothes. I'm a wizard like Eaton. I'm not a monster. The last sentence was muttered to himself. Although he couldn't think of much, he vaguely felt that maybe this was the reason why his father beat and scolded him. What's wrong with being a monster? Are monsters bad? Eaton raised his eyebrows. He was also called a monster when he was young. So what? Monsters can act recklessly. Monsters can be straightforward and frank. They don't accept falsehood or hypocrisy. They don't have to care about the messy complexity. As long as they have companions, monsters are the happiest. Severus didn't quite understand, but it seemed that there was nothing wrong with monsters. Then why did his father beat and scold him? Why did his mother have to be so aggrieved? Severus, if you want to be a happy monster, you must learn to distinguish what you should care about and what you shouldn't care about. Your companions need your care, but others don't. Do you understand? Eaton was very confident in Severus. Severus nodded obediently, deciding to remember this sentence and think about it carefully. As they were talking, Mimi and Wright had already brought up the steaming hot meals very quickly, and the two little kids obeyed the protests of their stomachs and enjoyed a delicious meal. After the two men finished eating, Walton and Gettler reappeared. Both of them looked much calmer, much better than their previous cold and indifferent expressions. That's good, at least I got the meal ticket, Eaton thought. As for the rest, who cares? Eaton, as you wish, you will stay in Germany for the time being. Grindelwald will protect you. I will leave Light here with you. If you need anything, just tell Light directly. Grandpa will come to see you in a while. Wharton met his grandson and solved some problems. Now he felt that he should go back and solve the problem of the traitor. He must not let Eaton return to a home without any security. He only had this one grandson and nothing could go wrong. Gettler, who was called Grindelwald, looked somewhat dissatisfied and helpless, but he still nodded in agreement with Wharton's words. Don't worry, leave it to me. He had proposed before whether he needed help, but unfortunately Walton rejected it outright without leaving any chance. As for Severus Snape, Wharton turned around and saw the little guy sticking to Eaton. He had just heard Gettler talk a lot about the two children. Now he was not as cold to Severus as before. Whether you can return to the Prince family depends on your performance. With these words, he actually gave Severus a chance to show his ability. I won't leave Eaton. Severus didn't understand and thought that Wharton didn't want him to stay with Eaton. He immediately quit and his face turned red. This time he was angry. Oh? Walton raised his eyebrows with some interest. This little guy seemed to be particularly obsessed with Eaton. Why? There will never be incompetent people around my grandson. I will become the most powerful man. Severus stood up, his small body imposing and extremely determined. Eaton is mine. The terrible habit of never giving up what belongs to me played its role again. 27. Discovery of the house. Regarding Severus' declaration, both Gettler and Wharton said that as superiors they never just listen to good words but hope to see actions and results. I will remember what you said. Show me your actions and prove it to me. If you can't satisfy me, you and those words will disappear. Understand? Wharton said the above words calmly, then looked at little Severin, nodded seriously, then hugged Eaton and picked him up. Eaton, you have fun and rest here. Grandpa will go back to deal with some termites and then take you home. Got it, Grandpa. Eaton still had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were sparkling. Grandpa, I want to learn potions. Haha, you're worthy of being Grandpa's grandson. Wharton was very proud and it showed on his face. His grandson has been surrounded by potion materials since he was born in order to cultivate Eaton's familiarity with potions. This is the tradition of the Prince family. Of course, the facts have proved that this is very effective. Eaton has been instilled with potion knowledge since he was 3 years old and now actively asks to learn potions. This makes the old and strong head of the family very happy. Don't worry, I'll ask Mimi to bring all the things over later. But you can only look, not do anything, okay? Children's magic power can easily go wild and accidents can easily happen. Wharton, don't you believe me? Before Eaton could speak, Gettler raised his eyebrows, unruly, questioning, with me here, how can an accident happen? Walton glared at Gettler unhappily. I don't remember teaching you to be narcissistic. I'm a natural talent, can I teach myself? Gettler subconsciously started to make jokes. Well, I really miss the old days, don't I? You can learn on your own, but don't let my grandson get in trouble. Wharton looked at Eaton seriously and said, don't trust this person too much. Be careful. Don't worry, Grandpa, Eaton knows. Eaton nodded very seriously in agreement. He never trusted this guy at all. That's good. Grandpa is leaving. Wharton put Eaton down and glanced at Severus. You read the book first. If you don't understand something, wait for Grandpa to come and teach you. Severus can also learn together. Severus was originally isolated and could not join in the conversation, but he did not care. He just kept looking at Eaton, who was held by Wharton, without blinking for fear that he would suddenly disappear like just now. When he was mentioned by the so-called grandfather, he was much happier when he heard that he could be with Eaton. His eyes became bright and shiny and the black color was as smooth as silk. Gettler did not say anything about Wharton operating away with Mimi. Okay, two little ones, stop being so affectionate. Let's go to my manor. After saying that, he picked up the two children without hesitation, glanced at Wright and told him to follow him, then left this temporary residence. Gettler's manor is surprisingly not big, but it is full of warmth, with flowers, plants, lush trees, rivers and streams, and occasionally one or two exquisite sculptures that look like lifelike creatures. From time to time, one or two rare birds will stroll on the lawn behind the house. The decoration in the house is mainly in soft colors with green, red and gold decorations and some details. Except for the master bedroom, which looks grand and elegant, the other rooms are all homestyle. To put it bluntly, it is very suitable for the simple and plain feeling of living at home. Eaton was satisfied with this place mainly because the fourth floor had a series of potion spells, magic circles and other equipment that were well equipped, of extremely high specifications and excellent quality, which was extremely suitable for otakus. There were even protective magic circles running in each laboratory to protect the safety of the experimenters, and there was even a house elf who was responsible for cleaning. What else could he be dissatisfied with? What else could he be dissatisfied with? Eaton was very pleased that he had chosen this person. Severus held Eaton's hand tightly all the time and didn't care much about where he arrived. Okay, each of you pick a room and you will live here from now on. Gettler put the two little guys down. You have a day off today and classes will start tomorrow. I will be your teacher. No lateness, no leaving early, and no learning without knowing it. Just don't forget to bring your brains. Finally, I have a chance to complain. I have been quite depressed these past 2 days because of these two little guys, one with a sharp tongue and the other learning to be sharp-tongued. This is something I haven't experienced in many years. We are not you. We don't need to be reminded of this. Eaton didn't care about this guy who was scared of his grandfather. What's more, he could see that this guy had a lot of thoughts about Severus. He was probably going to snatch Severus from him, so showing you a good face in front of your grandfather was just a temporary solution. Oh? You can say that now, just don't be found to be bragging later. Gettler expressed his disbelief. Even a genius like him was scolded half to death by Wharton. What's more, even if these two princes had strong talents in potions, it was a pity that he had to teach more than just potions. Narcissism. Severus remembered clearly what his grandfather had said to Gettler before. Seeing Gettler's malicious expression, he immediately retorted and then dragged Eaton away from Gettler. Eaton didn't show it on the surface, but in his heart he felt a bit gloating about Gettler's expression at the moment. He ignored it and directly took Severus to investigate the location of their future residence. For the rest of the day, Eaton and Severus had a relaxing and happy time. After touring the whole place, both of them expressed their liking for this place. Of course, Severus was the type who would be satisfied as long as Eaton was satisfied, so his concern could be ignored. Fast forward plot and antenna. Soon several months passed. Wharton came 7 or 8 times during this period. He was still worried about his grandson. At the same time, he was also thinking about his grandson's education. When he came, he patiently explained to Eaton what he didn't understand and occasionally took into account Severus' progress. Of course, he was very proud because Gettler was stunned by his grandson. Whether it was spells, potions, or magic circles, nothing could stump Eaton. Even if he was a little confused at the time, Eaton had the momentum of a researcher. He was originally a researcher, and guaranteed that he would understand it thoroughly the next day. Gettler's idea of learning from Wharton to scold was completely thwarted. On the other hand, Severus's talent for potions also made the two of them shine. Although it was only the most basic and simple part for a 3-year-old child, his performance was the same as Eaton's when he was 3 years old. Thinking of Eaton's living environment since childhood, he couldn't help but start to pay attention to Severus. This little guy might have completely inherited the talent of the Prince family. However, gradually both Walton and Gettler found that something seemed to be wrong, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. While the termites in Britain have been cleared out and some of the Dark Lord's inconspicuous but extremely important deployments have been destroyed one by one, the Prince family has now regained peace and tranquility. The son and daughter-in-law have returned to the portrait and wept for joy when they saw their son, who was still alive. Dumbledore no longer paid attention to the Prince family. It seemed that there was nothing wrong. Wharton counted the things that happened during this period of time, and then he was a little puzzled. Could it be that he was old and had an illusion? What a joke! Calling a potion master who was less than 90 years old, what kind of joke is that? At this time, Gettler was also trying to figure it out. The Saints were now very peaceful. In the UK, he had also secretly tripped up the inexplicable Dark Lord several times. As for Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, even if he didn't pay attention to it, he knew there was nothing wrong with it. Although he was depressed by the natural wisdom of the two little guys in the past few months, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. There was nothing wrong. Could it be that he was sick? Just kidding, making a Dark Lord sick, isn't this more impossible than letting Merlin come down to earth? Sure enough, narcissistic. Eaton, I heard from Gettler that there are many strange magic items in Magic Street. Shall we go take a look? The two were lost in thought when Severus's expectant words interrupted their thoughts. Let Gettler take you. I still have some things to do. Can Severus go by himself? Eaton was flipping through a book in his hand that was heavy enough to kill someone. He returned without even looking up. Just kidding, he finally found an opportunity to stay at home for a few days and didn't go out. Buzz, Wharton and Gettler looked at each other in surprise. They seemed to have discovered where the problem was. 28, home time. Walton and Gettler were dazzled by a flash of inspiration. Walton started to count with his hands. During the times he came to Germany to see his grandson, there were 1 or 2 times when he saw how hard his grandson was studying and wanted to take him out for a walk. After all, Germany was still Gettler's territory and they were potion masters, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered by the British. But in the end, his grandson dismissed him with various excuses such as something to do, very busy, not interested, which made him feel relieved and distressed at the same time. After all, his grandson was either buried in the laboratory reading or running around the main house with an expressionless face doing some actions that seemed inexplicable to them. Of course, every time this happened, Severus would join in. Counting like this, except for the manner his grandson never mentioned going out in the past few months? Thinking of this, Walton turned around and asked Gettler with his eyes. Gettler spread his hands and shook his head. In order to achieve a shocking teaching style, he wanted to take the two little guys to visit their Saints headquarters in the spells class, but Eaton rejected it outright and refused to go. In the end, he had to take Severus alone. Let's talk about the potion class. The form, smell, and collection methods of those potion materials need to be very careful. So for some extremely rare potion materials, Gettler scouted the growth location in advance and eliminated the threats. He was ready to take the two children to learn on the spot. This time Eaton really went with him. As a result, before Gettler explained, he collected the materials perfectly and asked Wright to take him home. It took no more than 5 minutes. Walton was a little worried about his grandson's abnormality. Could it be that the child was really scared by what happened outside and decided not to go out? This was not okay. It would have a bad impact on Eaton's body and mind. Thinking of this, Wharton stood up and walked to Eaton, who was reading a book. Eaton, you and Severus have been studying very hard these days. It's time to relax. Since Severus wants to go, why don't you go with him? Your grandfather took you there when you were little. I guess you don't remember it. If you want to buy anything, don't worry about the price. Just take it home. Eaton still didn't look up, remaining serious and flipping through the book at the same frequency. Severus, bring me some splendens. Got it, Eaton. Severus was not frustrated because Eaton refused to accompany him. Instead, he felt very happy about the task given to him. Wharton choked and looked unhappy. Eaton, didn't you like Mithril Crucible very much when you were a child? There is a store in Germany that does it well. Do you want to go and have a look? Severus, go to the third row of the bookshelf and take down the fifth book. The Mithril Crucible on page 257 is what I want. Eaton was still reading. Oh. Severus ignored Gedler and Wharton, who had heavy faces, and ran upstairs to get the book from the study. Seeing Wharton's look, Gedler studied Eaton's expression carefully and found that the kid didn't pay attention at all and was just reading by himself. Does he love studying so much? Eaton, aren't you afraid that Severus will be bullied without you? There are all kinds of people on Magic Street. Are you here to eat for nothing? The face of the dignified Dark Lord has been trampled under someone's feet. Why should I be anxious if you are not? Eaton finally raised his head but just looked at the stupid Gedler with contempt and then continued to lower his head and immerse himself in the big book. Gedler was also choked. After thinking about it, he realized that his excuse was really bad. With him around, who would dare to commit a crime? Are you kidding me? Aren't you afraid of being wiped out? This time when I go out, I will take Severus to look for fairy flowers. Are you sure you don't want to go with us? Gedler narrowed his eyes slightly, which meant that he was getting serious. As for what he was doing seriously, he must not let his subordinates know. The dried plant of the elven flower has a warm texture and a slightly sweet taste. It grows mostly around places where a large number of dragons live. It is known for its rarity and beauty. It can be used in soul potions, stabilizing potions, repairing potions, and other potions related to magic. It can calm the source of turbulent magic and sort out chaotic magic. Eaton raised his head this time and looked at Gedler seriously. Are you planning to take Severus to Romania? Romania is the only place where dragons live together today. Because there are a large number of wizards who don't know the value of things guarding the dragons, and the dragons becoming extremely irritable and restless due to losing their freedom, it is unknown how many fairy flowers are damaged every year. From the black market point of view, no more than 5 fairy flowers flow into the black market every year, and most of them are incomplete, no longer in the best medicinal period, etc. Gedler had never expected that Eaton would memorize the book Endangered Magical Ingredients, which is twice as thick as the one in Eaton's hand now. This is really Prince's bloodline. Well, he just wanted to find a magic potion ingredient that could attract Eaton's attention, and the fairy flower was just a casual mention. But of course, isn't it okay? If he wanted to go, he would go to Romania. He wanted to see if Eaton really refused to go out. At least last time for the potion material, although it was only for 5 minutes, Eaton did go out, didn't he? Eaton nodded with satisfaction. Of course, Grandpa will come with us? He turned and looked at Wharton expectantly. In order to judge whether his grandson really didn't want to go out, Wharton made up his mind to ignore his grandson's bright and expectant eyes and said, Grandpa is not going. I have some things to deal with in the UK. Oh, I see. Eaton lowered his head and thought for a moment, then saw Severus carefully holding the book and walked down waving at him. Severus, do you still remember the fairy flower? Severus moved closer to Eaton, carefully searched his memory and nodded. I remember. Does Eaton want it? It's Severus. He is worthy of being his butler. Eaton was very satisfied. Gedler will take you to find fairy flowers later. Do you remember how to pick them? Now Gedler and Wharton were dumbfounded. Their guess was confirmed. So why did Eaton go with him last time? Well, it was because Gedler didn't tell him what the material was, nor did he teach him how to pick it. He just said it was very precious. There was no other way, so Eaton had to solve it on his own. Severus shook his head. I'll go find it right away, Eaton, don't worry, I'll remember to find the perfect one. After saying that, he moved to Gedler's side, opened the book to page 257 with great effort and handed it to Gedler. Hold it for me, I'll be back soon. Then Severus turned around again and continued to run towards the study on the second floor, leaving Gettler staring at the book in his hand in silence. Walton couldn't help it. He squatted down and diverted Eaton's gaze from the tree to his face, looking at his puzzled expression. Tell Grandpa Eaton doesn't want to go out? I just realized. Eaton sighed. Grandpa, it's fine for me to stay here. I'll go out if there's anything. Does Eaton still care about what happened before? Is he still afraid? What Wharton was most worried about was that his grandson would have a shadow in his heart, which was what he least wanted to see. No, Grandpa. Eaton put down the book in his hand. I just don't think there is any need to go out now. I will go out when I need to. I just feel comfortable staying like this. Then when is it time to go out? Before Walton could speak, Gettler interrupted. He was really curious. Of course, when you need to go out. Eaton answered as a matter of course, without any intention of explaining when he needed to go out. Gettler felt that he would either be pissed off or suffocated to death if he talked to Eaton. And now Severus was increasingly moving in Eaton's direction. Did he need to stop this trend? Wharton finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could go out again, it was good. All of them potion masters liked to stay in the lab. It was fine. As long as they didn't stay at home all the time, that was enough. Of course, he could never have imagined that his so-called enough would be recognized as a reality in the future, a reality that made him extremely entangled. Looking at Wharton's expression, Gettler guessed that he was relieved, but he still felt that he was relieved too early. Looking at Eaton, who immediately buried himself in the book again after deciding that the topic was over, he couldn't tell for a moment whether it was an illusion or something else. When Severus came down, he did not bring the huge book with him. Instead, he wrote in a childish handwriting, or more precisely, he half wrote and half drew the method of collecting elf flowers. He stuffed the note into his arms with great care and then followed Gettler out the door. Wharton accompanied Eaton and answered his questions whenever Eaton was confused. He also interjected a word or two from time to time, seemingly saying words of persuasion and comfort. He was still worried about Eaton's thoughts. Time passed quickly and could be described as the speed of light. Eaton and Severus grew up in busy and fulfilling days. Eaton's knowledge reserve almost surpassed Gettler and began to be on par with Wharton. This made the two teachers feel very accomplished, and Severus's talent for potions also gave them many surprises. From an academic point of view, these two children were the two of them were proud of, but from a personality point of view. At this time, the two of them were sitting on the sofa looking at the two little kids opposite them who had grown a lot taller. Well, is there anything else? Eaton, do you need to bring another mithril crucible? Severus held a small notebook and carefully recorded what Eaton needed. Just 2 days ago, Wharton brought the Hogwarts admission notice to Germany. 29 House Discovery. Time goes back to 2 days ago. Wharton came to Germany with a trepidation. Why was he trepidation? Because in the past 7 years, the number of times his precious grandson went out could be counted on 5 fingers. No matter how he and Gettler threatened or induced him, all proved to be ineffective. They even asked Severus not to let him bring this or that to Eaton, but the tough little guy rejected them with contempt. His venomous tongue was almost as sharp as Eaton's, which made the grandfather depressed, frustrated, and angry, but he had no way to deal with it. Who made Severus the only playmate who had a very good relationship with Eaton? Wharton had thought about bringing a few children here or taking his grandson back to England, but Eaton refused, sternly saying that he wanted to continue studying with Gettler and did not want outsiders to disturb him. What the hell is that teaching? He can't teach potions anymore. People have memorized spells, but they can't use a wand. Even Gettler may not understand magic circles as well as Eaton. There is nothing else to teach, but Gettler calls it a Dark Lord course? What the hell is that? He just won't let his grandson go home with him. He forces him to come every 2 days just in case his grandson and grandson-in-law are taught badly. This time, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in the UK does have the name of Eaton. After all, he is the descendant of an ancient British aristocratic family. It's just that because he was not in the UK, he couldn't send the letter. Finally, Dumbledore invited him to Hogwarts to drink the damn sweet tea. It took a long time for him to give him the admission letter. Don't you mention how happy he was when he got it? He has thought of so many ways to get his grandson to leave that damn manor over the years, but he couldn't do it this time. Going to school always requires going out, right? There are so many children in Hogwarts, I believe his grandson will find many friends. When he thought of this, Wharton felt that the stone in his heart could be put down. Unfortunately, as soon as he arrived at the manor, Wharton began to get nervous, worried that his grandson would refuse to join Hogwarts. After all, he had selectively forgotten that Germany actually had a magic school, the Durmstrang one. How safe could a place that was blown up in half by that guy Gettler be? He definitely couldn't let his grandson go to that kind of place. To strengthen his confidence, Walton rubbed his face, tried to relax, and then walked into the house. At this time, Eaton was watching Gettler drawing magic circles in the magic circle laboratory as usual. Neither he nor Severus could draw them at the moment, so they could only research them and ask Gettler for help. Don't put too much magic power into the center. Eaton stood on a stool looking down at the lines gradually forming in the center and observing the color changes. There needs to be a break in the middle with a spacing of 2 centimeters. No magic power can get on it. Gettler was used to being commanded. At first he protested that Eaton didn't trust his strength, but unfortunately after the magic circle exploded on a large scale again, he had nothing to say. His magic power is indeed first class and his control is also first class, but the magic circle is not so simple to complete and every small detail cannot be ignored. After discovering the effectiveness of the magic circle designed by Eaton, Gettler was at ease to be driven anyway. After designing it, it would be in his hands to use. Walton quietly pushed the door open, knowing that it was inconvenient to disturb him now. Severus broke away from his careful observation, glanced at Walton, nodded coolly to his grandfather, and then continued to observe. Walton touched his nose. He was used to it. This kid was getting cooler and cooler, except when facing Eaton he spoke very little, and even if he spoke it was always full of venom. Sometimes he thought it was better for Severus not to speak. "Grandpa, you're here." Eaton jumped off the chair, took the towel handed to him by Severus and wiped his completely sweat-free face, completely ignoring Gettler, who was sweating a little because of the precise control of magic after coming down from the main battlefield. "Has the magic circle been designed?" Wharton knew his grandson's recent arrangements. This magic circle was designed to strengthen the security of the manor. "The design has been completed and is still being tested," Eaton replied. "It still needs to be improved." Walton looked at the magic circle in the center that was still glowing, nodded, and finally accepted his grandson's messy equipment. Here those devices refer to the strange things that Ludwig brought on behalf of Richard. Originally the two did not agree with Eaton's use, but they were also surprised by Eaton's measurement methods and experimental data analysis and finally compromised. It can be said that at Eaton it was always the two adults who compromised. The four of them tidied up and went to the living room, where they rested for a while and prepared to eat. This was the regular schedule. Wharton took this opportunity to hand the admission letter to Eaton. Eaton has grown up. He was full of emotion. He still remembered the interesting things when his son went to school. In the blink of an eye his grandson was going to school too. Eaton was very familiar with his father's memory, so he naturally knew what it was. He took it and opened it. The only difference between it and his father's admission letter was the name. This school is too outdated. It has been so many years. Severus moved closer to Eaton and watched. He became a little nervous as he watched. Of course he knew what it was. He reached out and grabbed Eaton's hand. "Are you leaving?" "Eaton." At this time Severus was very resentful that he was 2 years younger than Eaton. But he didn't know if he could go to this magic school with him. In the past few years Severus was no longer as worried as he was at the beginning, but he was still unwilling to leave Eaton for too long. The longest time he went out with Gettler was only 3 days. Eaton handed the letter in his hand to Severus and noticed his grandfather's nervous and expectant eyes as well as Gettler's leisurely expression of watching the show. He nodded calmly. "Yes, but I'm just going to school. I will also talk to the principal there and ask you to go with me." Now Severus felt relieved and began to read the letter with peace of mind, writing down what to buy. Wharton was very happy to hear Eaton's answer, but the second half of the sentence made Wharton stunned. "Eaton, that's impossible. Hogwarts only has students and professors. Young people can't go. Are there any clear rules?" Eaton was rarely obedient and poured a glass of water for his grandfather and Gettler. The drinks in the magical world were really unbearable, so such things would never appear in this manner. That's not the case, but this is also because after the magic circle of Hogwarts is superimposed, it will have some impact on young wizards with unstable magic power and weak resistance, so basically no one will take wizards under the age of 11 to take risks. Wharton knew this very well. After all, when he was a child he also complained about why he couldn't go to Hogwarts earlier, which made him have to wait until he was 11 years old to get a wand and make potions. So he later made special research on this issue. Well, I see. Eaton looked at Severus with some regret. He really felt regretful. He now felt that he couldn't leave little Severus. Sever, what should I do? Severus obviously didn't react much to his grandfather's statement, my magic is very stable and my resistance is not weak. Those have no effect on me. Don't worry, Eaton, I can go. I don't recommend that little Severus go to. Oh, Gettler interrupted slowly. The two little guys have been sticking together for such a long time. He has a lot of feelings for the two children now. He also knows that if they continue to stick together like this, it will not be good for their future development. They still need a buffer period for a while, and the 2 years of Eaton's enrollment is just an opportunity. Severus, don't forget that I am still your teacher. Compared with Eaton, you are still far behind. Why have you forgotten your original oath so quickly? Severus finally turned his gaze to Gettler while reading the letter. He naturally did not forget his original declaration because that had become his life goal. He studied and practiced desperately. If it were not for Eaton, he would even plan to waste his time sleeping. Eaton's excellence was obvious to all. If he wanted to stay by Eaton's side, he had to work harder. After hesitating for a while, his desire to stay by Eaton's side all the time was defeated by his life goal. Eaton. I will come to see you, and you should come to see me often. Severus's dark eyes flashed a trace of grievance and a lot of expectations. I will study hard with Gettler. When I learn well, we will not be separated. How come I am the culprit who broke up your lovers? This is completely the inner complaints of the two adults, because what Severus said is really too controversial. On the other hand, Eaton agreed very seriously, and as before, he hugged Severus in his arms, patted his back and comforted him. Am I going to have a granddaughter-in-law? This is Wharton's inner monologue. My two students are going to be sold domestically? Why am I still not sold? This is Gettler. After a while, Eaton took Severus to the restaurant for dinner while Wharton and Gettler watched them leave in silence. Well, Walton. Tell me, Gettler hesitated, can you accept a grandson's wife? Walton's body stiffened for a moment and he turned his head to look at Gettler woodenly with a strange look in his eyes. Do you think I'm old-fashioned? No, Gettler explained quickly, I'm just worried about you. Then I am a glass man? Walton raised his left eyebrow. Of course not. Walton is the person with the most terrifying willpower I know. Gettler sensed that Walton was about to find fault. After all, he suffered every time he was found fault, and it would be hard for him not to remember it. Very good, it seems you still have your brain. Wharton was actually quite conflicted about the possibility of Severus becoming his granddaughter-in-law, so he needed to vent. Humph, it's easier to accept than your crap. Gettler's body stiffened a little because of these words. He just looked at Wharton with a complicated expression and walked out of the living room without saying a word. Walton's reaction to Gettler was not surprising at all. After all, after so many years, Gettler still returned to that place without fail, which made Walton very annoyed. 2 days later, Severus was carefully helping Eaton record the things that needed to be prepared and planned to have Gettler take him to Magic Street in the afternoon to prepare everything. 30 House Accident. Walton and Gettler sat on the sofa opposite the two children, feeling that they had been automatically excluded because the two opposite had no intention of talking to them or asking for advice. Potion materials are not allowed. Let Grandpa deliver them. Just when Wharton and Gettler were feeling down, they heard Severus mention Grandpa. It should be mentioned here that 3 years ago Wharton allowed Severus to call him Grandpa, internally recognizing the existence of this grandson. Grandpa? Eaton was reading a book called History of Hogwarts School. There were many past and present policies and systems of Hogwarts in it which were worth learning from. Well, this is not safe either. It's better to go to the Forbidden Forest to find them yourself. But for those rare ones you can choose a more reliable owl to send them over. It will be fine if the smell is sealed. Well, okay. Severus nodded and quickly took notes, ignoring the fact that Wharton wanted to speak but was forced to shut up. Eaton, are you really not going to study in Germany? Durmstrang is not bad, especially for its famous dark magic which is not allowed to be taught at Hogwarts. Gettler glanced at Wharton and began to persuade Eaton. He had been looking for opportunities to seduce Eaton these past 2 days, and he also wanted to pull Severus, who he thought was in the same camp with him. After all, Durmstrang is in Germany and he, the Dark Lord, still has a say there. It is not impossible to let Eaton come back to live. Wouldn't everyone be happy? Unfortunately, he forgot about Wharton's strong fighting ability and Severus's preference for Eaton. So he never succeeded. Eaton finally took Gettler, whose IQ he thought was declining, seriously. Did this guy really become the Dark Lord? Did he really almost destroy the world? That's impossible. Hogwarts was founded 1,000 years ago. How long has Durmstrang been founded? Gettler had never thought about this question. It must be several hundred years, right? Eaton and Severus immediately gave him disdainful looks. You don't even know where you go to school. I don't know how you are still alive today. Severus expressed his doubts about his teacher. Durmstrang was founded 535 years ago by 12 wizards who were proficient in the Dark Lord. Eaton answered, how dare you let me go to a school with such a shallow foundation? I guess the books, there are only half of those in Hogwarts. And that's not even counting the value, only the quantity. Gettler was choked, but he got used to it. Even if Eaton left, there was still Severus to inherit his legacy. Is this why you chose to go to Hogwarts? Of course not. Eaton replied, as a matter of course, that alone is not enough for me to make a decision. The Prince family has been students at Hogwarts for generations, and I want to see what it's like there. Wharton and Gettler were stunned for a second, and even Severus paused in recording. It was hard for them to imagine that Eaton, who had always refused to go out, would decide to return to England to study for this reason. Eaton. Walton stood up and walked to sit next to Eaton, hugging his precious grandson. You are the pride of our Prince family. Walton was very touched. He was not an emotional person. As the head of the family, he was cold and decisive. He was even strict with his only son. But his son's death made him realize something, so he doted on his grandson. He was originally troubled by his grandson's quirks, but he was sure that his grandson was the pride of all the Prince family. No matter what, when he returned to England, it was time for Eaton to officially meet the portraits of his ancestors. Those people were very anxious. Eaton felt a little puzzled. He didn't realize that he had just expressed his feelings. Grandpa, I remember everything I said. Eaton turned sideways to look into Wharton's eyes and answered very seriously. What he said was about revenge for his parents, and he never forgot it. He was not a good man, and dozens of people died under his hands. Moreover, even if he thought he had given up the expectation of family affection, he still remembered the kindness of his grandfather. Unlike Gettler, his grandfather was truly unconditionally kind to him, and he should just repay the parents who had lived with him for the sake of this body. Wharton understood what Eaton meant and felt even more bitter. If his son were still alive, he would be so happy to see Eaton so sensible and smart. Thinking of this, his eyes became moist and he hugged Eaton without saying a word. Okay, since Eaton has decided, let's do it this way. Seeing that Wharton was still upset, Gettler quickly changed the subject. How is Severus' preparation? If everything is ready, let's go. Severus was holding Eaton's hand to show his silent support. After hearing what Gettler said, he looked at the records in his hand and nodded. Almost done, let's go. Grandpa? Wharton nodded and told Eaton to pack up with the elf. He would take Eaton back to England tonight. Of course, Severus would go with them for the time being. After Eaton went to school, he would return to Germany with Gettler. While Eaton was directing the house elves to pack their luggage, the other three were efficiently shopping on the Magic Street in Germany. Their previous trips had been smooth, but unfortunately their luck seemed to be a little off on this day, and they ran into a rather troublesome person. Abraxas had a rare free time today. He had been following Tom for many years and had been working hard all the time. Today he had found an excuse to think about everything that had happened so far, relax and maybe have a romantic encounter. After all, Germany had the Saints in charge and was much safer than the UK, so he came to Germany without thinking too much. But today was really his lucky day because he hadn't been walking around for long when he felt something unusual. He had to admit that he was too familiar with the Prince family. Almost all noble families studied this mysterious family and he was no exception. Compared to others, he had an advantage because his father once had a good relationship with the Wharton Prince family. This also made him remember some of Wharton's characteristics. "Hello, respected Master Prince." Abrax simply ignored the other party's cold expression and bowed. He had developed a thick skin over the years. "Oh, it's little Abu. How come you have time to come here?" Wharton blocked Abraxas's sight of Severus without leaving a trace. It was really a mistake today. He came out without any modification. Thinking of this, he glared at Gettler while Abraxas was not paying attention. It was all his promise. Gettler said he was innocent. The saint had never reported to him that such a person had entered the country. He chose to forget that he had not allowed the saint to report for 2 days. But the fact is that he should be in more trouble, right? If the British knew that he was still wandering around the streets, he would have to apply for a duel again. "I have a rare free day today, and thinking that the air in Germany is fresh, I came here to spend a vacation." Abrax lied with his eyes open without even a word of explanation. "In that case, then go out and have a look around. Don't waste this rare vacation." Because of what happened to his son, Wharton had no good feelings towards any Death Eaters. Even though he had been nice to Abrax, he was now completely hostile to him. Therefore, there was a lot of sarcasm in his words. Abrax knew that Wharton was somewhat disgusted with him now, but he assured Merlin that he had no idea that Tom would choose to oppose the Prince family and even kill the Prince's heir. By the time he knew it, it was too late. It was at that time that he began to prepare a way out for his family. He originally thought that he could fight for a more glorious future for the family, but he found that he was stuck in a quagmire. This made Abrax very angry, but he couldn't get out of it. The mark on his arm was imprinted on his soul and he couldn't escape. It's certainly not a waste to be able to chat with Uncle Prince. Abrax pretended not to hear the sarcasm and continued the greeting directly using the old address. Abrax felt that this person was very familiar, very much like the person in the portrait he had seen, but wasn't that person imprisoned? "I don't deserve it. Please call me the head of the Prince family." Walton corrected coldly. "Malfoy, I think you are smart. The Malfoy family can continue to this day because the heirs are all smart. I hope you don't disappoint your father's expectations. This is the last advice I give you as your Uncle Prince." After saying that, he turned around, picked up Severus, buried Severus in his arms, and walked in another direction. Gettler looked at Abrax meaningfully. He knew that even if Abrax was not sure now, he would know who he was soon. "Malfoy, knowing what to say and what not to say is what you should learn. Since Wharton gave you advice, I will give you one too. It is most important to see your own disadvantages and then see who can help you correct them. That's all I have to say. Think about it carefully." After saying that, he reached out and patted Abrax on the shoulder and then chased in the direction of Wharton. Abrax was still thinking about Wharton's words and was shocked by the advice of this guy who was suspected to be a generation of Dark Lord. Then when the pain in his shoulder appeared, Abrax frowned, looked at the backs of the two people leaving, and subconsciously reached out to touch the painful place. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that this person had done something to him in a short period of time. 31 House of Farewell. Severus' body was very stiff now. He had never thought that Grandpa would hug him because Grandpa always hugged Eaton, and he didn't feel jealous, he just thought it was good to love Eaton. So when Grandpa picked him up and pressed his head down to prevent him from looking up, his first reaction was that something was wrong, his second reaction was that he was actually in Grandpa's arms, and his third reaction was that Grandpa actually hugged him. When Wharton's hand moved away, Severus' face was flushed and he buried himself in Wharton's chest consciously. He was worried that his grandfather would give him a dose of cold medicine if he saw him like this. He would never admit that he was shy. Walton knew that Severus was shy because he refused to look up. For the first time in a long time he felt that this grandson was still very cute. No wonder Eaton liked him. After all, the increasingly sharp-tongued little Severus used to respect his grandfather very much. Now he has no taboos at all and is sharp-tongued to everyone except Eaton. While thinking this way, this little granddaughter-in-law is not so difficult to accept. Hey, little Siver is also shy now? Gettler, who caught up, saw the state of his student at first sight. This opportunity was rare, so he quickly teased him. Severus pursed his lips and decided to treat his teacher well from now on, but he would never come out until his face returned to normal. Ahem, that's enough. Are you sorry for not seeing Severus? Wharton coughed twice to hold back his laughter and reprimanded Gettler seriously. You are so slow. Don't you want to know something you shouldn't know? Severus secretly wondered what this person shouldn't know. It didn't make sense. What could a person who caused obvious resistance from his grandfather and teacher not know? Obviously, Gettler immediately understood the essence of the spirit. This time he didn't freeze but just shook his head and said, "Don't worry, he won't have the chance to reveal anything." Seeing that Gettler changed the subject, Walton did not pursue it further. The past was a hurdle for Gettler and he still could not get over it. He could only hit him from time to time, hoping that he could get out of history as soon as possible. Walton himself was powerless to do anything else. After so many years he could not get over a hurdle. What should he do next? So the rest of the shopping trip ended with Severus regaining his composure and jumping out of his grandfather's arms, finding faults and making things difficult for the shopkeeper, while the two adults watched calmly and silently. The three returned to the manor with a full load and were warmly received by the house elves. Of course, it must be Eaton's order. The most important thing for a homebody is to find a group of people who are willing to go out for him. More important than this is to make sure to trap these people. Is there an empty room in Prince Manor? Are you welcome to go? Gettler suddenly spoke when the house elves packed all the items and moved them back to Prince Manor in the UK, and Wharton was about to leave with the two children. He had sworn before that he would never step into the British wizarding world where someone existed in his life, although it was not a magical oath. But now think about it, how could that be possible? Wharton and his two cute and smart students were all there. Could it be that he was left alone to spend this extremely difficult and lonely holiday? The three of Wharton turned around and scanned Gettler with surprised eyes, making Gettler feel uncomfortable for a moment. Fortunately, he had experienced a lot and was rich in experience, so he still maintained his image of the Dark Lord, which had collapsed long ago. I seem to remember someone saying that they would never go to the British wizarding world? Eaton? Wharton rubbed his temples, thought for a while, and then asked Eaton in a pretended puzzled manner. God knows he was already happy in his heart. Well, it seems that when Grandpa wanted to take Severus and I back to England, someone strongly opposed the reason given. Eaton nodded, fully supporting Grandpa's bad taste. Severus looked at Gettler with disdain. What a poor excuse. Well, Severus's focus was completely different, but the disdain was common. Well, I just promised not to step into the British wizarding world. Prince Manor is independent and located on the edge of Britain. It is far away from the gathering place of the British wizarding world. It is also closed and not connected to the outside world. It is not considered within the scope of the British wizarding world. Gettler actually had complicated feelings, but he always felt as if he was relieved. But no matter what, he had to find a good reason. It's up to you. Come whenever you want. No one will stop you. Walton glanced at Gettler, and it could be expressed as a feeling of disappointment. He could only be thankful that Gettler still had some intelligence, otherwise he would have made a magic oath. That would have been a big deal. After saying that, Wharton took Eaton and Severus away. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed with Gettler, but even he himself had not sorted out what was going on between him and Gettler. He couldn't make up his mind to ignore Gettler just like he did in the beginning, but now he couldn't do it. But he was also unable to accept everything about Gettler. After the three men left, only Gettler and the house elf were left in the empty manor. At this time, Gettler no longer needed to hide the fact that he was really in pain over the years, but he never dared to tell Wharton. After returning to Prince Manor, Eaton and Severus naturally took a tour of the manor. This was not easy because Prince was a family with a long history and the manor was too big and wide. However, Eaton and Severus both liked it here. It was grand but not vulgar magnificent, but elegant low-key but hidden luxury. There are 3 buildings in the manor. The main house is a place for rest and reception. Even more luxurious than the main house is the potion building. That building stands in the middle of a field of planted potion materials surrounded by a forest on both sides. Needless to say, there are some relatively docile magical creatures living in the forest. The last building is a breeding and storage room which is used to store the inherited top-quality potions and cultivate some magical plants that are on the verge of extinction. Or have already become extinct. It's completely prepared for geeks, isn't it? Eaton was very excited. He would build his own laboratory in the potions building. It would be perfect if he could add some spells and magic circles to the laboratory. Eaton Severus welcome home. When the 2 little ones came back from outside hand in hand, contented Walton said this with a smile and open arms, then gave the 2 children a deep hug. When Eaton started, Gettler still didn't come to Prince Manor, but he still sent an owl to bring a gift. Well, the gift was an owl. He originally sent a golden eagle, but Eaton rejected it sternly, and he was also served with a howler letter from his beloved student, so he had to change his strategy. Walton had actually been waiting, hoping that Gettler would come, but unfortunately his wait was in vain again this time. How bad is this school? Eaton stood on platform 93-4 with a blank expression, but the fire in his eyes was very strong. He was determined to let his grandfather take him directly to Hogwarts, where he would live for the next 2 years. Why 2 years? Because he had planned to read all the precious books in Hogwarts in 2 years and then take the exam and leave school early. Eaton, this is a tradition. Look, aren't there a lot of kids coming over there? Wharton had been trying to persuade him for a long time, but his grandson was calmer and more determined than him. There were trains 1,000 years ago? Are you kidding? It's not funny at all. Eaton took the shrunken package and stuffed his wand into his pocket. Severus looked at the wand and still found it very strange. Eaton did not ask Severus to help buy a wand. He never mentioned it from the beginning. Perhaps it was related to Wharton's explanation that only by buying a wand in person could he find the most suitable one. However, Eaton remained unmoved and refused to buy one. After returning to England, when Wharton was ready to help Eaton buy one by himself using the blood cloning method, Eaton actually took the initiative to propose to go to Ollivander. This had never happened before. In this regard, Wharton and Severus expressed their strong support and accompanied him throughout the purchase process. The polyjuice potion was not used. After all, his grandson would be exposed after going to school. It didn't matter if it was earlier or later as long as he chose a safe time and was well protected. There weren't many people in Diagon Alley that day. Most children bought their school supplies immediately after receiving their school admission notices and didn't wait until now. Therefore, most of the people in Diagon Alley were adult wizards or senior students. They naturally wouldn't go to Ollivander's. Oh, let me see, little prince of the Prince family, I know you. Ollivander opened his gray eyes wide. I still remember what your father looked like when he came. You look very much like him. Oh, of course, everyone in your prince family is very similar. Good afternoon, Mr. Prince. The last sentence was said to Wharton, who nodded naturally. He still had a good impression of Ollivander, and the relationship between the two had always been good. My grandson's wand. Just a reminder, otherwise Ollivander would never know when he would find the key point. Yes, the little prince's wand. Let me see, which hand do you use? Oh, I believe you use both hands. Ollivander unexpectedly did not use a ruler to measure the length of his arm. Instead, he muttered this and started climbing the stairs and rummaging around. Eaton didn't say a word from beginning to end while Severus scanned Ollivander with a surprised and exploratory expression. Try this one. Ollivander handed Eaton a brown wand with a slightly longer shaft. What happened next puzzled the remaining 3 people, because the wand didn't react at all. My grandson has abundant magical power, you and I both know this, so Ollivander, what's going on? This seems to be the reaction of a squib, right? Wharton frowned very tightly. His grandson's magical power is far more abundant than that of his peers. How could such a thing happen? Oh, I don't know that either. Ollivander took the wand and waved it. A starlight appeared indicating that the wand was normal. If it's not this one, we'll replace it with another one. They replaced N wires and none of them responded. Wharton was very anxious and even Severus' face turned pale, but Eaton remained normal. This shouldn't be the case. This isn't right. Ollivander had never come across anything like this before. The wands you give are too docile. When the other three were lost in thought, Eaton suddenly spoke up. Docile? What does that mean? Ollivander was stunned. It seemed inevitable to him that all wands had their own personalities, but it was impossible for them to be too docile, right? It means that if you tell it not to react, it won't react. I haven't encountered a magic wand that can challenge me yet. Please find me a magic wand with strong conflict resistance. Thank you. Eaton explained with a paralyzed face. This explanation made the corners of the three people's mouths twitch slightly, and Ollivander finally experienced the feeling of being speechless. Eaton, are you experimenting with these wands? Severus asked. He was worried to death. Yes, it's a rare opportunity, so I naturally can't miss it. However, the experimental results show that the wands do have self-awareness, and it is probably because they haven't found their owners, so their consciousness is very weak. That's right, Eaton used his ability to control the consciousness of those wands. He once tried to control the consciousness of Gettler and Wharton's wands but failed, so he wanted to try other ways to see if they were feasible. Eaton thought that a magic wand that could control consciousness would never be his partner. Sure enough, Ollivander was a little annoyed because of the blow, so he took out his most restless wand and handed it to Eaton with the mentality of revenge. However, when Eaton held it, a peaceful cloud appeared. This made Ollivander speechless and full of admiration at the same time. He actually stopped working and discussed wand techniques with Eaton for the whole afternoon. The scene turned back and Eaton saw Severus looking at him in a daze, and he felt reluctant to leave. This was a feeling he had never had before, probably because he and Severus had stayed together for too long. Sighing, Eaton reached out and hugged Severus tightly. I will come back to Prince Manor often. He whispered. Yes. Severus reached out to hug back, his voice a little hoarse. I will tell Gettler that I will study at Prince Manor in the future. You will see me when you come back. I will write to you. I'm afraid Gettler's next trip to the UK is inevitable, Wharton thought bitterly. 32 House Encounter. Eaton resisted the urge to bump into the wall and finally dragged Severus through the entrance disguised as a wall pillar, then breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Severus really didn't need to come here. This was a tradition and only students in school could enjoy the privilege of passing through walls. However, Wharton said that he had no choice but to follow his grandson's disregard for tradition. Please believe that he was really helpless. I'm getting in the car. Eaton glanced at the excited little wizards around him and frowned slightly. He was not very adaptable to this environment. If Gettler refuses to come, Severus, you should formally inform him. If he doesn't show up within 3 days as a new student, I will feel very uncomfortable with school life and want to talk to the principal. There was no need to investigate this little thing in detail. Just look at the turbulent situation between Wharton and Gettler and the situation would be cleared up. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the matter between his grandfather and Gettler. Well, he still doesn't want to get involved now, but if Severus is involved, don't blame him for using any means. Gettler's current state is the type that feels uncomfortable unless threatened. Severus was not very interested in these private matters, but he knew some of them, so he nodded and agreed, seriously indicating that he would definitely notify everyone. Wharton was speechless and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Gettler. Grandpa, Severus is now in your hands. Eaton turned to face Wharton, thought for a moment, and then reached out to hug Wharton's waist. I will remember to write to you often. If you forget, please write to me and let me know. Wharton, who was originally moved by his grandson's action, lost his enthusiasm immediately after hearing the second half of the sentence. He didn't believe that his grandson would remember it at all. I'm afraid the meaning of this sentence can be completely translated as, please write to me more and record Severus's life and study status. By the way, why are these two kids so close? Better than him as a grandfather? Well, he should prepare to receive his grandson's wife as soon as possible. Well, Severus really needs to be trained well. He is not qualified to be a grandson's wife now. So Wharton's thinking became more elegant. This was all developed by these two little guys who trained them day after day. Eaton. Severus murmured as he watched Eaton let go of his grandfather and turned away. He really couldn't bear to let him go, and he was determined to work hard to get to Eaton as soon as possible. Should they make it look like a couple parting ways? Wharton couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he disapparated while holding Severus in his arms. When Eaton turned around, the place was empty. He seemed to really hear Severus calling him again. "Ah, are you a freshman?" Before Eaton could come to his senses, an overly lively voice rang out, and then a color of red appeared in Eaton's eyes. What a confusing color. I am. Because he was shocked, Eaton's answer was a little slow. What's the matter? Of course not. The obviously taller boy was serious for a while and then changed to a playful smile. You seem to be quite lonely. Are you sad? It doesn't matter. All the new students are like this. I was the same at the beginning. It was so hard to leave. The boy seemed to have recalled something funny and kept recalling it, completely ignoring Eaton's increasingly troubled look. How to deal with this situation? Of course, ignore it. Eaton puffed up his expressionless face and turned around to find a train door and boarded. He quickly and firmly opened the doors one by one to make sure there was no one inside. Finally, he found an empty carriage and went in. He closed the door, cast a practical spell of ignoring and sealing, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't handle that kind of overly enthusiastic guy, so he made up his mind not to enter Gryffindor. But compared to the traditional Slytherin of the Prince family, he wanted to enter Ravenclaw more. Because he moved too quickly, he didn't see that the people inside the car who had opened the door and then immediately closed it were all interested in this little guy with a pink and tender face but determined not to be cute. Unfortunately, Eaton opened the door. The students sitting in the door were all senior students. Who made Eaton choose the front half of the car? When Eaton relaxed and began to take out the spell book given by Gettler and practice the spells one by one, the students in one of the carriages were thinking about where the familiarity with this little guy came from. I always feel that this little brother looks familiar. A handsome boy with brown hair and narrow fox eyes that are still not fully open said so. One of the other three people in the car agreed with this. Black hair and black eyes are very rare in the magic world. If you don't count the Prince family, the possibility is very small. But it's not the Prince family? That's impossible. After all, when the Prince family heir and his family were killed, there was a lot of uproar. As the heirs of the family, they naturally heard about it a long time ago. The Prince family also stopped participating in exchanges between nobles from that time on. Whether it is true or not, you will know when you get to school. Fortunately, their families are neutral and it will not have any impact. The other three nodded and fell silent, thinking about writing letters to their families in the evening to explain the matter. Lucius felt quite miserable. He finally went to school, but his father told him something in a roundabout way and he still didn't understand what he meant, so he kept blaming himself for his inadequate aristocratic education. At this moment he was pounding a dragon-shaped doll in Malfoy's exclusive box, which he bought with the profits from his first time managing a shop at the age of 8. He treasured it very much, but he was in a bad mood today, and the more he looked at it, the more he disliked it. The poor dragon doll could only spit out fire intermittently and let out sad wails from time to time, but even so it still did not receive any sympathy from its owner. When you get to Hogwarts, remember to pay attention to some unusual people. If you find any, write back. At the same time, you should maintain good relationships with them and don't let your father down. When you get along with your classmates in the future, you should know how to be moderate. I believe you can tell the difference. Don't repeat your father's and my experience in this regard. Lucius repeated his father's words. He always felt that his father wanted to say something but couldn't say it, but what he said was obviously contradictory. What is an unusual person? What does it mean to maintain good relationships with moderation? He understood his father's experience, which meant that he should not get close to children who were from the same Death Eater family as his father, but he couldn't figure it out. After a beating, the breathless Lucius finally decided to calm down. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just think about it for the time being. Since his father wanted him to pay attention to unusual people, he would check each carriage to see if there was anyone he found unusual. So Lucius finally let the dragon go free and stuffed it into the luggage bag. He couldn't let others find out that Malfoy had such a plain side. He tidied up his clothes, hair, manners, and expressions. The corners of his clothes were neat and dust-free, very good. His hair was smooth and oily, not a single mess, very good. His back was straight, his arms were in the right position, and his posture and walking were elegant, very good. His chin was slightly raised, his eyes were cold, and his expression was half-smile, very good. So Lucius, who had prepared everything, began the arduous process of searching each carriage one by one. When he met fellow nobles, he showed friendliness. When he met ordinary civilians, he said he was a noble. When he met muggle wizards, he showed coldness. All along, Lucius felt that he was about to explode. Not only had he not seen anyone unusual, but he had also said so many things. When Lucius was about to give up, he finally knocked on a spellcast door in the middle carriage. Most nobles would place spells on carriage doors, but Lucius, who had been forced to observe all kinds of spellcast doors since childhood, said he could still recognize it. Originally, Lucius thought that the person who opened the door must be another familiar descendant of a noble family. When he was adjusting his expression and preparing to greet him, he saw that the person who opened the door was a little boy with black hair and black eyes who obviously did not look familiar but had an impatient look in his eyes. Eaton was experimenting with the restoration spell of the vanishing spell, one of the ancient spells that did not use much magic power but required extremely precise control. Just as he had gathered his magic power to restore the cup that had just disappeared, there was a knock on the door. How could he not be annoyed? "What do you want?" Seeing the visitor's dull eyes and expression, Eaton became even more unhappy. "Oh, I'm so sorry to bother you." Lucius was reminded of his impoliteness and immediately adjusted himself, raising his chin again. "I'm a freshman this year and there's no room in the box. I wonder if I can bother you." Subconsciously, Lucius felt that this man was the unusual person his father had mentioned. His eyes moved from Eaton's black hair and black eyes, and he seemed to understand the meaning of the book 10 Nobles that his father threw to him before school started. "I refuse," Eaton said without hesitation. "Either continue to search or return to the Malfoy's box and make your own choice." After saying that, he closed the door immediately. Didn't he know? With such bright and shining hair, such a classic expression, and such gorgeous clothes, it would be a shame for Grandpa's earnest explanation if you can't see it. Lucius was completely dumbfounded in front of the closed door after being rejected thoroughly. He had never met such a direct person before. Recalling the other party's rejection words, "Oh my God, he actually used such a bad excuse." Who doesn't know the Malfoy family in the wizarding world? Well, it's not that he wasn't annoyed, it was the first time he was rejected, but the other party was someone his father asked to have a good relationship with, so he had to suppress his anger. In short, Lucius has already determined that this guy is the one his father was talking about. With such an obvious appearance and such a weird personality, who else could it be but the Prince family? Should I knock on the door again? Yes, that's right, the excuse I made just now was too bad, so I'll just find another one, Lucius thought. 33 House Branch. So Lucius once again confirmed that he was in a gorgeous state in every aspect. The moment he raised his hand to knock on the door again, a voice full of surprise and anxiety quickly approached from a distance. "Lucius? I finally found you. Why aren't you in the Malfoy box?" Almost in an instant, Lucius felt as if he immediately understood the mindset of the weird prince just now. Really annoying. Oh no, he definitely didn't associate himself with the word annoying, it was just a metaphor, that's right. That's it. Bruce. Lucius put down his hand that was trying to knock on the door and turned sideways. His expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were a little more depressed. Of course, for Bruce Crabbe this was not a problem at all because he could not see it at all. "I went to the Malfoy box to look for you but found you were not there, so I went to each box to look for you." Ha ha. Crabbe grinned foolishly. He was now a sophomore student at Hogwarts Slytherin College. Before the start of this semester at the Malfoy family's banquet, he was honored to be chosen to be Lucius's follower. "Where's Goyle?" Since Crabbe has come, it proves that Goyle is not far away. Crabbe and Goyle are the guardians chosen by his father. The so-called guardian is also called a servant. Originally Crabbe did not meet the criteria and was not in the same class as himself, but because the remaining children either received aristocratic education and were relatively smart or their status was not qualified, he could only be reluctant in the end. Hey, why is he so frustrated? Obviously Crabbe and the Goyle family should have been born in the same year as him. I don't know what my father did, but he was born a year earlier. We were worried that we might miss each other, so we asked Goyle to wait outside the door of Malfoy's box. Crabbe was a little reserved in front of Lucius and rubbed his hands uncomfortably. Very good. Lucius turned his head to glance at the unusually quiet box, thought for a moment and decided not to continue. He would get off the car and try again. If it didn't work, Prince's family would definitely be Slytherin anyway, so he would find a chance to get close to them then. Let's go. Crabbe nodded quickly and automatically stepped aside to let Lucius go first and then followed behind. He had been tall and fat since he was a child, and now following behind the thin and delicate Lucius, he had a natural bodyguard temperament. Eaton heard the conversation outside clearly. When the two were far away, he refocused his attention and continued the experimental routine. As for Malfoy's plan? Well, Eaton said he was not very interested in it. He would write a letter to Severus when he got to school. For a difficult family like Malfoy, it was better for Severus to take over. The rest of the journey was smooth, but the steam-powered train was not very powerful. It was already dark when they arrived at Hogwarts. Eaton stood up and stretched his stiff body. As for the school uniform, he wore it all the time, so there was no need to change it. Hearing the announcement to get off the train, Eaton casually shrunk the spellbook and stuffed it into his pocket, then put away his wand and got off the train. The platform was now crowded with chattering freshmen, which made Eaton, who was used to being quiet, feel emotional again. He seemed to regret coming to Hogwarts for those precious books. He could ask Severus to copy them when the time comes, or even transcribe them if he couldn't copy them. Nice to see you again. Yeah, when romance first release, a voice that made Eaton familiar during the journey sounded. Lucius Malfoy said that he paid attention as soon as he got off the train. He thought he would not be able to find it with so many people. Sure enough, he wisely got off from the exit of the previous carriage. Eaton looked back and everything was pitch black, but Malfoy's iconic hair was still gleaming. Was this a special effect? Oh. That's all? Shouldn't we start with some small talk? Shouldn't we talk about the family's fashion trends? At worst, we could talk about Quidditch. Lucius couldn't help but complain in his heart, and his expression stiffened a little. Well, I'm Lucius Malfoy, heir to the Malfoy family. Yeah, I know you. Eaton nodded in agreement, then followed the crowd past Malfoy and walked towards the big man holding a dimly lit chandelier and roaring like thunder. Eh? Lucius was completely dumbfounded. That's all? You don't want to introduce yourself? Do you want me to say your name too? Lucius were going to fall behind, Goyle reminded cautiously. Crabbe had already left with the second graders. Let's go. Lucius's face was wooden, very unhappy. His attitude was good, he answered every question, but he should know the minimum etiquette of the nobility, right? How rude. Eaton seemed a little lonely walking in the crowd because the children around him held hands and supported each other because the road was slippery, but Eaton walked on his own, pretending not to see others' help, and he didn't ask for help from others. But in fact, this really can't be blamed on him. As a mercenary who used to run around in the wilderness, forests and swamps for many years, a slightly slippery path was not a big deal at all, and he really didn't notice the others. First-year students, get on board the boats. There are 4 of us in one boat. The big guy shouted. He had the size of 4 men combined, but he occupied a small boat all to himself. Lucius saw the opportunity and immediately followed Eaton on an empty boat after he boarded it. Then Goyle and another girl who looked very shy also joined them. Eaton looked down at the dark lake water expressionlessly and finally couldn't help pulling out a small potion bottle from his sleeve, poured a bottle of lake water into it and calmly put it back into the bottle in front of the other 3 people. You can call me Lucius. Lucius finally tried again. What should I call you? Aren't you unwilling to tell me directly? Isn't it okay for me to ask? Eaton. Eaton gave his name as Lucius wished Eaton Prince. The name was not shameful and people would know it anyway. Sure enough, Lucius couldn't help but sigh at his own wisdom, intelligence, perfection, and gorgeousness. Good afternoon, Mr. Prince. Oh, of course I should call you Eaton. Eaton had already turned his eyes away at this time. He could call her whatever she wanted. It didn't matter what she called her. Seeing that Eaton didn't want to talk again, Lucius labeled Eaton as taciturn in his heart, but for the sake of the Prince family's face he reluctantly helped him. This is Goyle. I think we will be students of the same college soon. Lucius raised his chin again with some complacency. We're at Hogwarts. Eaton didn't respond to Lucius' introduction. Instead he raised his head and stared at something with his dark eyes that matched Severus's. What? Lucius was stunned for a moment, but when he followed Eaton's line of sight he saw a scene that shocked him. It was a dream castle hidden in the thick black, tall, majestic and towering, with a strong and deep magical atmosphere, as if it was far away and near, but for some reason it made Lucius feel extremely close. Is this the magic of Hogwarts? No wonder every time his father talked about Hogwarts he always had a gentle expression. Well, very good, the diversion was successful. Eaton glanced at Lucius's admiring expression and nodded secretly. In his opinion, there must be a large number of superimposed magic circles around Hogwarts. Obviously, the magic circle that connects the magic power with the freshmen must be among them. Soon the journey ended in silence and everyone was gathered in front of a tall and heavy door. After the leader left, the calm was immediately broken and everyone started chattering again. Eaton. Lucius had been standing beside Eaton. Seeing him staring at the door in silence with a tense face, he thought Eaton was a little worried. Don't worry, you will definitely be a glorious member of Slytherin House. After saying that, he deliberately glanced at the group of freshmen who were talking in low voices around him. They were the children from aristocratic families who were about to enter Hogwarts. I'm not worried, thank you. Eaton felt that the Malfoy child tended to be a bit talkative. I just think Hogwarts is good. As soon as I finished saying this, I saw Lucius's face suddenly turn pale. Don't look back, Eaton. Lucius's face was really ugly, but he seemed to be holding back something and stammering to remind Eaton, which made Eaton notice that the faces of the people around him seemed to be a little off. This made Eaton turn around quickly and firmly and saw a group of transparent objects suspended in the air, and behind him was a guy who was looking at him with his empty and dull eyes. Ghost? Nothing. Eaton looked around again at the expressions of the people around him. Could it be that these people had not learned ghosts at home? Why did they all look so uncomfortable? However, he approved of Lucius's ability to hold back his fear and still remind him, and he initially realized that he could have some connection with Lucius. Ghosts have nothing to do? Why are they gathering here? Do you mind if I give it a try? Thank you. Eaton muttered to himself as he reached out his hand through Barrow's chest to feel it. After all, he had only read about it in books and had not experienced it in practice. It felt a bit like cool jelly. Little did he know that because of his behavior the freshmen around him looked at him in horror, and even Professor McGonagall, who was greeting the students and was stunned for a moment. Freshmen, please follow me. That classmate, please take your hands out of Barrow's body. This is not polite. Seeing that Eaton had no intention of taking his hands out, McGonagall had to remind him, while Barrow himself continued to watch silently. Lucius quickly dragged Eaton away and forcibly pulled him into the auditorium, ignoring his reluctant look. The people in the auditorium didn't know what was happening outside, so they were a little confused by the trembling and frightened expressions of the freshmen, but as the sorting began they gradually forgot about it. The ghosts did not enter the auditorium. They were not allowed to enter during the freshman sorting because they were worried that they would scare the freshmen and disrupt the normal order. This is why they chose to play pranks outside the door. Lucius Malfoy. After reading dozens of names, Professor McGonagall finally came to Lucius's turn. Only then did he remember to let go of Eaton's arm. Until just now he had been struggling with his unglamorous reaction. Slytherin. Without a doubt the hat instantly decided to go back to Slytherin. Lucius gave Eaton a look that said, "I'll wait for you," and then amid the orderly applause of the Slytherins he took the first seat among the freshmen. Eaton said he didn't receive Lucius's message. He was busy using his brain, which was comparable to a core multicore CPU, to analyze the reason why the ghost's body was of such a good texture. Eaton Prince. Professor McGonagall was stunned for a moment before reading the name. The Prince family's story was so widespread that everyone in the wizarding world knew about it. Now that someone else had suddenly appeared, it was inevitable that she would be stunned. Dumbledore had not informed anyone else of this matter, so his plans were naturally unclear. As soon as the name came out, the hall fell silent, especially at the Slytherin table, where there were all kinds of surprise, exploration, doubt, sudden realization, worry, and anger. Eaton had already prepared himself for this kind of situation, but what he didn't prepare for was that when he was thinking about how to bargain with the sorting hat, the hat had already given his sorting result. Slytherin. 34 House sensation. As soon as the hat made its decision, the Slytherins immediately began to applaud in unison. However, as they were applauding, not only did they not see Eaton walk up to the Slytherin table with his head held high, they also felt strangely that the atmosphere had changed, and the applause instantly died down. Originally, Professor McGonagall wanted to pick up the hat as usual after the sorting, but what she didn't expect was that the hat actually twitched and compressed the high tip of the hat to the position below McGonagall's hand, leaving Professor McGonagall's hand empty. When did this hat have this function? Professor McGonagall immediately turned back and stared at Headmaster Dumbledore, who was sitting alone in the headmaster's seat. He smiled slightly and waved at her. Then nothing happened. No more? Is there any principle like this? Eaton was in an extremely low-pressure state at this moment, and the chaotic consciousness above his head was saying these words noisily. It's really not my fault, Merlin promises. Who dares to move the prince's property to the other courtyard? Hat felt aggrieved and thought he was wronged, but he had to accept the man's threat of demolition and clearing just because the other party was a prince. What a coward. Eaton was so frustrated. He wanted to be in Ravenclaw, so how could he be in Slytherin? Although he believed what the hat said about the founder's requirements, but rules exist to be broken. Anyway, I don't dare. If you want to tear it down, I will. The houses have been divided and I have no choice. The hat seemed to want to break the jar and throw it away as if it was a done deal. I really don't know why you want to go to Ravenclaw, but I can secretly tell you how to get into Ravenclaw's library. With a little flattery and a little snickering, the hat can also think, right? Eaton's mood brightened up a lot. He had to admit that this hat was quite clever. Now that he was in a better mood, Eaton didn't need to stay any longer. Until now, he had not expressed any surprise at the unusually quiet hall. He just took off his hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall very politely. As the other party looked at him with surprise and doubt, he walked to the Slytherin table very calmly, steadily, and peacefully, and sat down next to Lucius under everyone's gaze. By the time Lucius realized what was happening, it was too late. He had actually planned to give up the seat to Eaton when he came over to show his friendship with the Prince family. The result? It was all smashed. Well, it was all because of that dirty, greasy hat. Well, I knew you would definitely come to Slytherin, Eaton. Lucius adjusted the angle of his chin, deliberately glanced at Eaton's future classmates in a casual posture, and finally came to his senses and began to scan Eaton's future classmates, emphasizing the word Eaton. I didn't expect that either. Eaton nodded in agreement. Why does Eaton always choke him? He doesn't know how to answer. I'm going to tell my dad. I have to learn the etiquette of the nobility again. Lucius roared in his heart. Oh. Lucius replied dryly, welcome, Eaton. This is correct, right? Yeah. Eaton nodded again, ignoring Lucius's burning gaze. What to say next? Lucius pounded the poor imaginary dragon doll miserably in his mind, trying to find a topic to talk about. I didn't expect there are still people from the Prince family. Nice to meet you. Before Lucius could figure it out, a discordant voice sounded from the other side, making Lucius come back to his senses immediately and look over with slightly squinted eyes. It was a neutral family. It seemed to be called Camille Lay? Camille Rye was the handsome guy who looked familiar to Eaton on the train. He never thought that his feeling was true. There was actually someone in the Prince family? This was a great joy for neutral people like them. The Prince family had lasted for so long and its power was definitely stronger than the current black and white parties, and it would never get involved in the disputes in the wizarding world. Although there was no conflict between the so-called Death Eaters and Dumbledore's faction, they just had different philosophies. However, if you explore carefully, you will find that sooner or later there will be a war between the two. For neutral families who don't want to get involved, the Prince family has become the best safe haven. So it's Mr. Lay. What do you mean by that? Lucius was the first to reply. No matter how he listened to it, it didn't sound good, and the person who said it seemed serious. Oh, please don't mind me, I didn't mean that. I'm just very happy, just very happy. Lay also realized that there was something wrong with what he said and immediately looked at Eaton with a sincere expression to explain. Eaton, who had been looking down, looked up at him and said, I understand. Seeing that others were also frustrated at Eaton, Lucius was immediately happy and no longer worried. He admired Mr. Lay's dazed expression and felt very comfortable. Naturally, the conversation between the three people was not missed by the Slytherins who had been paying attention to this side. Camille Rye's meaning was easily captured by everyone. For a moment, some people were happy, some were worried, some were angry, and some people even had vicious light flashing in their eyes. The emergence of Eaton Prince is not just a family matter but involves the key point that the original two major camps in the entire magical world are about to transform into three major camps. While the three were talking, the sorting had already been completed. After all, after Eaton, it seemed that the efficiency of the sorting hat had improved a lot. Of course, this was definitely not because Eaton was resentful that others could bargain for a long time while he was directly thrown into Slytherin. Absolutely not. Well, welcome new students. Dumbledore stood up and smiled kindly. His sight range has always included this Eaton. I believe everyone is hungry. It's been a long day. Let's eat first. As soon as he finished speaking, an unusually sumptuous dinner to welcome freshmen suddenly appeared on the table. Eaton was very interested in this. He had always thought that Hogwarts house elves would serve the dishes invisibly, but that was not the case. Just now he felt a trace of magical fluctuations. It seemed that the teleportation magic circle was working. Sure enough, Hogwarts was the right place. Now that there was food, people could no longer stare at Eaton blatantly. Apparently, Eaton's performance during the sorting just now aroused the interest of many people, especially Ravenclaw. The Slytherin table was full of children of noble birth, so dining etiquette was a must except for freshman Goyle and sophomore Crab, but everyone was used to it. At this point, the problem of disharmony arose. Eaton was not willing to eat with aristocratic etiquette at all. At home, he was forced by Gettler and Walton to eat slowly. Please, he still had experiments to do, so he didn't have that much time to eat. But with his pitiful grandfather and the crazy Gettler around, he had no choice but to slow down. But now it's different. Who can control him at school? So Eaton ate quickly without any concern. Of course, because he had been trained in the habit, his movements were still very aristocratic. So after Eaton shocked the entire school twice, the third time finally happened. Everyone stared in amazement at Eaton eating at an extremely fast speed, yet his movements were not rude and his eating manners were not ugly. Eaton, are you hungry? Lucius gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. It's okay, we have plenty of time to eat. I'm not hungry. Eaton took the time to answer Lucius' question and then solved the food problem within 5 minutes. After finishing the meal, Eaton stood up and wanted to leave. But before he could fully stand up, Lucius forcibly held him down. Eaton, you can't leave. Why? Eaton showed no interest in the Slytherin secrets that Wharton had instilled in him and didn't listen at all, so he had no idea that he was now challenging the chief authority. Lucius wanted to hit the doll again. Everyone hasn't finished eating yet. We need to go back to the dormitory together later. Why? I'm not a child, I don't need a guide. Eaton was not used to Lucius's arm still pressing on his shoulder and he forcibly moved it away. Don't say it's a tradition. He had broken traditions more than once or twice, so he got used to it. Lucius was about to say the word traditional when he was choked and couldn't help coughing. Oh my God, he was about to cry. He had never been so rude in front of so many people. He was Malfoy. He was the nobleman in the entire wizarding world, second only to the Prince family. How could he be so rude? Therefore Lucius suppressed his intention to cough and his face turned red, which attracted Eaton's sidelong glance. Kindly taking a bowl of smelly pumpkin juice from the table and handing it to Lucius, he watched him drink it in one gulp, then sighed, "Look, you're pretty fast too, aren't you?" Lucius feels his hands are itchy. "This is indeed a tradition, Mr. Prince." A man who appeared behind Eaton said this gently with his usual arrogance. "It is a tradition for freshmen that the head teacher leads the team into the dormitory. After all, as freshmen, we don't know the password yet." Eaton and Lucius turned around and saw a figure who was very tall compared to them. He seemed to be in the 7th grade with soft short brown hair and a sharp face. However, his face was quite ordinary. The only special thing was his pair of brown eyes that gave people a sense of oppression at first glance. They were sharp and smart. One could guess at a glance that it was undoubtedly the chief himself. Eaton looked up and then immediately lowered his head. Looking up was too tiring and not good for the neck. "Is that so? I should have eaten slower if I had known." His tone was full of resentment, as if he was blaming people for not reminding him earlier and as if he was blaming them for not allowing him to leave first. The headmaster found Eaton's reaction very interesting and smiled unconsciously. "I am Sharon, the headmaster of Slytherin. I am really sorry for not reminding you earlier, but it is not too late now. The food in Hogwarts is still delicious and..." At this point he bent down, leaned close to Eaton's ear and whispered, "Slytherin's digestive agent is also delicious. Of course, maybe you don't need it, Eaton." He addressed Eaton in a more intimate way, then naturally stood up and returned to his seat, raising the cup in his hand and motioning to Eaton. He suddenly thought of Severus. Eaton made up his mind expressionlessly that he would have a good talk with Severus tonight. Well, maybe he could ask his grandfather to find him a two-way mirror? 35 House of Missing. After dinner, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up with a smile, waved his wand, and the lyrics in huge fonts appeared in the office. Eaton looked up silently, then turned his head to look at the gloomy-looking Slytherin students around him. Is this a joke? Lucius thought he should get used to it, but he still wasn't. So he decided to pretend he didn't hear it. "Now let's sing the Hogwarts school song." Dumbledore's eyes passed over Eaton and Lucius as if he had heard their conversation. Eaton suddenly found it very interesting. It turned out to be the school song? But why did it use red messy words in unknown fonts to float in the air? Well, I have to think about what songs he can sing. He has rarely listened to songs since he was a child, let alone singing. In the end, Eaton decided to use a lullaby. So among all the Slytherins who were reading silently, a guy with a childish voice and a strong background who could choke people to death actually sang in a way that made people sleepy? After Lucius finished reading silently, he couldn't help but ignore his aristocratic demeanor and secretly look at Eaton, who was still singing. Of course, the actions of others were similar to Lucius. What a touching music. Dumbledore wiped his eyes. Well, welcome everyone to Hogwarts again. As the headmaster, I hope everyone can have the best student life. But please note that you are not allowed to enter the forbidden forest next to the castle. Please remember that it is very dangerous there. When he said this, Dumbledore looked in the direction of Eaton again. After all, everyone knew the habits of the Prince family. The more potion materials there were, the less dangerous it was. Well, I won't delay everyone's rest time. Please lead the students back to their respective lounges, prefects. Slytherin comes from the mire. This sentence is enough to prove Slytherin's preference. Walking in the dark corridor, Eaton thought that it was dark and gloomy, but it had low-key luxury and the most precious friendship. There was a portrait on the wall of the corridor of Hogwarts every few steps. There were fewer landscape paintings but more portraits of people. However, Eaton himself thought that there might be people in all the portraits, even when there seemed to be no people in the landscape paintings. After all, the portraits set up in every corner of Hogwarts have special meanings, especially those sparsely populated areas. Eaton, what tune did you use when you sang the school song just now? Lucius was quite curious. He would never admit that he was just making small talk because he really couldn't find a topic to talk about. Lullaby. Eaton answered readily, not noticing that the ears of the people around him were turning to him. Hypnotic song? Lucius was stunned for a moment. This was really the real deal. When Eaton was singing just now, he really felt a little sleepy. Yeah. Eaton nodded. One of his teammates always sang this song repeatedly. It was said that his murdered mother had always used it to coax him to sleep when he was a child. So he was most familiar with it. Lucius opened his mouth wanting to ask if he could teach him. He felt that this song was of great value. Maybe he could mail it to his father and ask him to find someone to study it and see if he could make money. Before Lucius could speak, ill in front of him spoke up. "We are here. Freshmen, please come over. This is our lounge. Password." On a portrait at the door, a noble man was sitting elegantly on a chair, flipping through a book slowly. Glory. After Eeyore finished speaking, he turned around and gave a special instruction. Of course he was looking at Eaton. "We will use this password for a month. Remember it." The man in the portrait never looked up and the door opened automatically. Entering the lounge, it was an extremely spacious large living room decorated in green and silver. The temperature and humidity were moderate and the rest area, study area and entertainment area were clearly planned. The freshman who had just arrived seemed very satisfied with the place except for Eaton. He had already spoiled his appetite for the decoration of the Prince family. What should I do? I miss little Sever even more. I wonder what he is doing now. Usually at this time they should be sitting together in the living room reading. It seems that I should write a letter. Thinking of this, Eaton walked towards the only passage, wanting to find his room immediately, but was suppressed by Lucius again. The pitiful Lucius said that he really didn't want to do it. But his father meant to make friends make friends. If it was his own idea, he would definitely still do it. The name of Prince is really too big, isn't it? Eaton turned to look at Lucius again in confusion. Is this guy addicted to intercepting him? You can't go back to the dormitory now. Lucius was full of anger. Could it be that the head of the Prince family didn't tell Eaton about Slytherin? How incompetent! Wharton, who was watching Severus brewing the potion, suddenly sneezed. He was very confused. He hadn't been sick for many years, so this shouldn't be the case. Well, he should drink some cold potion. Tradition again? Eaton raised his eyebrows. He learned this from that guy Gettler. I wonder if this tradition is a bit too much. Why don't you go back to the dormitory? Next are some Slytherin internal precautions, Mr. Prince. Eeyore's voice was smiling but not blaming. This was the first reaction of all Slytherins. Of course they immediately realized that it was not okay to offend the Prince family now. Who was the chief? How could the most cunning and intelligent Slytherin make such a mistake? Eaton took Lucius's hand off his shoulder again, then looked at Eeyore, who was standing in the middle of the lounge. Eeyore looked back at him gently. Please pay attention to efficiency, Mr. Sharon. You have already wasted 1 minute. As soon as these words came out, Eeyore, who was known for his cunning, couldn't help but want to complain. Who wasted time? Well then, freshmen, welcome to Slytherin, the best college in Hogwarts. Here you can get a lot of things: knowledge, wealth, friendship and love. The premise is that you must prove that you are a Slytherin. Slytherin is different from the other 3 colleges because weak people are not welcome here. The tapestry on the wall records the Slytherin college rules, which are 1356 articles in 15 chapters, 90 sections in 15 chapters. This is your first test. After this semester, everyone must be familiar with the rules. Of course, we will not conduct those unpleasant assessments, but you must know that various things will happen at any time and anywhere in Hogwarts. We don't care about school rules, but those who violate the college rules will inevitably be punished by the college. I believe you can understand it, right? Ill's voice had a low magnetic tone and he spoke at a steady pace without any threat in his tone. However, it made the dozen or so freshmen assigned to Slytherin tremble in fear and made Eaton couldn't help but glance at him sideways. It seemed that this chief was indeed quite capable. Very good then, on behalf of your seniors I wish you a warm night. Eeyore seemed very satisfied with the effect he had created, not including Eaton's reaction. Oh, by the way, I forgot to inform you that the first-year prefect selection will be held tomorrow night. At that time the selection of 2nd to 7th grade prefects and chiefs will be held at the same time. No one can be absent. After saying this he actually smiled at the group of freshmen, the meaning of which was unclear. Eaton didn't see a smile. He was thinking seriously about the content of the letter he was going to write to Severus. Well, I believe Severus must miss him very much. If there is no letter from him, he may not even sleep. As expected, we still need to emphasize rest and diet. Eaton said that he never thought he had no right to say anything about other people's diet and rest. The number of Slytherins has always been the smallest among the colleges. Therefore, most Slytherins can enjoy the treatment of single rooms, and Eaton is one of them. The dormitory still looked shabby. In addition to the beds being made, there were a few suitcases lying on the floor. The carpet was new, but the pattern was not beautiful, not to mention the cabinets made of some unknown wood and the low-quality desks. There was no decoration in the whole room except for the necessities. This was the first level that Slytherin prepared for the freshmen. If you didn't have enough spell skills, you would have to stay in this shabby dormitory for a while. This could be a great threat to the pampered Slytherins. Eaton ignored all this and went straight to the desk. He waved his magic wand and the suitcase automatically jumped open and sorted itself out. A piece of high-quality white paper and a high-quality fountain pen flew in front of Eaton. The white paper and fountain pen were strongly solicited by Eaton and Gettler and were in the hands of Wharton, a conservative and solid faction. Dear Sev, I'm sure you already have dark circles under your eyes. If I see them when I go back, then you will have to say goodbye to potions in your future. Hogwarts is okay, the magic circles are worth studying and the rest is no big deal. I will try to smuggle Ravenclaw's collection of books back home later, so keep an eye out for them. Well, there is nothing more to say. Tell Grandpa to prepare a pair of two-way mirrors for us and send one to me. Also, has Gettler arrived? You're Eaton. Hereafter Eaton mailed the letter through the Slytherin Owl channel. He went to bed. There would be a whole day of boring classes tomorrow, and he hoped to find time to visit the Ravenclaw library. Severus in Prince Manor was concentrating on brewing the potion. At the last moment he carefully passed in a drop of dragon's blood, then watched for a while and saw that the chaotic potion immediately turned into a transparent blue, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Walton walked forward, smelled the potion, and then used his wand to dip a little into the mouth of a Sergei, a small carnivore, in a cage next to him. Within a second the Sergei fainted. A top-quality powerful stunner. Severus pursed his lips, but his eyes showed a trace of joy. He began to bottle the potion and secretly made up his mind to make a special finished product in the shortest time possible. Only the best quality was still too low. Grandpa, has Eaton arrived at school yet? After packing up, Severus temporarily put down the materials he was preparing and asked Wharton a little embarrassedly. He really missed Eaton. He was not happy at all that day. Well, it's about time for us to go to the lounge to rest. Wharton roughly calculated the time. It should be curfew time at Hogwarts now. He always thought that Hogwarts did a bad job in this regard. How could the train arrive at the school after 7 o'clock? Severus lowered his head. He felt uncomfortable because he thought Eaton would definitely write to him. Severus? Wharton felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the child was a little sad. For so many years he had already regarded Severus as his own grandson and even as his future grandson's wife. How could he not feel pain with the dual identities? Maybe. Just as he was about to say something to comfort Severus, he was interrupted by the sharp voice of the house elf. Master, there is a letter from the young master. Severus raised his head, his eyes bright, and stared at the letter closely, causing the house elf to tremble. Yes, it's for Master Severus. Wharton's excitement suddenly subsided. Seeing Severus nervously running over to grab the letter, he couldn't help laughing. His grandson and granddaughter, well, they are indeed from the Prince family. They are so much like them. If his son hadn't gotten into trouble, he probably wouldn't have been able to get along with his grandson and granddaughter like he does now. Severus, what did Eaton say? Wharton saw Severus's slightly red face and couldn't help but be curious about the content of the letter. Nothing. He had only been away for a day. How could he have dark circles under his eyes? Severus' slightly red face was actually caused by the lack of oxygen from reading the letter just now. Do you mind if I take a look? Wharton was really curious about Severus' reaction and couldn't help but pull out Severus' letter, but he almost finished reading it at a glance because the letter was so short. What does it mean to smuggle Ravenclaw's collection of books back home? Wharton felt that his headache, which had just gotten better, was about to get worse. He was too early to be relieved. His grandson's purpose in coming to Hogwarts was not pure. He didn't submit any friends, was assigned to a certain house and other things that should appear. Fortunately, he thought that his grandson could finally get along with his peers and solve the problem of not wanting to go out. Severus watched helplessly as Wharton's hand holding the letter began to tremble and the letter paper began to twist. "Grandpa, can you return the letter to me?" If this continued, the letter would be damaged. This was the first time Eaton had written to him. Hearing this, Wharton looked at his grandson with complicated eyes, then looked at the letter. Finally, he changed the letter back and decided to go back to the study to write a sincere and warm reply letter to persuade people to be good. After making up his mind, Wharton turned and walked out the door. He had to take action immediately. With his grandson's persistence in research, maybe he would take action tomorrow. "Grandpa?" Severus called him hesitantly when Wharton was about to leave. "Can I learn beauty potions?" 36 House Arrival. Wharton stopped walking. He felt like he was hallucinating. It was probably because of the cold that he was hallucinating. How could he hear his grandson applying to study beauty medicine? That must be something made by those inferior pharmacists. "Grandpa?" After waiting for a long time and getting no response, Severus couldn't help but remind him. He had already planned to study day and night to get to Eaton as soon as possible. How could he not hurry up? However, Eaton didn't allow him to have dark circles under his eyes, so he absolutely couldn't let Eaton find out. Wharton finally came back to his senses and looked back at Severus with a complicated look in his eyes. Was the relationship between this daughter-in-law and grandson too good? "Do you really want to learn?" Severus nodded seriously. At the end, worried that his grandfather wouldn't see how serious he was, he added, "I want to learn." Wharton coughed and finally decided to face up to his grandson's request. He really didn't expect that little Severus would obey Eaton's words. Sure enough, his grandson's daughter-in-law was very reliable, worthy of being a member of the Prince family. Other courses are as usual. If you finish them ahead of time, I will teach you some basic knowledge in the remaining time. However, remember that beauty potions are different from other potions. I will not teach you the formula. You can only create an experiment by yourself. Beauty potions have not been developed by potion masters. The existing ones are just some conventional potions without any innovation. However, since Severus is interested, he can study it as a subject. With his talent for potions, he may be able to design a masterpiece that will shock those beauty lovers in the magic world. Okay. Severus nodded, then put the potion on the potion table on his potion shelf and left the potion room. Wharton was looking at Severus's straight little back from behind. His grandson had been keeping himself tense all the time and had not relaxed for a moment. And his grandson, the only person who could change Severus, didn't seem to intend to change this. He really didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. God, he has to write a letter quickly. Finally remembering his purpose, Wharton no longer had time to think about Severus's question and operate directly to his study. At this time, Gettler was looking at the letter in his hand in Heisenberg manner with a mixture of laughter and tears. This was the letter his dear student had sent to Heisenberg Manor in Germany via owl yesterday, addressed to him specifically. After receiving the news, he quickly finished his work and rushed here. There was no other way because the address he gave was the Heisenberg Manor. Neither Ludwig nor Noah knew what their boss's expression meant, but they sincerely felt that it was an unbecoming expression for a boss. Gettler felt that he was wronged. He really didn't delay the date of going to the UK on purpose. He had been able to think carefully during this period and finally figured out that he wanted to go to the UK openly. That's why he needed time to settle the Saints and to get rid of his current label of JJ? Well, although he did not write a letter to inform the British side, didn't he want to give everyone a surprise? This time, maybe before their surprise arrived, his shock arrived. His students are really courageous, they can even write such a threatening condition. Yeah asterisk when asterisk romantic asterisk love asterisk first asterisk post. Looking at the word principal on the letter Gettler couldn't help but sigh. For Dumbledore Gettler felt that he owed him both emotionally and behaviorally. Over the years he would indeed feel extremely painful on that day, but now Gettler was asked to explain clearly what his feelings for Dumbledore were. He still couldn't say it. Even if he figured it out and stopped torturing himself but planned to let go, he still planned to return to Nurmengard on that day. It was really complicated. He didn't know if Walton would scold him again if he knew what he was thinking, but he really didn't dare to mention it to Walton. Boss? Ludwig took a step forward and was immediately grabbed by Noah's arm and could not move. He could not help but look back at Noah with a little anger, a little grievance, and a little doubt. Noah glared at him angrily and dragged him back to his original position. He couldn't help but feel a little resentful in his heart. Why did his younger brother never learn his lesson and always pretend not to understand? Gettler naturally noticed the turbulent situation between the brothers, but he didn't intend to care. Ludwig's matter was over, and he also said that he would not pursue it as long as he didn't make the same mistake again. What is it? As soon as Gettler finished speaking, Ludwig felt Noah's grip on his hand become stronger, and it was probably purple. Nothing, I'm just a little worried about the boss. Noah breathed a sigh of relief. He finally didn't say anything that would make the boss angry. He let go of Luther's hand and bowed respectfully to Gettler again. Please forgive Luther's misbehavior, Your Majesty. I won't pursue it. Gettler's eyes were somewhat deep. Since the brothers joined the Saints, it seemed that Noah had always been the one to plead for Luther. On the other hand, Luther never thought he was wrong no matter what he did. Ludwig, how is the Muggle world going? I followed the boss's instructions and did not get involved in politics. However, Heisenberg has already occupied a large share in the economic field. Now basically all expenses can be solved by the income from the Muggle world. Ludwig answered slightly respectfully. This was his job scope and he did not want the boss to have any doubts about this. Very good, then continue. The Muggle world has been restless recently, so you should stay in the Muggle world for the time being. If you have anything to say, send a letter back to Heisenberg Manor. Gettler folded the letter in his hand but did not put it on the table. Instead, he held it in his hand and then casually instructed. Yes, boss. Ludwig was very happy that Gettler would give the order. In fact, over the years, Gettler had not cared about the Saints' affairs at all. They made all the decisions on their own. Even the affairs of the political world were decided by Gettler a long time ago. After saying that, although Ludwig seemed to want to go over and talk to Gettler more or give him a hug or something, he was ultimately timid after noticing Gettler's cold eyes. He could only bow and leave the study on his own to prepare to return to the Muggle world. Noah, who stayed in the study, saw Gettler's suddenly serious expression and immediately felt that Alexander. The mornings at Hogwarts are always full of freshness and vitality. The mist makes the entire castle hidden in a floating veil like a fairyland on earth. Eaton was outside Hogwarts Castle at this time, running. This was an extremely important habit that he had always maintained. Of course, he would also run a little further to observe the conditions around the Forbidden Forest, such as what kind of geology was suitable for the survival of potion materials, what kind of plants were on the edge, and from this he could determine what rare species might exist in the Forbidden Forest, etc. It was really a coincidence. Adhering to good habits, Eaton got up very early. When he was still awake in Hogwarts, he took the time to tidy up the room, changing the shape and layout. After all, this was where he would live for the next 2 years, so it had to be comfortable. After doing all this, he walked out of the Slytherin common room in silence. After reaching the daily amount of exercise, Eaton stopped exercising. Of course, he had finished observing and could end it. Then he strolled back to the Slytherin dormitory. When passing by the corridor, he saw the moving stairs. He finally sighed sincerely that the broken hat was still of some use. Fortunately, he was assigned to Slytherin. Otherwise, if he encountered any moving stairs, he didn't know how much time would be wasted. Meow? Eaton felt something biting his trouser leg, so he lowered his gaze from the lake painting and asked, Cat? It's rare to see an animal that is not afraid of him. Eaton sighed. He subconsciously forgot how he treated those small animals in the laboratory. So as an animal that made Eaton feel deeply, the kitten was not so gentle when Eaton pulled it up by its two front paws. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Meow. Instead of getting angry, the kitten answered obediently, although it must have been said that no one understood. "Mrs. Norris?" A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the corner of the corridor. Then a lame man with long messy hair, a wrinkled face, and a ferocious look ran over, panting. "What did you do to my Mrs. Norris?" Filch was very annoyed. He thought that the student must have hurt Mrs. Norris. "What did you say?" "Meow." For a moment, a little face with an expressionless face and a little cat with a cute expression and big eyes who turned its head away were all staring at this man seriously, making Filch almost immediately realize that the development of things seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. "Put Mrs. Norris down." Filch, who couldn't stand the expression of his own cute cat, felt a little uncomfortable, but he still firmly asked the student who treated the cat so rudely to put the cat down. He pretended not to see the look in the cat's eyes. "Oh, okay." Eaton finally realized that this person should be a schoolteacher. He put Mrs. Norris down obediently and then watched her stumbling all the way to Filch's feet. Somehow he thought of Severus. For the sake of his future life at home, Eaton took out the serious attitude he had in the past when doing tasks, trying to persuade all the teachers in the school to turn a blind eye to his behavior. Therefore, at this time he must be polite and serious. "Hello, I'm Eaton, Prince of First Year Slytherin. Thank you for your guidance." Although respect was definitely not visible on Eaton's face, the words he used were still very appropriate, so appropriate that Filch was completely uncomfortable with it. Oh. Filch picked up Mrs. Norris, his eyes flashing with helplessness. I'm Filch Argus Filch, please give me your advice." God knows he has never used these etiquettes and there is no place for him to use them. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Norris is lovely too. It's getting late, so I'll go back to the dormitory to get ready. Take care." Eaton nodded to Filch, then reached out and rubbed the cat's head before turning away, thinking that this teacher should be taken down. Next, the best person to deal with should be their dean, the professor of potions, Horace Slughorn. Filch looked at Eaton disappearing into the corridor with a strange look in his eyes. He couldn't help but reach out and rub Mrs. Norris's fur. "This is Prince's." Back in the Slytherin common room, everyone was still asleep. Eaton changed into his school uniform, then carried his school bag and a potion book disguised as a Transfiguration course textbook to the common room for pre-study. At this time, Prince Manor welcomed a long-awaited person. Select a background color, select font, Sondi Haiti Yahe Kaiti Fonson, select font size, small, medium, large, extra large, reset. 37 House Misunderstanding. When Gettler arrived at Prince Manor, Severus was exercising according to the habit he had learned from Eaton. Because Prince Manor was still sealed, Gettler did not get the door key, so the Dark Lord could only be brought into the manor with the house elf, who came to greet him and appeared next to Severus. Seeing his beloved disciple, Gettler was very happy and planned to give him a hug to express his sincere longing. So he adjusted his facial expression, stretched out his arms, and waited for Severus, who had stopped moving and moved closer to him to embrace him. However, the hug did not come, but as expected, a fatal blow from Severus. Severus picked up the towel, wiped his sweat, and walked under Gettler's open arms, leaving a few words with a stern face. "Sure enough, Eaton's method is correct. We should learn from it. What do you want to learn?" "Hey." Gettler was a little petrified, but after so many years his ability to withstand blows has been significantly improved, so he recovered immediately, but Severus' so-called learning must not be ignored. So Gettler turned around and quickly caught up with Severus, then picked him up despite his objections face to face. "Little Severus, you haven't made it clear yet. What do you want to learn?" There was an invisible threat in Gettler's words. His eyes narrowed slightly and his whole expression was full of momentum. Of course, this was completely useless to Severus. "Put me down." Severus didn't intend to pay attention to his teacher's occasional tantrums. "Don't forget that I am your teacher. If little Cipher learns some nonsense from others, it will be difficult for the teacher." Gettler had no intention of letting him go. Last time on Magic Street, he was really curious about his student's red face, although he only saw a red ear. Why didn't his hug have any effect? If your thinking circuits are still clear, your IQ is normal, and you don't plan to evolve into a slug in the near future, then you should know that you are just one of my teachers. The implication is quite obvious. You are meddling in too many matters. Ha! Gettler felt his heart was blocked for a moment. It was really not smooth. Little Severus had only been back for a few days? Why did he become even more venomous? Could a creature like a slug compare to him? Could it? There was no comparison at all. Sure enough, his premonition was right. Even if Eaton went to school, Severus would inherit his legacy of choking him. Little Severus, your Dark Lord course was wasted. Language is an art. How can there be such an unglamorous word as slug? Gettler said angrily while holding Severus and walking into the room. I don't think it's useful to learn such an idiotic course. Severus really thought so. Could he be asked to be a Dark Lord for fun? He had no interest at all. The position of Dark Lord was too busy, and he would have no time to stay with Eaton. Gettler really didn't know that he worked day and night just to feel at ease. Could it be that he came to England to be tortured? He was almost hurt by being suffocated. What is an idiot course? He had finally summarized it right? Others wanted to learn but couldn't. The Dark Lord was messing around now, and he would be finished sooner or later. Seeing that Gettler's face turned strange, even eerily pale, little Siver still felt soft-hearted. After all, Gettler taught him seriously, and he learned a lot. He really respected Gettler. I will learn. Finally, Severus lowered his head and whispered, but he didn't know that when he lowered his head, Gettler's expression had immediately recovered and the corners of his mouth had already curled up. So little Severus was still too naive. Welcome to Prince Manor. Wharton was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper, which made Gettler look sideways. It turned out that this was indeed an old-established aristocratic family with deep roots. Even if the manor was closed, there were still ways to maintain the same life as before. After entering the main house, he struggled particularly hard and even started to threaten. Severus finally did not embarrass himself in front of his grandfather. Morning, Grandpa. Good morning, go wash up, it's almost time for dinner. Walton's attitude towards his future daughter-in-law was getting better and better, so his expression was very gentle. After Severus left, Gettler put his luggage in a big bag and handed it to the house elf. Then he sat down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of black tea with a very comfortable expression. Noticing the huge amount of luggage, Wharton finally relaxed. He had been worried that Gettler would not be able to get over his own hurdle, but now it seems that he was worrying too much. So one continued to read the newspaper and the other continued to drink tea, and the atmosphere in the living room was very harmonious and warm. It is the tradition of Slytherin that the head of the school leads the freshmen to the school hall for dinner on the first day, so R got up very early as usual and waited in the lounge area. To his surprise, someone arrived earlier than him. Eaton, you got up early. He changed the polite address in front of everyone and used his nickname. He sat on the long sofa next to Eaton's sofa. There was no way Eaton chose a single sofa. Eaton moved his eyes from the book to Ill's smiling face for a second, then nodded and continued reading. Seeing this, he realized that he couldn't disturb him any longer, so he took out the review materials he had prepared. There was no other way, he was already in the 7th grade, he had to review. When all the freshmen gathered, a long time had passed. R glanced at Eaton, who was still reading, stood up and walked to the door of the lounge. Are all the freshmen here? Very good, I will lead you to the auditorium for dinner today. Students who are interested in participating in the class leader selection, please remember the route well. After today you will need the class leader to lead you. While speaking, he glanced at Lucius. Lucius was taking advantage of everyone's inattention and moving step by step to Eaton's side. He pretended not to notice Ir's glance because the Sharon family was just a small noble family. Eaton, we're leaving. He blocked everyone's sight with his body and secretly tugged at Eaton's sleeve. After feeling no response from behind for a long time, Lucius could not help but look back, and he saw a pair of eyes staring at him. When did you stand up? Why didn't you make any noise? On the way to the auditorium, Lucius finally couldn't help asking this question. That's because you're not concentrating enough. Eaton replied, as a matter of course, I also have something to consult. Malfoy, how did you get your hair so shiny and smooth? Lucius was about to refute the first sentence when his attention was attracted by the second sentence. Call me Lucius. My hair is specially maintained with the Malfoy family's secret hair oil. When it comes to hair, Lucius couldn't help but tilt his chin up looking at other people's fluffy hair. How could it be as smooth and perfect as the Malfoy family's? Eaton looked at Lucius, whose aesthetic sense was distorted with some sympathy. It's really ugly. It gives people the feeling that the hair is sparse, lacks nutrition, and is greasy. To Lucius, whose expression instantly twisted, Eaton told him that there was nothing more to add and that he would never lie unless it was required for the mission. The students who heard it all had the urge to burst out laughing for a moment, but due to the power of the Malfoy family and the mystery of the Prince family, they couldn't help but quicken their pace and forcefully suppress the laughter in their hearts. Even after finishing breakfast and sitting in the Transfiguration class, Lucius still hadn't adjusted his expression and still looked a little stiff, which was obviously inappropriate for Malfoy. During the whole meal, Lucius did not say a word to Eaton, and the other freshmen did not dare to show up. After all, the Malfoy family is the most vengeful, and one mistake can easily bring trouble to the family. The teachers, who rarely gathered at the teachers' table, also expressed some curiosity about the quiet and strange atmosphere of Slytherin. For example, "Haha, Horace Slytherin is very special today." Dumbledore pushed his glasses and turned to the direction of the Slytherin headmaster with a smile. "This year's Slytherin freshmen are very well behaved. This is Professor McGonagall, who is used to making a fuss. Is there any influencing factor that caused the current situation? What is it? This is Professor Flitwick, who is good at research. Did they get sorted into the wrong house this year? Could it be that a Hufflepuff was sorted into a Slytherin? This is Professor Popvis, who knows the characteristics of his students." Slughose calmly continued eating his breakfast and ignored these questions. God knows he was curious too. Unlike future arrangements, Hufflepuffs and Slytherins now attended the Transfiguration class together. After all, as sharp-tongued Slytherins, only gentle Hufflepuffs could tolerate them. When it comes to the trick of cats turning into humans, only the reactions of Hufflepuffs can make Professor McGonagall extremely satisfied. Their cries of praise and expressions that change from panic to surprise make McGonagall, who is extremely obsessed with transformation, extremely satisfied. "Very good, let's start the class." McGonagall glanced at the Slytherins, who were all looking down as if they were reviewing their mistakes. "Slytherin freshmen, is there anything on the table that attracts you?" As soon as the words fell, all the Slytherins sat up straight, listening to the class seriously, which opened the eyes of the Hufflepuffs. In an instant, these little badgers became very interested in venomous snakes. Eaton sat in the front row, and next to him was Lucius, who refused to speak, had a puffy face and a proud expression. He didn't attract Eaton's attention but became the target of the little badger's gossip. Of course, Lucius had never expected this. The classic spell of transforming a matchstick into a needle. Lucius fiercely pointed his wand at the matchstick and cast the spell. The light in his eyes showed that he seemed to imagine the matchstick as someone. So the transformation into a needle went smoothly. Mr. Malfoy succeeded. Slytherin gets 5 points. Professor McGonagall had been patrolling and observing, so she discovered this the first time and did not give Lucius a chance to hide it. After all, this was inconsistent with his goal of keeping a low profile, so Lucius added this point to Eaton, but he dared not say anything. Eaton had never learned this spell before. After hearing that Lucius succeeded, he looked at the successful transformation case and said, "The needle is not sharp enough and the surface is not smooth enough. You need more practice." What? Lucius felt like he was going crazy. The originally pale face immediately turned red, and Lucius' eyes also turned red. He stared at Eaton so that even Eaton, who was slow to react, realized his emotions. "What's wrong with you?" Eaton was really confused. He never thought that his words would cause Lucius to have such a big reaction. "Are you insulting me?" Lucius lowered his voice, but he was really sad. He had really completed the task his father gave him, but what did he get? Of course not. Why do you think so? Eaton was even more confused. "Do you have any objection to what I said?" He always spoke directly and clearly. Lucius finally noticed Eaton's eyes. There was a calm and clear feeling in them without any other emotions at all. This made Lucius, who had been involved in interpersonal contact since he was a child, realize that he seemed to have misunderstood something. 38 House opening. The reason why Lucius felt that Eaton might not be provocative was that he had been hit since he met Eaton. Of course, as an 11-year-old child who had been spoiled since childhood, it was impossible for him to actively associate the scene of himself being choked without some external stimulation. Lucius was about to say something when he was interrupted by Professor McGonagall. "Please keep quiet in class, Mr. Malfoy." McGonagall was already standing next to Lucius and caught him red-handed. "Yes, Professor McGonagall." Lucius immediately sat up straight and waved his wand again to make the needle more perfect. Eaton was the second person to successfully transform a needle. Because of the perfection of the transformation, Professor McGonagall gave him an extra 10 points. Only then did Lucius realize that what Eaton had just said, "it takes more practice," was really just what he meant on the surface. After class, Eaton packed up his things at an incredible speed. The next class was the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. According to Gettler, although Eaton's current theoretical foundation in dark magic was quite good and his magic guidance was quite precise, dark magic was not that simple and one had to slowly accumulate from the simplest spells. Gettler was not interested in these simple spells and Wharton was unwilling to teach Eaton in order to let him go to school, so Eaton fell behind in this aspect. "Hello, Mr. Prince." A gentle female voice sounded at Eaton's desk. Eaton looked up and saw a familiar-looking girl staring at him. Oh, it was the girl who was in the same boat with them. "Hello." "Haha, I'm in Sprout. I saw you on the boat. I guess you don't recognize me." The girl laughed happily. She had wanted to meet Eaton for a long time, even on the boat, but the situation at that time seemed to not allow her to do so. "Sprout?" Eaton was stunned. The Sprout family and the Prince family have been friends for generations. One is good at taking care of magical plants and the other is good at using magical plants. "Yes, so I came to say hello to you. You are really awesome. Goodbye." Miss Annie really came to say hello, and after saying hello she left the classroom with her classmates who were waiting for her. It seems that Eaton is very charming. On the first day, a beautiful girl came to chat with him. Lucius looked very playful. Obviously he had known about the relationship between men and women for a long time. This made Eaton begin to doubt whether his education in the Malfoy family was flawed. Who has ever seen an 11-year-old kid know so much about chatting up? Have you recovered? Is your mind just too weird? Who else would have thought of this? Eaton thought as he picked up his school bag. Now only Lucius and Eaton were left in the classroom. Everyone else had left. Although their classrooms were not far from each other, Professor McGonagall had already explained that they were only 2 classrooms apart and there was plenty of time. Most students were still worried about taking the wrong path, so they seemed to be in a hurry. "Are you always so direct when speaking?" Lucius, who could no longer bear it, couldn't stand the conflict in his heart, so he asked, even though this violated countless family rules. "Yes, if you want to contact me, please adapt." Eaton glanced at Lucius. He was really a glass heart. His family's Sever would never ask such an idiotic question. Eaton, who had originally said that he could contact this person if he was bored at school, changed his mind again. Eaton was too lazy to say a word to people who were really uninteresting, and he was never stingy with gorgeous lies to people who were valuable but not worth making friends with. It all depended on Lucius's choice. Eaton left Lucius and walked away. Not long after, Lucius rushed out and stopped Eaton. "Is my hair really that ugly?" I said, "Aren't you focusing on the wrong things?" At this time Eaton finally accepted Wharton's description of the Malfoy family. What they value most is beauty, what they care about most is money, and what they hate most is someone slandering their beauty and money. "I refuse to answer your question." Eaton gathered his school bag and his expression seemed to crack a little, but it disappeared immediately. Malfoy was not gorgeous this time, his eyes were dull. Considering that Lucius had dragged him forcefully many times, Eaton retaliated by dragging Lucius directly into the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Fortunately, the moment he entered the door, Lucius subconsciously tidied his appearance and did not embarrass the Malfoy family. The first lesson of Defense Against the Dark Arts was not about spells but about magical creatures, which made Eaton very depressed. He knew enough about magical creatures, so Eaton continued reading the book under the cover of the defense textbook. The professor of defense at this time was an old wizard who looked very old. He ignored all the small movements in the classroom so Eaton escaped. Although Lucius was still depressed during lunch, it was much better than during breakfast. At least the atmosphere was no longer depressing, so the freshman section of the Slytherin table no longer needed to remain silent. Lucius? Zabini finally found an opportunity to talk to Lucius. Since entering the school, Malfoy's eyes have been on Prince. He just greeted them and didn't say anything else. Orville, long time no see. Lucius came back to his senses from his hair and greeted him naturally when he saw that he was his childhood friend. So you pretended not to see me all this time? Zabini felt that Lucius was out of his mind. Long time no see. I went to your compartment on the train, but unfortunately I didn't find you. The implication was, you knew Prince was there but you never told me anything. Facing the nobles who truly adhered to the aristocratic language rules, Lucius breathed a strange sigh of relief. He felt that he would be more adaptable this way. It's a pity, Orville, but there are still 7 years left, right? The meaning was also very clear. I wasn't sure before, but now that I'm sure there are still 7 years left, what are you afraid of? Of course, Zabini was slightly satisfied after receiving the assurance. Perhaps you could introduce me to Mr. Prince? It's my first time meeting a real prince and I feel deeply honored. Eaton, who was sitting next to Lucius, was originally surprised at the ability of the two people who were talking across the table to beat around the bush. After all, although his grandfather was also committed to letting him learn this way of speaking at the beginning, it ultimately failed because Eaton always listened but never spoke. When he heard his name, Eaton looked up. He didn't touch his lunch at all because he knew his grandfather would definitely send an owl to deliver food lunch. Of course, Eaton, this is Orville Zabini, the only son of the Zabini family. After the introduction, Lucius was gloating over Zabini's misfortune. This guy never turns back until he hits a wall. He should have seen the whole process of Lay's failure yesterday. Zabini. Eaton looked at the guy who was looking at him with a smile. This name was so damn familiar. What happened next shocked all Slytherin, especially Lucius, who originally thought that Eaton had never learned aristocratic etiquette. Eaton actually raised the corners of his mouth and his eyes became deep. I am Eaton, Prince, the only heir of the Prince family. I am very happy to meet you. I have heard that the head of the Zabini generation has extraordinary abilities. Grandpa has always felt sincerely sorry for not being able to see him. How could he not feel regretful for not being able to see the head of the Zabini family who participated in abusing his son? Orville felt that something was not right, but he could not tell what was wrong. Logically, as a nobleman, he should feel happy to hear these words. After all, he was complimented by the ancient family. However, he did not feel that way, but instead a creepy and tingling feeling. Perhaps we can have more contact in the future. Prince Manor is about to open and we sincerely invite you and your father to attend the banquet. Eaton glanced at the large number of owls flying in from the skylight and then left the last sentence. The entire Slytherin group fell silent. Their minds were full of jealousy and resentment. What an honor it was to be invited to the banquet by the heir of the Prince family. Even Orville himself felt honored. That's for sure. I look forward to the invitation from the Prince family. Orville forgot the feeling just now. Now he just felt very happy. Of course, he didn't know what his father had done. Lucius just felt that something was wrong. He had been very observant of other people's emotions since he was a child. Eaton's eyes were no longer calm but instead had an unfathomable depth that he had only seen in his father's eyes. But the last sentence made him uneasy. He was the one who had been good friends with Eaton first, so why did Orville take advantage of him? Eaton had no time to care about what these people were thinking, as his owl had already brought him a delicious lunch and 3 letters. In his letter, Sever wrote down his assurance that he would never have black eyes and told him that Gettler had arrived. He also said that he would study as quickly as possible and strive to complete his studies as soon as possible. Most importantly, Sever, who was too young to understand the adults' concerns, said that if Eaton needed anything he would find a way to go out and buy it for Eaton without the knowledge of his grandfather and teacher. As for the letters from Wharton and Gettler, Eaton put them away and planned to read them before going to bed as a hypnosis. No one made any special comment about Eaton's lunch. Everyone knew that the Prince family had all kinds of quirks, so this was not surprising. Dumbledore had been watching the Slytherin table from the headmaster's seat, so naturally nothing escaped his eyes. He planned to talk to Eaton Prince. Of course not now, because tonight was the Slytherin prefect selection, the only college that did not appoint prefects by the school, and Dumbledore needed to understand the competition for this year's freshman prefect. 39 House Provocation. In the afternoon class, Eaton did not let himself be bored in class. He had to behave well on the first day and get the teacher's approval so that he would have a reason to apply for exemption in the future. Of course, what he did in class was not the point. As long as he was not caught by the teacher, it was not a violation. After class, Lucius did not greet Eaton again. He left with Goyle and Crabbe, who was waiting at the door. His face was still a little puffy, and he was obviously very dissatisfied that Eaton invited Zabini but ignored him, even though he had hinted at it countless times throughout the afternoon. Eaton had only 2 words to describe Lucius's performance: childish. Zabini came over with a proper smile to invite his friend to go back to the common room, but Eaton smiled and refused in a very reasonable manner, expressing his proper annoyance and regret. This made Zabini arrogant among the freshmen again, and also led to his smile full of pride all the way back to the common room, even in front of Lucius. Eaton, who was left behind, just returned to his expressionless face and looked at Zabini's performance coldly. As for little Zabini, Eaton actually did not intend to include him in the category of revenge. Whether he could survive depended on Zabini's own performance. "Are you a freshman? Why are you here?" Hagrid was surprised to see a little guy in Slytherin uniform standing in front of his cabin. At this time, the simple and kind Hagrid did not have such an obvious house inclination. "Are you Mr. Rubeus Hagrid?" Eaton was teasing a small black dog at this time. He kept pushing the bones from the little black dog's mouth to the side, and then watching the little black dog move quickly to that side, he would push them back. I am. You, what's the matter?" Rupert, who was called Sir, felt embarrassed, so he couldn't help rubbing his dirty hands. He had just returned from the Forbidden Forest and visited his pet Aragog. "No, I just happened to walk here and saw this cute puppy." Eaton glanced at Hagrid's hand, which had a trace of residual liquid on it. "If you don't mind, can I stay for a while?" "Of course." Poor Hagrid was frightened and began to stutter. "It's Fong." "Yes, my pet." "Yeah. A cute name, very suitable for him." Eaton reached out and rubbed the puppy's head as if his previous bad behavior never existed. "Yes. I was attracted to it at the first sight. It was so small and pitiful at that time." When talking about his pet, Hagrid began to talk incessantly and even squatted down his huge body to start chatting with Eaton. Seeing that it was getting dark and Hagrid had no intention of stopping, Eaton had no choice but to interrupt Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, if I'm not mistaken, did you come into contact with the acromantula just now?" Hagrid stopped talking immediately. His eyes were replaced by alertness and panic. His huge body couldn't help but tremble. "He has never been a good hider." No, nothing." "What are you talking about?" "Oh, look at me. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Eaton Prince. I come from the Prince family, who are good at potions. I often come into contact with the venom of the acromantula, so it is easy for me to distinguish it." Eaton patted his forehead and introduced himself suddenly. "Please rest assured, I have no intention of prying into your privacy, but..." Alas. Hearing that they were not here to report him, Hagrid relaxed. Seeing Eaton lowering his head and playing with Yaya sullenly, his heart softened immediately. "What's wrong? Tell me if you need any help." It was rare to see a Slytherin who got along well with him and was willing to talk to him patiently, so Hagrid was very happy. "Nothing," the headmaster said. "We can't enter the Forbidden Forest, but I need to finish the homework assigned by my family, and we are extremely short of fresh potion materials." Eaton stood up and looked at the deep Forbidden Forest with bright eyes. "You can't help me with this, but thank you anyway, Hagrid. It's nice to meet you, and it's a pleasure to chat with you. I'll come to chat with you another day." After saying that, he was about to walk towards the castle. I don't know anything about potions, but you can tell me if you need anything. I go into the Forbidden Forest every day." Hagrid also stood up and scratched his head a little shyly. "But I'm a bit stupid, so I might mess it up." "That's great, Hagrid. Eaton turned around and thanked sincerely. I just need a bottle of acromantula venom for now, can you help me? He took out a potion bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Hagrid. That's no problem. Hagrid was no longer worried when he heard that it was the venom of the giant spider. Aragog wouldn't mind at all, so he took the potion bottle very quickly. Thank you very much. I'll come and pick it up tomorrow. It's getting dark, so I'll go back to the lounge first. Eaton waved at Hagrid, and after getting a reply he quickly moved to the lounge. Hagrid sighed in the back. This Slytherin is so polite. At this time Eaton's idea was to go back to the lounge as soon as possible and take a shower. Hagrid didn't seem to pay much attention to public hygiene. Of course Eaton was not so obsessed with cleanliness, but it was not good to have a bad smell on his body. During the whole journey Eaton used deodorant to suppress the spread of the bad smell. At the door of the lounge the elegant noble was still reading a book seriously without looking up password. What are you looking at? Eaton seemed to have seen a green light when the man turned the pages, and he was sure that it was not an illusion. Password. The man seemed to have no ability to answer and kept repeating the two words. Glory. Eaton had not studied the portrait thoroughly enough, so he felt that he had no right to speak. Since the other party was unwilling to speak, he did not need to ask any more questions. The lounge was full of people looking around. The lounge was divided into many areas according to the grade. It was very obvious that each grade had its own lounge area. As soon as Eaton came in, everyone's eyes were focused on him. It was probably not a good feeling to look into Eaton's eyes, so the next moment everyone started whispering again, lowering their voices. In the first year area, Zabini, who had been chatting with others excitedly, stood up and approached Eaton. Eaton, everyone is waiting for you. Your seat is there. Lucius, who had also stood up, fell behind by a step, his face suddenly becoming ugly. He grew up with Zabini and naturally knew a lot about him, but he never expected that he would disregard the face of the Malfoy family. Fortunately, Eaton politely exchanged a few words with Zabini, then walked to the seat reserved by Lucius and sat down, ignoring the seat next to Zabini. This made Lucius's expression much better. Where is Eaton? I've been looking for you for a long time but couldn't find you. Lucius looked at Zabini, who was sitting down with his grey-blue eyes with a slightly cold look, and decided to forget his previous anger and have a good chat with Eaton. I just walked around. The scenery of Hogwarts is nice. You can also try it. Eaton glanced at Lucius's thin body. You obviously need exercise. Will I die if you don't strike me for a moment? Lucius gritted his teeth in his heart, but somehow he felt that this kind of Eaton was real, just like when he beat the dragon doll in the dormitory. I will consider your suggestion. The selection of prefects will begin soon. The first ones will be the 7th grade and so on, with the freshmen last. Oh, so it will take a long time? Then I'll go back to the dormitory first and come back later. Eaton stood up immediately after hearing that, walked through the crowd and prepared to go back to the dormitory. Lucius didn't have time to grab him. Ah, so there are people who think their family is too powerful to take others seriously. Yilhi, we seniors are just a tiny grain of sand in the eyes of others. A boy with dark brown eyes said in an extremely sarcastic and dissatisfied tone. Obviously everyone in the audience heard his voice, and it became unusually quiet. Yilhi seemed not to hear it. He just looked at the wand in his hand seriously and wiped it gently. Eaton stopped walking after hearing that. He turned back expressionlessly, narrowed his eyes slightly, and his appearance looked a little ferocious. If I look at you, can you win the first place? If you can, I will stay. If you can't, I refuse to stay. You can choose. The boy's expression suddenly became distorted, but he still couldn't brag. His face turned pale for a moment. This is not a question of winning or not, it's a question of respect or not. Another junior boy who looked similar immediately expressed his support. It's not good to disrespect seniors just because of your family background, isn't it? There are 1356 house rules and 598 of them are about the internal status and order of the house. If you can find one that states that younger students must respect older students, please notify me immediately. Eaton curled his lips, looking a little sarcastic. Under the Slytherin house rule that the strong are respected, it's rare to think of this reason. After saying that, he turned back to the dormitory without hesitation. The rest of the people watched the show in silence. The Lestrange family has never been smart enough. They chose to provoke when the situation was unclear. Did they really think they had too long to live? Lucius seemed to understand something in his mind. Eaton had also laughed just now, even though it was a mockery. Could it be that Eaton was against Zabini? Lucius was thinking about whether he should remind Zabini. However, when he turned around and saw Orville proudly talking about the Prince family in a humble manner to the people around him, he hesitated. 40 House of the Headmaster. Quiet. Yilhi stopped wiping and waved his wand. A thin green line of time appeared in the air. Now we begin the selection of the chief. As the current chief, I will be the host. After saying that, he slowly scanned the audience. Very good, the 7th grade will not participate in the selection, and the selection will start from the 6th grade. Now who will start? Lucius was observing the senior grades. As a freshman, he could not participate in the selection. This was a good opportunity for him as a member of the Malfoy family to observe other family members, so he naturally could not miss it. This was also why he did not quite understand why Eaton left. Soon several 6th grade students walked to the center of the field, one after another, each raising their wands. After a while, 2 5th graders joined them, and Rabaston Lestrange was also among them. Il glanced at Rabaston with an ambiguous expression. No one is joining? Very good, the selection will begin now. As a student melee, it was not that exciting in nature, but it was very exciting for the lower grades, so everyone watched it with gusto even though blood was seen on the field. Lucius, that man is injured. Goyle was frightened and moved closer to Lucius uneasily, his voice trembling. Gall, don't make a fuss. Lucius frowned slightly and glanced around threateningly, and all the contemptuous looks disappeared instantly. It's just a normal duel. Do your own thing and watch carefully. Yes, Lucius. Goyle shrank back and returned to his original position. There is no taboo about dark magic within Slytherin, and it can be said that it has even become rampant since the rise of the Dark Lord. Injury and bleeding are trivial matters. According to Lucius's sources, during a certain chief selection, one person was even tortured by the Cruciatus curse for several minutes, and the person who cast this curse happened to be the current chief. This is why no Slytherin dared to provoke him. Lucius? Zabini sat down in Eaton's seat without him noticing. Isn't that the princess of the Black family? Bellatrix Black. Lucius looked at a black-haired girl who was active in the venue with admiration. The proud expression, pretty features, fit body, and graceful movements made up this black princess. Oh, it seems that someone is as interested in this princess as I am, Zabini teased. Eaton's initiative to show goodwill has invisibly increased his status in Slytherin. After all, Slytherin today is not a complete concentration camp of Death Eaters, and most families are actually still in the wait-and-see stage. Lucius glanced at him and sneered, don't think of everyone as you, Orville. Zabini was obviously used to Lucius's state, so he just shrugged, said nothing, and continued watching the duel. The head was finally determined to be Roger Lockhart, the current head of grade 6. Bellatrix wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, looked at the blonde boy hatefully, and went back to the dormitory without looking back. The selection process for Year 7 prefects was the fastest, with no objections at all, and Irving and Sharon were unanimously chosen. Year 6 prefects were concurrent prefects. After taking a comfortable bath, Eaton did some stretching exercises while opening his grandfather's letter, which contained detailed information about the background photos and life of every member of Slytherin. This was a task he gave to his grandfather before school started, but he didn't expect the Prince family's roots to be so deep that they were all sorted out within a day. Prince. Eaton stopped and turned around quickly. Just like that day outside the gate, Barrow just stood behind him, his eyes still dull, but there was no doubt that the voice just now was made by him. Can ghosts enter student dormitories? It seemed that his grandfather had once told him that ghosts would not enter student dormitories. Could it be that he remembered it wrong? I can, but I don't want to. Barrow's words were simple but clear. Then what are you doing here? Oh, trust me, you won't mind if I try, right? There is an opportunity in front of you, don't be a fool. So Eaton put his hand into Barrow's transparent body again and changed the position from time to time to make sure whether different positions feel different. Someone wants to see you. Barrow's expression seemed to show that he was completely unaware of Eaton's actions. After saying this, he immediately turned around and flew quickly into the wall and disappeared. You ran away so fast. It seems that ghosts don't like being touched. Eaton put down his hand and continued to stretch. Barrow's episode made him more interested in Hogwarts. Who can control the ghost of Slytherin? It seems that there are not many candidates. Isn't it said that if the person disappears, he can't be found? When Eaton returned to the arena in the lounge, the game was already intense and some students even started cheering just like in a Quidditch match. The fourth graders were on the field at this time. Obviously, the younger students were more passionate. Oh, Eaton, you're finally back. Lucius gestured to Zabini, who was still occupying the seat, to give up his seat, then pulled Eaton to sit down. You missed all those exciting games. I don't know what you're doing back in the dormitory. The intensity of the fight can be seen from the injuries of those people. I'm not interested in a simple spell match. If I want to watch this, I might as well hire two dark wizards to fight each other. That would be more exciting. Eaton didn't even have to guess. He could tell what the injuries were from the smell of potions in the air. It was really boring. When it comes to dark magic, who can compare to Gettler? He wouldn't even go to the Saints training camp. As soon as these words were spoken, the shouting stopped and everyone looked at the heir of the Prince family with surprise. Hiring a dark wizard? Haha, Eaton is right. The new chief Lockhart laughed. Well, my name is Roger Lockhart. I just became the chief. Although I am still far inferior to a dark wizard, I am still somewhat useful. Do you mind if I call you Eaton? I don't mind, but you're blocking my view. The blonde Slytherin was very likable, at least his smile was very real, which was extremely rare in Slytherin. With the conversation between Eaton and the chief, the people on the field were obviously influenced and quickly elected the prefect. Lockhart pushed the unknown student next to Eaton away and sat in that seat himself. Until the selection of freshman prefects, he kept chatting with Eaton. Even though he was always choked by Eaton's words, he was obviously enjoying it, which surprised Lucius. The freshmen were all looking at Eaton and Lucius. Seeing that they didn't move, they slowly gathered inside the field. After a short while, except for Lucius and Eaton, everyone chose to participate in the class leader selection. Aren't you going to Eaton? Lockhart ran his hand through his hair, looked at the timid freshman in the room and asked. Do you mind if everyone gets attacked? Eaton asked very seriously, everyone present. I don't mind, not at all, please feel free to do as you please, Lockhart also answered very seriously. Well, I was just kidding. Eaton turned his head expressionlessly and the joke he told in his emotionless voice sounded very cold. Lucius was originally waiting for Eaton, but when he saw that Eaton had no intention of getting up, he couldn't help but grab him again and dragged him into the selection field in an unnoble manner. Lucius, what are you doing? Severus was still adorable. The behavior of this little noble was too weird, Eaton thought. Of course I'm going to participate in the prefect selection. Lucius let go of his hand, carefully smoothed his sleeves and then raised his little chin. All the freshmen in the field were looking at Eaton. He took out a brown potion bottle from his arms and carefully placed it in his hand. Volatile rash potion. Once it's opened, everyone who comes into contact with it will develop a rash. The effect lasts for a week. Does anyone want to try it? Gulp, everyone present couldn't help swallowing their saliva, waiting for the potion bottle in Eaton's hand in fear, as if they were covering up a dead fly. I quit. A freshman stepped back and raised his hand tremblingly. His action was like a key that turned on and off, and all 66 freshmen present left one after another, leaving only Lucius, Zabini and Eaton. Some other seniors were thinking about whether to return to the dormitory as soon as possible, but under the threat of the chief's eyes they did not dare to move. Vicious threats. Yilhi rested his chin on his hand and looked at Prince in admiration. What an excellent heir, really, coveted. What made people drop their jaws even more was that Eaton took back the potion bottle in his hand in a very normal manner with a straight face. I was just kidding. Lucius couldn't help but twitch his lips in an extremely unglamorous way, thinking that he must give his doll a big hug when he returned to the dormitory. Well, let's get started. Lucius had a target to vent his anger on, and he could finally suppress his miserable reaction. "I quit." Eaton nodded to Lucius. "Come on." Then he left the field on his own accord. The atmosphere became extremely weird and Lucius was gritting his teeth. Finally Zabini was defeated and left after Lucius vented his anger in revenge. Lucius was elected as the freshman class leader. Boom boom boom. Eaton put down the letter from Gettler that he was reading inside. He felt that it was difficult to deal with a Malfoy brat like Lucius who had a very high self-esteem. "What's the matter, Lucius?" When he opened the door, a little Malfoy with a green face looked at him angrily. "I don't need your charity, Prince." Lucius had been pounding his doll in the dormitory for an hour, but he couldn't get rid of any shame and indignation. Malfoy never needs charity from others. Malfoy can get what Malfoy wants. "Do you think I'm giving you a handout?" Eaton raised his eyebrows. "I'm not in the mood or have the time. Being a prefect will never happen to a prince. As a Malfoy you know too little. Good night, Malfoy." Seeing that Lucius didn't respond for a long time, Eaton closed the door directly. With Lucius's intelligence, he believed that he would be able to figure it out soon. After being rejected, Lucius returned to his room in a daze, fell on the bed and rolled around with his doll. At this time his mind was much clearer and he knew that what Eaton said was true and he had been thinking too much. "Well, I'm Malfoy and Malfoy is never afraid to admit his mistakes," Lucius muttered as he punched the poor little dragon. The next day the Slytherin breakfast was so weird that it was close to the worst in history. Not only the freshmen but also some seniors looked at Eaton with fear, the place where he got the potion which made Dumbledore look at him sideways. Dumbledore was relieved that Eaton did not become a prefect and decided to have a good talk with Eaton in the near future. At this time in Prince Manor. "Severus, get ready, we are going to Hogwarts." Wharton spoke casually after taking a sip of black tea at the breakfast table. 41 House of Sifu. "Eaton, this is a special chocolate of the Malfoy family, maybe you are interested too?" Lucius thought about it for half the night. He even sacrificed his precious sleep to think about how to apologize. After all, he was rude before and he must inform his father that he will receive aristocratic education again for a month. Very delicious, thank you." "Yeah, when romantic first post." Eaton ate a piece without any hesitation. It was not sweet or greasy but smooth and refreshing. Of course Malfoy only wants the best. Lucius was happy, very happy. Although he saw that Eaton didn't seem to care about everything that happened before, this also made him begin to truly accept Eaton from the bottom of his heart, no longer hindered by his father's request. Every noble is lonely and it takes too long to exchange superficial hypocrisy for sincerity. Therefore, when he realized that he had gained true friendship, even a proud noble would be ecstatic. "Eaton, I think today's pumpkin juice is very good, but some seniors don't seem to like it." Lucius picked up a glass of pumpkin juice and took a sip. "I guess pumpkin juice doesn't want to appear in front of them." "I don't like it either." Eaton agreed with Lucius very seriously. Pumpkin juice was really annoying. Not only did it taste bad, it also destroyed his sense of smell all the time. _N1T, Lucius was filled with grief and indignation that he could no longer express. Was he supposed to just say that some seniors were secretly planning to cause trouble for Eaton? Wasn't this guy acting like a model of nobility to Zabini? Forget it, he might as well stay with Eaton during this period of time. At least those people won't dare to do anything when they see the Malfoy family. This afternoon is potions class and Professor Slughorn has been watching you for a long time. Lucius made up his mind and changed the subject, jokingly saying, "I'm afraid he will give you special instructions." It is said that the professor is extremely obsessed with members of the Prince family, but he hasn't met any of them. Hearing this, Eaton took a serious look at Professor Slughorn, who was actually looking at him. He smiled kindly, raised the goblet in his hand towards him and even made a mouthful of eat well. It was said that this man was also a rare potion master. During the years when the Prince family was in hiding, he actually became the number one in the potion world. This was enough to prove that he was not simple. But it was also true that there were no fools in Slytherin, especially a dean of the college who was known for being slick, cunning and insidious. Thinking of his own goal, Eaton also raised the juice glass in his hand towards Slughorn as a sign of respect. Professor Slughorn is the vice president of the Potions Society. Zabini added from the other side. My father said that he is a typical Slytherin and has strong potion skills. However, I think he is still a little bit inferior to Prince. In the world of potions there is no such thing as strong or weak, only ability or inability. Eaton put down his knife and fork. Well, since there is no class in the first class, please allow me to leave early. Grandpa's evaluation of Slughorn is that he has good ability but is too mercenary. The world of potions does not tolerate any injustice. Slughorn's use of potions to get some actions, disgusts Wharton. Although Slytherin will do anything to achieve his goal to become a potion master, one must immerse oneself in the world of potions, which Slughorn will never be able to do. Eaton quickly walked through the corridors of Hogwarts while recalling Wharton's popular science. Hey, that new student or Prince? Hagrid's voice came at the right time, just when Eaton appeared on the porch. Hagrid was not allowed to eat at the teachers' seats, so he made his own food and the house elves did not serve him. Hagrid, good morning. Eaton saw the full potion bottle in Hagrid's hand and suddenly felt happy. Did my request make you go to the Forbidden Forest overnight? I'm so sorry. No, I go to the Forbidden Forest every morning. This is just a side trip. Hagrid smiled and handed the bottle to Eaton. If you want, feel free to find me. It's easy. Looking at the filth on the mouth of the bottle, Hagrid really did not know how to collect materials, as he said. I am afraid he also did not know how much a bottle of acromantula venom could be sold for on the black market. Hagrid, you're a good man. Eaton retracted his hypocritical smile. Everyone could see Hagrid's innocence, but too many people were unwilling to approach this Gryffindor who had a sloppy image and was as tall as a giant. However, Eaton was an exception. He once lived in the darkest bottom where there were all kinds of people, but there was no one who trusted others easily because such people had died long ago. However, no one might admit it, but there was a voice in their hearts saying that it was great to be trusted like this. Well, Hagrid felt himself touched. Someone actually said that he was a good person. He was speechless for a moment. Since his wand was taken away except for Headmaster Dumbledore, no one else approached him, not even the professors of the school. Hagrid, if you need any help you can come to me. Of course I'll trouble you with the materials in the future. Eaton looked up at Hagrid in an unusual way. Compared with Hagrid, his height was like a mountain compared to a mound. No problem. Hagrid answered very quickly. He liked the Slytherin very much. Even though Headmaster Dumbledore once said not to get too close to Slytherins, Hagrid was a man who would not turn back until he hit the wall and would not learn his lesson until he suffered a loss. Besides, Headmaster Dumbledore did not say much, so he automatically understood that there were exceptions. I am very familiar with the Forbidden Forest and... As he spoke, he looked around cautiously to make sure there was no one around, then lowered his huge head to Eaton's ear and whispered, if you want to go, I can take you there secretly. It won't be dangerous. He nodded very solemnly, quickly stood up, and as if nothing had happened he resumed his huge voice, you can find me at the cabin by the Forbidden Forest. Yaya was very noisy yesterday. I guess he missed you a lot. Well then, I'm leaving. Before Eaton could say anything, Hagrid turned around in a hurry and strode away. It seemed that he was really worried that someone would hear their conversation, which made Eaton laugh and cry. It was quite late when Abraxas came back from Voldemort Manor. He had a hard time these days. It was not that Tom was not good to him. After all, they were old friends. Tom was very gentle to him. However, some of Tom's punishment methods for others were daunting even for an old noble. He was not a die-hard fan, so he always had a little hesitation in his heart. If the Prince family had disappeared completely, it would have been fine. But now they have made a comeback. No one knows how many secrets the family inherited from Merlin's time has and how deep its foundation is. In this regard, even the Slytherin family is inferior. Tom is still too arrogant. Master. Dobby appeared in front of Abrax with a snap and handed over the letter in his hand tremblingly, a letter from the young master. Dobby seemed to be very scared of Abrax and was shaking all the time, almost dropping the letter, but luckily he was quick. Go down. Abrax was very kind to the elves, so he didn't say much after taking the letter. Lucius's letter shocked Brack so much that he even stood up in shock. The boy described in the letter was not the one he had seen before. What did this mean? This meant that the news that the so-called heir's family of 3 had died was pure nonsense. The name Eaton Prince had long been recorded in the Prince family tree. He was undoubtedly the eldest grandson of the Prince family. Is this a conspiracy of the Prince family? Or? Brack thought about it all night, combining all the information he had and the information he had received from the Devil King he met in Germany, who was said to have imprisoned himself, and finally determined that Tom could not succeed. With this conclusion, Brack was more relaxed. On the one hand, he wrote back to Lucius and told him to make friends with Prince. On the other hand, he should find a way to get in touch with Prince's family while he was still useful. The Malfoy family never put all their eggs in one basket. Lucius followed Eaton throughout the lunch break and pretended not to notice Eaton's cold eyes. God knows how Eaton would have been dealt with without him. As expected, he is still the gorgeous Malfoy. Hey, isn't this Malfoy and Prince? In a long and dark corridor, the Lestrange brothers and a few unfamiliar seniors bumped into Eaton and his companions as they were walking towards the library. Lestrange, you're blocking our way. To these people, Lucius displayed his noble arrogance to the fullest. Although Lestrange had surrendered to the Dark Lord and was under the same banner as his father, their statuses were very different. Malfoy, watch your attitude. Rodolphus' face turned cold and he couldn't stop the malice in his eyes. He even took out his wand without hesitation. There were many internal fights in Slytherin, and they were always resolved internally. The school could not intervene at all. What do you want to do? Lucius also took out his wand. Are you planning to go against the Prince family and the Malfoy family? I'm afraid the Lestrange family can't afford it. Of course not, Rodolphus sneered. Today you will only remember that we greeted each other in a friendly manner and then left. You will not remember anything else. Faint. Snapped. Ha! Lucius stared in astonishment at the whole process of a group of people falling to the ground in an instant after a potion bottle broke. Then a little guy with black hair, black eyes and black clothes rushed over, turned Eaton around carefully and then turned cold again and poured several bottles of potion of unknown efficacy on the fallen senior. Not a drop was left. Sav? Why are you here? Eaton also had the urge to be dumbfounded at this moment, and he didn't react for a moment. Why is this little brat in Hogwarts? Eaton, have your motor nerves died? Or is there something wrong with your eye nerve system? Didn't you see they were going to attack you? Severus was very angry, especially when he came to see Eaton happily but saw Eaton being attacked. His heart almost stopped beating, so after going around in circles his venomous tongue finally returned to Eaton. 42 House of Comfort. I saw it. Eaton, who was poisoned by the venom, paused for a while before coming back to his senses. Sure enough, he was still not used to Severus's angry look. Don't worry, I'm not that weak. You should believe me, Severus. Severus was still furious and finally turned his head away and refused to look at Eaton. Do you know how happy he was when he heard that he could come to Hogwarts to see Eaton? What happened? He saw this? Someone actually wanted to hurt Eaton, and Eaton stood there without any reaction. Severus got angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and he couldn't help but kick the people lying on the ground like dead pigs. He still couldn't get rid of his anger, so he kept kicking until he got rid of it. Lucius didn't know how to react. This child in black packaging was obviously from Prince's family, and his tough style and vicious kicks. Eaton, maybe you can introduce him to me? Only by knowing who he is would he know how to avoid offending such a person in the future. A person's future is determined at the age of 3, right? Yes. It would have been fine if Lucius didn't say anything. Once he started talking, Severus found an outlet for his anger. He stopped kicking the unresponsive guy and turned around quickly, waiting for Lucius with his dark eyes full of momentum, making Lucius want to hide behind Eaton in an instant. Malfoys? Lucius's mark was too obvious for Severus, who had been tortured by Wharton along with Eaton, to recognize it immediately. It seems that the Malfoy family's education is really bad. The wand was taken out, but it can't cast a spell. The wand is just for decoration. Is your head stuck with the slime of the slug? Or have your fingers been infected by the clumsiness of the troll and you can't even make a single move? Please, apart from your not-so-graceful beauty and pitiful little money, at least study how to develop your brain. Gulu Lucius is really not aristocratic this time. He can't help it. My goodness, is it true that the Prince family is more vicious and vicious than each other? Well, he should be angry, but reason and instinct won't allow it. Has anyone ever thought that he is only 11 years old? Merlin, can you please not let him suffer such a big hardship too early? The Malfoy family has beautiful women and money. You are jealous. Lucius couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Lucius, this is Severus. Severus, this is Lucius. Eaton took advantage of his facial paralysis and quickly introduced the two to each other, then pulled Severus over and hugged him as usual. Eaton felt a little distressed for Severus's trembling body. Stroking Severus's still trembling back, Eaton sighed in his heart. Severus, don't worry, you still don't believe me? This kind of small matter won't bother me. It's just that I don't want to pay too much attention to this kind of small character. Severus pursed his lips tightly and refused to say a word, but his hands just grabbed Eaton's clothes and worry, fear, and a hint of grievance flashed in his big eyes. Okay, didn't I ask Grandpa to find a two-way mirror? You can check it any time in the future, okay? I'll carry the two-way mirror with me. I promise. Feeling the body in his arms slowly calm down, Eaton breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Severus was too worried about him. After all, the two of them had been together for so many years, and it was too late to be apart for a while, especially since Eaton came to a place Severus had never been to, so he was naturally worried. In addition, Severus's worries were confirmed by this one visit, so it was good enough that he didn't completely explode. Bring it! Severus broke free from Eaton's arms, took out a two-way mirror from his clothes and stuffed it into Eaton's hand, shouting fiercely, I must bring it with me. Eaton solemnly took the two-sided mirror and put it in his arms. Well, he actually had a space bag on his chest. It was the habit of the Prince family, and Severus did the same. Lucius couldn't understand the strange situation at this time. He didn't know why these two people who looked like brothers hugged each other as if he didn't exist. He also didn't know how to deal with the guys on the ground who were beginning to suffer. Eaton and little Mr. Prince, do you think we should deal with them first? Lucius calmed down when he saw that the little guy seemed to be much more relaxed. He reminded him carefully that it would be bad if others saw it. What are you dealing with? It turns out that the connection between the optic nerve and the brain is abnormal. Severus glared at Lucius again. This guy didn't protect Eaton well. It would be strange if Severus was angry. Okay, Lucius, let's go to the library. The air here doesn't seem very good. Eaton took Severus' hand and motioned Lucius to follow. As for the ground, was there anyone? Why didn't they see it? Oh, yes, that's right. Lucius reacted and suddenly felt a little sad. Why did he feel that the Prince family seemed to be more cruel and cunning than him? Well, he could never have imagined that Severus was a real apprentice of the Dark Lord. Although the so-called Dark Lord course seemed useless, he did listen carefully. When it comes to conspiracy, Lucius cannot compare to their height for the time being. Severus didn't object and followed obediently. Grandpa is here too. Oh, by the way, you haven't told me what you are here for? Are you here to invite Headmaster Dumbledore? Eaton had actually realized what Grandpa and Severus were doing here. They must be here to see Dumbledore. They must be worried that Headmaster Dumbledore would cause trouble for him. Yes, Grandpa plans to open Prince Manor on Christmas and hold a party at the same time. Severus answered seriously, but it was not Grandpa's idea to invite Dumbledore. Huh? Did Gettler suddenly come to his senses? Eaton thought to himself. Prince is coming back? Congratulations! Lucius interrupted. He was looking at Eaton with eager eyes, hoping that he would invite him. God knows he was almost driven crazy by Zabini. Why are you so happy about what happened in the Prince family? Severus just couldn't stand Lucius because his first impression of him was really bad. The ability to choke or not is exactly the same. Lucius felt that his future might always be a little gray. Where's Grandpa? Eaton was kind enough to help Lucius out. Lucius himself might not understand, but how could the returning prince family eagerly invite the Death Eaters with deep hatred to attend the meeting? Wasn't this obviously arousing suspicion for others? Grandpa is still in the principal's office. I have asked for their permission before coming out to look for you. Severus turned into a very obedient person again. The teacher asked me to bring you some things. I will give them to you later. What Gettler meant was, don't think you can have a rest after going to school. Eaton is still far behind. Theory does not represent real strength. But Severus did not indulge Gettler, who felt too good about himself, so he replaced Eaton and spread venom desperately. Gettler was instructed by Eaton to leave a few years ago, and he still had the nerve. Of course Severus couldn't tell Eaton all this, but he kindly helped to keep it secret, otherwise Gettler would definitely receive a roaring letter in an elegant tone. The library was quiet and few people came during lunch break. At this time Madame Pants was still a young woman who had just graduated, but her behavior and language were still tough. No noise in the library. She was shouting at several Gryffindors. The three of them found a quiet seat by the window, each took a book and began to read quietly. Although Madame Pants was a little suspicious of Severus, she didn't say much because it was still quiet. For the afternoon potions class, Slughorn changed his usual habit of not attending class on time and arrived at the potions classroom early. In fact, he wanted to go to the common room on the first night, but the Slytherin tradition did not allow him to do so. God knows how excited he was when he knew there was a prince who could help him reach a higher level. The freshmen of Slytherin arrived at the classroom at the same time. As soon as Eaton entered the door, he felt Slughorn's enthusiastic gaze, but he did not sit in the first row as he wished. Instead, he chose the last row and sat quietly. Just now Wharton went to the library to pick up Severus. As for Eaton, Wharton only gave some formal instructions such as studying hard. There was too much surveillance around and Wharton did not want to break the dignity of the head of the family. Even if this thing was thrown into some corner 800 years ago, no one knew it. Lucius also took the opportunity to meet the legendary head of the Prince family. Fortunately, Wharton did not treat him the same way as he treated Abraxas, but was also rather cold. This made Lucius, who was very accustomed to this pattern, very satisfied. He thought about writing another letter full of family warmth to his father in the evening. So in the potions class, Lucius excitedly sat next to Eaton because he had made up his mind to be in the same group with Eaton. Professor Slughorn was the one who followed the rule. He stayed at Eaton and Lucius' desks for the entire class and ignored the other tables. The first class was a routine boil potion, which he thought was an insult to Prince, so he changed the lesson plan without authorization and changed it to an aging agent. This was too difficult for the freshmen, but Professor Slughorn had a solution. He only required them to memorize the formula and handle the potion materials. He did not require them to make the potion. The score was calculated based on the progress. His purpose was so obvious that the freshmen in Slytherin looked at him with strange eyes. Of course he didn't care. The professor had the final say in class. Fortunately, the Slytherin who wanted to be careful with his calculations had a steady little badger in his class instead of a jumpy Gryffindor, so the cauldron explosion incident did not happen because everyone only processed the ingredients and did not put them into the pot. In the end, only Eaton and Lucius' group was awarded 20 points because of the perfect potion. Perfect Prince, said Slughorn. I know a little bit about potions, so if you have any questions, feel free to come to my office, Eaton. 43 House of Mystery. Professor Slughorn is really good at adapting to circumstances. Yeah, when romance first release. On the way to the auditorium after class, Lucius couldn't help but complain, I heard that he is an old Slytherin. Now it seems that my father's evaluation is really pertinent. It's really excessive. Zabini pushed Goyle aside and moved closer to Lucius. But in the end it seems that he was still scared by Eaton. Everyone could see that Slughorn wanted to give Eaton a warning so that he could show off his potion skills and embarrass the Prince family. But unexpectedly Eaton failed to do as he wished, which was probably because he underestimated the Prince family's education. Professor Slughorn must be struggling in his office at this time. Obviously there were many people who had the same idea as Lucius and others, but who was Slughorn? Would he be easily entangled? That was impossible. At this time he was thinking about making friends with the head of the Prince family through Eaton, and it would be best if he could be allowed to borrow some of the Prince family's collections. That was really a rare opportunity. He had received news that Wharton Prince visited Hogwarts at noon today. After receiving the news, he immediately packed up his appearance and found a random reason to go to the principal's office. As a result, he was rejected by the hateful stone sculpture. After waiting for more than a long time, he did not see Wharton Prince. Finally, he had to go back to his office. However, he remembered this matter in his heart. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Lucius and Zabini both felt sorry for Eaton, but Eaton himself didn't have any idea. Asking him to make boil potion? Don't be ridiculous. That kind of thing was not in the scope of the Prince family's education. For this reason, he was still very grateful to Professor Slughorn. At least the aging potion and the aging potion were two research-based potions which were more suitable for him. Hey! Are you the boy at the train station? A lively voice sounded from behind Eaton and the others with an active and happy mood. Eaton stopped and found that the voice seemed damn familiar. Wasn't it the nagging red-haired boy? Could he just pretend he didn't see it? This guy was too enthusiastic. Are you Prince? I heard your name at the opening banquet. Hey, what did the Sorting Hat say to you? The red-haired boy Arthur Weasley asked very curiously. Gryffindor had been discussing this matter all day. If he knew the answer, the others would admire him to death. Weasley? Lucius frowned as he looked at the vulgar hair color and old-school uniform. As descendants of the nobility, although Malfoy and Weasley could not be said to be good friends, they were definitely not hostile. However, their two families now belonged to two different camps. If Prince had not appeared, it was hard to say what would happen now. Oh, Malfoy. Arthur seemed to have just seen Lucius. He no longer had the enthusiasm he had just now. He greeted him calmly, then continued to look at Eaton, eagerly ignoring the other Slytherins around him. Should I say it's courageous for a Gryffindor to stop a group of Slytherins? Zabini took a step forward and looked at Weasley with disgust. Don't block the way, Weasley, our time is precious. Hey, what did you say? Zabini had just finished speaking when several senior Gryffindors from a distance rushed over angrily. Poor Goyle shrank his neck again in fear, but still loyally stood in front of Lucius. His large physique completely blocked everyone's view of Lucius. But Zabini was unlucky. No one blocked the malicious gazes for him. Perhaps it was because he had known about the relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor for a long time or something. He seemed to adapt to this atmosphere very well. What? You want the seniors to bully the juniors? Don't you think of your own character? Gryffindor is Gryffindor, so rude and impolite. Zabini was fearless. Even if something went wrong with Eaton here, they would not be the ones to suffer. When did Zabini become a die-hard Slytherin fan? Lucius was puzzled. Their education taught them to do everything for the family. Come on, there are many noble families in Gryffindor, okay? Isn't this offending everyone? Well, it's not the point of offending everyone yet. Thinking of this, Lucius secretly looked at Eaton's expression and saw that he didn't seem to care about what happened before. Gryffindor was not to be outdone and began to bombard Zabini. Fortunately, they knew their limits and did not take out their wands. You guys take your time chatting, Lucius, let's go. Eaton felt that his time was precious. Why should he waste it on an inexplicable war of words? By the way, are you interested in what the Sorting Hat told me? Before leaving, Eaton glanced at Arthur Weasley, who had a sullen face and was silent. Actually, it's nothing. We just talked about the history and culture of Hogwarts and the founder's ideas and other boring things. If you are interested, you can also chat with the Sorting Hat if you have a chance. Someone must suppress that noisy hat. Arthur didn't expect Eaton to answer his question at this time, so his brain short-circuited for a moment. His face soon returned to normal. It's cheap to even talk to you. Eaton, let's go. Zabini snorted coldly, turned around and followed. Zabini was called away by a senior student halfway through, and Goyle, who was growling with hunger, was sent to the auditorium first by Lucius while he himself wandered slowly with Eaton. I heard that Professor McGonagall found several students with hair all over their bodies on the way to class this afternoon, and they have been sent to the school infirmary. Lucius gossiped with a strange smile. The cause of the disease has not been found yet, and the hair is still growing. What's more terrifying is that there are large amounts of measles under the hair, not to mention the high body temperature. Professor Slughorn, who was dragged away immediately after class, was there to help. Speaking of this, will you be able to eat later? Eaton was very skeptical. He knew best what medicine Severus used, and its effects were obvious at a glance. These were just superficial symptoms. Those people must be extremely frightened now. After all, the nightmare potion was not a joke. Will I die if you don't hit me? Lucius suppressed his anger for a long time and finally cosplayed as the Roaring Emperor. Fortunately, there were no spectators around except Eaton, if the portrait was not counted. The kid finally stopped clinging to his aristocratic demeanor. Isn't it tiring to be so tense all the time? Why do you still have that egg-shaped hair? Lucius was just a little regretful about his misbehavior when Eaton's words ignited his anger again. Seeing Eaton's serious and expressionless face, Lucius really wanted to kneel down. Why did this fair-skinned and pretty boy always have a deadpan face and say shocking things? Could it be that Merlin really took the photo to play a prank on him? Then why do you always have such a blank expression on your face? Lucius suddenly had an idea. Nothing has happened to make me smile, so I just stay like this. Eaton would never admit that he is always like this. I am so glad that he can smile too. It's just that it's so rare. Nothing happened that required me to change my hairstyle, so it has always been like this. Lucius accepted everything. He thought of how to deal with Eaton. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Doesn't the Malfoy family pay the most attention to beauty? Now it seems that it is really an exaggeration? Eaton raised his eyebrows and said this, then ignored the stiff Lucius and walked away. What are you looking at? Lucius came back to his senses and saw the woman in the portrait opposite, who was laughing secretly, so he shouted in shame and anger. Well, kid, I didn't see anything really. The woman immediately straightened up, straightened her expression, smiled kindly, and said to Lucius elegantly, "Humph." Lucius turned around and started chasing Eaton. Children nowadays are so cute. The Prince family's offspring this time is really exciting. The woman sighed. Okay, remember your mission. A slightly gloomy voice suddenly sounded next to the woman, but there was a blank on the portrait. Yes, sir. The woman bowed respectfully and replied, and then the scene fell completely silent. Time passed quickly. A week was enough time for Eaton to travel around Hogwarts, including the secret kitchen. Since those people were sent to the hospital wing and Madame Pomfrey was helpless, the seniors automatically returned to normal after 2 days. No one dared to trouble Eaton anymore. Even though those people didn't remember anything at all, the strangeness of the potion made it easy for people to think of Prince, especially when Lestrange had behaved rudely before. That's why the headmaster found Eaton as soon as he got the news and persuaded him gently, hoping that he could provide the antidote. Of course, the headmaster's efforts were in vain. With Lucius as a witness, he said that he had been with Eaton all the time and he had never used any potions. In the end, even if the headmaster hinted at Eaton's words during the challenge by the prefect, Eaton blocked it with the healing potion that had been tested by Professor Slughorn. But this gave Lucius a very bad premonition, fearing that there was a spy inside Slytherin, otherwise the headmaster would not have received any information about the prefect's challenge. So in the days that followed, Lucius no longer dared to relax when he returned to the lounge, and he spoke and acted more rigorously. Because of this incident, Severus returned to Prince Manor and told Gatler and Wharton about it. The next day, several strong owls delivered a large number of potion materials, spellbooks, finished potions, and defensive items to Eaton, which paralyzed the Slytherin table for a while. It also gave everyone a new understanding of the Prince family. Eaton, there is a flying class in the afternoon. Lucius knocked on Eaton's door excitedly. He was used to it now. Flying lessons? Eaton stopped dissecting a deep water frog which Hagrid had given him. Yes, Quidditch, eh? I've finally been waiting for it. Lucius spent a week proving that in front of Eaton all the noble demeanor was nonsense and he had to be straightforward and straightforward. So at this moment he fell on the strange and comfortable sofa in Eaton's room without any image. Well, is the principal in the office now? I have something to ask him. Eaton put down the scalpel and took off his unicorn fur gloves. You're going to look for the principal? Please, the principal obviously believes that you did it last time. Are you going to walk into his trap? Lucius sat up in fear. What happened last time was really thrilling. Although it was definitely not Eaton who did it but that sturdy little guy named Severus. Thinking about it now, he still has lingering fears and made up his mind not to offend him at all. Walking into a trap? Eaton raised his eyebrows. Maybe. It can be considered. It's really crazy. Lucius fell down again and decided to watch. He decided not to try to understand Eaton's thinking anymore. 44 House Conversation. The principal's office is on the top floor of the tower. When Eaton arrived, he paid special attention to the sculpture guarding the gate. The sculpture was lifelike and impressive. In fact, the craftsmanship of 1,000 years ago was really exquisite and delicate. This made Eaton even more confused. If there was such advanced technology 1,000 years ago, it means that the civilization 1,000 years ago was quite advantageous. Then why is the magic world still in the ancient times? Could it be that there has been no progress since 1,000 years ago? Well, that old steam train is a kind of progress maybe. Password. The stone beast's voice seemed very low with the unique coldness of stone. Didn't they say that there would be no password prompts at the door of the principal's office? Eaton really didn't know what the password was. Please tell the principal that Eaton Prince has something to discuss with him. Would anyone say something like this to a stone? And ask him to pass on a message? If a stone had a mind, I believe he would also complain like this. Fortunately, the microphone was really useful and quite easy to use. Soon the statue turned, revealing the stairs and inviting Eaton to stand on them. It seemed that Headmaster Dumbledore had just taken a nap, as he was wearing pajamas when he came to open the door. Privately, Eaton wondered whether it was pajamas or Headmaster Dumbledore's uniform. He really couldn't tell the difference. At this moment he naturally followed whatever the headmaster said. Oh, Mr. Prince, what's the hurry? I was just taking a nap. Of course, don't feel uncomfortable. In fact, I have wanted to talk to you for a long time. Dumbledore sat in the principal's seat, pushed his crooked eyes and said with a smile. He was really surprised that the little prince could come to his door. It is like this, Mr. Principal. Due to my severe fear of heights, I have to apply for exemption from the flying course with great pain. Eaton solemnly tried to express regret and remorse with his emotionless face. Don't say this expression really shocked Dumbledore. Acrophobia? What is that? Does it mean fear of heights? Dumbledore was always eager to learn new terms, and he was very diligent. He studied the use of dragon blood with this scholarly attitude, although it was not without the selfless help of someone. Oh, don't worry, Eaton, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? Mr. Prince always seems a little long. Madame Pomfrey will definitely be able to help you with this little problem. Unfortunately, my grandfather has searched through the family collection but couldn't find a magic potion that can cure the symptoms. While Eaton selectively concealed the fact that his grandfather went through the books to cure his otaku nature. Well, this kind of small thing is not important at all. Is it really that serious? How about this, Eaton? Maybe you can give it a try. You know, all children like the feeling of flying in the air. It is a free and comfortable sport. If you still can't adapt after trying it today, we will consider your proposal again. How about it? Dumbledore reached into the drawer and took out a bag of candy. He put one in his mouth first and then pushed the candy bag towards Eaton. Would you like one? A new variety from Honeyduke's candy store, very delicious. First release of when romance *. Thank you, I'm not hungry. Eaton shook his head. Well, okay, Mr. Headmaster, but I'm afraid I don't even have the courage to get on the broom, even though I've never picked up a broom before. Oh, that's so sad, kid. It seems like you didn't have a happy childhood. Dumbledore reached out and pulled back the candy bag, grabbed another handful and stuffed it into his mouth. A closed manner can never bring the children the childhood happiness they deserve. Oh, I should say welcome to Hogwarts. This is a paradise for all children. Thank you again. Eaton nodded and did not respond to Headmaster Dumbledore's words about Prince Manor. This hint was too obvious. The last time your grandfather came to Hogwarts, to be honest, I was shocked. You know, Dumbledore winked mischievously, he was once my senior although we were in different colleges. I admired him very much at that time. Grandpa would be very happy to hear that. The boy who still had baby fat said seriously, but Grandpa never mentioned it. He rarely mentions such things. Oh, of course. Dumbledore casually reached out and knocked on the table as if it was a habitual action. During school I never had the courage to get to know your grandfather. I can say that I still regret this. Very regretful. As he said this, Dumbledore leaned forward a little, so when I heard Arthur say that he enjoyed talking to you, I encouraged him. Human friendship always comes so wonderfully. So the fact is that Dumbledore was the one who asked Arthur to ask Eaton about the Sorting Hat? But Dumbledore must have been very interested in what the Sorting Hat said, right? Eaton glanced at the shiny silverware around him and the Sorting Hat that seemed to be twisting restlessly on the cabinet, thinking to himself. You know, I'm also very curious about the Sorting Hat's ability to retract. Can Eaton satisfy an old man's curiosity? Sure enough, Dumbledore asked this question in the next sentence. In fact, Dumbledore had a chat with the Sorting Hat on the night of the sorting, but the Sorting Hat always avoided the question. This was unprecedented. After all, there was a connection between the headmaster and the Sorting Hat. Every successor headmaster would accept a contract with the Sorting Hat so that the headmaster could understand the students in the school in many ways. Tom Riddle's ambition and cruel character were also learned from the Sorting Hat. The abnormality of the Sorting Hat at this time made Dumbledore extremely alert and paid special attention to Eaton Prince. I want to go to Ravenclaw. Eaton said this in a clang, causing Dumbledore to widen his eyes in shock. So I asked the Sorting Hat why it put me in Slytherin, that's it. I didn't expect to be able to hide it from Dumbledore. It's better to tell it now. If I don't tell it, there will always be eyes watching me from behind. Eaton doesn't want anyone to ruin his stay-at-home time in the next 2 years. Even the 3 words Prince are enough to make people keep a close eye on him. Oh, I see. Then why did the Sorting Hat hide it? Dumbledore didn't quite believe it, but he always believed in the eyes of children. They wouldn't lie, even Slytherin, and the look in Eaton's eyes showed that he wasn't lying. Haha, I heard from your grandfather that you have loved reading since you were a child. No wonder you want to go to Ravenclaw. Dumbledore smiled again, but there was still doubt in his eyes. Let me tell you a secret. As long as you answer the questions asked by the Eagle correctly, you can enter the Ravenclaw common room. There is Ravenclaw's private library. By the way, Arthur is a good boy. He has been wanting to apologize to you for what happened last time, but he didn't have the courage. I believe Eaton likes him very much too. He won't blame him, right? The children of Gryffindor are always so enthusiastic and direct, but sometimes it backfires. Seeing that Eaton didn't respond, Dumbledore spoke again. Arthur was an upright, kind and simple child, also an ancient noble, so Dumbledore very much hoped that the two could have more contact. It was always good to pull a prince to his camp. Why should I blame him? And who is Arthur Weasley? Eaton was very surprised. What did this have to do with anything? What did Weasley do to make him apologize? And he was embarrassed? And why did he like that red hair? To be honest, he didn't like overly festive colors such as the current principal's office. Haha, Eaton is also a good boy. Arthur is the cute red-haired boy. Dumbledore choked but pretended not to understand what Eaton meant. He was so relieved now. The last time Prince Wharton came, he gave him a warning, so he didn't dare to talk to Eaton casually, but he didn't expect that he would come to him on his own initiative. Principal, the afternoon classes are about to start. Can I go back to the lounge? Eaton sincerely felt that since his goal had been achieved this time, he should not stay any longer. The effect of the magic circle linked behind the silverware in the principal's office had also been achieved. Shouldn't the principal let him go? Yes, of course. Dumbledore stood up and walked Eaton to the door and suddenly said, "Although I think it may be redundant, you are welcome to come to the headmaster's office to find me at any time. This is the tradition of Slytherin and it has not changed for many years." "Well, goodbye, headmaster." Eaton naturally understood what Dumbledore meant, which was also the reason why he couldn't talk to him. When they returned to the lounge, the sofa was full of people all chattering about the afternoon flying course. It was then that Eaton completely understood how obsessed the wizards were with this thing. Anyway, he and Severus didn't like this kind of exercise that wasted time and life and didn't achieve the effect of physical exercise. The scene when the two of them were forced to fly into the sky by Gettler was still vivid in his mind. Anyway, the result was that Gettler didn't get a good sleep or a good meal for several days. "Eaton, are you ready?" When Lucius saw Eaton come in, he immediately left everyone who was discussing. What he wanted to ask was naturally the result of going to the principal's office, but now was not the time. "Not yet, soon." Eaton quickly returned to the dormitory and took the books he wanted to read. As this would be his first and only time to take a flight course, please believe in his sincerity and give it your all. The current professor of flying is a passionate old wizard who has studied Quidditch for many years but has not made any achievements. It is rare to find someone as passionate as him. The young wizards present were so embarrassed when they saw the slightly bloated body of the other party sitting sideways on the broom and floating in front of them. "Eaton, I suddenly feel that I don't love Quidditch so much." Lucius turned his head reluctantly and said to Eaton softly, "Tell me, if I tell my father, can I apply for a different professor for the flying course?" "Lucius, it's useless. I heard from the seniors that we have tried everything." Zabini couldn't help but reply. "Very good. Now stretch out your right hand, place it on the broom and shout, 'Get up!'" The old wizard floated leisurely in good spirits and spoke in a loud voice. Lucius took a deep breath and decided to forget about the professor opposite him. "Get up!" The broom obediently jumped into Lucius's hand. Although the broom was old and tattered as the heir of the Malfoy family, which was known for being the richest family, Lucius still looked at it with joy and raised his eyebrows at Eaton proudly. "Professor, I can't take the flying course. I've already asked the principal for an exemption from the flying course. If you don't mind, can I sit next to you?" "Ha!" The little wizards who were still trying gave up and the brooms that had been lifted up fell back to the ground with a snap. Everyone, including the professor who was floating in the air, saluted Eaton with an extremely incredible look as if they had seen Merlin reborn. 45 House free of repair. For some reason Dumbledore did not tell the flying professor about Eaton's situation, which led to the professor floating in front of Eaton in great excitement. He was obviously confused and angry to the extreme. "What do you mean you can't take the flying course? Do you know what flying means? It's the pride of wizards. It's the moment of conquering nature and enjoying freedom. Oh Merlin, how could someone apply for exemption? This goes against Merlin's will. It's a pity that I can't enjoy my freedom." Eaton glanced at the bloated body that seemed to fall off the broom at any time and said calmly with a paralyzed face without a trace of regret, "If the professor doesn't believe me, please read it." "Get up!" Eaton stretched his right hand over the broom and shouted, repeating it many times, but the broom did not move, as if it didn't know anyone was calling it. While Eaton suppressed all the magic power in his body, not letting any of it leak out. The broom must sense the magic power of the user before it will respond. He understood this after he and Severus dismantled dozens of brooms together. In the end, the professor didn't know what to say. Looking at his expression, he had changed from excitement to sympathy and pity. He seemed to be worried that saying one more word would hurt Eaton's young heart. So after kindly instructing Eaton a few words, he let Eaton find a place to rest by himself. Lucius seemed to want to drag Eaton back. Now he regretted not asking Eaton why he went to the principal's office at noon. If he knew, he would definitely stop him immediately. Although he might not be able to stop him. Apart from the regret and incomprehension expressed by most of the classmates, a few Hufflepuffs were particularly envious of Eaton's foresight, because although their brooms moved, they were still unwilling to move even a little bit away from the ground, which made the little badgers who were already worried feel very embarrassed. Eaton thanked the professor, then walked out of the Quidditch field alone, which made everyone who saw his back feel sorry for him. The professor even had the urge to float over and pull Eaton onto his broom. Unfortunately, before he could take action, Eaton's figure disappeared. Dumbledore stood at the window of the headmaster's office and watched the scene. His eyes flickered violently. He was not wearing glasses at this time. "Prince!" His mumbling voice drifted in the air. Dumbledore thought for a while, then waved his wand and a silver phoenix appeared. "Notify Professor Slughorn to come to the office." In fact, Eaton didn't go far. He was standing in the corridor at this time. He could see Lucius and others flying when he looked up. After a while, a transparent ghost silently floated beside him, doing the same movements as Eaton. "Barrow, long time no see." Eaton leaned against the wall behind him. He didn't look at Barrow but greeted him. "I heard people say these days that they feel confused without you." Barrow didn't say anything, perhaps he didn't know how to respond. His eyes were still dull. Since his death he had almost no emotions, even though his persistence had only increased. "I'm curious. Since I saw you on the first day I entered Hogwarts, no ghosts have appeared in the past week. Why?" Eaton didn't seem to want to get an answer. "Are they afraid that I will find the Ravenclaw library?" When talking about Ravenclaw's library, Eaton raised his eyebrows. He had been wandering around Hogwarts these days just to find the entrance. Although the Sorting Hat told him how to enter, the specific location could not be told by the Sorting Hat because of Hogwarts' years of self-adjustment. After all, the contract with Hogwarts had long disappeared, and now the headmaster could only extend the contract with the Sorting Hat. "No," Barrow finally spoke. His voice was hoarse, his dull eyes still lingering in midair. "If you want to go, you can find Grey Lady." "So who wants to see me now? Can you tell me now?" Eaton knew about the Grey Lady. There was information about her in the Hogwarts history book in the library, including her relationship with Ravenclaw and the fact that she was killed by Baron. "No. You can only find the answer yourself." Barrow's eyes shifted to Eaton's face, and a hint of expectation and anxiety appeared in his dull eyes. "I see." Eaton nodded. "Hey Severus, when can you come to Hogwarts?" Barrow hesitated for a moment but finally turned around and walked through the wall without saying anything, although he seemed to want to say something. After Barrow left, Eaton retracted his gaze and turned to leave the corridor. The library was indeed reliable. If he went to the potions office to talk to Professor Slughorn again, would he still sign his borrowing slip? The answer was of course yes. But before that he needed to write a letter to his grandfather to ask about some ancient legends. Madame Pants in the library was obviously familiar with the little prince who came to the library every day. There was no one in the library at this time. When Eaton came in, Madame Pants was cleaning quickly. "Prince? Why are you here now? If I remember correctly, shouldn't you be taking flying lessons?" "Because of some things I have applied for exemption from the flying class. Compared with flying classes, I prefer to spend time in the library." Eaton's words were obviously pleasing, at least for someone like Madame Pants who loved books so much. "Oh, of course. Pomfrey, and I don't know why so many children like this kind of rough sports and get hurt everywhere." Madame Pants was very happy that there was another person who shared the same opinion as them. "It's quiet now except for the restricted area. You can read it, will just don't make a mess." Buzz. Before Eaton could reply, the two-way mirror in his arms began to call out, so he could only gesture apologetically to Madame Pants, indicating that he should go out for a while. "No need. There's no one here right now, so you can just stay here. I'll go inside to make some plans and you just help me watch the library and make sure some naughty kids don't cause any damage." Madame Pants waved the feather duster in her hand and said seriously with a frown, as if she was remembering something bad from the past. Seeing that she turned into the restricted book area without hesitation, Eaton could only find a seat by himself, placed a silencing spell and an anti-eavesdropping spell around him, and then opened the two-sided mirror. Sure enough, a serious boy's face appeared in the mirror. "Severus, shouldn't you be studying with Gettler now?" Eaton reached out and poked Severus' little face in the mirror. Well, the hard mirror surface could not compare to Severus' soft little face, but the teasing action was real, so Severus on the other side of the mirror blushed without hesitation. "Gettler is injured and Grandpa is taking care of him." Severus frowned even more tightly. "The idiot Dark Lord has received news about the Prince family." Although he can't find the specific location, he has sent people to set up ambushes in many places nearby. Not only that, the saints in Germany have also been attacked, but it is not yet clear who did it. But Gettler's injury has nothing to do with these. He just accidentally blew up the crucible. Crucible exploded? Didn't Grandpa ask him to reforge it? Eaton said he couldn't accept that Gettler exploded the crucible. He didn't even look at the place where he blew up the crucible. It was Prince Manor, right? The probability of the crucible exploding couldn't be lower. Those protective magic circles didn't fail at all. What kind of powerful potion could cause the crucible to explode? I will suggest this to my grandfather. Severus took note of this and planned to find time to talk to his grandfather, but there was something much more important now. You have to be careful in school. Grandpa got the news that the Dark Lord seems to have gathered some families and intends to win you over while you are in school. If it doesn't work. Severus was very worried, so he contacted Eaton as soon as he got the news. Originally they agreed to chat before going to bed and then rest. However, since Eaton was able to connect the two-way mirror, it proved that the surroundings were safe, so Severus told everything without hesitation. Don't worry. If you're talking about those seniors, I think we've already met them and had a cordial and polite conversation. Eaton immediately thought of Zabini and the head of Ill. Lestrange would definitely be excluded by the Dark Lord given the conflict they might have had on campus. Abraxas would definitely be confessed, but Lucius would not know about it because his grandfather had contacted him 3 days ago and explained the whole process of how Abraxas contacted him through a secret line. Don't brag, Eaton. It seemed that after the last incident at Hogwarts, Severus was particularly worried about Eaton and he began to speak harshly about Eaton's safety. Who was the one who was motionless like a troll last time? Severus, you've become evil. Eaton was depressed. The soft little Severus was so cute. Why did he start to spray all kinds of venom on him when he mentioned this? How can you compare a creature like a troll to me? So do you like slugs, toads, or fluff? Severus had long been taught by Gettler to deal with each move accordingly, so such a small challenge was no big deal at all, so he was actually seriously seeking Eaton's opinion. I don't like any of them. Eaton protested. Don't compare me to potion ingredients. Okay, then a snail or a turtle? Severus came from the Muggle world after all. Not to mention the potion materials, there are also Muggle creatures. Potion materials are better. As for the Muggles, Eaton really couldn't accept them. If Severus described him as a dung beetle or something like that in the future, he would not want to live anymore. Well, you have to take care of yourself when I'm not around. Severus's eyes were almost filled with worry. Gettler proposed to transfer a few saints to protect you and me, but I rejected it. Those saints are just nominal saints and the polyjuice potion will be easily exposed. It turns out that Gettler's brain is stuck with slug mucus. Don't just talk about me, Severus, your situation is more dangerous than mine. At least I'm still in Hogwarts, and after Prince Manor is opened your safety must be guaranteed. Just follow Gettler's opinion. Eaton thought about it and decided to agree to let Gettler send a few saints to protect Severus. Little Severus is too young. Although he is very precocious, there are still too many things he doesn't think about as well as others. Severus did not say whether he accepted or not this proposal. Just then the sound of a door opening was heard. Severus said goodbye to Eaton and closed the two-way mirror. Eaton, on the other hand, immediately put away his nonchalant attitude and became extremely serious. 46 House of Weirdness. Eaton believed that with the tragic education he had received last time, his grandfather would use all means to ensure the safety of Severus and himself, but the problem was that he did not intend to be kept in a designated circle, and he also needed to make some people repay blood with blood. Yeah, when romance first post. Now that the Dark Lord has begun to act, he must speed up his actions. When Mrs. Pants came back from area, J.J. Eaton was resting his chin on his hand, tapping the table unconsciously with his fingers in a daze. His face looked very cute, which surprised Mrs. Pants. His usually serious little face seemed much cuter today. It turned out that children should act like children. Mrs. Pants? Eaton came back to his senses and his face became tense again, which made Mrs. Pants feel very sorry. Why didn't she let her look at him for a little longer? If I want to learn about Hogwarts, are there any books I should read? Eaton knew very well what books were in the library. Only Madame Pants knew best, although no one would think of asking a librarian. Madame Pants was stunned for a moment, then she understood what Eaton meant. If it's normal, I recommend A History of Hogwarts. Of course, if you want to know more in depth, I would recommend Hogwarts in the Dark in section JJ. But obviously you must be able to get a book loan slip. Madame Pants blinked and gave Eaton a slightly naughty smile. And this is definitely not something you heard from me. Eaton agreed, said goodbye to Madame Pants and went to the Slytherin cellar. He believed that Professor Slughorn must be very happy that he had the opportunity to participate in the Prince family party. After class, Lucius immediately ordered Goyle to find Eaton, and he went straight to the library but was told that Eaton had borrowed a book and left. Obviously Madame Pants would not agree that Eaton read books in a place other than the library, but on the borrowing note Professor Slughorn made it happen. God knows how Eaton did it. Lucius had to return to the dormitory after failing to find him. He planned to take a shower and then go find him. The content of his father's letter yesterday made Lucius a little uncomfortable. All the codes told him to be more careful. What kind of weird message was this? Why didn't his father learn from Prince? Well, Lucius had been abused too much. Where is Eaton now? It's simple. He is reading a book under the shade of a tree next to the Black Lake. There are always many kinds of dangers in the books in Area J, but this is not a big deal for Eaton. A head roaring from a book is not a big deal. Eaton looked calmly at the huge face in the center of the book. The ferocious expression made Eaton unable to help but pick up the book he was carrying and slammed it down. Hey kid, why are you hitting me? The face was slapped into the book, and this time he didn't roar. He looked fearfully at the heavy book still held in Eaton's hand and spoke aggrievedly. His face was still ferocious, but his expression had changed drastically. If you don't come to poison my sight, I won't have to slap you. Eaton slapped him again unhappily. The face tried to dodge for a long time but failed. His whole face occupied the entire page, leaving no place for him to hide. Stay still. Just stay here. Who's afraid of who? The face glanced at the book in Eaton's hand again and spoke unwillingly. Seeing that it was finally quiet, Eaton finally read the book with peace of mind. The book recorded all the secrets of Hogwarts since its establishment, including Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, Ravenclaw's library, Gryffindor's collection room, and Hufflepuff's sanctuary, as well as the initial and historical trends of Hogwarts. Of course, Eaton was most concerned about the issue of Slytherin's departure. There was really not much elaboration on this issue in the book. Just like the rumors, Slytherin had different ideas from the other three colleges and therefore decided to leave on his own. After thinking for a while, Eaton turned the book back to the page with the face. The face shrank visibly when he saw it. You don't want to take a picture of me again? His eyes were alert. I just want to consult you about something. I think you don't mind, right? Eaton raised the brick-shaped book in his hand and saw the face nodding impatiently, fearing that Eaton would take a picture if he was unhappy. What on earth are you? An ordinary image cannot have thoughts. Eaton picked up the book facing the face and carefully observed his expression. It was obvious that he hadn't expected such a question, but he still thought about it seriously and answered, I don't know. Eaton tightened his grip on the book. Well, let me ask you, who are you? Aha, I know that. The face became excited and the gray face seemed to be stained with some black, probably blush. My name is Gordy. His fingers tightened again. Last name? Eaton was almost gritting his teeth. I don't know. Probably aware of Eaton's emotions, his answer was unusually quick. Junior, what are you doing here? Eaton wanted to ask something else but was interrupted by that voice that seemed full of hormones. God knows he had cast many spells around him. How did this guy find him? Closing the book with a snap, Eaton stood up and lifted the spell, looking at the blonde Chief Lockhart. Good afternoon, Mr. Chief. Lockhart had been looking for Eaton for quite a long time. He was originally going to the Quidditch field to wait for the rabbit. Unfortunately, the rabbit didn't come and he was drafted by the professor to act as a commentator. Hey, who made that guy an elder in his family? Well, although he was very reluctant to admit that there was such an elder. So after class, the unlucky Lockhart was caught by the professor to clean up the classroom. He was the head of Slytherin, but he had to raise his wand and collect the broom in front of the Slytherin freshmen. What kind of bad luck favored him? But fortunately he wanted to relax and walked to his favorite place on the way, and the person he was looking for was exactly here. Well, he decided not to blame Merlin anymore. The word lucky really said about him. Call me Roger. Lockhart sat down on the ground, then patted the seat where Eaton had just Saturday sit down. I've always wanted to talk to you. Of course, don't worry, it's not what you think. Eaton has never dared to take Lockhart lightly. Compared to those who appear calm on the surface but do dirty things behind the scenes, Lockhart, who appears to be a Gryffindor on the surface but is far more cunning than others, is more worthy of attention. Unfortunately, it seems that few people in Slytherin can realize this. I guess you must think I'm weird? Lockhart shrugged. It had only been a short time since he became the chief, but many people had already begun to question him. There were so many obstacles in secret, and Lockhart was the kind of peculiar person who would step into a trap even though he knew it was one. I've been observing you for a week. I think you know that, right? Lockhart obviously had no intention of getting Eaton's recovery. In fact, if you didn't show up, I wouldn't be able to compete for the position of chief. Do you know why? Eaton continued to maintain his excellent quality of silence, staring at the lake with a stiff face and saying nothing, as if there were many precious potion materials on it. There are no fools in the Prince family, Eaton. Lockhart sighed. Originally there shouldn't be any fools in Slytherin either, but I don't know when they started to become so common. Well, I believe you won't say that I said this, right? If so, I will be kicked out completely. Why are you telling me this? Eaton finally began to speak. Lockhart's performance was now completely Ravenclaw-like, straightforward and sharp, hitting the nail on the head. I didn't say anything. Lockhart blinked and put his index finger to the corner of his lips. I'll tell you a secret. I'm about to drop out of school. This time Eaton was shocked. Did Lockhart have a brain short circuit? Don't ask why. I just want to tell you. I haven't told this to my family. After revealing the secret, Lockhart seemed to relax a lot because he lay down easily, looking at the blue sky, and the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. I want to walk around and see what color the world is. Eaton had no right to say anything, and he couldn't guarantee the instructions in Lockhart's words. He believed that Lockhart himself did not have too many expectations. The two of them looked at the sky and the lake quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Lockhart stood up and straightened his clothes. Well, Eaton, let's say goodbye here. Oh, by the way, Lockhart glanced at the books in Eaton's hand. If you want to explore the mysteries in Hogwarts, I recommend you go find Peeves. That's it. Bye. After saying this, he left without looking back. Both of them knew his purpose very well. Eaton suddenly felt that Lockhart might become his good friend. Lockhart's departure did not cause much commotion. Even within Slytherin, when Irving reassumed the position of headmaster, when talking about Lockhart there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. Almost all Slytherins were like this, especially Bellatrix, who insulted Lockhart many times in the common room. Of course, this did not include Lucius and Eaton. 47. The House of Anger. In fact, neither Lucius nor Eaton really understood Lockhart's thoughts. He became the headmaster at the beginning of the new semester and then dropped out in less than a month. What kind of weird thinking circuit could do such a thing? But they both had a common idea, that is, Mr. Lockhart was not as cowardly and incompetent as the current Slytherin said. How could a person who could defeat all the candidates to become the headmaster be a fool? Maybe, as Lockhart said, the current Slytherin has indeed changed. Slytherin erased Lockhart's head record and refused to admit that Roger Lockhart had been a student in Slytherin and became the head. Lucius and Eaton did not react to this situation, which made some comrades who were waiting to watch the show lose some of their fun. During this period, Eaton was forced to join a slug club with Lucius. The club consisted of descendants of traditional aristocrats from all four colleges, including and Sprout. Hello again, Eaton. As Anne entered the room, she saw Eaton sitting with Lucius, expressionless but with a somewhat impatient look in his eyes, so she naturally sat at the other end of Eaton. Although she could see him in every class, almost the entire Hogwarts now acknowledged that Eaton Prince was a taciturn and strange-behaving Slytherin. Few people could talk to him, and even if they did, they would be shut up with just a few words. Hello. Eaton glanced at and recognized Sprout. He was in a bad mood at the moment. In fact, he had not planned to attend such a meaningless and worthless party, but Professor Slughorn kept insisting on exempting him from the flying class. He used euphemistic but forceful language to ask him to attend this weird party. To be honest, he had not felt so aggrieved for a long time. "I guess you didn't come here voluntarily, did you?" And was very good at observing people's expressions. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." She also greeted Lucius, who came over. "Hello, Miss Sprout." Lucius responded with a standard Malfoy expression. Now, except in front of Eaton, he always had this expression. At this time, Professor Slughorn came in with a smug expression. He glanced at everyone and was obviously satisfied when he saw Eaton. After sitting down, he greeted the students very cordially and started chatting about all kinds of random things. "For example, Professor, I haven't seen any ghosts recently, not even Peeves. Do you know why?" "Oh, about this matter, the professors found Headless Nick together and heard that the ghosts have been active recently. As for what activities, the internal affairs of the ghosts are not convenient to disclose, but I think that without the naughty Peeves everyone should be happier, right?" Slughorn leaned back in his chair looking like he was giving orders, although his image really didn't match this. "Oh, look at me. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is Eaton Prince, the heir of the Prince family and my proudest student." Slughorn pointed at Eaton and introduced him to everyone as if he had just seen him. "I think everyone knows him, right? A true genius. Who is your proudest student?" This was not Eaton's complaint, but the true feelings of Lucius, who was already used to complaining in his heart. He didn't even dare to peek at Eaton's expression. Professor Slughorn was really too much this time. Wasn't it too much to use others to elevate himself? Was he really going against the Prince family? Everyone seemed to have the same idea as Lucius, but no one dared to show it. Some even complimented Slughorn a few times and then glanced at Eaton once or twice. I don't know how Gettler would feel if he got the news. But you don't have to guess, because the truth will come out eventually, and the news will definitely reach Gettler's ears, and Professor Slughorn will also have a lot of thorns and bumps in his future. What was Eaton thinking at this moment? No one could guess what Eaton was thinking under this tender red-white human skin mask. It was probably the first time that he was used so openly. Although he was an invulnerable prince, he was only 11 years old. Oh, that's right. If he wasn't 11 years old, Professor Slughorn wouldn't have used him so openly. Thinking of this, almost everyone gave Eaton a sympathetic look behind Slughorn's back and then was glared back at by Lucius with a fierce threat. "Who wants your sympathy? Who are you?" Lucius was looking around in anger while Eaton was in a daze. He was thinking about how to find the Grey Lady. Who knows where these bastard ghosts have gone to? Not even one of them is there? Barrow, who occasionally pops up, doesn't count. I'd like to take advantage of this good time today to make an announcement. Slughorn was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd, and he was even more satisfied when Eaton did not refute him. Everyone knows how terrible and miserable it is for a potion master to not have a direct disciple. I have always been looking for a student whom I can teach wholeheartedly. Now I finally met one, a true genius. His voice was full of passion and emotion, but it made Lucius start to feel a little cold. He quickly reached out and tugged at Eaton. Seeing that he turned his head and looked at him in confusion, he suddenly became more anxious and leaned closer to whisper, "Stop it quickly. If you don't stop it, you will become his disciple." Eaton was stunned for a moment. He really didn't pay attention to what Slughorn was saying. Fortunately, the professor liked to lay the groundwork, so he hadn't gotten to the point yet. However, with this information, Eaton obviously understood it. The professor is right. My grandfather once said something like that. Fortunately, he is still here. Eaton narrowed his eyes. If he had been a little aggrieved and depressed before, he was starting to get angry now. Slughorn was interrupted. He originally thought that in such an occasion an 11-year-old boy would never risk interrupting the professor's speech. As long as he explained that Prince was his apprentice, then all of Prince's achievements in the future would have his share in the eyes of everyone. What a great honor! It was enough for him to risk the hostility of Prince's family. Even if there was some hostility, he would not risk the condemnation of the entire wizarding world to attack the teacher. But at this time Slughorn was a little embarrassed because Prince's words clearly rejected his proposal very strongly. Oh, of course. I feel very honored to have the same feelings as Master Prince. Slughorn was still an experienced man after all. He reacted quickly and regained his composure. Anyway, I announced today that I will focus on training in Sprout. There is no doubt that she is very familiar with potion creatures, and this is exactly what I need. Everyone was shocked, especially R, who was sitting at the back, who even smiled strangely. He had known Slughorn's plan for a long time and knew that if he couldn't get Prince he would never look for any other Slytherin, even though he had talked to him many times and promised him many things. However, he was not so easy to get rid of. Professor Slughorn, are you ready? After the party, Eaton was still angry. Lucius didn't dare to say a word to Eaton along the way. It was really that the pressure on Eaton was too heavy, even worse than that of the little boy with black hair and black eyes he met last time. Poor Lucius felt that he was about to become a lackey like Goyle and Crabbe. Eaton, are you okay? I'm fine. Eaton turned his head and looked at Lucius, causing little Lucius to step back spinelessly. The gritting of teeth made Lucius feel that there seemed to be a lot of black gas around Eaton's body. What the hell is that? I'm going to tell my dad. Password. The noble man on the door painting maintained the same posture as it had for thousands of years. Glory. Lucius answered quickly. He felt that he could adapt better when Eaton didn't speak. The password is wrong. Turning a page of the book, the noble man slowly gave the answer. What? Lucius frowned subconsciously. It's not even a month yet? As usual, Lucius looked around secretly. It's very likely that someone is behind this. However, it seems that only the headmaster and the dean of Slytherin can change the password. But now the headmaster has left the school. Although R is now taking over the position of headmaster, the headmaster can only accept his fate once a semester. R is not the current headmaster recognized by Slytherin. So the only conclusion is... It seems that Professor Slughorn is not satisfied with your reaction, Eaton. Lucius was not afraid of offending the professor. The Malfoy family was much stronger than him. If the old man did not have the support of the nobles, he would not have reached his current position. Malfoy had also contributed to it. But now that he was in power, he turned his face and refused to recognize him. It seemed that he had to write a letter to his father tonight. Eaton, let's go to the library. Goyle and Crabbe will come to find us later. Do you think you can trap them like this? Too naive. No need. Eaton walked forward, took out his magic wand and took out the magic pattern, drawing liquid from his space bag. Just change it. Hey Eaton, what on earth are you doing? Lucius watched Eaton getting closer and closer to the portrait, but his body became more and more immobile. What on earth is going on? 48 House Secrets. Eaton. You're not really going to do this, are you? After Eaton had opened the bottle of silver liquid, Lucius finally regained the right to use his body and rushed to Eaton. You know Dumbledore. Yes, we can go to Headmaster Dumbledore, he will definitely be able to solve it. Don't be so anxious to do it, okay? What if something goes wrong? When did I go from a follower to a house elf? Lucius beat the doll miserably. No need. A simple access control magic circle is not difficult for me. Eaton looked at Lucius's embarrassed expression and worried about his little noble awkwardly. It felt very funny. Feeling better? Sure enough, he still had to bully him more. Well then. Lucius didn't know what he was thinking of. His expression instantly changed to platinum mode. His chin was slightly raised just right and his tone was slow and long. Do you mind if I walk around? Eaton nodded, and then little Platinum turned and walked towards the corridor. What exactly do you want to do? After little Platinum left, an elegant voice sounded in front of Eaton. It was similar to the voice in the previous portrait, but definitely not exactly the same. Finally looking up? Eaton looked up and saw that the noble in the portrait had stopped reading and was now looking up at Eaton with interest. Those were a pair of red eyes. The noble shrugged, crossed his legs elegantly and threw the book to the ground without mercy. I've been bored for so many years. Everyone looks the same. What's the difference between looking up and not looking up? Eaton looked at the noble carefully. I heard that a guy who claims to be a descendant of Slytherin has very unique eyes. Haven't you seen him? The noble stroked his chin and thought seriously for a while. I haven't seen it before, but generally the eyes of descendants of Quetzalcoatl are this color. It's not strange at all. Who are you? Eaton simply put away the drawing fluid and the magic wand. He had secretly studied the Hogwarts magic circle for quite some time, but he could not find the source of the circle. He could only say that Hogwarts was indeed a safe cradle for little wizards. Barrow's ambiguous messages from time to time did not cause any trouble, but as a technical geek it was very frustrating not to get an answer to a question right. I don't know. The noble frowned. I have no impression at all. Maybe it's because it's been too long? Are you sure you've appeared in the portrait before? Eaton felt as if he had touched the edge of an answer, but he still couldn't find a clue. Have you ever seen a Hogwarts student? The nobleman looked even more confused and he seemed to be thinking hard. So what do you remember? Eaton was very aware of this person's reaction. He had already taken out his notebook and quick quill pen and started recording. Tell me what you remember. Yeah, when romance first release. Well, I remember I seemed to have something important to do. The noble continued to touch his chin, probably wanting to find someone. Well, forget it, I can't remember anything else. Shrugging. I wonder if you are too casual and forget about something important. After quickly recording, Eaton silently complained, so, have you met him? Eaton put down his notes, turned the book Hogwarts behind the scenes that he carried with him to the page with the human face and held it in front of the noble. At this time the human face had learned his lesson. He knew that the book had always been in the hands of the person who liked to slap him with that thing, so he stopped yelling and struggling. What's so ugly about this? The nobleman looked at it with interest, then said with disdain, but it turns out to be a soul embedded in a book. How interesting. You haven't seen him? Eaton asked again. After getting the second confirmation, he immediately closed the book, picked up the pen again and made 2 quick notes. When he raised his head again to ask the noble if he had any feelings, the portrait had returned to the noble reading a book. Password. The 2 familiar and cold words were thrown out again. Eaton? Lucius and the Gorka lab he had found came over looking like upstarts. The password is Silver Snake. Correct. The portrait moved automatically and Lucius pulled Eaton, who was still shooting at the portrait, into the lounge. Crab Goyle, you two should go back to the dormitory. Lucius maintained his arrogant expression and stretched out his voice even though his childish voice did not sound intimidating. Eaton, come with me. Lucius dragged Eaton to his dormitory. His expression became a little excited. It wasn't Slughorn who changed the password. I just overheard Headmaster Dumbledore's message in Slughorn's office. Hogwarts changed it itself. I'm going to tell my father. He must not know that Hogwarts is alive. Merlin, no one has ever known this. You don't know that Headmaster Dumbledore's tone just now was actually full of panic. It's unprecedented. Lucius was immersed in a strange and exciting mood, but Eaton obviously thought more. Strange nobles, strange ghosts, strange book souls, strange Hogwarts seemed to combine into an unknown secret, and this secret seemed to fall on him inexplicably. When Wharton replied to Eaton's inquiry letter, he mentioned some ancient legends of the Prince family after Merlin's inheritance. They were all useless and Eaton didn't remember them, but there was one thing that Eaton remembered, that is, the first magical dragon was subdued and raised by a patriarch of the Prince family. Of course, this was just a legend and no one knew whether it was true or not. Especially since Merlin was obviously the greatest magician. When would it be Prince's turn to subdue the dragon? How long is the curfew? Eaton looked at the notebook in his hand, feeling that he had overlooked something. 1 hour. Lucius was still excited. Eaton, are you going out? Let's go to Ravenclaw. Picking up his books and notebooks, Eaton decided to find out tonight what exactly is hidden behind Hogwarts. He is in no mood to do other research now. This is really annoying. Lucius watched Eaton close the door and then he fell on the bed and continued to roll around. Since Hogwarts is alive? Is it watching him now? Lucius quickly sat up, grabbed his little dragon and hugged it carefully, looking around. The more he looked, the more he felt that someone was watching him. Woohoo, Eaton, please come back. He suddenly felt a little scared. No. Lucius still kept his little dragon open, ran to the table and pulled out a piece of parchment from the drawer. He had to write a letter to his father. As the head of the Hogwarts school, the Malfoy family must be the first to make a favorable response. At this time, Lucius no longer cared about being afraid. Ravenclaw's door is the easiest to enter. Anyone can enter as long as they answer the correct questions, and Ravenclaw students are no longer surprised by this. In the small library of Ravenclaw there are books, research records and notes accumulated by Ravenclaws over the past 1,000 years. At this time Eaton is flipping through various historical records in the ancient book area. Hogwarts Room of Requirement. Eaton murmured as he stroked a notebook written by a Ravenclaw hundreds of years ago. It can connect to all existing spaces in Hogwarts. Perhaps he had found the entrance to the possible Ravenclaw library, Eaton thought. The next day the news that Slughorn wanted to recruit Eaton Prince as an apprentice but was rejected spread throughout Hogwarts. Headmaster Dumbledore sat in the headmaster's seat with a kind expression, but his eyes flickered slightly. Yes, this proposal was hinted by Dumbledore to Professor Slughorn. Obviously Dumbledore was prepared for this situation, but not prepared enough. Although he never looked down on an 11-year-old child, he never thought that a young child would know so much. As for the nobility, he obviously knew too little. Slughorn was cheerful and didn't care about the rumors. He occasionally expressed his regret and praised his student and Sprout. The head of Hufflepuff obviously became particularly close to Slughorn because of this incident. No one would have thought that Hufflepuff could also have an apprentice who was a potion master, right? Eaton was eating seriously, yes, very seriously. As usual, he ate a meal quickly and elegantly and then stopped eating. Tomorrow is the weekend and Eaton plans to explore the Hogwarts Room of Requirement during the weekend. Of course, the premise is that he must get rid of those individual Slytherins who always bother him, such as this one. Eaton, tomorrow is the weekend. You don't mind if I do homework with you, right? Zabini had already squeezed away the freshman next to Eaton and sat on one side of Eaton. Lucius was on the other side of Eaton. Now everyone knew that the three of them were the Slytherin triangle. Zabini, has your aristocratic demeanor been eaten away? Lucius looked over coldly. Now his relationship with Zabini had become even colder. It was not only because of Zabini's arrogant attitude in front of the Slytherins that he could not bear to see. The two of them had grown up together since childhood, and although their friendship was not as deep as imagined, it was definitely not shallow. Lucius knew exactly what had made him lose face in front of Malfoy again and again. Even if he did not know, his father had explained it to him very clearly. Oh, Lucius, don't say that. I'm not used to you calling me Zabini. Zabini smiled indifferently. Sorry, I'm not free this weekend. Eaton put down his knife and fork, smirked at Zabini and nodded. The mission my grandfather left behind is not yet completed. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Zabini could only express regret at this, while Lucius snorted coldly and said nothing more. Prince Manor at this time. Severus was holding Eaton's letter and rushed to his grandfather's study. At this time Wharton and Gettler were chatting in the study. Gettler's injuries had improved and he could get out and move around. God knows how lethal that potion accident was. What's wrong, little Sever? Gettler was a little surprised to see that his student could not hide his anxiety. He thought that his student would not blush or have any expression since he went to Eaton. Grandpa, teacher. Severus first said hello respectfully. Grandpa, can I take the opportunity to go to Hogwarts this weekend? Request of 49 House. Walton and Gettler looked at each other in surprise, then turned to Severus in tacit understanding. What happened to Eaton? Both of them looked very serious. In fact, since Eaton entered the school, they both started to be anxious and they couldn't tell why. They searched through the family collection but didn't find any gift of prophecy, so the two of them attributed it to the plot of A Mother Worries When Her Son Is Away From Home. After all, Eaton's refusal to step out of the manor for many years really made the two elders worried, right? Usually it was fine, the two of them were both outstanding in the group of deep-minded and sultry people, but this time little Severus' sudden request made the two of them have an extremely bad premonition, as if the prophecy was about to come true, right? Severus glanced at Wharton's hand that was still supporting Getteler's waist. The pressure on his body suddenly dropped a lot and his face became ugly. He really couldn't believe that two guys in heat could have such a thing as intelligence. If your minds are still not trapped by hormones, I think you should remember how long it has been since you carefully read Eaton's letter. Wharton followed Severus's murderous aura and swept his hand on Getteler's waist. He immediately withdrew awkwardly, his old face flushed. Well, Severus, you should tell me how long it has been since Eaton wrote to you. As a grandfather, I write to you every 3 days. Getteler was obviously much more shameless than Walton. He didn't care about his apprentice's murderous intent at all. That was not enough to fill his teeth. Little Syver, don't change the subject. Tell me what happened to Eaton. Severus was obviously dissatisfied with Wharton's sophistry. He approached Wharton, waved the letter in his hand, and then stepped back. If you mean that those meaningless papers full of nonsense and stupid words are also called letters, then Eaton really doesn't need to reply. Nothing is happening at Eaton right now. Without waiting for Wharton's response, the little Snake King turned around and began to answer Getteler's question with great momentum. Perhaps you still remember that Eaton asked for a detailed account of the legend of Prince. As soon as Eaton entered the school, Hogwarts was abnormal in various ways. Do you think this is normal? Hearing this, Getteler and Wharton both frowned. In fact, they had some ideas. As for Hogwarts, Getteler had never studied there, so he didn't know much about it. But Wharton had been a student there and had received some special treatment. At that time, Wharton didn't pay attention to these trivial matters at all. What happened to make our little Sever so worried? Just tell me directly. Nothing. Severus answered reluctantly. He really hoped that something would happen so that he could go to Eaton for various reasons. Anyway, this teacher who kept him in the name of teaching was an unreliable cauldron. The current model was just that he told him what to learn, and then little Severus buried himself in the library and laboratory to study on his own. This didn't require him to leave Eaton at all, right? At first he wanted to learn and enrich himself in order to achieve the purpose of staying with Eaton. Now it seems that he could have stayed with Eaton forever? The library of Hogwarts has such a rich collection, and there are more spells than Prince's house. What's more, Eaton also revealed that he was looking for the Ravenclaw library. But Getteler couldn't help laughing. Little Syver, do you really want Eaton to run to him so impatiently? It's none of your business. Severus stared at Getteler very seriously and answered. Everything about Eaton was his own business and had nothing to do with others. Zabini. Wharton had taken the letter from Severus' hand without knowing when and read it carefully. Humph, it seems that besides that old man, this kid is also a complete idiot. Room of requirement? It seems that although my grandson is unwilling to go out, he is still a complete genius. Putting down the letter, Walton felt relieved. From the letter, although some Slytherins didn't know how to appreciate him, Eaton was still doing well. He was also able to take the opportunity to study the magic circles of Hogwarts. He was worthy of being the blood of the Prince family. Severus, although this may make you sad, I won't let you enter Hogwarts now. Do you know why? I can tell you directly that I want to protect Eaton. Of course, this doesn't mean that I give up on you. The Prince family must have an external target now. After so many years of teaching by Getteler, I think you can understand that Eaton will not be this target, but you will and you must. You are my grandson. Voldemort cannot go deep into Hogwarts, but he will try every means to threaten Prince Manor and may even use his most common methods: kidnapping, threatening, torturing, killing, and exterminating the whole family. I think you understand now? Severus was obviously stunned for a moment, then he pursed his lips and lowered his head to think for a while. Then he looked up, took the letter from Wharton's hand, carefully folded it, and put it in his pocket. Eaton once revealed that he would only stay in Hogwarts for 2 years. I think Grandpa should have a way to make him give up this idea, right? The black eyes like pure black coffee looked at Wharton seriously and pleadingly, which softened Wharton's hard heart. He nodded seriously. At this moment he might truly believe that in Severus' heart no one could compare to Eaton and nothing was more important than Eaton's affairs. I say, have you all forgotten me? After all, I am also a first-generation Dark Lord and Severus is still my student. If a second-generation Dark Lord becomes arrogant and domineering, will I still have this face? Gedler was not at ease, but seeing the resolute look in his apprentice's eyes he really felt bad. What's the use of the oath? How old is he? How many years do he have left to live? The mistakes of the past can't torture him until his death. Even for Severus and Eaton, it's time for him to learn to let go. Severus glanced at Gedler's still clumsy legs with undisguised contempt. A person who can even blow up a crucible has no right to say such things. A person who can turn an ordinary accident into the worst crucible explosion in history has no right to say such things. Oh, by the way, I forgot that was in a sophisticated potion laboratory with a tightly protected magic array. In order to express the ultimate irony, Severus stretched out his voice without hesitation, allowing a long and greasy venom to spray more thoroughly. After finishing speaking, he turned around and left the study. He was going back to write a letter to Eaton. By the way, when he was in the two-way mirror tonight, he had to remember to remind Eaton to bring various defensive items when he went to the Ravenclaw library. Who knows if there would be some messy things in a library that had been closed for 1,000 years. Gedler was held back for a long time and finally couldn't help looking at Wharton. Is Severus self-taught? I've never seen him demonstrate aristocratic etiquette so thoroughly. Wharton glared at Gedler in anger, but seeing how hard he was trying to hold up his body, he couldn't bear it and supported his waist again. Who told you to blow up the crucible? You should just be happy that Eaton is not here. _N1T, Gedler shed tears. Who said he had to secretly rejoice when Eaton was not around? Once he secretly rejoiced, something bad happened. Who's there? Filch ran upstairs breathlessly. Curfew was about to start and he actually saw a student walking to the 8th floor? That was not a lounge at all. Mr. Filch? Eaton had just come out of the Ravenclaw common room and was heading for the cellar. However, the stairs that had been used for resting automatically went around to the 8th floor. When he wanted to turn back, the other end of the stairs also went to the 8th floor, forming a bridge. I said your stairs are not a floating bridge. You are obviously pretending to be stupid. Eaton really wanted to complain like this, but he was not so surprised after being warned by the ghosts that appeared from time to time and the portraits that were not sure what was going on. He was not in a hurry, but I'm afraid someone else was. Eaton Prince? Filch didn't expect it to be him, the most well-behaved child in his eyes. Oh, it must be the cause of the moving stairs. Well, he had already started to find excuses automatically and there was no need for Eaton to speak at all. Yes, I don't know why I'm here. Eaton raised the book in his hand. He had just done a lot of research. So, Mr. Filch, which direction can I go back to the cellar? There are stairs to the east. Don't worry, you have plenty of time. Filch tried hard to smile, but his face was so stiff that it looked distorted. As for the fact that there were only a few minutes left before curfew, which was not enough time for Eaton to return to the common room, Filch said that he was not good at math and could not calculate. Thank you. I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow, Mr. Filch. Eaton nodded. Of course, he knew there was a staircase on the east side. If Filch hadn't stopped him, he would have gone down long ago. He wasn't in the mood to visit so late. Besides, Severus would call him in a few minutes. If he knew he was not in bed, he might get furious. After going around the corner, Eaton saw Filch inspecting from the other side. He could only look at the inanimate object in front of him expressionlessly and speechlessly. What do you want? We are running out of time. The sharp quarreling game in the past has become weak now. We have really tried our best. Please help him. 50 house mystery. I say, are you guys looking down upon me too much as an 11-year-old freshman? Eaton emphasized the words 11 years old and freshman. As a stay-at-home boy, he was naturally excited to explore the mysteries in the house he lived in. However, after going back and forth, he still couldn't explain it clearly and there was still so little information. He should be given some time, right? Only Prince can save him. The little ghost with pearly white light looked a little sad. Please. If I'm not mistaken. Eaton glanced at the ghost. Are you the legendary Peeves who was only mischievous and completely different from other ghosts? I am. The ghost nodded. At this moment he didn't look naughty at all. Instead he looked mature and steady. At most his expression was very sad. Well then answer my question now. Eaton could only illuminate it with his wand, then took out his notebook. How long after Hogwarts was founded did you appear? 550. Peeves seemed to realize the importance of Eaton's question, so he answered it seriously. Do you know that your body is different from other ghosts? Do you mind if I try? Eaton also reached out his hand to get in but found that he couldn't. Peeves' body was warm but the touch was somewhat similar to that of other ghosts, all like jelly. No. Who were you in your life? What did you do? Do you have any unforgettable memories? Eaton quickly recorded the information. Peeves automatically moved closer to Eaton and then a bright light appeared around Eaton. I don't know nothing. Peeves really thought about it carefully this time. The reason why he was so naughty was because other ghosts would discuss this and that about their past lives every day, but he had nothing and could not remember anything. For this he was often laughed at by other ghosts, so he began to try to communicate with students hoping to create some memories, but found that students did not have such good patience to deal with ghosts and most of the time they avoided him. Occasionally he found that as long as he teased them they would chase him. This was very similar to the childhood described by other ghosts, so he began to enjoy it. Can you sense Hogwarts? Can you see what the headmaster is doing now? Eaton suddenly looked into Peeves' eyes and observed his expression. Peeves' expression suddenly became blank for a moment, then he came to his senses. He's just sitting there doing nothing. How do you know? Did you see it clearly? Or did you feel it? Eaton didn't take notes this time. He felt that he had grasped the key point. There was a document specifically studying Peeves in the small library of Ravenclaw which he happened to have read. Although the things in it were not of great value, they might not be valuable if explored in depth. Unfortunately, even if that person was a Ravenclaw, he still couldn't learn to make bold assumptions, collect evidence extensively, and finally draw conclusions. Yes, it's easy. Peeves spread his hands calmly. Other ghosts can also see what's happening on the other side of the wall. It's normal. So, there really is no privacy in Hogwarts. Have you looked for my father or my grandfather or any generation of the Prince family? Eaton was very interested. He had all the memories of his father and there had never been any ghost harassment like this. Yes, every generation of the Prince family has looked for one. Peeves seemed to have an indescribable feeling about this, particularly conflicted, as if he was resentful, annoyed and guilty. But you are probably the last generation. From now on we won't and probably don't need to look for any more princes. Very good. Eaton nodded and then made a note in his notebook. Take me to the Ravenclaw library. Also send an owl to the Prince family. I need all the potions that appear in the Prince family legends. Okay, the library is over there. Peeves seemed to think that sending an owl to the Prince family was a very common thing, so he agreed quickly. He pointed behind Eaton and said, "Don't worry, old Filch has left with his cat." Well, I really don't like that cat. She always chases me. That's because you always tease Filch. Eaton turned and walked towards the room of requirement, calmly pointing out Peeves' abominable behavior. Seeing that Eaton followed their plan, Peeves was very excited. He kept floating beside Eaton and talking to him about his great achievements. It seemed that all professors had been tormented by Peeves, including the current headmaster Dumbledore. By the way, aren't you worried that we will hurt you? Peeves suddenly said hesitantly when Eaton was observing the door of the room of requirement. If Hogwarts would harm its students, then I think I will have nothing to say. And I will never be fooled by anyone, because anyone who fools me is dead, even if he is not a human. Eaton thought about what the Sorting Hat said and carved a small eagle with his wand in front of the door, injected a trace of blood into it and saw the silver lines of the door slowly sliding to form the same eagle shape, and then Eaton walked straight in. Cough, cough. The first thing Eaton felt when he entered the room was that he couldn't breathe. Damn it, there was no air circulation. Are you okay? Peeves hurried in and seeing Eaton's painful expression, he quickly opened the door of the room of requirement and pressed an unknown button, and the air in the entire library instantly began to circulate. What Eaton was thinking now was, Severus would never let him go. Eaton didn't wear any of the defensive jewelry that Severus had repeatedly warned him to wear. Crying Face, who knew that these ghosts were so anxious that they used all kinds of means to force him to come here overnight. Somehow Peeves lit up the entire room and Eaton could finally see the whole place. There were rows of large bookshelves so high that you couldn't even see the top. The bookshelves were filled with books which were obviously neatly classified. The floor was covered with a gray carpet made of some unknown material. There was no dust in the whole study, and there was not a single chair, let alone a table. It was all books. Without caring about anything else under Peeves' repeated urging, Eaton directly found the ancient text records from the early days of Hogwarts to the time when Slytherin left school, sat on the floor leaning against the bookshelf, flipping through the books and making notes from time to time. The language at that time was different from that of today. Fortunately, in order to facilitate the study of potions, the Prince family received training in writing and reading ancient texts since childhood. Buzz. Oops. Eaton stopped writing and wrote 2 words expressionlessly. He forgot to report to Severus. Eaton. After Eaton opened the two-way mirror, Severus appeared on the other side. His wet hair and red face showed that he had just finished taking a shower and rushed to find Eaton. Where are you? Before Severus could say anything, he noticed that Eaton was not in his dormitory. After all, the scene of that dormitory was probably the most familiar to Severus except for Eaton. Ravenclaw Library. Eaton turned the mirror towards Peeves. He forced me to come here. Please contact him if you have any questions. Peeves pointed at himself. Seeing Eaton nod, he excitedly took the two-way mirror. Seeing the dark-faced kid staring at him angrily, Peeves looked around. No one was there. Hey little kid, you look so small. Eaton. I have nothing to say to a brainless ghost. You go back to the dormitory right now, otherwise I will go find my grandfather and contact the headmaster of Hogwarts immediately. Severus calmed down and ignored the unreliable ghost opposite him and threatened directly. Peeves was so shocked that he wanted to hide in the corner, but after hearing what Severus said, he suddenly became serious. No, Prince can't go back. I want to know, what qualifications does a soft-bodied unidentified object that has no brain, no bones, no internal organs, and no need to sleep, eat, or breathe have to take care of the rest of an 11-year-old Hogwarts freshman who was in urgent need of growth? Perhaps the beloved Mr. Ghost can give me a satisfactory answer? Severus calmed down after being furious and observed the layout of the entire library through Peeves' body. Although what he saw was limited, his thinking was unlimited. If he succeeds, it will save the entire Hogwarts. Peeves placed the mirror on a bookshelf. Hogwarts will come alive. These words obviously did not sound like what he said, and as for who said it, Peeves did not reveal a word. Severus wanted to say that Eaton's health was more important. He wanted to say that as long as Eaton was fine, he didn't care about Hogwarts. But somehow he couldn't say it. He knew how much Eaton was looking forward to this quest-like activity. From their bedtime chats and letters, it was clear how much significance it had. This didn't have much appeal to Eaton, and Eaton didn't have heroism, but with such a huge research treasure house like Hogwarts, it was impossible for Eaton not to be tempted. Well, okay, I'll keep watching. Severus finally thought for a long time and compromised. Not for Peeves, not for Hogwarts. I will also call Grandpa and Getteler together. Since this matter is so meaningful, I think you don't mind letting others witness such a great time, right, unknown object? Although I can't give any hints, I can still do this little thing. Peeves regained his liveliness, picked up the two-way mirror again, and approached Eaton, who was flipping through a book. Over there, Severus decisively held the two-way mirror and ran to Wharton's dormitory. Getteler happened to be there, so everyone was happy. Oh my! Eaton, what's going on? And Peeves, what are you doing? Don't tell me you dare to tease Prince. After hearing what happened, Walton snatched the two-way mirror without any manners and yelled at him. He couldn't count how many dangers there were in Hogwarts. How could he let his grandson take risks alone? Is Dumbledore dead? How did he become the headmaster after so long? Thinking of this, Walton glared at Gettler, who had an innocent expression on his face. Eaton sighed and took the two-way mirror from Peeves' grandpa. I need the oldest potion of the Pris family, which is mainly for curses, souls and dragons. Don't worry, I will not be in danger. This 1 foot. Eaton rushed towards Peeves with the two-way mirror. If I'm not mistaken, he is the soul of Hogwarts. As soon as these words came out, no matter whether it was the 3 people on the other side of the two-way mirror or the 1 ghost on this side, they were all completely stunned. I'm from Hogwarts? Peeves pointed at himself stupidly with his mouth wide open. Was he really scared by the news? Is he from Hogwarts? The reaction was exactly the same as Peeves. Yes, but he should have been restrained by the contract and finally appeared in front of everyone in the form of a ghost for unknown reasons. I believe that this contract is not the one when Hogwarts was first established, but was later mixed with a curse. Eaton held up his notebook. Here is a paper written by a Ravenclaw from 1,000 years ago which details his research on the Hogwarts contract. Hogwarts at that time was obviously different from the current one, with fewer safety points and more threats. Also, Slytherin's departure is what puzzles me the most. As a powerful dark wizard, it is impossible for him to leave without leaving any traces. Even if he died, there would be records, even if it is unofficial history. Unfortunately, I have searched through it and still found nothing, so I boldly guessed that Slytherin did not leave. He is still in Hogwarts, and even now he may not be dead. As he spoke, he glanced at Peeves, who was getting more and more excited, and the pearly white light around him was getting brighter and brighter. But it will be soon. I can see this from the ghosts' constant urging and from the signs that they are unwilling to reveal anything. There must be a prohibition in the contract, which may be against a person or an event. The person is undoubtedly Salazar Slytherin, and the event, from their words, that only Prince can save him, plus the first school rule of Hogwarts, and finally the legend of Prince's family. Then the most likely possibility is that the owner of the castle, a real magical dragon, hypothetically after the castle was robbed, took the opportunity to counterattack and then died together with Slytherin. Of course, these are all speculations. After all, I have been looking for the eye of the Hogwarts formation, but I still have no clue, so I still want to give it a try. Eaton's words have stunned the 3 people on the other side of the two-way mirror. Severus reacted the fastest. Eaton, if it is true, it is a dragon. It will be dangerous if you go. Little Severus' face was full of anxiety, and he pleaded with Eaton with his eyes not to take risks. You said Salazar Slytherin might still be alive? Wharton asked immediately after he reacted. His eyes were bright, very bright. Although his grandson said it was a speculation, you have to know that if this is true, then their prince family will welcome the god in the hearts of all Slytherins. Gettler looked at Wharton with complicated eyes but finally said nothing. He then lowered his head to hide his gloomy eyes. Yes, the noble man on the Slytherin door painting talked to me before. I asked around. The nobleman never raised his head. It is said that it was not a real portrait but a door lock diagram made of magic circles. Coincidentally, the man who raised his head had a pair of red eyes, but he could not remember anything. He only remembered that he was looking for someone. I think he came to find me. No, to be precise, he came to find Prince. It happened that all the ghosts disappeared during that period of time. Even Barrow, who appeared from time to time, was nowhere to be found. The records of Prince's family showed that there was once a black magic that could absorb ghost energy, but it was banned for many years and the spell had long been lost. Eaton talked about all his research during this period. So do you think my speculation makes sense? No dead person can use black magic, and I believe that the most accomplished black wizard in history must know how to attach a soul to a portrait, right? I'll rush to Hogwarts right away. Wharton realized that the matter was serious and that it was impossible for a villain to do it. He had to go and help. As the headmaster, I think Dumbledore should know about this. I'm so glad you came to Hogwarts, Prince. Peeves was already floating around excitedly. You're much smarter than the princes I've met before. So you agree with my speculation? Eaton put down his notes. To be honest, these were all his guesses. Well, they were just nonsense. You can't get an old prince. Peeves didn't answer Eaton's question, or maybe he couldn't answer it at all. If you're not a Hogwarts student, you can't get in. If it is true as Eaton guessed, then this curse is probably quite evil, intending to consume Salazar Slytherin to death. Wharton frowned and thought, what about his grandson? Eaton, do you really want to take the risk? It's very dangerous. I believe it's more dangerous than I can imagine. He couldn't convince himself to stop a grandson from rescuing Salazar Slytherin, but he was also an old man who loved his grandson. It doesn't matter. If Peeves is really from Hogwarts, he can definitely take me out at any time if there is any danger. Eaton stood up and patted his face. Grandpa can send the potion I need to me by owl tomorrow. I can't take the risk without any preparation. I'll go too. Severus suddenly said very firmly, find a reason I must go. He would never allow Eaton to take risks where he couldn't see. Peeves? Oh, can we wait until the 7th grade? Walton suddenly asked Peeves, although he didn't know what to call him because this guy might be the soul of Hogwarts. Eaton is alone and powerless now, and he is completely unable to rescue him. Even if he goes, he may not be able to save himself. Peeves was still floating when he was frightened by this question. He rushed over like a fly. No. I can't wait any longer. I really can't wait any longer. Even if he's not dead, he's going to die soon. Eaton interrupted. His expression was actually quite disapproving, but his eyes were full of excitement. Severus, don't worry about me. If you come, I'm afraid Headmaster Dumbledore will accompany you. Once he accompanies you, the wizarding world will know about it. Then he will definitely do something desperate. Trust my judgment, Severus. There will be no danger. Ravenclaw's own writings show that the extinct real dragon is a proud creature and is also extremely smart and conceited. It has always been confident in its own arrangements. It will never leave a way out. Moreover, after 1,000 years, most of the magic circle must have failed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for other princes to remain indifferent. After all, if Slytherin can come out, he can take the opportunity to find Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and others. I believe they will have the same way. Eaton, you can't convince me. I must go. If Grandpa doesn't help, I will force my way through. No matter if there is danger or not, I will stay by your side. Do you understand? Severus' eyes were red at this time, but he didn't cry. He still stood straight with an extremely serious expression. Eaton opened his mouth and looked at Severus in the mirror with complicated eyes. He reached out and touched his face, which had become much thinner through the mirror. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth raised naturally, revealing a beautiful smile. Then I agree, Severus. Turning to Peeves, who seemed to be confused about the direction of the situation, he said, Severus is also the blood of the Prince family. Although he is not a student, his magic power has reached the level of a student. I think the magic circle cannot be testing age, right? The magic power of wizards has a growth pattern, so the 7 years in school is exactly the complete process of magic development. Even if it is really testing age, if there is really a curse, then there must be a maximum age limit. With the revengeful heart of a real magic dragon, it is possible that a child who has no experience in worldly affairs will visit Slytherin and suffer a tragic end. I don't know about that. Peeves scratched his head embarrassedly. I only know that those who have left the school are not allowed, but those who are not in the school are. Okay, now that I know what I should know and have guessed what I shouldn't know, can you let me rest? Eaton waved his wand and put the books he had just flipped through back in their places. The value of this library is definitely far greater than all the books in the entire magic world combined. Can I take this away? After saying that, he didn't care about the answer and stuffed it directly into the space bag. Please. Peeves suddenly bowed solemnly. Please do it as soon as possible. I'm always the most anxious one when it comes to this kind of research-based game. Eaton joked in a good mood. Somehow Severus's attention to him instantly lifted his mood. Moreover, if the real Slytherin was revealed, it would be much easier for him to take revenge on Voldemort, which would be of great benefit to his home business. When my Severus comes, we'll start. Of course, I think you have a way to prevent the headmaster from knowing the whole thing, since I know that no professor has come to trouble me now. The headmaster only signed a contract with the Sorting Hat. Peeves floated for a moment. He won't know anything I don't want him to know. He seemed to have easily accepted the fact that he was the soul of Hogwarts. Go to bed early. I'll go to the potion store to find the potion you need. Severus, follow me. Wharton said, hung up the two-way mirror, hurriedly put on his clothes, picked up Severus and apparat to the potion store. Gettler sat on the bed with a serious face, his eyes full of struggle. Finally he clenched his fists, stood up and strode towards the fireplace. He also hoped to give his students more protection, and the Deathly Hallows were obviously the most favorable protection. 51 House Preparation. When he arrived at the entrance of the lounge, Eaton took a special look at the elegant portrait. It was obviously without Salazar's lively expression and looked very dull. He could only say, "Password." "Eaton, you are finally back?" Before Eaton could say the password, the door opened automatically and Lucius's gorgeous hair appeared in Eaton's eyes. "I thought you were completely fascinated by Ravenclaw and were going to apply to Headmaster Dumbledore for transfer in advance." Eaton passed Lucius and sat on the sofa with his stiff neck shaking. "Well, if it were that simple, I wouldn't have stayed here for so long." "Really? Are you really planning to transfer to another hospital?" Lucius was anxious. He was just being sarcastic. After all, he was worried that something might happen to Eaton after such a long absence. He was furious, but when he heard that Eaton really had this plan, how could he not be anxious? So his anger subsided. Eaton glanced at Lucius's anxious expression with an ambiguous expression which made Lucius lean back against the back of the sofa and even swallowed his saliva without any fancy manner. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you finally conquered by my beauty that can never fail? Don't worry, your worries won't come true in that long." Eaton stood up and said, "Go back to your room and rest so that you don't have to drink the beauty potion made from slug mucus tomorrow morning." "No slug mucus?" Lucius was horrified. He never knew that the beauty potion that the Malfoy family had been supplying for a long time was made of this kind of thing. So Little Platinum followed Eaton and began to nag Eaton to study the beauty potion and swore to never touch the beauty potion in the entire potion box collected in his room. Regarding Lucius's noisy performance, Eaton said he pretended he heard nothing. Well, but Severus should be very interested in this business. After Lucius followed Eaton into his room, the entire lounge fell silent. Not long after, the magic lights in the lounge went out automatically. In the darkness, after a wave of air fluctuations, a dark figure gradually emerged. "Ravenclaw, a prince who loves Ravenclaw." "Huh, Eaton, who do you think that is?" When Lucius arrived at Eaton's room, he immediately stopped acting like an idiot and became more relaxed. "Who knows? Guessing is always just guessing. Lucius, don't make me doubt your IQ." Eaton was not as nervous as Lucius. There are always omissions in plans, but it may not be a bad thing. Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. "Don't worry, I will only express my longing for my father in my letters home." Lucius shrugged. "You seem very excited. It seems that Hogwarts still has some secrets. Maybe you need a companion next time?" Lucius obviously guessed the reason for Eaton's abnormality. Of course, he just thought that Eaton discovered some secret of Hogwarts. If so, the Malfoy family would naturally have a share of the profits. "Lucius." Eaton took off his robe and looked back at the little man sitting on the sofa without any image. During this period of time, Lucius learned to speak frankly to him. In many cases, he was the one who protected Eaton. If he thought about it this way, Eaton felt that it was not bad to have this friend. The Malfoy family has amazing business talent, but the magic world is still too small. "That's true." Lucius raised his chin, looking arrogant, but a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. "I have to ask my father for a few more stores to manage. Gold galleons are always good." "Then let's go back. I need to rest." Eaton touched the two-sided mirror in his arms and cleared the guests. Lucius returned to his room and immediately took out the parchment. He had no time to think about anything else. He just hoped that his father could give him a reassurance. Eaton's words made him panic. Why did the Malfoy family only set foot in business and never mention the identity of the Death Eaters? Was the friendship with Prince that his father had hinted about before also because of the Death Eaters? Lucius's mind was in a mess now. If this was true, he could feel the danger of the Malfoy family even though he was only 11 years old. Eaton was lying on the bed, his eyes glowing in the darkness. "Sever. Eaton, is what you said before true?" Wharton didn't let Sif reply and took the two-way mirror. How could the Prince family be so passionate? But the situation at that time didn't allow them to think too much. Who knew what kind of spies were in Hogwarts? Only when they saw the room where Eaton had placed a mess of magic circles they could feel a little relieved and tell the truth. These are all guesses, just a temporary guess. Eaton shrugged. But judging from Peeves' reaction, it is very likely that Salazar Slytherin is alive. But the key right now is that we can't find the entrance to there. Don't even think about Peeves, they won't tell. You have to think carefully. The danger there will be unprecedented. You and Sever. Wharton frowned. At this moment he and Sever were looking through the potion library trying to bring all the potions to Eaton tomorrow. I will find an excuse to bring Severus there tomorrow, but no matter what the situation is, Dumbledore will definitely know about it. Although Dumbledore is scheming, he is not a bad person by nature and he has deep feelings for Hogwarts. With him, covering up things will be much easier. Where's Gettler? Eaton didn't respond to his grandfather but asked Gettler how are the aftereffects of the potion accident. He's fine. Wharton's eyes widened. He seemed to have just remembered that there was such a person. He looked around but saw no one. Severus, have you seen Gettler? I don't know. If an adult with healthy limbs and a normal brain needs the care of a child under the age of 10, that would be a wonderful world. Severus was busy identifying potions and then stuffing them in, so he was not in the mood for the time being. So these three people didn't know. Because of Gettler's matter, Dumbledore really had no time to take care of their affairs in Hogwarts. The next morning, unexpectedly, Headmaster Dumbledore was not there and the Prince family's owl arrived in the restaurant early and stuffed a huge package into Eaton's arms during breakfast. This was not very eye-catching. In fact, the package did not have to arrive at lunch, but almost everyone seemed to have formed a routine. Compared to the Slytherin's ambiguous gazes, the Gryffindors were much more direct. Ah, what a big package, Eaton. Your family seems to be worried about you and always sends things. Arthur looked at the huge package with some jealousy. It took a long time for his family to send him something and most of them were letters. When did you become so familiar with us? Lucius complained. As one of the two people who were stopped by the red-haired girl again, he said that he was beginning to hate red-haired girls. If the Weasleys weren't so poor, they would be worried about you. Lucius emphasized the word worried and then pulled Eaton around Arthur and continued walking. What was strange was that Arthur didn't catch up. This made Lucius couldn't help but secretly look back and found that the other party seemed to be still standing there. What's going on with Weasley? Lucius let Goyle and Crabbe go first and then discussed with Eaton in a low voice. Mind your own business. Eaton's mind was not on that. He was anxious to go back and see what potions were in the package. But this time the contents of the package really surprised Eaton because there was not only a huge amount of potions inside but also a wand sandwiched in the middle of the potions. The specialness of this wand made Eaton dare not touch it easily. It was a wand made of the famous elderberry material with a joint-like structure. Without a doubt it was the Elder Wand. Gettler went to see Dumbledore? Eaton contacted Severus again with the two-way mirror. At this time they were contacting Hogwarts at Prince Manor to prepare for the visit. After hearing Eaton's questions, not only Wharton but even Severus' heart skipped a beat. Walton was so angry that he wanted to hang Gettler up and beat him. He was causing trouble when he was busy. Although he knew Gettler's purpose and was touched, he was still willing to take the risk just for this? Especially when Gettler had not been seen until now. Don't worry about Gettler for now. Wharton was silent for a long time. Then he spoke, his voice becoming much lower. Hogwarts's affairs are more important. We will be there soon. Dumbledore is not here now. Perhaps our actions will be much more convenient. Okay. Eaton nodded, but he still tightened his grip on the mirror handle. After hanging up the two-sided mirror, he immediately went to find Lucius. Do me a favor, Lucius. Lucius was in the lounge at this time, showing off his aristocratic style with other nobles. When he saw Eaton walking into the lounge with a blank expression and extremely low mood, the others knew the situation and let Lucius be called away by Eaton. Eaton, are you still waiting for me to say no? Lucius never thought that there would be a day when Eaton would ask him for help. Please help me pay attention to the recent events in the magic world. I want to know that the Prince family has been away from the magic world for too long. Eaton naturally couldn't just say that he needed to investigate Gettler's affairs. Perhaps you will have time to go out for a walk with me in the evening? Lucius knew that Eaton was not telling the truth. What kind of family is the Prince family? How could they not know about the magic world? I'm afraid that what Eaton wanted to know was what happened last night, and most likely it was something that happened outside the UK. Thank you, Lucius. Eaton's thank you was quite sincere. After all, he was really worried about Gettler's safety. As a teacher who taught him and Severus without asking for anything in return, Gettler already had his own significance. Malfoy can get whatever he wants, even friendship. Lucius raised his peacock tail high, and after saying that, he turned around and tried to contact his secret contacts outside. Maybe I can talk to Grandpa about the Malfoy family? Eaton thought about it for a while as he returned to his room and then put it out of his mind. There was no way the priority of this matter was too low. Wharton applied to enter Hogwarts and was quickly allowed in. After all, Dumbledore was not there now and Professor McGonagall was in temporary charge. As for the Prince family, Professor McGonagall was relatively relieved. At least if the Malfoy family wanted to come at this time, she would definitely not allow it. Professor McGonagall, thank you for allowing me to come in. You know, I'm also worried about my grandson. Wharton changed his cane to another hand. It was an antique cane with snake patterns and black gems with a strong historical atmosphere. Little Prince is a very well-behaved child. Mag liked the serious student very much, but he doesn't seem to be that lively. Yes, then I will say goodbye to you and go to Slytherin to see my grandson. Wharton was a little anxious in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface. Severus was next to him, maintaining a straight face. Okay, see you later. Professor McGonagall nodded. She had a lot of things to do today. Headmaster Dumbledore had piled everything in front of her. The so-called wall was because Professor McGonagall handed Wharton Prince over to Professor Slughorn. After all, he was from Slytherin House, so it was most appropriate for him to be received by the Slytherin Dean. Slughorn was very excited. It was said that after searching for a long time, he finally found what he wanted. He hurriedly changed into his most respectable clothes and rushed to the headmaster's office. While leading the Prince family to the Slytherin common room, he was full of flattery, which made Severus almost unable to hold back his sarcasm. Fortunately, Wharton saw that Slughorn was obviously going to accompany them throughout the whole process, so he had to let Severus go to Eaton by himself and hinted that they should do what they could while he dealt with this old guy whose intentions were too obvious and who dared to claim to be Prince's teacher. Ignoring his grandfather's situation, Severus hurried to the Slytherin common room and entered the room using the password given by Slughorn. There were already many students sitting there. They were all a little surprised to see a small black man coming in. Doesn't this look like one of their students? Why is he so arrogant? After scanning everyone and finding that Eaton was not among them, Severus frowned and walked into the lounge with his short legs with great momentum. Who are you? Don't you know this is the Slytherin common room? A senior student couldn't help but stand up. Could it be that he was here to cause trouble? Otherwise, why would he have such a dark face and sharp eyes? Where is Eaton Prince's room? Severus asked directly when he saw someone asking him a question without even looking at the person carefully. As for the question just now? He said he didn't hear it. You're looking for Prince? The senior looked him up and down, then sneered, "Oh, you're really brave, daring to break into Slytherin alone." Unfortunately, this senior was Lestrange, who had been planning to make trouble for Prince for a long time, but unfortunately he never dared to do it. Even more unfortunately, this little guy made him extremely excited and bumped into his hands. Humph, he couldn't make trouble for that guy, but he could always make trouble for a little kid. Lestrange. Camille Rye, who was sitting in the corner, frowned. If he was here to see Prince, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Although he never had the chance to make close friends with Eaton based on his daily observations, Eaton was a qualified heir, which showed that the Prince family was still alive and well. He had to do everything he could to keep this big tree. It seems that it's not something a noble should do to embarrass a child. So the people in the Slytherin common room watched the barbs between Lestrange and Camille Rye once again. It was no secret that Lestrange's Dark Lord theory was already well known, but obviously not everyone could accept it, even if more and more people were leaning towards the bloodline theory. Severus then carefully observed the face of the man who had just asked the question. He felt very familiar, so familiar that the potion bottle on his body began to stir again. Boom, boom, boom. Eaton put down the elder wand he was studying, opened the door, and immediately smiled. Severus, come in. 52 House Crisis. The first thing Severus did after entering the room was to walk around Eaton several times, touching him from head to toe with a serious and cautious look which made Eaton quite amused. Although he did intend to require Severus to meet the standards of a butler, wasn't this a bit too much now? Seeing that Eaton was indeed not hurt, Severus was relieved. He had been worried since last night. That idiot who calls himself Lestrange is still bothering you? Severus frowned tightly, took out some overly sensitive poisonous potions and placed them on the table. His tone was very stiff. Eaton put away the elder wand, which was too special. This wand was much more aggressive than his own and had a very strong will. In other words, it had a very strong self-esteem and would only obey powerful wizards. Severus could not control it, so Eaton, who had originally planned to use this wand to protect Severus, could only give up this idea for the time being. Him? Don't worry, it won't be long before the Dark Lord will help us entertain him. I was too gentle. Severus was silent for a moment, summed up, and then both of them began to busy themselves with selecting usable potions to pack. Do you have a plan for that non-human? They had almost finished cleaning up. After all, the situation was unknown now, so they could only choose the potions that they were most familiar with, plus various defensive jewelry. The rest could only be left to fate. He will take us directly to the nearest accessible location. As for the rest, he doesn't seem so careful. Eaton twitched his mouth. He felt a chill all over his body when he thought of Peeves popping out of a corridor like an underground gang meeting. Should he say that it was an extremely wise choice for him to keep Lucius busy? Severus had no hope at all for that confused ghost, so he was very receptive to Eaton's words. While the two were talking, Hogwarts Castle suddenly began to shake violently. Soon screams and running sounds were heard from different distances. Panic filled the hearts of all Hogwarts students. What happened? Wharton used his cane to steady himself. He really had a bad feeling in his heart. Obviously, Slughorn next to him looked even more shocked. I don't know either. Maybe we should go to the headmaster's office. Slughorn looked at the shaking walls around him in disbelief. The portraits hanging there also screamed and ran away. Don't worry. Hogwarts is safe, very safe. In view of the suddenness of the incident, all professors quickly gathered in the principal's office. Professor McGonagall had calmed the students with a spell, telling them to quickly find the nearest place to gather and not to panic. Fortunately, Hogwarts Castle soon became quiet, as if everything just now was an illusion. Professor McGonagall, what's going on? Slughorn looked very unhappy. He was wondering if the Death Eaters had entered Hogwarts. Tom had contacted him a lot during this period. His intentions were not small. He not only wanted him to join the Death Eaters but also wanted him to bring Prince with him. He could still withstand it now, but not necessarily in the future. I have already informed Headmaster Dumbledore. Now everyone go back to their respective colleges to check on the students. What we have to do now is to protect the safety of all students and wait for Headmaster Dumbledore to come back. Professor McGonagall's expression was also very serious. This kind of thing had never happened in Hogwarts. It was too terrible. I'll follow Professor Slughorn, Professor McGonagall, if that's okay. Wharton tapped the ground with his cane, his uneasiness growing stronger. Judging from the time, Eaton and Severus wouldn't be on an adventure so soon, so it shouldn't matter. Professor McGonagall naturally had no time to care about Wharton's whereabouts. Furthermore, with Prince around, if any student was hurt it would definitely not be a problem, so she agreed very readily. For a moment all the professors scattered in a nervous mood to check on the safety of their students. However, it wasn't long before they had to gather in the principal's office again. What on earth is going on? Why can't the door be opened? Even the magic is ineffective? Professor McGonagall paced in panic. The professors looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and fear. If something went wrong at Hogwarts Castle, then their students. Wharton found a chair and sat down alone. He tightened his grip on his cane, pursed his lips tightly, and his brain kept analyzing all the possibilities. At this time Severus and Eaton looked at Peeves with frowns as he appeared at their door to take credit, telling them how their ghosts and portraits had worked together with unity and collectively discussed and came up with such and such. So you have sealed off all the passages in Hogwarts? Eaton interrupted Peeves' chatter and helped him summarize. You have already secured control of Hogwarts? Peeves floated a little and the fluorescence around him became brighter, especially the silver light on his face. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what I am. Eaton nodded and Severus silently pulled Eaton behind him, forbidding the unreliable ghost to get close to Eaton. Let's start right now. We don't have that much time to waste. Peeves was obviously choked and the light around him dimmed a lot, but this was not the time for him to be willful. Soon Severus and Eaton found that they seemed to have been transferred to another place in an instant. This was a dirty, empty, and interconnected underground square. There were gurgling sounds of water everywhere, and even in the square there were several puddles from time to time. There were huge metal tunnels connected to unknown places. In the center of the square there was an extremely conspicuous statue, very tall but with rat eyes, a bad nose, a grinning mouth, and a sparse beard, which was simply an obscene appearance rarely seen in hundreds of years. Is this the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets? Eaton came to a conclusion after looking around. Although it was a question, it was said as a statement. Yes. Peeves rubbed his hands uneasily as if he was worried about something. This is Salazar Slytherin's place under the Black Lake. From now on I can't accompany you. Well, you guys be careful. After saying that, Peeves passed through the wall like his but was on fire and disappeared, leaving only the two little guys, Eaton and Severus, standing in the huge square. Severus took out an ancient necklace from his bosom with glossy emeralds and shiny mithril. The delicate carving made the precise magic patterns surround the whole necklace like a pattern. The most conspicuous one was the thorn family emblem of the Prince family, which was printed around the emerald. After carefully putting the necklace on Eaton's neck, Severus silently separated from Eaton to explore the entire secret room. The stone sculpture looked particularly abrupt, especially the mouth that was obviously movable. Severus carefully explored the gaps around the mouth, collecting some things from time to time. Eaton, come and see. Eaton was observing the sculpture at this time, holding a collection of books from the Ravenclaw library. If this square is the Slytherin chamber, it must have a special purpose, but if he believes that Salazar has only these tastes, then all the books about Slytherin in Hogwarts must be destroyed. Hearing Severus's call, Eaton put the book on the base of the sculpture. This. Is it weed? When Eaton approached, he saw the plant in Severus' hand and frowned immediately. It seems that the monster in the secret room is real. Weed only grows around the long-term residence of the basilisk. Eaton looked around and found that there were very few weeds, only 4 or 5 sparsely scattered. This means that there are very few basilisks here. Eaton. Severus looked at Eaton steadily. The meaning in his eyes was very clear. He didn't want Eaton to take risks. He hoped he could change his mind. This was a game with no way out. Although Peeves said it was nice, but Severus didn't believe it at all. He knew the selfishness of these ghosts since last night. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid. Severus was also afraid, even though he followed Gedler to many magical creature gathering places and faced countless dangerous creatures, but the legendary basilisk and the extinct magic dragon were still not among them. Eaton had already prepared himself mentally before coming, but when he looked into Severus' bright and serious black eyes, he suddenly felt guilty and couldn't help but look away. Severus sighed, threw away the timber grass in his hand, patted the dust in his hands on his clothes, walked to Eaton's side and held his hand. He smiled happily at Eaton's eyes. I don't trust your brain, so I must supervise. Severus' idea at this time was very simple. Even if he died, he hoped to die with Eaton. Although he didn't know when this obsession appeared, he knew that he would not let Eaton leave. He admitted his extreme selfishness. I see. Eaton suddenly realized that he didn't dare to look at Severus. He couldn't find the reason, so he had to change the subject decisively. Well, this place is too dangerous. We have to find the entrance as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the stone sculpture is inhabited by a basilisk. If it is guarded by a basilisk, it makes sense. In fact, when Eaton and Severus returned to the sculpture hand in hand, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide, because there, where a book was originally placed, the book had disappeared, and what appeared was a silver snake circling the sculpture with its eyes fixed on it. Severus stepped back. Eaton pulled Severus, who was trying to block him, his expression extremely serious. "Don't make me angry." The snake seemed to have been watching the two children, and it gradually tensed up its body following Eaton's movements, and the danger in its red eyes became more intense. Severus followed Eaton closely, and he didn't intend to let Eaton's temper run wild, although Eaton's expression just now forced him to give in. Eaton did not confront the snake head-on. Instead, he went around the back of the sculpture and observed the diagonal position of the snake's tail. Then he took out his wand and pointed carefully at that point. "Appear quickly." With a flash of white light, a roaring bear lion standing sideways on the sculpture appeared, which made Eaton feel relieved. Then he made the eagle and badger appear at the other two diagonals of the sculpture. After the four patron uses of Hogwarts appeared, Eaton retreated to the side of Severus, smiled, and said, "It seems that we have hit the jackpot by accident. Look, this is the entrance to the Hogwarts Patronus." The four guardian creatures guarded the four corners respectively. If there was any abnormality in any corner, they would attack. Apparently, the books of Eaton were considered dangerous by the Slytherin silver snake, so they appeared to fight against the enemy. Seeing that Eaton was safe, Severus calmed down. His back was already soaked with cold sweat, but he could not care less. The arrow was on the string and had to be shot. What should we do next? It's simple. We just need to prove that we are members of Hogwarts. Eaton took off the snake-shaped pattern on his chest that was automatically formed after the sorting, and used his wand to float the pattern in front of the silver snake. The snake quickly bit the pattern and swallowed it in one gulp. Judging from its posture, if Eaton had taken another step, it would not have been so easy to escape. Not long after, as a silver-green light appeared on the silver snake, Eaton and Severus had to close their eyes to block the sharp light. When they opened their eyes, the four guardian creatures had disappeared, the sculptured figures had turned, and the movable door on the base was obviously the place Eaton and Severus wanted to find. Eaton and Severus took a deep breath at the same time and quickly took off their robes, wearing tight pants and tights, which were special outfits for internal training of the saints. Compared to those dragging wizard robes, Eaton and Severus obviously preferred this simple outfit that allowed for more flexible movements. "Are you ready?" Eaton moved his hands and feet, looking at Severus with shining eyes. After seeing Severus fix the shrunken potion box and the spare wand, he nodded at him seriously and hugged Severus. "Victory will belong to us." It was easy to move the trapdoor, but the deep, gloomy and dark tunnel seemed unusually quiet and dangerous. Just when Eaton was about to enter, Severus suddenly pulled him away, and relying on his small and flexible body, he jumped into the tunnel and disappeared in an instant. "Severus?" Eaton wanted to curse. God knows Severus is not a student of Hogwarts. What if there is any danger below? He quickly jumped into the tunnel. Immediately, a pulling magic power surrounded his body. His eyes went black and he lost consciousness. 53 House of Snake Ancestor. Eden? Eden, wake up. Severus Snape, wait and see how I will deal with you when I get back. Eaton gnashed his teeth in the darkness and chaos. He was obviously a poisonous snake, but he insisted on thinking that he was a lion. When did this little brat grow up crooked? He had wasted the teachings of that idiot Dark Lord and the traditional prince. He was so angry. How many years had it been since I was so angry? Eaton himself couldn't explain it clearly. In short, his belief was very firm now. He must take the child out and teach him a lesson. A good housekeeper is made under the stick. How can a guy who doesn't value his life as reckless, ignorant, arrogant, and hasn't learned even a little bit of Slytherin's plan before acting and being cautious survive in the current situation? Who is calling me? Eaton struggled for a while and finally opened his eyes. For a moment he felt a little uncomfortable with the light outside and couldn't help but put out his hands to cover his eyes. However, someone helped him block the strong light faster than him and also helped Eaton up and covered his eyes with slightly cold hands. Oh, you're still so careless. Didn't you say you would never go out? The brows under his palms suddenly frowned and Eaton reached out to grab the other's wrist and pulled it down forcefully. In the blurred vision he saw an extremely familiar face. Hsien? Why are you so surprised? Hsien smiled, shrugged and let go of his hand. You left the base without permission and changed the plan without permission. I should be the one who is surprised, right? Which planet's language is this? Eaton pursed his lips, stretched out his hands to cover his eyes and relaxed for a while before taking them away. At this time he finally saw his surroundings clearly. It was a familiar scene. That was the only time Eaton took the initiative to change his plan and go out of the base to rescue his teammates. It was because Eaton suddenly found that their mercenary group underestimated the enemy. The enemy set a trap to wipe them out. Fortunately, Eaton went at a good time and saved the entire mercenary group at the cost of himself. Fortunately, he did not die. This incident left a deep mark in the hearts of other team members. From then on, even if Eaton was willing to go out, they would not easily allow it. All members must accompany him. From Eaton's heart, it was also that time that he truly accepted the members of other mercenary groups as people he could get close to. Are you feeling unwell? Hsien saw Eaton looking around with a frown on his face and was worried about his injuries. Don't worry, the enemy has been eliminated and nothing will happen. Let's go back to the base and take good care of our injuries. Where are the others? Eaton sighed in his heart and simply sat on the grass. He maliciously pulled Hsien to his side. Are you all okay? I haven't seen you for a long time. Pfft, Eaton, are you kidding? It's only been a week and I haven't seen you express your feelings in the past few months. Hsien burst into laughter and rolled on the grass in a very ungraceful manner as if he didn't have any bleeding wounds on his body. The brothers are very good. We were discussing what gift to give you when we returned to the base. Ah. Eaton turned his head and raised the corner of his mouth. Yes. I miss you guys very much. I see. Hsien coughed twice in a serious manner, then stood up and approached Eaton to hold his shoulders. In that case, our funding is enough for a long time anyway. We will stay with you at the base from now on. Is that okay, you clingy little friend? Eaton hugged his knees with his hands and relaxedly rested his chin on them. He squinted at Hsien's fake smile, which became bigger and bigger. At least at this moment he was really relaxed and happy. Since he came to this world, he has been missing his friends in his heart. He read all the books about time, space and soul, but there was no similarity with his own situation. It was hard to imagine that he would even think of dying. Maybe he could go back and have a look. It was really stupid. Maybe if Hsien didn't show up, he would not admit that he would rather take the risk of coming here with no way out just for such a little thought. Oh, don't talk about Sever. It turns out that he also has this Gryffindor-style idea. Not having time to say goodbye to his teammates may be his lifelong regret. Hsien, where are the others? Eaton laughed for a while and asked the question again. They went to investigate. Hsien seemed to sense that Eaton was unusual, and regardless of his objection, he hugged Eaton in his arms. Come back with us? The base is still waiting for us. Eaton struggled a little uncomfortably, then obeyed Hsien's rare strength, but in the end he still didn't say what he wanted to say about following Hsien back to the base. God knows what he really wanted to say, but the words kept going around in circles on his lips and he still refused to utter them. So can't I see them now? Why do you think so? They will be waiting for us out front and will return to the base after gathering. Okay, stop acting like a spoiled child. How come I didn't know that you have returned to your original nature and become younger? Come on, let's go. Hsien let go of Eaton, stood up and at least patted the weeds and dust off his body. In fact, his actions were completely useless. Eaton didn't move. Instead, he turned his gaze away from Hsien and turned to the sky in the distance. Hsien, you know what? I really miss you guys. I miss you guys very much, more than I admit. Hsien frowned and did not interrupt Eaton. He seemed to not understand what was wrong with Eaton and why he became so strange, but that did not prevent him from listening. Maybe just a moment ago I was still thinking about leaving here with a very small chance of going back to see you, although I know very well that in such an explosion not even a slag of my body will be left. Eaton curled his lips in a mocking manner. He never knew that he could be so sentimental. People always deceive themselves. Before learning to paralyze the enemy, they paralyze themselves first. The high-sounding reasons can convince others but not myself. Well, there is still one person who is not convinced by me. At this point Eaton's expression softened a lot. I always thought that after so many people abandoned me it didn't matter who I left. Now I find that I was wrong. Eaton withdrew his gaze from the horizon, stood up and looked at Etienne, who was frowning and looking at him with sadness. I belong here now and this will become my second home. So I can only say goodbye to you. Etienne frowned even more tightly. He looked a little angry, a little sad and a little unwilling. Are you really going to do this? You obviously miss us so much. You obviously look forward to coming back to live with us. Why do you still want to do this? Have you ever considered us? I'm sorry. Eaton hesitated for a moment but still walked forward and hugged Etienne, closing his eyes. Although I know you are not real, I still want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to make a break with the past. Goodbye, my friends. After saying that, Eaton let the emerald on the prince's ancestral necklace on his chest project a green light into Etienne's body, and then Etienne's body collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, the surroundings had completely changed. He was lying in a passage emitting a faint green light. Little Severus was lying not far from him. Hiss, it hurts. Eaton couldn't help but raise his arm. It was dislocated. What the hell was that teleportation array? It could really hurt someone? After he connected it with great pain, Eaton got up and staggered to Severus' side. Severus? Wake up! Severus lived up to Eaton's high hopes and soon struggled to open his eyes. The moment he saw Eaton, a hint of grievance appeared in his dark pupils. He stretched out his hands to tightly hold Eaton's neck, but he didn't make a sound whether Eaton was dead or alive. Don't act like a spoiled child. Eaton slapped Severus back fiercely. Go and be retrained after you get out. Do you know what you are doing? You are a venomous snake. Don't pretend to be a lion. What did you learn from Gettler and the others? Did you throw away your brain and replace it with paste? Behave yourself now. If you do it again, don't come to see me again. Severus's little brain was buried in Eaton's arms. He shook his head quickly, then nodded quickly. It would probably take some time to understand what this meant. Severus understood that time was running out, so he quickly calmed down, stood up silently and followed Eaton to the other side of the passage. Soon they came to an archway. This was obviously not an ordinary archway, as the giant skeleton blocking the door was telling. Compared to that giant skeleton, Eaton and Severus were obviously smaller than a sesame seed. Is this the magic dragon? Severus' eyes lit up. It was not alive, which made him very happy. He also had the idea of dismembering the skeleton to see if it had any medicinal value. Even in the Prince family's classics, there were only a few records of the magic dragon's potion use. Don't go over there yet, Eaton instructed Severus. The dragon was obviously seriously injured before. The scratches and breaks on many bones proved this. Some places were even dark black, which was a sign of poison. In addition, the 4 chains on the dragon's claws just trapped the dragon in front of the arch. No wonder the entrance to the magic circle was so easy to pass through. It turned out that the real weapon was here. Go around. Eaton pulled Severus around a short distance and tried to get in from behind the dragon. Unfortunately, the dragon was very fierce. It was estimated that when it was alive, it almost stuck itself to the door. The back end of the skeleton was stuck to the door. If they did not move the dragon's skeleton, they would never be able to get in. Cut it. Severus took out a dagger from the potion box that he used to collect biological materials for potions. It was made of a very special metal and was indestructible. But it might take a long time. This time, maybe Gettler did the right thing. Eaton glanced at the dagger in Severus' hand and took out the Elder Wand from the space bag. Even if I can't fully control it, I can still use magic to bless it. Let's try it. Eaton found a clean bone. Although the bone seemed thicker than him, he bit the Elder Wand with his teeth and climbed up quickly. At the highest point he found a support point, cast an armor spell on himself and then cast a cutting spell. In fact, everything was much easier than he thought. Almost immediately the whole skeleton fell apart. Eaton. Seeing Eaton fall unexpectedly, Severus was so frightened that his mind went blank. Fortunately, he had the reflex of previous training. He took out his wand and tried to use it to cast a levitation spell. I don't know if it was the effect of his levitation spell or something else, but Eaton stopped in midair. Ha! After a while the mess of bones finally stopped and Severus breathed a sigh of relief. But, what's next? The bones piled at the door still couldn't be opened. Eaton just sat cross-legged in midair, propping up his chin with the Elder Wand. He felt very weak now. The Elder Wand just used up most of his magic power. I say, if you are still alive, Salazar Slytherin, can you respond? It's not tiring just to watch. Anyway, the effect of the curse cast by the dragon at the cost of its body should be almost gone as its body is broken, right? Severus listened to Eaton's words below and immediately felt that something might be wrong. Almost the next moment, a red-eyed nobleman in a simple robe. A ghost appeared in front of Eaton. Eaton, Prince. The man looked at Eaton up and down for a long while and uttered Eaton's name in a low and elegant voice. I didn't expect you to come this far. After saying that, he showed a mischievous smile. You've been underground for 1,000 years and you're not crazy or stupid? Eaton raised his eyebrows. For a moment the desire to study took over. Simple. Salazar shrugged. When you find you can't hold on any longer, just forget it. He said it easily, but the content made even the little boy Severus feel depressed. Where's your body? Is it inside? After a long silence, Eaton finally spoke. If it's just this, it's impossible that Prince is the only one who can save him. Yes. Salazar looked back at the door, his eyes seemed a little silent. I am cursed, a curse of the dragon sacrificing life. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Prince family were also cursed, so, trouble. Are you really Salazar Slytherin? Severus, who had been silent all this time, suddenly questioned. Although he was looking up, the sharpness of Severus' eyes did not diminish at all. You look more like a Gryffindor. Hey! Kid, be careful with your words. Salazar's face suddenly turned cold and his ruby-like pupils revealed a sharp coldness. Don't mention anything about Gryffindor's stupid lion in front of me. What an easy adventure. Eaton muttered. They were well prepared and had overestimated the dangers of the past years. Also Slytherin, he is Severus Snape. Call me Salazar. Salazar seemed to have a good impression of Eaton. He was always smiling and his eyes were gentle. Oh, I know. How old are you now? Eaton always felt that Salazar Slytherin was very strange. What kind of personality did he have? 30? Or maybe 40? Salazar touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then answered decisively. He really couldn't remember. What on earth was going on after 10 years? I think you look more like 10 years old. Severus said unhappily. Help me move these bones quickly. Do you want us to move them one by one? Salazar's eyes widened a little and he floated in front of Severus, said the same thing as Rowena. So Ravenclaw also thinks you are only 10 years old? Severus and Eaton both had to frown. Is it true that not everyone can accept the personality of Slytherin? So how did those cold, gloomy, cautious, sharp, calm and clear history come about? It's really a rip-off. Anyway, with the help of the soul Salazar, Eaton had to learn a black magic spell first to open the chain of the dragon's 4 claws and then compress the bones and clean them aside, but there was a problem when opening the door. Say, Salazar, can you finish your words at once? Eaton rubbed his aching forehead. He didn't have much magic power to begin with. Even if he drank a lot of magic supplements, he couldn't withstand the consumption of a black magic. When Severus and Eaton were about to open the door, the 4 magical creatures suddenly appeared in front of the door again, collectively blocking their way. What on earth were they doing? Oh, sorry, I forgot. Salazar clapped his hands in sudden realization. Well, now there is no heir to Hogwarts and the contract has not been renewed, so the eye of the formation is closed. Can they beat this guy up? What should I do? I'm itching to do it. Just say then. Severus reached out to help Eaton rub his temples, not feeling any more angry. Then just sign this. Salazar reached into the wall and soon pulled out a dusty scroll. Hogwarts contract? Eaton pulled down Severus' hand and took the parchment scroll with shining eyes. Elven magic pattern? A complete protective magic circle that even connects to the magic network of all magical creatures in the entire Forbidden Forest. Exquisite. Of course. We went through so much hardship to build Hogwarts. Ahem, but this scroll was actually left by the dragon. Salazar was very proud at first with bright red eyes, but then he became a little embarrassed. She gracefully floated to Eaton's side and looked at the scroll together. We have changed it a little bit. You can choose the house and sign the contract with any house. Of course, Slytherin is always the best. This narcissism does seem to be a Slytherin tradition. Eaton, as a Slytherin student, I Salazar Slytherin recognize you as the Slytherin college contractor. Salazar's expression suddenly became more serious with a hint of majesty in his red eyes. Eaton ignored Salazar's remarks. Apparently Salazar also seemed to have discovered that he was more interested in Ravenclaw. Hey Eaton. Salazar quickly pulled back the other 3 contract parchments, leaving only the Slytherin one, and then flew away as if he would not return it unless you sign it. Severus and Eaton couldn't help but twitch their lips. Saying you're 10 is flattering, Severus concluded. Well, it doesn't matter to me whether you save me or not. Eaton shook the parchment in his hand. Well, Slytherins value privacy the most. Salazar realized his situation. The other 3 houses don't have so many restrictions. Okay, I'll sign it. Eaton didn't hesitate this time and signed his name in blood. Severus, you sign for Ravenclaw. Severus said nothing and carefully applied the potion to Eaton's finger, then bandaged it. After he was done, he spoke. I want to sign for Gryffindor. After saying that, he pretended not to notice Eaton's frown and signed Salazar's parchment contract. Then he looked at Eaton, who was pursing his lips, and said, I want to sign Gryffindor. He did not explain but repeated his decision seriously. Then he pulled Eaton closer to the door, and this time the silver snake and the lion obediently made way. Salazar Slytherin's body was very conspicuous right in the center of the formation. His slender body was bound by the constantly flowing magic patterns, making him look smaller. His fair skin, thin and sexy lips, high nose and heroic sword-like eyebrows formed a face that looked somewhat charming. His long smooth hair like the night lay neatly on his messy robe that was stained with some blood but without a trace of dark red. If an ordinary wizard saw this scene, he would have rushed over uncontrollably. Unfortunately, the ones who saw this beautiful scene were 2 unique little kids. Salazar, return to your body and open your mouth. Eaton squatted down and found the so-called antidote to the curse in the enlarged potion box. Well, I hope this potion, which has been in the Prince family potion storehouse for who knows how long, has not expired. Salazar was leaning next to Eaton and watching his actions. When he heard this, he looked a little aggrieved. Will it really expire? No way, no way. Eaton, why are you looking at me like that? A group of ghosts who appeared out of nowhere stayed above the magic circle in an orderly manner, all watching Eaton's actions excitedly. The one who spoke at this time was Peeves, who had just run away in a hurry. Prince, please. Barrow slowly floated to Eaton's side and asked solemnly. His expression was no longer dull but more energetic, and his eyes were bright. Get out of the way, you will affect Eaton. Severus accused him bluntly. He had no good feelings towards ghosts. The ghosts were very obedient. When they heard that they might affect Prince, they immediately dispersed. Some of the ghosts had become abnormally transparent. Salazar had returned to his body while no one was paying attention, but the moment he returned, his whole body began to tremble violently and his brows furrowed as if he was in great pain. But even so, he still insisted on opening his mouth while trembling, trying his best to keep his face motionless, but the color of his face began to gradually turn black. Seeing that things were not going well, Eaton immediately used his powerful magic power to suspend the potion above Salazar, opened the bottle and carefully poured it into Salazar's mouth. For the next period of time, everyone could only hold their breath and wait. Time seemed to flow very slowly and Salazar's body gradually calmed down. Although he was still breathing heavily, his wrinkled forehead relaxed a lot. At this time the people and non-humans present relaxed. Eaton. Salazar called out intermittently. His voice was much deeper and much weaker than that of Salazar in his soul state. But Salazar's expression seemed to be trying to smile, but it was extremely stiff. It's not expired. After saying that, he fainted. 54 House of Turbulence. After Principal Dumbledore managed to come back, Hogwarts Castle finally returned to normal and the magic was restarted. At this time the panicked students did not dare to move around and stayed in their hiding places until Principal Dumbledore notified all students to gather in the auditorium. Then everyone seemed to finally come to their senses and hurried to the auditorium, looking at the professors and the teacher's seat breathlessly. Finally they felt less nervous, but then they were filled with fear, anxiety and panic. Many students even collapsed on the ground and were helped by their friends to sit down next to the long table. At the fastest speed in history, all the students gathered together, except for Lestrange from Slytherin. Please don't worry, Hogwarts just had a little temper. You know, our Hogwarts is not just a castle but has long developed its own consciousness. As soon as Dumbledore came back, he communicated with the Sorting Hat and even went to the Forbidden Forest to chat with his mermaid friends. He was also worried about whether the dilemma was caused by the Slytherin heir. Fortunately, the Sorting Hat gave a negative answer, but another answer that made Dumbledore feel less crisis. It seems that after changing the Slytherin password, Hogwarts is not willing to be lonely again. Concealment is not a solution at this time. He can't control the situation in the school at all, so he can only announce the answer. This explosive news made all the students forget about their own thoughts. Slytherins were thinking about what this incident could bring to their families, and the descendants of the school directors were considering the pros and cons of the whole situation. The die-hard Death Eaters were excited to inform the Dark Lord of this matter. As the heir of Slytherin, Hogwarts would definitely listen to the Dark Lord. By then the whole Hogwarts would belong to the Death Eaters. Ravenclaws didn't care about their dirty looks and took out paper and pen to record this research-worthy topic. They were even thinking about how to communicate with Hogwarts. Gryffindors collectively looked at Dumbledore confused, not really understanding what this meant. Hufflepuff silently exchanged some rumors that might have been circulated before about Hogwarts being alive. Eaton, it seems that our agreement to stroll by the lake cannot be fulfilled, Lucius said with regret. He had already informed his father of the news that Hogwarts might be alive, and Malfoy Manor was also well prepared. He was not worried at all. When the incident happened, Lucius was writing a letter in his dormitory, so he did not feel panic. Walton had already arrived at the Slytherin common room and hurriedly left Hogwarts with Severus before the students gathered just now. Therefore Lucius did not know that the little guy who had shocked him once again came to Hogwarts, and he did not pay much attention to Lestrange's absence. At this moment his mind was full of the news he had just received, which he had learned from his father. Similarly, his father needed him to get closer to Prince and keep a good distance from certain people in Slytherin at all times. In fact, it is impossible to say that Lucius's mood is not complicated. If Hogwarts is conscious, then the heir of Slytherin will have a great advantage. Hogwarts's status in the entire wizarding world is rare. If Malfoy is discovered by the Dark Lord at this time to have a tendency to betray. But what? He is only 11 years old and really cannot understand his father's thoughts. Headmaster Dumbledore looks very haggard today. Eaton glanced at the headmaster's seat, resting his hand on his chin, and said, "Yes, I heard that the headmaster was very busy last night. He even went abroad overnight. It seems that it was because of the Ministry of Magic." Lucius understood and immediately added, "The incident at Hogwarts happened suddenly this time, otherwise he would not have come so late." "Malfoy, you know a lot." Irving appeared from nowhere behind the two of them. Although he was still smiling, the pride and excitement in his eyes did not diminish at all. "Okay, it's okay, now let's go back to the lounge." It was not yet mealtime and they were here just to calm the students down, so after Headmaster Dumbledore gave a speech and saw that everyone's emotions had stabilized, he asked the prefects to take their students back to their dormitories. However, Eaton and Lucius were not paying attention and did not listen at all. Back in the lounge, he asked everyone else to go back to the dormitory, but he stayed behind with Eaton, saying he wanted to talk to him. "Chief, I wonder if I have the honor to listen as well?" Lucius was immediately alert. He knew who Will was. Even if he was hiding deeply, it was impossible for Abraxas, a high-ranking Death Eater, not to get the news. Il narrowed his eyes dangerously and looked meaningfully at Lucius, who was standing next to Eaton and refused to move. Then he smiled sarcastically as if he was thinking of something and ignored Malfoy and sat down on the sofa instead. "Prince, you should know why I'm looking for you, right?" Eeyore motioned for the two of them to sit down and smoothed his hair with his hand. "I don't know, sorry." Eaton was very tired. His magic power could not be compensated by magic supplements. The previous super value magic power plus the increase from the Elder Wand made his magic power consumption too serious. He had to rest well and wait for recovery. "Oh, you are really direct." Eeyore spread his hands nonchalantly as expected of Prince, who was known for his indifference. "I have been observing you and I have always believed that you are a Slytherin who likes stability and research. I am surprised that Malfoy has been with you for so long and has not been able to get you to nod. Naturally, this is also a problem of ability. Mr. Rye, are you provoking the Malfoy family?" Lucius couldn't help but blush and spoke with gritted teeth. His aristocratic demeanor had almost disappeared. He glared at Il fiercely as if he wanted to express all his anger. "Of course not. The Malfoy family's abilities are obvious to all." Erwin's expression did not change at all. In this regard, Lucius still has a lot to learn. "I only want to ask you one question, Prince. You are an extremely smart person. Do you know how many people will surrender to the Dark Lord after tonight?" "This is none of my business. Can I go back and rest?" Eaton leaned sideways on Lucius, putting almost his entire body weight on him. Eeyore naturally noticed Eaton's actions, but he obviously misunderstood. He smiled with understanding, although there was some reluctance in his eyes. "It seems that I am meddling. However, as a senior who is about to graduate, I still want to say that I hope you can make the right choice. Of course, I completely believe in Prince's wisdom." After finishing speaking, Eeyore stood up, tidied his clothes, and went back to the dormitory. Eaton, who was left behind, completely collapsed on the sofa this time, saying, "Damn it, you are such an idiot for talking so much nonsense." Lucius realized that something was wrong with Eaton, so he quickly helped him up and sent him to Eaton's dormitory. "Did the vibration just now affect you?" "I'm fine. How's the thing I asked you to do going?" Eaton rubbed his aching temple. "My father told me that Gettler Grindelwald suddenly appeared in the British wizarding world last night and Headmaster Dumbledore went to investigate. The news has not been confirmed, but it's almost certain." Lucius had never served anyone before and didn't know what he could do to help Eaton. What's more, his aristocratic education did not allow him to pry into his friend's privacy too much. "I see." Eaton still didn't get the news he wanted most. It seemed that he could only hope that his grandfather would give him the exact information after he returned home. "Well, I have a lot of Malfoy's potions here if you need them." Lucius couldn't bear to see Eaton's pale face. "Do you think I would drink those potions that can only reach level 1 at most?" Eaton said bluntly. Unless necessary, he would not touch those potions. Although he could brew them, it was not the same when using them on himself. "You are really picky." Lucius choked and got used to it. At this time he could only sigh. God knows this is the first time he sighed in all these years. "Well, this will not affect his beauty, right? Touch it quickly." "Okay, wait until the Prince family develops the beauty potion and I'll give you the first one." Eaton has completely accepted the characteristics of the Malfoy family. He just happened to hear from his grandfather that Severus was researching beauty potions. Of course, he must have a good talk with Severus about this. But it's a good opportunity to make a deal with the Malfoy family and let the two families have a connection which will be of great benefit in the future. "Really? It's settled. Eaton, you must not regret it." "I will remember it." Upon hearing this, Lucius could no longer think of anything else. He was immediately excited and even stepped forward to grab Eaton's hand. However, after seeing Eaton's dark face, he immediately let go and kept a distance, but the smile on his face did not diminish at all. Lucius left quickly and Eaton collapsed on the bed, took out the two-way mirror and contacted his family. Unfortunately, no one answered this time. But think about it, Salazar Slytherin might not have woken up yet. Since Peeves the Hogwarts kid completely took control of Hogwarts Castle, he moved Salazar to the Forbidden Forest and then sent him to Prince Manor through the Portkey. This is why Wharton and Severus left so quickly. The adult's health was not optimistic. After being left for 1,000 years, it had begun to decay, which required a lot of potions. I'm afraid they were still in the process of brewing potions. For this, Eaton could only sigh. According to Hogwarts, Salazar actually never thought about living. The power of the curse was too painful. He had to cast a forgetfulness spell on himself every few days, and many things had been lost in the process. It's just that the atmosphere at Hogwarts became more and more strange, and the castle's magic circle began to gradually fail because of the loss of the contract, so he put his last strength into the last fight. As he thought about it, Eaton couldn't resist the weakness of his body and soon fell asleep. The news that Hogwarts had consciousness swept the entire wizarding world in the following days. The Ministry of Magic responded quickly and planned to enter Hogwarts to take over. Unfortunately, with Dumbledore in charge, they eventually returned empty-handed because firstly, their debating ability was insufficient, and secondly, they tried every way but failed to get in touch with Hogwarts consciousness. At this time, the Dark Lord issued a statement claiming that he would enter Hogwarts as the heir of Slytherin. This time was completely different from the past. The vast majority of wizards supported the heir of Slytherin because they believed that only the heir could contact Hogwarts to understand Hogwarts's thoughts. As parents, they did not want anything to scare their children to happen again. All of a sudden, a large number of letters came in and out of Hogwarts. Under pressure, Dumbledore had to agree to the Dark Lord's request, but the time was set at the end of the semester. The official reason was that he did not want this incident to cause any unexpected situations that would affect the students. During this period, Eaton spent all his spare time resting and recovering his magic. Except for classes, he stayed in his dormitory and would not go out no matter who called him. Only Lucius was allowed to enter his dormitory to chat with him, which made Lucius very helpless. Lucius forgot about the Christmas party at Prince's house. Eaton was helpless about Lucius's repeated hints. Christmas is the day after tomorrow, and this guy really won't abandon or give up. Why? This time Lucius learned his lesson. He did not get anxious or angry but asked directly. Go back and ask your father. You need to retake your noble course. Eaton flipped through the book and answered after a while. Okay. Lucius had always thought that this was because he didn't have a good relationship, so he didn't have the nerve to tell his father. But after asking his father in a roundabout way, he proved that the Malfoy family was indeed not invited, so he kept running to Eaton to make various explicit and implicit hints. Who made it so that during this period, apart from the topic of Hogwarts, the most widely circulated topic was the invitation letter from the Prince family, and even the Lestrange family was invited. What did that big guy come to see you for last time? Lucius put down the parchment he was writing on. This was a transfiguration homework that was due tomorrow. The big guy he was talking about was Hagrid. Last time Hagrid asked everyone to go to Slytherin to find Prince with their eyes wide open. Fortunately, there was no one in the lounge at that time. Lucius was lucky enough to see Prince because he was pestering Eaton for an invitation. He had never had time to ask, but now he finally remembered. He helped me collect some unicorn hair and horns. Eaton said directly. You're talking about priceless unicorn materials? There's even a horn? Lucius' eyes widened. He didn't want to beat that dirty big fool, but he actually gave it away? Well, maybe he should also show some goodwill to the other party. The bloodline theory and stupidity theory are nothing in the face of interests. Eaton was quite amused by Lucius's reaction. He shook his head and said nothing. The dormitory immediately became quiet. After Lucius made up his mind, he began to do his homework with peace of mind. The next day, Headmaster Dumbledore called Eaton to the headmaster's office again. When Eaton arrived, Arthur Weasley was already sitting there somewhat uncomfortably. Oh, Eaton, I'm so glad to see you. Dumbledore rubbed his hands and said with a smile. He was really powerless during this period. There were too many things for him to deal with. The things in Germany made him exhausted, so he became much thinner. I have something to ask of you. I hope you can agree to it. Just tell me. Eaton looked at Arthur on the sofa and frowned slightly. Arthur, you two are friends, aren't you? Unfortunately, Arthur's family is the only one left. I originally wanted to take care of Arthur for a while, but as you know, there have been too many things going on recently and I'm really worried. It just so happens that Prince Manor has reopened. Oh, I'm very happy about this, really. Prince Manor is the safest place I know, so I would like to ask you to take Arthur to Prince Manor for a while, okay? Are you kidding? A snake ancestor is in Prince Manor, how can he let outsiders in? Even the banquet was moved to a small manor and no outsiders were allowed to enter the main house. I think it's better for him to stay in Hogwarts, Mr. Headmaster. Eaton said with a dull face. Prince's main house will still not be opened. Only a few manors where we live will be reopened. The security level there is completely incomparable to Hogwarts. Oh? Prince Manor is not open? Dumbledore frowned immediately and a faint light flashed on his glasses. I see, I can understand what the head of Prince family did. But Hogwarts is still not sure whether the previous incident will happen. Therefore this Christmas we mobilized everyone to leave Hogwarts so that we can try to contact Hogwarts. So? I still have to trouble you, Eaton. I believe you will not reject a helpless old man and a friend who has just lost his family and is extremely sad, right? Eaton looked at Dumbledore in silence for a long while. The other's face still had a kind and pleading look. Then he looked at Arthur Weasley, who lowered his head and refused to look up, but his shoulders were shaking slightly. The headmaster can contact my grandfather. I don't know why the headmaster came to see me. Mr. Prince has been very busy lately and I don't have the heart to disturb him. Dumbledore took a candy from the plate, peeled it and ate it. He was naturally prepared for Eaton's questions. Don't you think this answer is too far-fetched? How thorough. How irrefutable. Are you all asleep? You are talking nonsense. I think I will inform Grandpa to give Weasley an invitation as well. Eaton nodded. Although I don't know what happened, the Prince family is obviously not suitable for Weasley at this time. I will convey Headmaster Dumbledore's meaning to Grandpa. As for Mr. Weasley, I believe that Gryffindor's enthusiasm is more suitable for him to get out of his current situation. All of Dumbledore's words were blocked, so he had to stuff a few more candies to calm down. He had been overusing his brain recently. Haha, I met that lively kid Snape last time. You know, many people are interested in him now. Are you sure you're talking about Severus? Eaton was secretly skeptical, but he appeared calm on the surface. If Weasley is also interested in Severus, I will inform him. Haha, please tell your grandfather that during our brief reunion I am looking forward to communicating with you more. You know, my admiration for you is still there. Dumbledore winked mischievously and his tone was much more relaxed. Okay, then if it's all right, I'll leave first. Eaton nodded, stood up and said goodbye, but unfortunately when he was about to leave, Dumbledore also asked Arthur to go with him. Prince, I don't understand what you are saying, but I treat you as a friend. Why don't you even take me in? Am I that annoying? My parents are dead, I have no family, and now even you don't want me. Arthur yelled. Don't you think this is ambiguous? Eaton was silent. 55 house, going home. Why, woo-woo. Arthur simply squatted on the ground and cried loudly. He had been in so much pain in the past 2 days. Just 2 nights ago, Headmaster Dumbledore found him and told him the sad news that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley had been killed. He had been in so much pain since then. He was willing to accept the reality and even return to his own cottage regardless of everything, but it was empty. Eaton silently glanced in the direction of the cellar, then shifted his gaze away. He always felt that he might have become soft-hearted. Could it be that he had become smaller and his mind had become softer? How old are you? Eaton twitched his lips. Seeing that Arthur was still wailing, he couldn't stand it anymore. Arthur took the time to look at Eaton with tears in his eyes. You know, the red hair, red eyes, and that really unpleasant face were quite lethal. The crying finally stopped, but the sobbing continued. If you want to die, go die. If you don't want to die, live well. Aren't you a Gryffindor? Aren't you brave and fearless? Aren't you strong and tough? Are you planning to transfer to Hufflepuff now? Eaton had zero patience for this kind of little wife-like guy. After speaking venomously, he turned around and left without saying anything. Anyway, he had said everything he could say, and it all depended on how well Weasley understood. After the class was over, the students happily packed their luggage and boarded the Hogwarts Express to go home for Christmas. "Eaton, didn't I tell you to go to the Malfoy's box?" Lucius waited in his box for a long time but still didn't see Eaton coming. He could only look for him in each box like he did when the freshmen entered school. He must have something to do. Lucius was speechless and said in his heart. At this time Eaton was sitting in the same box as last time, but he was not alone. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy." And Sprout stood up and greeted Lucius, still with a gentle smile. She had been chatting with Eaton for a while and had guessed that Malfoy would come soon. "Hello, Miss Sprout." Lucius nodded modestly, his chin raised just right. "Eaton, perhaps you can give me a reason to break the agreement?" Eaton was sitting in a chair staring blankly outside. He rarely took out a book to read. "Then give me a reason for the agreement. When was the agreement made? How come he didn't know?" Lucius said that his premonition last night was correct and all his words were ignored. It was unrealistic to ask Eaton to move now. Lucius had already gotten to know Eaton's characteristics in the past few months. Therefore he could only puff up his face and ask Crabbe and Goyle to go back, and he stayed next to Eaton again. "Miss Sprout has been Professor Slughorn's exclusive apprentice for so long, and I haven't congratulated her yet." "It's not too late now, is it?" Lucius didn't know much about Anne. Even his father only knew the surface of this neutral family. There was nothing he could do. They were too low-key. Besides, there were not many eye-catching things about the Hufflepuff family. However, Anne was an exception. No one expected Slughorn to choose her as an apprentice. And received a lot of attention after that. After all, Slughorn was a first-level potion master. He only had one apprentice. What was too surprising was that this lady was obviously not so low-key. She even seemed to have accidentally contacted a lot of children from aristocratic families during this period. She didn't get to know them in depth, but she didn't stay away from them. Of course, this was most likely the idea of Slughorn, who liked to be high-profile. "Of course, it's not too late. I'm very happy to receive Mr. Malfoy's congratulations." And didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she seemed very understanding and grateful. "I was just talking to Eaton about Mr. Malfoy. I will attend the Prince family banquet with my parents. I also said that if I meet Mr. Malfoy, I look forward to being invited to dance. The title of Slytherin Prince is very loud. Are you pushing me out, Eaton?" Lucius' eyes flickered. His expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but clench his hands under his robe sleeves. "It would be an honor if I had the chance." And glanced at Eaton, who was still looking out the window, and smiled understandingly. "I'm going to go find my classmates. I'm sure Eaton will be happier with Mr. Malfoy by his side." After that, she got up and went out, gently closing the door of the carriage, leaving Eaton and Lucius alone. "Why are you in the same box with her?" Lucius muttered in frustration. Really, he felt so aggrieved when he heard others talking about Prince's party. Although his father said something vaguely to let him know that Prince's family did this to protect their family, but Piers Malfoy always walked to the forefront of the magic world. What a coincidence. Eaton finally turned his gaze back from the window. "What do you want to talk to me about?" "I'm giving you a Christmas present in advance." Lucius took out a small gift from his sleeve, enlarged it, and threw it to Eaton in annoyance. "Dad said I can't give gifts, and let me." He couldn't go on. It was true that he admired his father very much, but he couldn't keep going back and forth like this. "You should keep your distance from me in front of others." Eaton shrunk the gift and threw it into his arms. "Don't look so sad, as if someone bullied you. Little Sever will prepare your gift. I just can't figure it out." Lucius lay on the table, but his eyes became bright when he heard about the gift. "Have you developed the beauty potion? My skin has become dry without the moisturizing potion these days." Lucius pouted and touched his face, his eyes aggrieved. Eaton always had only one choice for Lucius in this narcissistic state, which was to ignore him. When they arrived at the station, Abraxas stood there shining brightly to greet his equally gorgeous son Lucius. Abraxas' voice was a standard magnetic bass, as if just one sentence carried a lethal sexiness. Father. Lucius pulled Eaton in front of his father. They hadn't broken up yet, and as a close friend he would definitely introduce him to his parents. This was Lucius' understanding. Well, who is this? Abraxas lied with his eyes open, pretending not to know him. If I'm not mistaken, he has black hair and black eyes. He must be from the Prince family, right? Yes, father, this is my friend Prince Eaton. Lucius dropped the tug he was holding on Eaton's sleeve and answered respectfully. He didn't dare to be lively in front of his father. Friend? Abraxas glanced at Eaton arrogantly and raised his chin contemptuously. Lucius, go back and write the house rules 10 times. Father, he is my friend. Lucius stood in front of Eaton. He was indeed shocked by his father's reaction. After all, his father's contempt and disgust were too real for Lucius to react. 20 times. Choose your friends with your eyes open, Lucius. Now go home. Ignoring Lucius's slight struggle, Abraxas activated the portkey and disappeared from the station. This time the rumors of the feud between the Prince family and the Malfoy family were confirmed. Many parents who were watching around saw this scene. The rumors of the feud that had spread before due to the invitation letter issue had always been confusing because of the confusing relationship between Lucius and Eaton. Now it was probably true. Eaton, ignore those guys whose brains are filled with narcissism. Severus, who came to pick up Eaton, stood in Eaton and saw this scene. He was very angry, but before he could express his anger, those guys disappeared. I thought Lucius was a good person, but he turned out to be an idiot, a cowardly and incompetent guy. I will never let Eaton contact this person again. Little Severus has been too busy recently and he has too many things to do. He has long forgotten about the Malfoy family. But he remembered in his heart that his Eaton was wrong this time, and he was afraid that Lucius would be sprayed with venom on a larger area next time. I'm fine, why are you here alone? Eaton frowned when he saw Severus standing there alone. Although the idiot Dark Lord had been preoccupied with Hogwarts affairs during this period and other things had to be put on the back burner because of this incident, the other party no longer planned to win over Prince, this tough guy. It is still unclear how things will develop next, but the degree of danger has not decreased at all. Let's go home first. Severus took Eaton's hand, used the door key, and quickly arrived at the main house of the Prince family. We've found Gettler, but we're not optimistic. Severus pulled Eaton straight to the potion storeroom. Salazar Slytherin hasn't woken up yet. The potion has been used up, but the effect is minimal. Voldemort notified Prince through Zabini, saying that he was giving him one last chance. Severus summarized what had happened during this period in a concise manner. What's wrong with Gettler? When entering the potion storehouse, Eaton glanced at his grandfather, who was picking potions. The potions there were all for treating damage caused by dark magic. Obviously, Salazar Slytherin did not meet the requirements for potions. He was killed by the killing curse. Severus' voice was flat and dry. It was found in Heisenberg Manor. Ludwig Heisenberg came to inform his grandfather. It is said that he ordered that the British wizarding world should not be informed of the news. Where are they now? Eaton narrowed his eyes and stood still. In his room. Severus also stopped and looked at Eaton with a little confusion. There are too few potions for the killing curse. In addition to using drugs to alleviate it, Grandpa is now more focused on researching potions in this area. Go find the Philosopher's Stone. If you use a magic circle to activate the Philosopher's Stone, it should work. Eaton sighed and finally gave up the idea of taking action. Grandpa, leave this to me first. Prince has been a great help to Niall Flamel. He will not refuse this request. Wharton didn't have time to welcome Eaton. He hit his head in annoyance. He actually forgot about Neller. He only had time to hug Eaton hurriedly and then left in a hurry. Afterwards, Eaton went to see Gettler first. It was a horrible sight. One of his shoulders was in a bloody mess, his body was twitching constantly, and he was in a coma. Now, no one knew how Gettler had made the effect of the death curse look like a curse, but no matter who saw it, they could tell that this state would not last long. At least at this time, Gettler's face had turned pale blue. Salazar's condition was much better than Getteler's. At least the decay had stabilized. Although he was not awake, he looked more like he was asleep. His temperature is sometimes high and sometimes low. It's not clear if it's the aftereffect of the curse. Severus stood by with a frown on his brow and a cold face. This whole period of time was occupied by these two patients, but the result was quite frustrating. At this time, Severus no longer talked about being the strongest because he had discovered that everyone has times when they are powerless. He once watched his grandfather drink by himself, trying to get himself drunk, but the more he drank, the more sober he became. In his heart, Gettler and Wharton were both very powerful people. Eaton stretched out his hand to test the temperature of Salazar's forehead. He knew very well that internal inflammation would cause large temperature fluctuations. Of course, there was no such thing as internal or external inflammation in the magical world. Eaton. The person who was originally lying flat suddenly stood up, grabbed Eaton's neck with his left hand and pressed him to the side of the bed while his right hand was bent into an arc and pressed against Eaton's temple. His slightly narrowed eyes were dark red and emitted a dangerous light. That's for today. Please like and subscribe to my channel. 10 likes for next part, thanks.